Chapter 1. Entangled in the Orc Novel. Female, bear me a child. Within the cold, damp confines of a cave, the dark, muscular body of a serpent coiled tightly around the petite form of a girl. Sangdai felt as though she were on the brink of death. She dreamed of a colossal serpentine beast constricting her, its frigid, unyielding body tightening around her, robbing her of breath, her face flushed with a deep crimson. In an instant, the beast morphed into a towering man, his solid muscles pressing down upon her, causing her breath to hitch. Panic surged within Sangdai. How could she be having such a dream? In a desperate bid for escape, she sank her teeth into the man's waist and attempted to roll away. Yet the next moment, she found herself crashing heavily into his embrace. No, no, Sangdai wished to cry out, but her voice emerged as a hoarse whisper, accompanied by the man's deep, primal grunt. The ferocious onslaught washed over her like a tidal wave, leaving her with a sensation of suffocation akin to drowning. Ah, gurgle! She jolted awake, and before her cry could escape, a mouthful of icy water engulfed her. Before her eyes loomed massive, ancient trees that obscured the sky, and she found herself in a raging river, a thick, dead branch snagging her clothing, preventing her from being swept away and drowned. What was happening? Was she still dreaming? As she pondered in confusion, she caught sight of three nearly naked 4-year-old toddlers clad in grass skirts, staring at her with watchful eyes. Big brother, throw a stone quickly. That wicked female will kill us if she comes ashore. Upon seeing Sangdai open her eyes, Ya's expression turned fearful, prompting her to urge the eldest. Sangdai then noticed that the largest child was clutching a stone larger than a basketball. If that stone were to fall upon her, even if she survived the blow, she would surely drown. Beside her, a little girl with fair skin and large round eyes cradled several snakes in her arms, releasing them into the river. Sangdai's pupils dilated in shock. The silvering snake, the sharp-nosed viper, and the king cobra were all highly venomous. Such small children were attempting to kill her. Sangdai felt as though her dream had taken a bizarre turn. Thankfully, the last child appeared somewhat normal. She turned to see the third toddler pushing aside the grass skirt that concealed a tiny calf and began to urinate. Sangdai, the eldest child, poised to hurl the stone at Sangdai, found that in the blink of an eye, the figure in the river had vanished. Gone sunk? The eldest stood frozen in disbelief. That wicked female is finally dead. The third child stared blankly for a moment, before breaking into applause with excitement. Yet his joy was short-lived. Splash! A slender hand shot up from the river, grasping his ankle. The wicked female is still alive. She's going to kill the young one's big brother and sister. Run! The third child squealed in terror, tears welling in his eyes, yet he urged the other two to flee. Sangdai clambered onto the shore, her ears ringing painfully from the noise. Little ones, do not be afraid. I am not a bad person and will not harm you. Could you please tell me where this place is? Sangdai gently grasped the third child's small hand and inquired softly. She had chosen to swim to the shore as her first course of action, for she had just realized that being cut by stones caused pain. This was certainly not a dream. Fortunately, her swimming skills were exceptional, and the venomous snakes that entered the water did not bite her nor pursue her. Little ones? Upon hearing the term wicked female, the three children were taken aback. Was this not another term for a little wildling? Moreover, she referred to herself as sister, her voice unexpectedly gentle. Had she truly lost her mind? Or had she struck her head on the stones in the river, causing her brain to malfunction? Seeing the three little ones continue to watch her with wary eyes, their expressions somewhat dazed, Sangdai felt a mix of urgency and amusement. Just moments ago, they had been chattering away. Now, they were like a drained battery. Stop it, you wicked female. Before the three toddlers could respond, a group of men and women clad in animal hides encircled them. The speaker was a tall, robust young man, his bronze skin glistening, adorned only with a grass skirt and a few leaves for modesty. Sangdai furrowed her brow. Was this some sort of role-playing activity? Cosplay as a savage? The sacrifice seemed rather excessive, leaving little to the imagination. Although the man was somewhat handsome, Sangdai found it rather glaring and averted her gaze. Pulai, however, misinterpreted her averted eyes as guilt and bellowed. Sang Dai, apart from beating the young ones, what else can you do? Sang Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this man blind? Which I had seen her strike a child. Who lie? She is your sister, do not be so fierce. Yet, everyone is on a journey, and Sang Dai has brought her 3 young ones to the riverbank. What is her intention? A woman clad in spotted deer hide grasped Hu Lai's hand, soothing him, yet her words were laden with insinuation. Luo Yuer, only someone as gentle and kind as you would show her such kindness. Hu Lai's gaze softened as he looked at the woman beside him. Upon hearing this, Sang Dai's mind reeled. Hu Lai, Luo Yuek, these were the names of the protagonists from the orc novel she had read. She had transmigrated into a book and had become a male lead's sister, a heartless and despised villainess. No wonder the 3 toddlers wished to kill her. The original character had gone missing 4 years ago due to her playful nature, and upon being found by her clan, had given birth to 3 offspring of the serpent tribe. The original character bore a profound disdain for her young and subjected them to all manner of torment, truly a perverse individual. Had it not been for the fact that the second child was a precious female, the 3 young ones would have perished long ago. Under the original character's abuse, the 3 serpent offspring grew twisted in psyche, ultimately becoming the cruel antagonists within the narrative. Their first act of vengeance was to retaliate against the original character, flaying her skin, gouging out her eyes, and draining her blood, even casting her into a den of venomous creatures, forcing her to witness her own body being devoured by countless toxic beasts, until even her bones were ground to dust. With this thought, Sang Dai trembled all over. She was merely a college student who had just been accepted. How could she be so unfortunate as to endure such a horrific fate? No, she could not wait for death. The 3 young ones were still small. Perhaps she still had a chance to alter her destiny. Sang Dai has never liked these 3 serpent offspring. She wouldn't be planning to push them into the river to drown, would she? However, Sang Dai, why are you wet? One of the orcs inquired curiously. Sang Dai, tell us, what exactly happened? The elder female with white hair asked sternly. The 3 young ones felt a jolt of anxiety, their palms growing clammy with sweat. This was bad. The wicked female had not perished. She would surely report them to the clan elder. They had just witnessed her actions. If the clan elder were to learn that they had plotted against a member of their tribe, they would undoubtedly be exiled. Luo Yuer watched Sang Dai with glee. This female had always sought to sow discord between her and Hu Lai, making her life difficult today. She finally had an opportunity to catch her in the act. The eldest child bit his lip, gripping the shoulders of Arya and Sanya, preparing to step forward and take the blame. Yet a soft, warm hand suddenly rested upon his head, halting his actions. Clan elder, I was merely thirsty and wished to drink some water, but accidentally fell into the river. The young ones came to rescue me. I am sorry for holding everyone up. Sang Dai explained in a gentle voice. The moment her words fell, the 3 young ones' pupils widened in shock. The eldest looked up in disbelief at Sang Dai, who wore a gentle expression. Could it be that this wicked female had truly lost her mind? She had not only refrained from reporting them, but had also lied to cover for them. Was she truly their mother? The clan elder's stern demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. I see. Go and change into some dry animal hide. Do not fall ill. The other orcs expressed their surprise. Sang Dai had actually apologized to them. They quickly offered words of comfort and presented her with clean animal hides. Though Sang Dai had a poor temper, as a female, she was cherished within the orc tribe. Even if she contributed nothing, the males would ensure she was well fed and cared for females were exceedingly precious. The status of females was typically the highest within the tribe. Fortunately, there's a water source here. The Black Abyss tribe lies ahead. Let us rest a while before continuing our journey. The clan elder commanded loudly. Their tribe had been attacked by fierce beasts, forcing them to migrate to the formidable Black Abyss tribe. Seeing Sang Dai soothe the clan elder so easily, Luo Yuer felt a twinge of discontent. She watched as Sang Dai held the hand of the 3rd child, who stood at the riverbank. A glint of malice flickered in Luo Yuer's eyes as she pushed Sang Dai with stealth, taking advantage of the distraction of the other orcs. Chapter 2. Accusing Luo Yuer. Sang Dai had not anticipated being pushed, though she did not fall. Her body tilted, and she inadvertently knocked the third child into the water. The third child, caught off guard, plunged into the river and began to gulp down water. Gurgle, gurgle, wailing. He had known that the wicked female was not to be trusted. Look, she had finally turned against him. Sanya, brother. The eldest and Arya cried out, rushing to the riverbank, reaching out in an attempt to rescue him. But their arms were too short, they could not reach the third child. You wicked female. If anything happens to Sanya, I will not let you off the hook. The eldest glared at Sang Dai with fury, fully convinced that the wicked female harbored malicious intent. They had been blocked from seeing the truth by Luo Yuer, and to them, it appeared as though Sang Dai had pushed Sanya into the water. Moreover, she had just been holding Sanya's hand. The other orcs harbored no doubts. You? Sang Dai turned around, staring incredulously at Luo Yuer beside her. This woman, even while reading the novel, she had sensed that the female lead was no virtuous character. Little did she know, she was even more insidious than the original antagonist. Arya, as she beheld her kin gazing at her with expressions of revulsion, Arya's eyes brimmed with hatred, as if she longed to see her subjected to 1,000 tortures. Sang Dai felt a surge of indignation and grievance. That wretched Luo Yuer, may she never catch a glimpse of her. Sang Dai, you truly disappoint me, Kulai remarked with a face full of disdain. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Sang Dai had not even spared him a glance, diving headlong into the water instead. Kulai stood there in astonishment. What had changed in Sang Dai today? In the past, she had always been so concerned about his opinion of her. Luo Yuer was equally taken aback by Sang Dai's sudden leap into the river. However, as the thought crossed her mind that if Sang Dai were to perish, no one would ever discover that she had just pushed her, a sense of secret delight bubbled within her, for it would mean that neither she nor Hulai would face any further obstacles from her. Uncle Hulai, please save Sanhua, Arya exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She had just released a venomous snake into the river. While she possessed the ability to train snakes, Sanhua did not a single bite could spell disaster for him. Hulai, the river's current is so fierce. Do you think my sister and Sanhua will be swept away? Luo Yuer feigned concern, gripping Hulai's arm tightly, effectively preventing him from entering the water to rescue them. Upon hearing this, Hulai quickly embraced Luo Yuer. Fear not, for I am here. Yet beneath him, he remained completely still, devoid of any actions to save anyone. Arya's eyes reddened with urgency, and a strange thought flickered in her mind. Hulai and Aunt Yuer had always taken care of them, so why did they seem so indifferent to Sanhua's plight today? Surely, it must be her imagination. Quickly, jump in and save Sang Dai, the matriarch commanded, prompting the males to prepare to plunge into the river. Before any of the beastmen could enter the water, a drenched head emerged from the depths. It's Sanhua. Sang Dai has brought him up. Hurry and assist. Dawa and Arya exchanged stunned glances, gazing at the vicious female struggling to keep Sanhua afloat. She was actually attempting to save Sanhua. How could this be possible? Hadn't the malevolent female always wished for their demise? With the help of the males, Sang Dai and Sanhua soon reached the shore. Do not fear, you are safe now. Are you injured? Let me see, Sang Dai gasped. Yet her first instinct was to carefully inspect Sanhua's body. Fortunately, her timely dive had saved him. The little fellow had merely swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and was unharmed. Sanhua appeared dazed, staring blankly at the profile of Sang Dai. Had he perhaps taken on water in his mind? Why was the malevolent female exhibiting such tenderness and concern for him? Sanhua, Dawa, and Arya rushed over, pulling him from Sang Dai's embrace. Despite her recent act of heroism, they remained brimming with suspicion and hostility towards her. Luo Yuer watched this scene unfold in disbelief. This wicked female, Sang Dai, had actually leaped into the river to save Sanhua and succeeded. Noticing that everyone's attention was fixated on Sang Dai, she retreated nervously. Sang Dai, with her peripheral vision fixed on Luo Yuer, called out to her, Luo Yuer, why did you push me just now? At this proclamation, all the beastmen turned their gazes towards Luo Yuer. Two didn't, Luo Yuer stammered, her heart racing as she hastily denied the accusation. Sanhua was a male cub, and among the three cubs, he was the most ineffectual. The matriarch would certainly not waste her time sending a male to rescue him in such turbulent waters. If Sanhua were to perish, both Dawa and Arya would harbor resentment towards Sangdai, and the tribe would regard her as cruel-hearted. She never anticipated that Sangdai would personally bring him back to safety. This completely disrupted all her plans. Sangdai, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Yuer is gentle and kind. Nothing like your wicked self. How could she ever push you? Hulai glared at Sangdai, reprimanding her immediately. He wore an expression of disdain, as if she were merely stirring up trouble for no reason. Sharing the same mother, she was truly a source of embarrassment. Sangdai, perhaps you misinterpreted the situation? Yes, this must surely be a misunderstanding. The tribe members rallied to Luo Yuer's defense, for in their eyes, Sangdai was nothing more than a spoiled, headstrong, and malicious female. As long as one is not a fool, they would choose to believe Luo Yuer rather than Sangdai. Sangdai cursed inwardly. The original owner had such poor relations that even when telling the truth, not a single person from the entire clan believed her. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Sanhua and gently inquired, Sanhua, could you tell everyone that it was Luo Yuer who pushed me, causing you to fall into the river? Sanhua stood with his back to the river, and from his vantage point, he surely must have seen something. Moreover, after coming ashore, he had been sneaking glances at Luo Yuer. Sangdai knew he must have witnessed the incident. Sanhua shrank his neck and hid behind a wall, unwilling to speak. Luo Yuer sighed in relief. This foolish boy still had some sense. Hulai, visibly impatient, exclaimed, Enough. Sangdai, how long will you continue this nonsense? Everyone is exhausted and has no time for your fabricated tales. Sangdai felt a chill in her heart. It seemed she was destined to bear the brunt of this blame. Arya's gaze flicked across Luo Yuer's face, suspicion glinting in her eyes. Before she suddenly addressed Sanhua, Sanhua, what did you see? Speak up. Your sister is here. Sanhua, who always listened to Arya, mustered his courage and pointed his pale finger at Luo Yuer. I saw her push the wicked female, which caused me to fall into the water. Impossible. Sanhua, have you too learned to lie like Sangdai? Hulai retorted loudly, his face filled with reproach as he looked at Sanhua. Sanhua hurriedly shook his head in protest. I'm not lying. I really saw it, Uncle Hulai. Dawa and Arya gazed at Hulai in disbelief. How could he equate Sanhua with a wicked female? He had clearly stated that he believed they would not behave like the wicked female, that they were clever and well-behaved young ones. Why did he react so vehemently when Sanhua spoke the truth? Was everything he had said mere deception? That's not what I meant, Hulai stammered, realizing he had misspoken. Silence. The clan matriarch struck the ground forcefully with her wooden cane, casting a stern look at Luo Yuer. You explain, what is going on here? Feeling the weight of the gazes questioning her, Luo Yuer clenched her palm tightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. I slipped, the ground was too wet, and I accidentally bumped into Sangdai. It's all my fault. I didn't mean it, but I am willing to accept punishment. Luo Yuer seized the moment, her eyes glistening with tears as she displayed an innocent demeanor. The beastmen, witnessing this, immediately dismissed their doubts. Sangdai sneered. This woman was truly skilled at acting, living up to her role as the heroine from a different world. With her green tea BTCH performance, she had become the object of admiration among the beastmen. However, Sangdai was no naive paper doll from the story who could be easily deceived. You slipped? Then why didn't you say anything earlier and let everyone misunderstand? You were so kind. Why didn't you help explain? Sangdai retorted. Or are you lying? Luo Yuer's expression stiffened, leaving her momentarily speechless. She cursed Sangdai 1,000 times in her heart. Endangering her own kin, especially the young ones, would bring severe punishment from the clan matriarch. How could this female be so relentless, attempting to ruin her? No, I was just startled and didn't react in time. It was my fault. Luo Yuer softened her tone, apologizing. Hulai quickly added, Yuer has always been timid. She was frightened just now, and a moment of inattention is normal. Besides, Yuer has always treated Sanhua well. How could she possibly push him into the water on purpose? Sanhua, Isn't that right? Hulai looked at Sanhua, naturally trusting Luo Yuer. In his mind, Luo Yuer was flawless, while Sang Dai could not compare to her in any aspect. Sanhua glanced at Hulai, then turned away, remaining silent. Dawa and Arya, who usually were close to him, now wore distant expressions. Hulai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, blaming the three young ones for their lack of understanding, thinking they must have been led astray by Sang Dai. Matriarch, the sky looks oddly dark. It is likely to rain heavily tonight. The beastman responsible for leading the way approached the matriarch, speaking in a low voice. The females are weak. If we do not reach the Heiyuan tribe before dark and find a place to rest, the females of our clan will fall ill. Many beastmen have been lost during their escape, leaving only a few males and 3 females behind. They could not afford to lose any more females. The matriarch's expression turned serious as she glanced at Luo Yuer and declared, "We will discuss this later. Everyone should hurry to drink some water and eat something. There will be no time to rest ahead." The beastmen quickly moved to the riverbank to hydrate and rest. Sang Dai understood that she was now like a rat crossing the street, while Luo Yuer was akin to a celestial being. It was impossible for her to shake Luo Yuer's status. However, seeing Luo Yuer face difficulties brought her great joy. As Sang Dai changed into dry animal hides behind a tree, she returned to find the 3 young ones huddled together under the tree. Their pitiful appearance stirred her heart. Although they were the malicious little antagonists from the story and had plotted against her, they were also victims of the original owneress torment. In reality, they were not entirely bad. Otherwise, how could Arya have asked Sanhua to clarify things for her? With her around, she could surely turn these 3 little antagonists around and help them escape their fated demise in the story, despite Hulai and Luo Yuer treating them well now. In the future, when their interests clashed with those of the protagonists, the first thing they would do is eliminate the 3 little antagonists. Sang Dai would not allow that day to come. Sanhua's hair was still wet, so Sang Dai approached, crouched down, and used the clean animal hide she had just changed into to dry his hair. To her surprise, the moment she touched Sanhua, he sprang up like a firecracker. "Wicked female, what do you want to do?" Did she blame him for not speaking up for her? "I'm just helping you dry your hair," Sang Dai explained, seeing his strong reaction and simply handing him the animal hide. "You dry it yourself. It's uncomfortable to be wet. By the way, I just wove a grass skirt. Yours is all torn, so wear this one." Sang Dai offered the grass skirt she had woven while changing her animal hide to Sanhua. During their escape, resources were scarce, and animal hides were primarily reserved for the females. Beastmen and young ones had to make do with grass and leaves. Sang Dai couldn't spare more animal hides. She didn't want to wear a tattered grass skirt either, so she gave it to Sanhua. Fortunately, she enjoyed crafting, so weaving a grass skirt was no trouble. Sang Dai understood that the young ones were not yet ready to accept her. If she forced her way in, it might backfire. Nevertheless, even so, Sanhua was left dumbfounded. Was the wicked female actually concerned for him? And that grass skirt looked so sturdy and beautiful. She had woven it for him with her own hands? Had he perhaps died when he fell into the water? Was this actually a world after death? Sanhua stared blankly, pinching his own thigh. It didn't hurt? Had he truly passed away? He felt a wave of disappointment. He too wished to have a gentle and loving mother like the other young ones. Dawa, with a face full of exasperation, grabbed Sanhua's hand. "Of course it doesn't hurt. You pinch my leg." Sanhua gave an awkward smile, his earlier disappointment instantly forgotten. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a flash of bright red. You're injured." Sang Dai looked down to see a scrape on her fair calf, oozing blood from where she had been hit by a stone in the river. She hadn't felt it before, but now that she saw the wound, it stung a bit. "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt. You should quickly change into the grass skirt. We need to get moving soon." Sang Dai forced a smile and gently offered words of comfort. Seeing that not only did Sang Dai not blame him, but she also smiled at him, Sanhua felt an indescribable sensation welling up within him. Dawa and Arya exchanged astonished glances, wondering if the female had hit her head today. Otherwise, how could she suddenly be so kind? The young ones had no need for modesty, and right in front of Sang Dai, Sanhua changed into a new grass skirt. Just as he finished, a male approached to deliver food, a handful of dark, unappetizing jerky, weighing no more than 200 grams. Wait, is this meager portion meant for all four of us? Sangdai called out to the male beast man delivering the jerky. This barely sufficed to fill a gap in her teeth. How could she and three young ones possibly be satisfied? Yes, that is indeed all there is. Sangdai glanced towards Luo Yuer, who had at least 1 or 2 pounds of jerky before her, while Hu Lai had over half a pound. That was still a single serving. She realized that the original owner had been despised and did not expect such a disparity in treatment. Sangdai, whether you like it or not, don't think about taking Yuer's jerky. The traps for hunting and the methods for curing meat were all taught to the clan by Yuer. She has made such significant contributions. These are rightfully hers, and you cannot compare yourself to Yuer, Hu Lai admonished upon noticing Sangdai's gaze. Sangdai rolled her eyes in response. She said nothing, wondering why this male was acting like a ruffled duck. Truly, he was the quintessential sycophant from the book. Luo Yuer looked at Sangdai with smug satisfaction and deliberately took a large bite of jerky. After all, she had traversed to this world. How could this native female possibly compete with her? Noticing Sangdai turn away in anger, she spat out the jerky, covering her mouth. This jerky is truly tough. It nearly broke her teeth. Come, everyone, have a little to fill your stomachs. Sangdai divided the remaining jerky into 3 portions for the young ones. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, but this jerky was hard and unappetizing, leaving her without an appetite and unsatisfied. It was better to give it to the 3 young ones to gain some goodwill. However, just as she distributed it, her stomach let out a loud growl. How hungry she felt! Just as Sangdai was dizzy with hunger, her surroundings flickered and transformed into a familiar place. Neatly arranged shelves filled with an array of goods startled Sangdai. Wasn't this her family's supermarket? Chapter 4. A female must be offered. Sangdai's family owned a supermarket, which had been managed by her cousin after her parents passed away in a car accident. Before her journey to this world, her cousin had received wind of an impending city lockdown and had stocked the supermarket, preparing to make a fortune. She never expected that her family's supermarket would accompany her through the transition. Joy surged within Sangdai. With the supermarket, she and the snake cubs would not have to worry about food in this desolate wilderness. With a thought, the scene before her transformed back into the primordial forest, and the 3 snake cubs and the distant beastmen remained oblivious to her anomaly. Could it be that she could merely will herself into the supermarket? Sangdai rose and walked towards the densely wooded area. Sangdai, where are you going? We're about to set off. Don't go missing again, Luo Yuer called out, having kept a watchful eye on her. I'm just going to relieve myself. Do you need to supervise me? Sangdai retorted, not in the best of moods. The original owner had a notoriously bad temper, and the clan was accustomed to it, so she certainly would not treat Luo Yuer kindly. Luo Yuer, feeling wronged, clutched Hu Lai's hand and said, Hu Lai, I am merely concerned for my sister. What if she runs off and is taken by a wild beast? Hu Lai shot a glare at Sangdai and reprimanded. How can you be so inconsiderate? Apologize to Yuer. 2 divine coins. Sangdai rolled her eyes, disregarding them, and turned to leave. Upon reaching a secluded corner and ensuring the bushes concealed her from the clan's view, Sangdai took out several large, ugly oranges and peaches from the supermarket and wrapped them in a banana leaf. Oranges and peaches were common fruits in the beast world, capable of quenching thirst and filling the belly without raising suspicion. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that these ugly oranges and peaches were much larger than those she had seen in the supermarket before her transition. Sangdai returned to the riverbank. Mother just spotted some fruits and picked them. Dawa, Arya, Sanwa, you should all have some to fill your stomachs. Sangdai distributed the fruits to the snake cubs. Sanwa's eyes brightened, but before he could reach for one, Dawa blocked him. He then realized that the malevolent female's offerings were not to be taken lightly. The 3 pairs of round, dark eyes were filled with wariness, showing no intention of accepting her gift. Seeing their fearful yet vigilant gazes, Sangdai paused, suddenly recalling the plot of the book. The original owner despised the 3 snake cubs and took pleasure in torturing them, sometimes feigning kindness by offering them poisonous food. Sinhua, being the glutton, would have become mute if not for the timely intervention of the beast doctor. The future merciless little antagonist was still only a 4-year-old child. They had once longed for maternal affection, but regrettably, It was the original owner who gradually extinguished their hopes. With that thought, Sang Dai picked up a peach and took a large bite in front of the snake cubs. The peach was succulent and juicy, its sweetness filling Sang Dai's palate with an intoxicating aroma. She couldn't help but squint her almond-shaped eyes in sheer delight. This peach is simply exquisite. Is it truly from my family's supermarket? In her previous life, she had eaten many, yet none had tasted this divine. The three snake cubs, witnessing her relish the fruit, could not resist the sweet aroma and swallowed hard. They too longed to partake. Rest assured, it's not poisonous. If you don't believe me, I could take a bite from each fruit, Sang Dai said with a smile. The snake cubs were at a growth stage. A mere few pieces of jerky would hardly suffice. Sanwa's stomach growled audibly, and he looked at Dawa with longing. I'll go first. Dawa, with a determined expression, picked up a peach as if prepared for battle. Initially intending to take just a taste to check for poison the moment he bit into it, the delightful flavor compelled him to take 2 more bites. Brother, don't eat so much, Sanwa exclaimed, nearly drooling. Wasn't he this just for testing? How come you're eating more? All right. It seems safe. We can eat it. Dawa's cheeks flushed, and he maintained a serious demeanor to mask his embarrassment. Sanwa could no longer contain himself, snatching a peach and even offering one to Arya. Sister, you should try too. The trio munched away while remaining vigilant towards Sang Dai, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Luo Yuer glared at them with envy, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this female be so fortunate, even picking such large fruits while merely stepping away to relieve herself? The hard jerky, which felt like chewing on nails, could not compare to the fragrance of the fruit. Hulai also caught a whiff of the fruit's sweetness. He gazed at Sang Dai for a long while, but she remained unresponsive. Hulai's expression darkened. What was wrong with Sang Dai? Previously, when she had food, she would share it with him at the first opportunity, never hoarding it for herself. In the Beastman tribe, resources found by males were communal, while females' resources did not need to be shared. He felt too embarrassed to ask her for any. Suddenly, the jerky in his hand lost its appeal, and he stood up, addressing Luo Yuer. Yuer, I'm going to the forest to pick some fruits. If Sang Dai could find them, he was sure he could bring back even more. I'm sorry, but these few fruits have already been picked by me, Sang Dai deliberately reminded him. Observing Hulai's ashen face, she felt a surge of delight. The original owner had often shared the food meant for the snake cubs with Hulai. As a female, life had been relatively comfortable for the original owner before the tribe was besieged by the savage beasts, enjoying the affection of her parents and elder brother. However, the 3 snake cubs were left emaciated, all due to the original owner's daily contributions to Hulai. The reason for this was her mother's cold demeanor, which made her strict with the young ones. The original owner, rebellious and drawn to strength, developed a complex towards her brother, not wanting to seek a partner. She inadvertently gave birth to snake cubs, redirecting her frustrations onto them. After Hulai developed feelings for Luo Yuer, he began to oppose her at every turn. If she did not play the role of the scapegoat, who would? Sang Dai harbored a deep disdain for Hulai, the male protagonist of the story. He both scorned the original owner and accepted the supplies she offered, which was utterly revolting. Now that she had arrived, she would ensure he gained no advantage. Hulai, Sang Dai must be jesting with you. In such a vast forest, how could there possibly be only a few fruits? Luo Yuer feigned gentleness as she spoke. Hulai's expression softened, and he continued his search in the forest. Unfortunately, just before the tribe's departure, he returned empty-handed, having not spotted even a single peach, causing him to be reprimanded by the elder chiefess for delaying their departure. Hulai did not rest, carrying Luo Yuer along the way, utterly exhausted, nearly causing her to stumble. Sang Dai and the snake cubs trailed behind the group. After consuming some fruits, the 4 of them felt more energized for the journey. Sang Dai had never ventured into the primitive forest before, and upon arrival, she realized how arduous traveling through it could be. Coupled with the injury on her leg, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. The 3rd child hesitated, glancing at the blood seeping from Sang Dai's wound, wanting to say something but holding back. He rarely walked behind her, slowing his pace for her sake. In the past, he had kept his distance from Sang Dai. Just when Sang Dai was on the verge of collapsing, they finally reached the Heiyuan tribe. The dense foliage gave way to an open view, revealing tracks left by the beastmen, with 2 guards from the Hayuan tribe stationed at the entrance. The elder chiefess stepped forward to negotiate. Our tribe has been attacked by savage beasts and fled here. We wish to join the Hayuan tribe. Is that permissible? Indeed, the beastmen responded joyfully, only to hear the guard from the Hayuan tribe add. However, our king has decreed that any tribe wishing to join must offer a female to serve the king's young. Which female do you intend to offer? Chapter 5. Part-time caregiver to the great antagonist to offer a female to care for a young one. The beastmen of the tribe wore expressions of disbelief. Females were so precious. How could they be tasked with tending to a young one? Their tribe had scattered, and among the 20 or so, only 3 females remained, one of whom was just 4 years old. Yet if they did not present a female, they would all perish in the forest when the torrential rain fell. The beastmen turned their gaze toward Sang Dai and Luo Yuer. Luo Yuer had no desire to serve anyone. Although she had just crossed over, she inherited the memories of her body, which had already informed her of the Hayuan tribe's Snake King, a peculiar and cruel individual. In this beastly world, where one male could have multiple females, the males typically remained devoted, loving only one female throughout their lives. If the Snake King had no young, she might have considered it, perhaps even becoming a queen. But as things stood now, she was unwilling. She detested snakes. Elder Chiefess, Sang Dai has given birth to young ones and possesses experience in caring for them. I believe she would be more suitable for the task, Luo Yuer suggested, her eyes glinting with cunning. Yuer is right, Hulai immediately concurred, regarding Luo Yuer as the wisest and kindest female in the world, believing everything she said was correct. Sang Dai, panting at the rear of the group, overheard her name being called. Her expression darkened. Damn it, this miserable silver coin. I just lost focus for a moment, and now I've been set up. Elder Chiefess, I am caring for 3 young ones without a partner, unable to find enough to eat. I truly lack the strength to tend to the Snake King's young. Sang Dai attempted to refuse. Managing 3 little antagonists who constantly sought to murder their mother was already enough of a headache for her. She only wished to redeem herself and reform the little antagonists as soon as possible. The elder chiefess frowned, acknowledging her point. Luo Yuer saw the elder chiefess swayed by Sang Dai's words, and her expression darkened. Sang Dai, are you implying that everyone else is useless and has not provided enough food for you? Elder chiefess, I deeply wish to alleviate the tribe's burdens, but I lack experience in raising young ones. If I were to fail in my care and offend the Snake King, we would be expelled, Sang Dai countered. If my sister feels there is insufficient food, I can share my portion with her. As long as it allows our people to join the Hayuan tribe, I would not mind starving, Luo Yuer declared, feigning a self-sacrificing demeanor. Hulai scowled, glaring at Sang Dai. How can you be so inconsiderate, attempting to take Yuer's provisions? It is merely caring for one young one. You have raised 3 already. Caring for one more should not be burdensome. Sang Dai could not help but roll her eyes. These 2, one a silver coin and the other a shark coin, were indeed a match made in heaven. You just said it was merely caring for one young one. Why is it that she, Luo Yuer, would rather starve than go? Which female does not raise young ones? Is it just her who cannot? Isn't it a natural instinct for females to care for the young? Sang Dai intentionally provoked. Nonsense, she could do it. The beastmen, who initially sympathized with Luo Yuer, were suddenly swayed by Sang Dai's words. Sang Dai makes a valid point. Don't all females raise young ones? This is her first time, after all. The 2 guards from the Hayuan tribe exchanged glances filled with disdain. Has this male lost his mind? A female giving birth to young ones is the greatest contribution to the tribe. How can he have the audacity to criticize a female who is nurturing 3 young ones? Luo Yuer felt her face flush with anger, realizing that this insufferable female was her nemesis. Very well, Sang Dai, you shall go. I will ensure that someone looks after your 3 young ones, the elder chiefess declared, rapping her cane sharply to regain control. Luo Yuer felt a surge of triumph. What good is being eloquent if everyone still stands by my side? Fine, Sang Dai replied readily, her face betraying little resentment or anger. She was well aware of the Snake King of the Hayuan tribe. He was the ultimate antagonist in this tale. the most formidable warrior on the beast continent. Other tribes referred to their leaders as chieftains, but this particular one had declared himself a king, and rightfully so. At least in the latter part of this story, the beast tribes consistently relied on the Snake King to lead them in resisting the savage beasts. Although the Snake King was a capricious antagonist, Sangdai understood that his darkened nature stemmed from being corrupted by the bloodlust of slaughtering savage beasts, causing him to lose his sanity and evolve into a remorseless monster. Luo Yuer had only just arrived, and the current Snake King had yet to darken. He was merely slightly irritable, but generous nonetheless. Contemplating this, Sangdai approached the guards of the Heiyuan tribe. "Excuse me, if I care for the king's young well, what benefits may I receive in return?" Finally, a female willing to care for the king's young. The beastmen of the Heiyuan tribe displayed delight, their demeanor towards Sangdai shifting positively. The king has stated that any female willing to care for the young will be granted residence in the tribe's finest cave, with priority access to food and hides. Naturally, your young ones will also benefit. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Huli, displaying his contempt. A male who could not even care for the females and young of the tribe was utterly useless. Huli could discern the orc's mockery, and his expression darkened. However, Luo Yuer was secretly pleased. She could enjoy the finest treatment without lifting a finger, which was a testament to her cleverness. She belonged to the same clan as Sangdai, and if Sangdai had it, she was certain she would have it too. That was excellent. She was willing to care for the king's offspring. Sangdai smiled slightly, stating that this arrangement was worth it for raising an additional young one. She could even use this as a cover to discreetly retrieve items from the market without drawing attention. Upon seeing Sangdai's smile, the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe felt a surge of goodwill towards her. Sangdai was indeed beautiful, but her previously spoiled demeanor had made her unlikable, causing the males to overlook her looks. With her large, expressive almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, and an oval face, her figure was well-proportioned, neither too thin nor too plump, just perfect. To those unfamiliar with her past, she appeared exceedingly amiable. Seeing Sangdai so readily agree, her tribesmen developed a newfound fondness for her. The orcs smoothly entered the tribe, which was originally the territory of the Serpent Beastmen. There were several hundred Serpent Beastmen along with a small number of others who, like Sangdai's clan, had joined later, representing various races. Upon entering, Sangdai was greeted by a variety of beings, half-man, half-tiger, lion-bodied, and bird-like creatures with wings. The orcs were accustomed to such sights. For Sangdai, witnessing this scene for the first time was more exhilarating than a 3D movie, her wide eyes taking in everything. Not to mention, the male orcs here were quite handsome, particularly with their muscular builds and long legs. It was truly a paradise for women. "This is your cave. We will deliver food daily. If you need anything, feel free to call us," said an orc, halting at the entrance of a cave. The entrance was as large as 2 doors, and the interior was spacious. As Sangdai stepped inside, she noted several smaller caves resembling rooms. The space was ample but devoid of furnishings and quite dirty. Was this truly the finest cave in the tribe? Could anyone live here? Sanodai frowned, realizing that life in the beast realm was indeed harsh, and it appeared she would have to gradually improve the living conditions. The 3 serpent cubs gazed in disbelief at the vast cave before them. Could they really reside in such a large space? Previously in their old tribe, the cruel female had only given them a tiny cave, forcing them to huddle in a cramped doghouse. Now, with this much room, they might even be able to lie down at the entrance. A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the 3 cubs. Luo Yuer was elated. This was far superior to their previous living conditions. Such a spacious cave meant she could choose the best spot. She pushed past the 3 cubs, eagerly making her way inside. One of the cubs stumbled and collided with the wall, resulting in a painful bump on his head and a cut from the sharp stones. Chapter 6. She is expecting young the cub as head throbbed, tears welling in his eyes. Why was it always him who got hurt? Upon seeing the injured cub, Sangdai's expression darkened, and she hurried forward to prevent the cub from touching his wound. The injury was on his face. If it became infected, it could leave a scar. Luo Yuer had already bypassed Sangdai, her face alight with joy as she continued into the cave. "Wait, this cave is not yours. You cannot enter," An orc from the Black Abyss tribe stopped Luo Yuer. They had already viewed Luo Yuer and Huli unfavorably, so naturally, they would not allow her to take advantage. Why not? Didn't Tiu say she could take care of the young ones and earn us the best cave? Luo Yuer replied, her displeasure evident, her voice edged with sharpness. The orc shot her a disdainful glance, correcting her, it is not for you. It is for her and her young. Only she has the right to allocate this cave. Turning to Sang Dai, he added gently, if you disagree, then no one shall enter your cave today. Luo Yuer's face turned pale upon hearing this. So, this privilege did not extend to her? Huli wrapped his arms around Luo Yuer's waist, attempting to mediate. Sang Dai, Yuer is your sister-in-law. Let her stay with you, and we can find somewhere else. She is just a female. She won't take up much space. Absolutely not, Sang Dai replied without a moment's hesitation. Huli was ready to explode in anger. Sang Dai interrupted him with a cold laugh. How can you be so oblivious? Is it only Luo Yuer who knows how to be considerate? Considerate enough to push the cub into the river, nearly drowning him, and now she has shoved him again, leaving him bloodied? The orcs then noticed the cub's bloodied face. Luo Yuer's expression stiffened, and she quickly attempted to explain, I didn't do it on purpose. It was his own fault for not standing still. 3 cubs nearly died, and your excuse is that it was unintentional? Sang Dai persisted. Elders of the tribe, isn't it true that harming the young warrants punishment? Hearing this, the older cub and the second cub exchanged doubtful glances at Luo Yuer. The elder of the tribe frowned, agreeing, indeed, Luo Yuer, you must be punished. Luo Yuer's face drained of color. Punishment by whipping? The thought of the thorny vine lashing against her skin made her shudder. Given the primitive medical conditions here, what if she contracted tetanus and perished? Gritting her teeth, she suddenly clutched her stomach and collapsed against Huli. Yuer has fainted. Quickly, fetch the healer. The male orcs scrambled in a panic to find a healer. Observing Luo Yuer's poor acting, Sang Dai couldn't help but smirk. Only these naive orcs would fall for such a ruse. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? I'll save you. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sang Dai approached and began to slap Luo Yuer's face, trying to feign unconsciousness to escape. Not a chance. With all her strength, she struck. For the strength of a female orc was no trivial matter. Luo Yuer felt a sharp sting on her face, unable to suppress her eyes opening wide as she shoved Sang Dai away. You wretched girl. You hit me. Sister-in-law, I'm trying to save you. Look, you're awake now. Sang Dai feigned innocence with her large, innocent eyes. Luo Yuer thought, this wretched girl is cursing her to die. Her face flushed with anger. Yet she found herself at a loss for a comeback. Huli, my stomach hurts so badly. Luo Yuer whimpered, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched Huli's hand. The healer is coming soon. Don't be afraid, Yuer. Huli's face was filled with concern. Before long, the orcs from the Black Abyss tribe hurried over. Females were precious in any tribe, and even in the Black Abyss tribe, they would not neglect a sick female. Healer, what is wrong with Yuer? Huli asked anxiously. The healer, a goat-like orc, stroked his long beard and leaned close to Luo Yuer's abdomen, sniffing it in surprise. She's expecting young ones. Huli's face lit up with joy. Yuer, you are carrying my young. And what of her cubs? Why is her stomach in pain? She is only just conceived, not yet half a month along. She must rest well, otherwise the young will perish. The healer could sense the size of the fetus through its scent. Sang Dai's eyes twitched. Not even half a month. They had only been on the run for about 20 days. And these two had not forgotten to engage in such activities during their escape. Sang Dai felt a sense of disdain, while the elder and the other orcs displayed expressions of delight. Being with child meant their tribe could grow stronger. Once Luo Yuer gave birth to a litter of young, she could continue to select males as partners, presenting them with an opportunity. Huli, take good care of your mate. Do not let any harm come to her or the cubs. The clan matriarch commanded, for a pregnant female must not be punished. A glimmer of pride flashed in Luo Yuer's eyes. She knew she was with child, as the male cubs of the tiger clan have a short gestation period, and her recent bouts of nausea were a clear indication. Let us see what Sang Dai can do about it. Brother, quickly take your sister-in-law back. I don't want the cubs to vanish here and be blamed for my ignorance, Sang Dai urged sarcastically. Being pregnant was akin to possessing a golden ticket to immunity, and she could not be bothered to waste time with Luo Yuer. Before Hulai and Luo Yuer could voice their thoughts, the orcs from the Black Abyss tribe began to usher them away, compelling them to retreat to their cave. The other tribesmen, of course, did not enjoy the same privileges as Sang Dai. They resided in a communal cave. It was crowded with numerous orcs, a throng of males squeezed into a small space, while females could share a cave with their mates. However, due to the cramped conditions, the sounds and smells from adjacent caves were indescribable. The orcs' heightened senses made it feel as if the act of procreation was a live broadcast. Luo Yuer felt nauseated. The scent of the male orcs was far from pleasant. These creatures were indifferent to cleanliness, neglecting to wash their hair, feet, or even clean themselves after using the restroom. With her comparison to Sang Dai as accommodations, Luo Yuer found the current cave utterly unbearable. That wretched woman is so stingy, with so many caves. She couldn't spare even one for me. Luo Yuer kicked over the meat sent by the tribal orcs, cursing. She had prepared jerky for all the orcs in the tribe. The natives, lacking her broader perspective, were simply too narrow-minded. Meanwhile, Sang Dai requested some fresh water from the Black Abyss tribe's orcs before entering her cave. The three snake cubs dared not follow and squatted at the entrance. Brother, sister, the wicked female didn't chase us away. Does that mean we don't have to sleep in a dog hole or a rat hole? The third cub wiped his tears, momentarily forgetting his pain. She isn't that accommodating, the eldest cub scoffed. But Annie just hurt the third cub and avenged him. Today she even provided us with jerky and fruits. The sound of that resounding slap was quite satisfying. The fruits were sweet. I've never tasted such delicious ones before. The second cub pondered with hopeful expectation. Could the wicked female truly have changed her ways? Sang Dai entered the cave, retrieving saline solution and antiseptic powder from her supplies, pouring the saline into a stone bowl filled with fresh water and then stepping back out. Upon seeing her emerge, the three snake cubs immediately fell silent. Sang Dai knelt before the third cub, preparing to tend to his wounds, but he instinctively recoiled. Wicked female, what do you intend to do to the third cub? The eldest cub exclaimed, spreading his arms protectively in front of him. I merely wish to treat his wounds. In this heat, if they become inflamed, they will scar and lead to illness, Sang Dai explained. She understood the deep-seated fears the three snake cubs had of her former self. It was natural for them to distrust her. Sang Dai sat down, pouring saline solution over her own leg wound. The blood washed away, and she cleaned the injury, enduring the pain, before applying the yellow antiseptic powder. What is this? The second cub's vigilance waned slightly as he pointed at the powder. This is a medicinal treatment for wounds. I acquired it from the veterinarian. Applying this will help the wound heal faster. Using the veterinarian as a shield, Sang Dai found the second cub no longer suspicious. Noticing the snake cubs had ceased their resistance, she seized the moment, delicately tending to the third cub's wounds. Bear with it. It may sting a little, but it will be over soon. Do not be afraid. The third cub, who feared pain above all else, listened to the wicked female's gentle and loving voice, as if under a spell, gazing into her beautiful face with wide, dark eyes, momentarily forgetting his hurt. Is this what it feels like to have a mother? The third cub's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He resolved that if the wicked female reverted to her old ways, he would push her into the river and give her another bump on the head, thus securing a tender mother for himself. Seeing the moisture glimmer in the third cub's eyes, the eldest and second cub assumed it was because the wicked female had hurt him. They focused intently on Sang Dai's hands, ready to confront her should she dare to act violently. Little did they know, the third cub was preoccupied with thoughts of whether he should relieve himself, fearing that if the wicked female changed for the better, his urine might still be present in her system. And he also remembered the sister's venomous snake. No, he must include them all. Not a single one could be left out. Sang Dai was absorbed in treating the wound, oblivious to the differing thoughts of the three snake cubs. All done. Try to avoid touching your face for now. Once the scabs fall off, you'll be fine, she gently advised. No sooner had she finished speaking than the stomachs of the three snake cubs growled in unison, as cubs in their growth spurt. And with the snake tribe orcs being carnivorous, they had digested the few fruits they had consumed during their afternoon journey. The three snake cubs cautiously clutched their bellies, glancing at Sangdai. Previously, when they felt hunger, the wicked female either struck or scolded them, accusing them of being wasteful wildlings. Hungry? Why don't you play outside for a while? The tribe has just delivered some meat. I will prepare something delicious for you, Sangdai offered with a warm smile. When the orcs from the Black Abyss tribe had brought fresh water, they also delivered a substantial amount of meat, fresh, bloody cuts from wild beasts. Most orcs preferred their meat raw, but despite their robust health, they were not immune to parasites. Sangdai could not bear the thought. After speaking, she turned and entered the cave, fetching supplies from the supermarket, pretending they were provisions left by the orcs from the Black Abyss tribe. A grill, a box of smokeless charcoal, and various barbecue seasonings. After all, the snake cubs were only 4 years old, making them easy to deceive. Once they were used, she would retrieve them from the supermarket, ensuring no other orcs witnessed her actions to avoid suspicion. It would be a waste not to utilize the supermarket supplies. Washing the chunks of meat in fresh water, she placed them on a wooden cutting board, slicing them thinly before laying them on the iron grill to cook. In her previous life, Sangdai had a passion for culinary arts. Though still a student, she had lived independently since her parents' passing, honing her cooking skills and knife techniques. The marbled slices of meat sizzled on the grill, brushed with oil and seasoning, releasing a delectable aroma. The area surrounding the cave was quiet, with few orcs around, and using smokeless charcoal kept them from attracting attention. Gurgle. The three snake cubs watched the sizzling meat, inhaling the tantalizing scent, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. It smells so good, better than the meat grilled by Auntie. The three cubs gazed longingly, nearly dying from the hunger. They had never experienced such torment while watching the wicked female eat. It's a bit hot. Let it cool before eating. Sangdai divided the grilled meat into 3 small bowls, intentionally taking a bite herself first. As cold-blooded creatures, the snake tribe orcs naturally disliked hot food. Observing Sangdai's actions, the 3 snake cubs looked on with disbelief. The wicked female was actually offering them fresh meat? Surely, they must be dreaming. We are not hungry, the eldest cub declared, his face stern. Who knows what she has done to that meat after manipulating it for so long? Perhaps only the portion she consumed is safe. The eldest child remained still, while the second and third siblings also held back. The 3 of them were usually very united. Otherwise, they would not have survived until now. Observing this, Sangdai smiled without urging them further, continuing to roast meat. Merely consuming roasted meat was insufficient. She had also prepared garlic oysters, grilled sausages, chives, and shrimp from the supermarket. Orcs do not share their food, and Sangdai was unperturbed by the prospect of the snake cubs revealing this. Even if they did, the outside orcs would hardly believe the words of mere youngsters. Once the food was ready, she divided it into 4 portions and began to eat without calling them. Having only gone a day without food, this body had not been adequately nourished for countless days. As she indulged, she found herself oblivious to the snake cubs. With her eyes narrowed in satisfaction, Sangdai savored every bite. Perhaps it was due to this body never having tasted barbecue before. Or perhaps the quality of the supermarket stock was exceptional. She felt it surpassed all barbecue she had enjoyed in her past life. The third sibling drooled, unable to resist any longer. "Big brother, last time you tested the poison, this time I shall," he exclaimed, grabbing a bowl and stuffing a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. The tender meat and rich barbecue seasoning exploded like a flavor bomb within his mouth. His pupils dilated, as if a new world had opened before him. "Delicious. I'd rather be poisoned," he exclaimed, burying his head in the bowl, unable to stop himself. The eldest and second siblings, witnessing the third sibling's indulgence, could no longer restrain themselves either. They sat in a row, bowls in hand, devouring the food with their hands. "Big brother, weren't you not hungry? Why are you stealing from my bowl? This is tough. It might break my teeth. Let me help you eat it." Watching the 3 snake cubs devour the shrimp shells and even attempt to bite into the oyster shells made Sangdai chuckle. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of delectable food. Once the food was completely consumed, the 3 snake cubs realized they had eaten so much. The malicious female had not scolded them even once. The eldest squinted, Is that wicked female trying to confuse us? Waiting until we are stuffed and unable to move. Then she plans to do away with us at midnight? The second sibling frowned. That is a possibility. The third sibling sprawled out, let it be. As long as I can eat delicious food, I wouldn't mind dying every day. The eldest and second siblings frowned at his lack of ambition. Seeing that the three snake cubs still harbored no intention of forgiving her, the eldest and second siblings remained vigilant. Sang Dai was not in a hurry. There was plenty of time ahead. She did not expect them to accept her. She only hoped they would not turn against her. She was confident. Meanwhile, in another cave of the Heiyuan tribe, a pair of crimson beast eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura. The next moment, a voice from outside the cave called out, "King, Xiaobai refuses to eat again. The meat sent 2 days ago remains untouched." The hostility in Tung Tsung's eyes gradually faded. Shadows shifted, and a massive, robust serpent body transformed into a human form, revealing a tall, indistinct silhouette. As for the female, find another to care for Xiaobai, Tung Tsung commanded in a deep voice. "King, all the females in the tribe have been, but Xiaobai does not like any of them, and even chased them away. No one dares to care for him now," replied the orc, steeling himself. Xiaobai was the king's offspring. The entire tribe knew that the king's child had a peculiar temperament, stubbornly refusing to eat or drink while demanding his mother. But the king's mate had long since passed away. The king could only search for females to care for Xiaobai, yet he remained unsatisfied, even frightening those who came to help, making matters worse. The tribe truly could not find a willing female to tend to Xiaobai. Sensing the displeasure emanating from the king's gaze, the orc's heart trembled. In the past 2 years, the king had slain increasingly more hostile beasts and had grown more temperamental, occasionally even turning violent against his own kin. Just then, another Tungsha orc rushed in. "King, we found a female willing to care for Xiaobai. The new tribe has a female." The speaker was one of the Tungsha orcs who had settled Sang Dai. Tung Tsung rubbed his brow, his stern expression softening slightly as he commanded, "Bring that female to Xiaobai's cave. As long as she can make Xiaobai eat, I will fulfill any of her requests." Chapter 8. The king's offspring. Just as Sang Dai was putting away the barbecue grill in the supermarket, several Tungsha orcs arrived outside the cave. Tungsha orcs were easily distinguishable from other orc races, with their nearly pale white skin and tall, slender figures, each standing nearly 6 feet tall. "Female, our king requests that you care for his offspring now." Now, Sang Dai glanced at the sky, which had darkened. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but it seemed as if night was approaching due to an impending downpour. "Yes," the Tungsha orc replied, urgency evident in his demeanor. "May I prepare for a moment? Just a little while?" Sang Dai raised her index finger, aware that she could not go empty-handed. Though there was a supermarket, conjuring items out of thin air would be too conspicuous. The Tungsha orc nodded, and Sang Dai quickly entered the cave. Retrieving a mini sewing machine from the supermarket shelf, along with 2 tiger skins delivered by the Tungsha orcs earlier that day. With a few swift cuts, she fashioned a crossbody bag with a long strap. Stuffing the scraps of animal hide into the bag made it appear full. Satisfied, she patted the bag and returned to the Tungsha orcs. "All right, may I ask you for another favor?" Sang Dai pointed to the 3 snake cubs huddled together. "My kin do not welcome me, and I am concerned for the cubs. Could you watch over them for me?" The snake cubs were only 4 years old, and, being newcomers, would undoubtedly be frightened in this cave, as there were no other orcs nearby. Who knew if Luo Yuer would go mad and try to steal from them? Better to be cautious. The Tungsha orc readily complied, showing no signs of impatience. Pointing to one of the males, "You stay here to guard them." Sang Dai felt reassured and turned to the 3 snake cubs, instructing, "You all behave at home. Mother will return once she is finished." With that, she followed the Tungsha orcs away. The 3 snake cubs exchanged glances. Home? Did they have a home now? Moreover, her earlier words showed concern for them. Watching the unfamiliar Tungsha orc guarding them, the 3 snake cubs felt for the first time a desire for the malicious female to return quickly. Without her, they felt quite uneasy. Sang Dai had expected to walk a considerable distance, but to her surprise, within mere minutes, the Tungsha orc halted. "This is the king and cub's cave. I will take you inside." The Tungsha orc pointed to an entrance several times larger than an ordinary cave. Sang Dai quickly pretended to retrieve something from her bag, while in reality, she used her consciousness to summon several large, red apples from the supermarket, placing them into the Tungsha orc's hands. Big brother, I just arrived in the tribe and am unfamiliar with the king's offspring. Are there any taboos regarding him? Sang Dai inquired with a sweet smile. Sharing food among orcs represented immense trust and respect. The Tungsha orc smiled back, saying, You asked the right person. Our king's offspring is called Xiaobai. He has been burned on the face by fire, so no hot items are allowed in the cave. Even in the tribe, fire must not be used openly. Recently, Xiaobai has taken to fasting, and your mission is to persuade him to eat. Wang declared that if you manage to get Xiaobai to consume food, he will fulfill any request you have. Sang Dai noted this carefully. No hot food? That would mean missing out on many culinary delights. A glimmer flickered in her eyes as she smiled. This would not pose a challenge for her. Following the Tungsha into a cave, it wasn't long before the beastman halted at a damp, dimly lit entrance. Here we are. Xiaobai resides in this cave. He dislikes outsiders, so you must enter alone. Seeing the Tenge beastman's expression of avoidance, Sang Dai mused to herself, could Wang's offspring be so fearsome? She was eager to find out. Cautiously, Sang Dai stepped into the cave. The sound of dripping water echoed from somewhere, and aside from that, the surroundings were eerily silent, filled with a damp chill. As she felt her way along the walls, her fingertips brushed against the slick moss. Suddenly, she paused. Why did this environment feel so familiar? Lost in thought, she was startled when several pairs of bulbous red eyes appeared before her, accompanied by shadowy figures emitting squeaking sounds, rushing towards her. Ah! Sang Dai yelped in surprise, tripping over the shadows and landing awkwardly. As the figures drew closer, she realized they were large rats, even bigger than cats, with long fangs that glistened with dark red blood. A chill ran through her. Were these creatures here to be caretakers, or were they part of an adventure? A sound beside her caught her attention. Turning, she noticed a small figure standing 2 meters away. The large rats ignored her and headed towards that direction instead. Her heart raced. Was that Wang's offspring? Without thinking, her body instinctively lunged towards the young one. Xiaobai, initially prepared to mock this timid female, was caught off guard as she knocked him to the ground, causing him to wince in pain. Don't be afraid. I'm here to take care of you. Sent by your father. It's just a few rats. You'll be fine, Sang Dai reassured, holding the young one tightly. Xiaobai protested. I know it's fine, but you're the one who's shaking. Sang Dai's teeth chattered. She was indeed terrified, but having enjoyed the favor bestowed upon her by the snake cub, she felt it her duty to care for Wang's offspring and ensure his safety. Suddenly, she felt a void in her arms as a small white snake wriggled out. Stunned, she looked up to see the little white snake transformed into a fair-skinned infant, with a snake tail curled beneath its belly. The little one appeared to be of a similar size to the snake cub, with round, dark eyes that were endearingly charming. However, the area around those eyes was marred with horrific scars, remnants of severe burns that nearly covered his entire face. Seeing the infant's lack of fear, Sang Dai quickly understood that the rats had been deliberately released to frighten her. Their eyes met, and Xiaobai suddenly covered his face, shouting in a high-pitched voice, Get out. Go away. He hates having others see his face. Don't worry, it's very dark here, and you're far away. I can't see anything. Sang Dai quickly climbed to her feet, extending her hands in a soothing manner. The little infant resembled a startled kitten, fur bristling. She could not panic, nor could she provoke him. Did you really not see? Xiaobai's gaze was fixed on Sang Dai's face. When he noticed that her eyes held none of the fear or disdain that other females displayed upon seeing him, he began to believe her words. Truly, I am a female. Our vision is not as keen as that of males. If you stay away from me, I cannot see you at all. Sang Dai softly reassured him. I want to get close. You need not fear. I was sent by your father to bring you food. I have something delicious. Would you like to try it? I want to eat. Leave. Xiaobai's tone was filled with resistance. Sang Dai chose to ignore him, reaching in her bag to retrieve a bottle of cola, unscrewing the cap. The fizzing sound erupted as she waved her hand, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted toward Xiaobai. His voice fell silent, and his gaze fixated on the cola in Sang Dai's hand, his nose twitching. She smiled slyly. No child could resist the allure of sugary delights. Chapter 9. Encountering the behemoth of dreams, noticing Xiao Bai's reluctance dissipate. Sang Dai gently placed the cola on the ground and stepped back a few meters. The distance provided Xiao Bai with a sense of safety. Barefoot, he approached, picking up the cola and taking a sip. It was chilled, just the way the snake tribe favored it. The bubbles burst in his mouth, and he squinted in delight. So delicious. He gulped down the entire 300-milliliter bottle in no time. Is there more? He inquired, looking at Sang Dai. Of course. Besides this, I have many other delectable treats, but you must eat first for me to give them to you. Otherwise, your father won't allow me to return. Sang Dai replied with a smile. The first step was to pique the cub's appetite. The second step was to take control. Rest assured, the food I prepare will be unlike anything you have ever tasted, surpassing all the meat you've had before. Seeing Xiao Bai hesitate, Sang Dai continued to entice him. Just give it to me. Xiao Bai's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Sang Dai smiled gently. I will place it here. As long as you eat, I will provide it. She did not waver, pulling out another bottle of cola and placing it at her feet. Realizing that Sang Dai was not easily deceived, Xiao Bai remained cautious and reluctantly nodded. Then give me the food. If it's not tasty, I want to eat it. He was quite discerning with food. Having rejected the finest meats sent by his father from the Heyuan tribe, he doubted this female could offer anything better. Can anything surpass this dark liquid? Very well. Sang Dai agreed, entering a grocery store in her mind. She first gathered utensils from the kitchen section, then browsed the seasoning aisle, finally arriving at the seafood section. Since he feared hot food, raw marinated dishes would suffice. She gathered squid, oysters, Australian lobsters, mantis shrimp, and shrimp, washing them clean and marinating them in a flavorful concoction. Preparing a large bowl of raw marinated seafood. This recipe she had learned from a proprietor of a raw seafood restaurant. Even those who disliked raw dishes found it delectable, let alone the beastmen who naturally consumed raw food. Within the cave, fresh provisions and stone bowls were provided by the Tangsha beastman. Sang Dai hurried to a corner, turning her back to Xiao Bai, pretending to retrieve something from her bag, pouring the marinated seafood into a stone bowl. Setting the bowl on the ground, she stepped back. Xiao Bai approached with skepticism, warily observing Sang Dai's movements, and grasped a piece of squid, shoving it into his mouth. The squid was smooth and chewy, complemented by the flavorful marinade, instantly captivating Xiao Bai's palate. His pupils transformed into slits as he eagerly grabbed another piece. One piece after another before long, the bowl of marinated seafood was nearly empty. After consuming 5 bowls, Xiao Bai's belly swelled, and Sang Dai finally ceased her offerings. She feared overindulgence might lead to discomfort. Today, I only brought these. I will prepare more delightful dishes for you next time, she said, not forgetting to return the empty cola bottle to the grocery store. Xiao Bai, still wanting more, insisted, then it's settled. You must come again tomorrow. He called for the Tangsha beastman, not fully trusting the situation. Go tell father that this female must come every day, Xiao Bai instructed, pointing at Sang Dai. The Tangsha beastman braced himself for reprimand, yet was astonished by Xiao Bai's words. Xiao Bai had not frightened this female away. He had specifically requested her to care for him. What kind of magic did this female possess? The serpent orc gazed at Sang Dai as if she were a savior. They no longer had to exhaust themselves searching for a female. Indeed, I shall inform the king. The serpent orc responded promptly, rushing to deliver the news. Sang Dai raised her hand to the departing figure of the serpent orc, intending to inquire if she could leave now that she had consumed the food. However, her gaze fell upon the solitary figure of Little White, blending into the shadows, exuding an aura of loneliness. He was roughly the same age as the snake cub and had remained in such a dim place without interacting with anyone. It was indeed peculiar for him not to exhibit odd behavior. Reflecting on the terrifying scar on Little White's face, Sang Dai felt her heart soften. Perhaps she could stay with him a little longer. She settled cross-legged and took out a Rubik's Cube from her bag. Is this also something edible? Little White's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This is not food. It's a toy. Like this, you twist the same colors to one side to complete it, Sang Dai explained while demonstrating. Her dexterity and capacity for learning were remarkable. Once she memorized the algorithms, solving the cube became effortless. Seeing Sandai complete the six-sided cube in a matter of moments. Little White looked on in astonishment. He rubbed his hands together, eager to play, yet felt too shy to voice it. As the king's cub, he had seen countless treasures. He couldn't possibly embarrass his father. If you can solve this Rubik's Cube, I shall reward you with 2 bottles of cola, the delicious kind I just had, and other delightful snacks. What do you say? Sandai coaxed, tossing the cube to Little White. All right. Upon hearing about the cola and other treats, Little White eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. What did it matter about face? It wasn't his, after all. But remember, the reward only comes if you solve it. If you can't, there will be no treats, Sandai added. Drink shouldn't be excessive. It's not good if it makes the child lose interest in solid food, she remarked. Okay, Little White replied in a sweet, childish voice, cradling the cube and promptly immersing himself in its world. Sandai smiled with satisfaction. While it was impossible to have him leave the cave immediately, she could divert his attention with other things. As long as he was willing to embrace new experiences, there remained a chance for improvement. If he continued to be so isolated, she feared he might become a villain like the Serpent King. The book made no mention of the Serpent King's offspring, leading her to a singular conclusion. This little one likely hadn't survived to the later chapters. The thought of this lively little one potentially facing demise at any moment made Sandai's brow furrow. King, Little White has eaten. The food brought by that female has filled his belly, the serpent orc reported joyfully to Tung Tsong. In the cave, Tung Tsong opened his piercing eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Little White has eaten? Little White was not only picky about food, but also resisted eating. For the past while, he had only managed to coax a few bites from Little White when he visited. At all other times, he had been left to starve. Tung Tsong understood his cub was unwell, but felt powerless. After slaying the vicious beasts, he had been tainted by their malice. And approaching Little White would only infect him with the same darkness. He ate. Little White also said he wants that female to visit his cave every day. The serpent orc joyfully responded. A hint of joy glimmered in Tung Tsong's eyes as he commanded, "That is excellent. Take the female back. Provide her with ample supplies and arrange for her partner to join the serpent orc hunting team." The Black Abyss tribe hunted in teams, and the serpent orc's hunting squad was the strongest, with every male in the Black Abyss tribe yearning to join. Allowing her partner entry meant they could enjoy abundance without toil. The serpent orc was astonished. The king never granted exceptions. Yet here he was, making an exception for this female. But she seemed to be without a partner, the serpent orc replied. No partner? Tung Tsong frowned at this revelation. He recalled his subordinate mentioning that this female had offspring, how rare it was for her to be without a partner. Then, let her have a slot. She can choose any tribesman to join, Tung Tsong amended. Once he spoke, there was no withdrawing his words. Yes, the serpent orc nodded. After a brief wait, the serpent orc returned, leading Sandai out. The tunnel of the cave was quite spacious, at least 4 or 5 meters wide. Sandai felt a sense of wonder. The Serpent King truly was extravagant. Even the cave's passageway was so grand. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed overhead as they walked halfway through. The cave was vast, causing the thunder to reverberate for ages. Sandai instinctively covered her ears, discomfort flooding her senses as if something were trying to escape from her mind. Fortunately, the thunder did not last long. When she opened her eyes again, the serpent orc had vanished from sight. She had lost him. Sandai had no choice but to navigate forward on her own, having remembered the path she took. After walking for several minutes, the opening ahead appeared significantly larger, with a faint light shining through. A spark of joy ignited within her, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, as she approached the exit, a chilling draft enveloped her, and a massive dark shadow loomed ahead. In an instant, the image of the colossal beast from her dreams flashed in her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. The shadow before her, along with its presence, mirrored the creature that had entwined with her in her dreams. Who goes there? A low voice resonated from within the cave. Sandai's heart raced. The beast was incredibly perceptive, for she had made no sound. Before she could explain herself, A powerful gust erupted from the cave, striking her midsection and sending her flying backward. Ah! Tung Tsang was momentarily taken aback. Was this voice from a female? The malice in his deep-set eyes faded as he swiftly pursued her. With a flick of his serpent tail, he caught Sandai as she flew out. In the next moment, the giant serpent transformed into a man, his long arms enveloping her slender waist as they landed firmly. Sandai felt the forceful embrace around her waist. Clad in a cropped top and a minuscule skirt of beast hide, she could distinctly sense the slick, cold scales of the serpent morphing into warm skin, solid muscles pressing against her. "Female, this is not a place for you." A deep, icy voice emanated from above her. The man before her towered over her, more than a head taller. Sandai intended to apologize and explain that she was lost, but as she raised her gaze, she was met with a pair of eyes as deep as black holes. What a stunning man! His features were exquisite, his jawline sharp, and his brows and eyes strikingly fierce, devoid of any malevolence. Instead, his powerful aura instilled a sense of trepidation. On her journey here, Sandai had encountered numerous handsome beastmen, yet none possessed the striking allure of the man before her. Sandai was momentarily stunned. Tung Tsang furrowed his brow, wondering if he had frightened the female. Was she really that timid? Without his command, no one could trespass into this cave. He had already suspected she was the female who had satisfied Little White. Having finally found a female who could encourage Little White to eat, he could not allow her to come to harm. "Where did you get hurt?" Tung Tsang inquired with a stern expression, releasing his grip and placing his hand on her midriff, lifting her top slightly. He recalled that this female had been clutching her stomach moments ago. What are you doing?" Sangdai gasped, instinctively clutching her chest and taking a few hurried steps back. Her vest was devoid of anything beneath. Was this man a pervert? He had the audacity to lift her clothing at the outset. "What are you doing?" "I'm merely inspecting your injury to summon a veterinarian for you." Tung Tsang regarded her with a peculiar expression, perplexed by her exaggerated reaction. He felt no sense of wrongdoing. In the orc realm, there was a strong awareness of territory, yet little regard for bodily privacy. In fact, revealing oneself was one of the methods orcs employed in courtship. "You rogue!" Sangdai glared, her cheeks aflame, unsure whether it was anger or embarrassment that fueled her indignation. In her previous life, she had devoted herself entirely to her studies, never having experienced romance. To her astonishment, having lived 2 lives, she now found herself exposed before a stranger. "Rogue?" A flicker of confusion crossed Tung Tsang's eyes as he corrected her. "I am not a rogue. I am Tung Tsang." Sangdai thought it was an exercise in futility. Upon hearing his name, she regained some composure. Tung Tsang, the name of a notorious antagonist from her readings, was none other than the Serpent King, the father of Xiao Bai. She took a deep breath, attempting to reassure herself. No need to be upset. Orc and human thought processes differ vastly, and she need not stoop to his level. "I am not injured, and even if I were, you cannot simply lift my beast skin," Sangdai explained, hands protectively covering her vest as she eyed Tung Tsang warily. "Why not? How can I ascertain your injury without a glance?" Tung Tsang's brow furrowed deeper as his gaze fixated on the swell before her. It seemed he began to grasp the situation. "Are you afraid? A mere look won't cost you flesh. Rest assured." Sangdai was on the verge of exploding. Yet, this formidable antagonist appeared utterly serious, seemingly devoid of any intention to tease her. "Your Majesty!" A hurried, tongue snake orc approached, drenched in sweat, stammering an apology for his oversight in allowing a female to stray into the king's cave. "Please, Your Majesty, punish me." The king, like Xiao Bai, despised the intrusion of other orcs into his domain. Previously, a female had attempted to become the king's mate and had sneaked in, only to have her leg broken in the king's wrath, rendering her unable to walk again. The tongue snake orc feared that his negligence might bring harm to Sangdai. Tung Tsang raised a hand dismissively. The tongue snake orc froze, bewildered. What did it signify? "Return the female," Tung Tsang ordered, noting the tongue snake orc's confusion. The tongue snake orc, as if in a daze, led Sangdai away, only later realizing that the king had not expressed anger. This was indeed a most astonishing occurrence. "Female, be cautious next time. Do not wander into the king's cave again." His temper is quite fearsome. You may find yourself harmed, the tongue snake orc advised kindly. If anything were to happen to her, they would have to find another female to serve Xiao Bai. Sang Dai nodded obediently, secretly musing about his poor temperament. But it was evident he was rather single-minded. Engaging with him had transformed her into the one with a fiery temper. As night fell, the three snake cubs huddled in a corner, occasionally peering outside. Big brother, why hasn't she returned? Is she being devoured by the Serpent King? I've heard the Serpent King of the Black Abyss tribe is quite ferocious, even if females. Upon her return, will she cast us out? Babbled the third cub. The eldest and second cub remained silent, their tightly pressed lips betraying their worries. The tongue snake orc standing nearby twitched at the corners of his mouth, chagrined by the naive chatter of the cubs who dared to speak ill of their king. Upon Sang Dai's return to the cave, the three snake cubs immediately diverted their gazes, feigning indifference. Observing their clumsy act, Sang Dai couldn't help but smile. Thank you for taking care of my cubs, she addressed the tongue snake orc, who nodded before departing with his kin. Soon, only 4 individuals remained in the cave. Outside, the rain continued to pour heavily. Thanks to the tongue snake orc's escort, Sang Dai stayed dry, yet the cave remained uncomfortably damp. Living in such conditions for an extended period could lead to illness. Resolute, she decided to renovate the cave to ensure a more comfortable night as sleep, sparing herself from ailments like rheumatism. The 3 snake cubs watched her anxiously from the corner, fearing she might expel them upon seeing her furrowed brow. The eldest was even bracing himself to stand, but to his surprise, Sang Dai ventured deeper into the cave. What does this mean, malicious female? The cubs pondered. The deeper they went, the more humid the cave became due to the lack of sunlight. Sang Dai selected a somewhat cleaner outer cave and began to tidy up. Here there was no moss, but plenty of dust. Using a broom from the supermarket, she gathered the debris into a pile and disposed of it in the supermarket's trash bin. She had discovered that the supermarket's bins automatically cleared waste. Whatever was tossed inside would be emptied upon her next visit. Even the items on the shelves were restocked automatically. The notion of being transported into a book was already surreal enough. She paid little heed to such trivialities, as they were all beneficial to her. After cleaning the cave, she selected several pieces of interlocking wooden planks without bed frames from a supermarket, which she assembled together. Fortunately, her supermarket was vast, stocked with nearly every conceivable household item, large and small. Sang Dai then retrieved a memory foam mattress, laid it atop the wooden bed, and covered it with hay and bee skin, rendering it unrecognizable. To outsiders, it would merely appear as if her bed was slightly elevated. Pleased with the tidy and refreshed cave, Sang Dai clapped her hands in satisfaction. Now, this is a proper dwelling. She was about to call the 3 snake cubs in for the night when a wary voice from the second cub called out, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 11. With no parents around, let the spot go to who lie. Sang Dai hurried outside to investigate. A procession of tongue snake orcs filed in, unloading supplies to pile outside the cave. Among them stood her fellow orc kin, Luo Yuer and Hulai. The second cub's words were clearly directed at Luo Yuer. The second cub, most suspicious and astute, had already formed a barrier in her heart due to prior conversations between Hulai and Luo Yuer. Sang Dai stepped forward, positioning herself between the snake cubs and Luo Yuer, her expression one of confusion as she turned to the tongue snake orcs. Didn't you bring supplies earlier today? Why the additional delivery? It is the king who has sent us. He has expressed gratitude for your excellent care of Xiao Bai. It has been quite some time since Xiao Bai has been so well fed. This is a token of appreciation, the tongue snake orc explained. The supplies included bundles of bee skin, fresh fruits, stone bowls and basins, wild rabbits and chickens still bound but alive, and various living creatures. There are even wolf teeth and beast bones, which the orc females adored adorning themselves with. It was a veritable cornucopia. The onlooking kin outside displayed faces full of envy. Luo Yuer dug her nails into her palm, her face twisted with jealousy. Was he the Serpent King, supposed to be cold-blooded and brutal? Why was he treating Sang Dai so well? Her own cave was cramped and foul-smelling. After enduring the rain, she had hoped to step outside for fresh air, only to spot the tongue snake orcs carrying a plethora of supplies toward this direction, prompting her to intentionally gather the kin to witness. Those tongue snake orcs had not distributed any supplies to her. Even the sustenance available consisted solely of a meager pound of raw, bloody meat. The Hayuan tribe was so primitive that they lacked fire. Following a recent rainfall, she found herself unable to ignite any flames. The meat was utterly unappetizing, and she gagged at the thought of consuming it. The males fared no better, as they had no food to speak of. Their only hope lay in joining the tribe's hunting party the following day to secure sustenance. Hewley felt a pang of bitterness. In the past, Sandai would have promptly shared her best provisions with him, yet now she appeared to disregard him entirely. It dawned on her, and she blinked in surprise, grateful to the king. Most of these supplies were wrapped in animal skins or banana leaves, concealing them from the outside orcs. This provided her with a pretext to retrieve items from the marketplace. Perhaps the villainous figure wasn't so dreadful after all. As the Tangsha orcs finished transporting the supplies, one of them turned to her and asked, "Female, our king has stated that you, lacking a mate, may be granted a place in the Tangsha orc hunting party. You can assign this opportunity to a tribesman. Who will you choose?" A hunting party position? Sandai appeared bewildered, still unfamiliar with the hunting customs of the Hayuan tribe. Indeed, we Tangsha orcs are the strongest hunting party in the Hayuan tribe, consistently securing the largest share of food, the orc explained patiently. Realization struck Sandai. It was an invitation to use her influence. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuer was elated, recognizing the significance of such an advantageous spot should be given to Hewley. She smiled and said, "Sandai, with your parents gone, you and Hewley are the closest in the tribe. You should grant this spot to him." Sandai had always gravitated towards Hewley. She was aware of her feelings for him. The orcs did not frown upon close, kin-forming bonds, and as long as they weren't full siblings, they could produce offspring. Luo Yuer was certain Sandai wouldn't waste the opportunity on anyone else. Sandai nodded in agreement, and Hewley felt a surge of joy. If he could hunt alongside the Tangsha orcs, he could provide a better life for Yuer, avoiding the cramped living spaces shared with other orcs. As Sandai's older brother, how could he not claim the opportunity for himself? He had already begun to envision it as his own, taking a step forward to familiarize himself with the Tangsha orc. However, just as he moved, Sandai's serious voice interrupted. "My parents and second brother are lost with the tribe. My 3 young ones are still small, and I have no close kin left. I think I shall forego this opportunity." The smiles on Hewley and Luo Yuer's faces froze. "Forfeit it? How could that be?" Luo Yuer exclaimed. Turning to the Tangsha orc, Sandai is joking. "We want the position." This foolish female, was she truly so naive as to dismiss such a valuable opportunity? The Tangsha orc remained impassive, remarking that the spot wasn't intended for her. Even if she wanted it, it would be of no use. He then smiled at Sandai, adding, "Very well, our king's promise remains in effect. When your young ones grow, you may also grant them this opportunity." Sandai nodded, recognizing the merit in the suggestion. Though she had 2 male younglings, she couldn't favor one over the other, so she would need to ensure fairness. The Tangsha orc contemplated, then said, "I will inquire with the king about acquiring an additional spot for you." "Thank you so much." Eldest, third, quickly thanked the uncle. Sandai beamed, gently patting her younglings' heads. "Thank you, uncle." The 2 younglings, bewildered, obediently expressed their gratitude. A hunting spot? Granted to them? The once malevolent female seemed to have no intention of harming them. The Tangsha orc, blushing at Sandai's warm smile, scratched his head awkwardly. "This is the least I could do." Luo Yuer was left green with envy after being rebuffed by the Tangsha orc. Hewley had stepped forward, and the tribe members turned to him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Sandai must have done this deliberately. "Tangsha brother, and the young ones are preparing for sleep. Please help me send away the unrelated orcs outside." Sandai teased the Tangsha orc. With nightfall, the orcs naturally turned in early. The Tangsha orc promptly dispersed the onlookers, paying special attention to Luo Yuer and Hewley, ensuring they returned to their dwelling. Back in the cave, Luo Yuer seethed with frustration. The thought of Sandai's spacious cave, abundant supplies, and hunting position only deepened her resentment. What was so impressive about it? Fuming, she lay on the straw, attempting to sleep. Yet the cacophony of snores echoed around her, akin to a multitude of speakers playing in unison, preventing her from finding rest. Luo Yuer was on the brink of explosion. "What are you standing around for? Go to your room and sleep." Sandai's voice snapped the three little serpents from their reverie. "What is a room?" Third inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. The once malevolent female had not only changed, but also spoke in ways they struggled to comprehend. "The little caves you see, those are the rooms. When you grow up, each of you will have your own, but for now, you'll sleep with your mother," Sandai explained gently. She preferred solitude. Yet the little serpents were in dire need of maternal affection. She resolved to cultivate their fondness. Third's eyes widened. "Mouth agape, you're letting us sleep inside?" The sun must have risen in the west. His astonished expression resembled a cartoon character, prompting Sandai to chuckle, pinching his rosy cheek. "Indeed, you're too thin. You barely weigh anything. I must ensure you eat well. Of course, it's unsafe for you to sleep outside now that we've just arrived at the Heiyuan tribe. What if a wild beast were to snatch you away in the night?" Eldest intended to refuse, but fell silent at her words, prioritizing his sibling's safety. Observing her three little serpents lying obediently on the bed, Sandai smiled. Managing three little ones was a simple task. As long as she had hands, it was manageable. "Eldest." "Second, this animal skin is so soft and comfortable." Third exclaimed as he hopped onto the bed, rolling around in delight. "It's so large. I can't even fall off." "Keep your voice down. The wicked female might kick you out," Eldest warned, his expression tense. Though he couldn't resist shifting to find comfort. Second also touched the soft bed, her eyes fixed on Sandai, her body instinctively seeking a cozy position. "Don't sleep too deeply," she cautioned quietly. "Don't worry, Second, I want sleep. I'll just lie here for a bit," Third vowed. But even as he spoke, his eyelids grew heavy. His small mouth began to emit soft snores, sprawled out comfortably. Eldest kicked him, but he remained undisturbed. Chapter 12. The female who blocks the way. She recalled that the book never revealed the identity of the snake cub's biological father, nor did the author provide any details about the companion of the main antagonist. The original owner had wandered off and only gave birth to the snake cub upon returning. Each of these events seemed remarkably coincidental, and a suspicion arose in Sandai's mind. Could it be possible that the antagonist was the beastman male with whom the original owner had mated during her absence? However, if that were the case, the antagonist should be able to recognize her face. The doubt lingered in her mind, prompting Sandai to dismiss the thought. Deciding to inquire within the tribe the next day. Exhausted from the day's activities, she covered her abdomen with animal hide and sank into the soft bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. The following day, when Sandai awoke, she noticed three fluffy little heads retreating from the cave entrance. The three snake cubs had already risen and, fearing the wicked female, had refrained from remaining near her. They worried that if she awoke, she might revert to her original form. Observing their furtive behavior, Sandai couldn't help but chuckle. "Good morning, little ones. Are you hungry? There are fruits in the cave. You can have some while I prepare your meal shortly." Sandai stepped out of the cave, ignoring the anxious expressions on the snake cubs' faces as she spoke gently. The three snake cubs exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mischief. The eldest cub chimed in. "She hasn't turned back. The wicked female's mind is still twisted." The second cub nodded. "It seems so." The youngest added, "It's good that she remains twisted. Let's stay that way." Seeing that the snake cubs remained silent, Sandai assumed they were hesitant to fetch food themselves and took the initiative to hand them some fruits. Just as she stood up, she spotted the Tangsha beast man from the previous day, who had come to deliver supplies, standing outside. "Tangsha brother, are you going to care for the king's younglings?" she inquired. The Tangsha beast man smiled and shook his head. "No, I only need to attend to Xiaobai during feeding times. Yesterday, the king instructed us to take good care of you, so I am here to help you familiarize yourself with the tribe." Since Sandai had no mate and did not reside with the other tribespeople, the Tangsha beastman felt the need to look after her more closely. "All right, please wait a moment," Sandai replied, turning to remind the three snake cubs not to wander off, assuring them that she would return shortly. With that, she followed the Tangsha beastman. Once Sandai departed, the three snake cubs visibly relaxed. This was the cave inhabited by the beastmen, where nearly all outsiders resided. The Tangsha Beastman led Sang Dai through the tribe, explaining that while the area resembled the forest, the paths had been trampled by the Beastmen, making the vegetation less dense and infusing the surroundings with the essence of their lives. Sang Dai took note of each location. As the Tangsha Beastman finished his explanations, Sang Dai casually asked, "Tangsha brother, why didn't I see Xiaobai's mother when I visited the king's cave yesterday?" The Tangsha Beastman replied, "After our king's mate gave birth to Xiaobai, she passed away. The king personally incubated Xiaobai's egg." He added, "While it's all right for you to inquire, please refrain from mentioning this in front of Xiaobai and the king. It is a taboo." "Understood. I was merely curious." Sang Dai nodded obediently and continued. "But how did Xiaobai's mother die?" "She suffered from poor health and passed away due to illness," the Tangsha Beastman sighed. In a world where medical conditions were dire, a female's delivery often felt like a journey to the gates of death. Sang Dai nodded, choosing not to press further. Since the Tangsha Beastman seemed to know so much, it was evident that the antagonist's companion must be someone else. Beastman males were known for their loyalty, typically having only one mate throughout their lives. Even if their mate passed away, most would choose to remain faithful and not seek another. Given that Xiaobai and the snake cubs were of similar age, at the time of the original owner's disappearance, the antagonist was likely either preoccupied with his mate or engulfed in grief over her loss, making it improbable for him to mate with the original owner from such a distance. With this realization, Sang Dai's doubts dissipated. It seemed that the dream had been merely coincidental. Since beastmen shared similar forms, it was possible that the Tangsha tribe was home to many creatures resembling those from her dream. As they strolled through the tribe, numerous beastmen cast curious glances at the unfamiliar Sang Dai, particularly the males, who regarded her as prey. Whenever she looked their way, they would respond with friendly smiles, some even approaching her to flirt and invite her to mate. Sang Dai was nearly taken aback by the openness of the beastmen and quickly sought an excuse to leave. "Tangsha brother, where is the tribe's water source?" "It's this way. I'll take you there," the Tangsha Beastman replied, leading her to a small river. The water was crystal clear, with numerous footprints along the bank, indicating that the tribe's beastmen came here to fetch water. "Could you provide me with a larger container? I wish to carry some water back," Sang Dai requested. Although there were several containers among the supplies delivered the day before, they were all smaller than bowls, making them impractical for fetching water. The large stone jar brought by the Tangsha Beastman was too heavy for her to lift. "You need water? I'll send a male to deliver it to your cave every day. You're a female. How can we allow you to do such heavy work?" The Tangsha Beastman immediately replied, "Letting a female do the work implies that the male is incapable. It's quite all right. I am weak, and the tribe's healer advised me to stay active to improve my health." Sang Dai fabricated an excuse. If everything were delivered to her cave, it would be challenging to explain her later use of supplies from the market. She needed to engage in some tasks herself to avoid raising suspicion. Moreover, given that beastmen females rarely did any work and were quite delicate, easily falling ill, she felt she must not become useless and saw this as an opportunity to strengthen her body. Upon hearing her reasoning, the Tangsha Beastman relented. "Very well. I'll fetch one for you, but be careful. The river is a bit deep. We'll continue to bring you water and food every day, so just let me know what you need without worry." Sang Dai nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the Tangsha Beastman returned with a stone bucket, its bottom smoothed out and shaped irregularly. To make it easier for Sang Dai to carry, he had even fashioned 2 holes at the top to insert wooden sticks as handles. "Thank you." Sang Dai accepted the bucket and attempted to lift it. The Tangsha Beastman, needing to go hunt, took his leave. Squatting by the riverbank, Sang Dai splashed water on her face and rinsed her mouth before hoisting the bucket to return. Though the stone bucket was somewhat heavy, beastman females possessed greater strength than humans, allowing her to manage it. As she walked a short distance, her path was obstructed by a tall female. Sang Dai thought she might be blocking the way, preparing to step aside to let the other pass. To her surprise, the female kicked at her, sending the bucket flying and spilling the water she had worked hard to collect all over the ground. Chapter 13. Let them bite each other like dogs. Sang Dai frowned as she regarded the female before her, uncertain if she recognized her. What are you staring at? Let me tell you, just because Xiaobai shared a meal with you does not mean he acknowledges you. That's a delusion. The female stood defiantly, one hand on her hip while the other pointed accusingly at Sandai's nose, her expression one of blatant arrogance. Wang would never choose a foreign female like you. His partner will only be my dear Xiaomian. You are Xiaomian? Sandai asked, bewildered, but upon hearing the name, realization dawned. Xiaomian was the antagonist in the story, the sworn enemy of Luo Yuer. This tale of a domineering beast man falling for me was not merely a delightful read. It was a blend of both torment and pleasure, with a significant portion of Luo Yuer's hardships stemming from Xiaomian. Xiaomian was brazen and domineering, quite popular in the Tungsha tribe, in a narrative devoid of her influence. The original protagonist lacked swimming skills and fell ill after being rescued by her kin, making Luo Yuer the one to care for the little white creature. However, Luo Yuer's journey was fraught with peril, nearly leading to the annihilation of her entire tribe by the formidable antagonist. Xiaomian aspired to be queen and harbored animosity towards any female approaching the antagonist, naturally perceiving Luo Yuer as a rival. Observing the hostility radiating from Xiaomian, Sandai felt a jolt of alarm. Currently, she was the one caring for the little white creature. Would Xiaomian shift her focus onto her? That simply could not happen. Indeed, you are beautiful and have a splendid figure. If I were Wang, I would choose you as my partner, Sandai asserted earnestly, clarifying her stance. She spoke no falsehood. Beastman females, who were often idle and averse to exertion, typically had robust physiques, their appearance far from graceful. In contrast, Xiaomian, a female from the Snake clan, was tall and possessed delicate, refined features. To Sandai, she was already a great beauty, for without comparison, there could be no harm. You dare mock me? Xiaomian seethed, glaring at Sandai, her fingers trembling with rage. In the eyes of beastman females, being plump was deemed beautiful, and a slender female was often seen as unhealthy. Males would only select such females when they lacked a partner. Sandai was perplexed. She had merely complimented her. How had it been misconstrued as ridicule? Seeing her flattery yield no effect, Sandai bent to retrieve the stone bucket, eager to depart. She could not afford to provoke Xiaomian further. Still daring to ignore me? I command you to pick it up. Before Sandai could touch the bucket, Xiaomian, consumed by fury, kicked it several meters away. Sandai frowned, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her clear, apricot eyes. She was not one to lose her temper easily. Yet that did not mean she would be a doormat for anyone. Xiaomian raised her hand, her sharp claws aimed at Sandai's face. In an instant, Sandai swiftly drew a transparent liquid from her bag, splashing it onto Xiaomian's face. The pungent scent wafted through the air, and Xiaomian shrieked in horror. Snakes are most terrified of strong odors. The liquid Sandai had doused her with was high-concentration alcohol found in the supermarket, its aroma overwhelmingly potent. Xiaomian felt as if her sense of smell was fading. As she retreated, she stumbled over the very bucket she had kicked away, landing ungracefully on her backside. Sandai did not flee. Instead, she stood confidently with her hands on her hips and declared, "What of it if I mock you? Who do you think you are? With your demeanor, you aspire to be Wang's partner? That is truly laughable. If Wang were to seek a partner, it would be someone like my sister-in-law, Luo Yuer. Let me tell you, I fear you not. My brother and sister-in-law treat me well. My brother, Huli, is the strongest male of our tribe. And if you dare to bully me, I shall have him deal with you." Caring for the king's offspring was my sister-in-law's directive, specifically to guard against females like you. I shall inform her of your intentions to compete for the king's affection. Let us see how you fare. Sandai unleashed a torrent of words toward Xiaomian. Without waiting for a response, she swiftly picked up the stone bucket and fled. With the protagonist as halo surrounding Luo Yuer, why should the antagonist seek to confront her? This narrative needed to be set right. Let them engage in a fierce battle amongst themselves. The insufferable Xiaomian rushed to the riverbank, frantically washing her face until she could breathe again, her eyes opening to glare venomously at the direction Sandai had departed. "Luo Yuer, Huli, this is not over between us." A Upon returning to the cave, Xiaomian's partner was preparing to go hunting. Though she was a female of the Tungsha clan, only one of her partners belonged to her tribe, while the other two were males from outside clans. Xiaomian, what is that smell? It's quite unbearable, one of her partners remarked, frowning. Beastman males were typically quite straightforward. The mention of her odor nearly sent Xiaomian into a rage. While you're hunting today, keep an eye out for a beastman named Huli. He is a newcomer, she commanded, her voice laced with urgency. Huli? What of him? Her partner inquired, puzzled. Never mind what it is. I want him to leave today without catching a single morsel. If you allow him to succeed, you shall all sleep outside tonight. Upon hearing this, her three partners nodded vigorously. This was indeed a significant matter. If they were to sleep outside, how could they ever hope to have their own offspring? The trio immediately set off on their mission. Upon reaching the hunting grounds, they began to gather information about Huli. Even a Tungsha beastman who typically did not hunt alongside others was enlisted to help find this Huli, determined to ensure he returned empty-handed. Xiaomian was highly sought after within the tribe, with many males desiring to mate with her. Knowing this was Xiaomian's wish, the males were even more dedicated to their task. Perhaps if Xiaomian felt pleased, she would be inclined to mate with them. Huli, you say? Let's proceed. Xiaomian also busied herself, seeking out her familiar friends within the tribe. She was determined to make Luo Yuer's stay unbearable. Unbeknownst to Sandai, her act of mischief would lead to unforeseen consequences for Luo Yuer and Huli. After all, the two were already bitter enemies. She was merely playing matchmaker. Sandai felt entirely justified, harboring no guilt whatsoever. Upon her return with the empty bucket, she found the three little snakes waiting patiently at home. A few fruit pits lay at the cave entrance, remnants of the fruits she had left for them before her departure, perfectly matching in quantity. They had not touched the provisions during her absence. Sandai pondered whether to commend their thoughtfulness or feel pity for their cautiousness. You must be hungry. Mother will prepare a meal for you right away. Sandy, with a gentle smile, set down the water bucket and began rummaging through the supplies delivered by the Tungsha orc yesterday. She retrieved a stove and ingredients from the supermarket. The three snake cubs watched Sandy busily, remaining silent as if analyzing whether she had been possessed by a spirit. Aware that little by feared fire, Sandy refrained from using flames overtly, knowing it would have some impact on the tribe. The stove was a type designed for heating, with an iron mesh on top for pots, ensuring the fire wouldn't extinguish, making it ideal for cooking porridge. Sandy had no time for wilderness survival techniques like friction fire. Instead, she took out alcohol fuel from the supermarket, lit the charcoal, and placed rice, 3-point crabs, abalone, and shrimp in the pot to simmer. Typically, male orcs only ate once a day, usually after returning from the hunt in the afternoon, while females and young ones could indulge a bit more. A large pot of seafood porridge was sufficient to temporarily satisfy the hunger of the four of them. Due to the lack of firewood, the charcoal burned slowly even with the alcohol fuel, delaying the cooking process. Remembering that the three snake cubs were still in grass skirts, almost bare, Sandy decided to take this moment to make them a few leather skirts. After all, there was an abundance of leather scent by the Tungsha orcs, and it would be a waste not to utilize it. Selecting a few pieces of thinner leather, she entered the cave, took out a small sewing machine from the supermarket, and began crafting the skirts. Just as she completed the second leather skirt, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the cave like a pig being slaughtered. Startled, Sandy hastily set down the skirt and rushed outside. The stove was positioned at the cave entrance, and the seafood porridge was already bubbling in the pot. Sanwa, clutching his left hand with his right, stood weeping by the stove, his face red and tear-streaked, resembling a monkey's behind. Before Sandy could approach, Dawa and Arya dashed back from outside. Sanwa, what happened? Dawa exclaimed. Vile female, did you harm Sanwa while we were away? Dawa and Arya had intended to explore the tribe, but hadn't ventured far before hearing Sanwa's scream and cries. Naturally, they assumed it was the malicious female who had inflicted harm upon him. Dawa shielded Sanwa behind him, glaring furiously at Sandy. I knew you had ulterior motives. You've been overly kind to us these past few days, just waiting for us to let our guard down before harming Sanwa. Arya also glared daggers at Sandy. Did you poison Sanwa? Hand over the antidote, or I want to let you off the hook. The little girl's fierce demeanor lacked any real intimidation. How could I possibly poison Sanwa? I just came out and found him crying here. Sandy quickly defended herself, equally bewildered. Don't think you could deceive us. If anything happens to Sanwa, I won't spare you. Dawa shouted in agitation. Sandy recognized that her explanations were futile. At that moment, the two cubs resembled agitated cats, and she could only wait for them to calm down. After all, the original owner had committed numerous misdeeds, and she had no credibility in the eyes of the cubs. She turned to Sanwa. Sanwa, don't be afraid. Tell Mama what happened just now. Sanwa timidly glanced at Sandy and shrank back, too frightened to speak. Dawa and Arya, witnessing this, became even more convinced that it was Sandy who had caused the trouble. As they were about to explode in anger, Sandy suddenly pulled Sanwa away from them and carried him to the water vat. Stop! What are you doing? Dawa exclaimed in shock. Is this vile female no longer pretending? Is she really going to drown Sanwa in the vat? It seemed she was indeed seeking revenge for their failure to rescue her earlier. Sandy ignored Dawa's cries and submerged Sanwa's right hand into the cool water. The icy sensation alleviated the pain, and Sanwa's cries diminished. Dawa and Arya stood frozen in place, their expressions of rage turning to confusion. Wasn't Tishi trying to kill Sanwa? Sanwa had burned his hand on the pot over the stove. It was her fault for not reminding them before retreating to her room. A pang of guilt washed over Sandy as she realized she had neglected the stove and the cubs simultaneously. Arya looked incredulously at Sanwa. Sanwa, did you touch the pot yourself? Sanwa stammered. I didn't steal food. I just wanted to smell the aroma. Why didn't you say so sooner? Dawa glared, his expression full of exasperation. I was scared the vile female would hit me. Sanwa's voice weakened further, resembling a mosquito's buzz. Sandy felt a mix of anger and amusement, suddenly reminded of a passage she had read where the original owner had mercilessly beaten Sanwa with a spiked stick. Leaving him nearly crippled for weeks, her heart ached. The snake cubs were only 4 years old. Realizing they had misjudged the vile female, Arya felt a twinge of guilt. Sandy remained silent for a moment, her anxiety growing. Would the vile female become enraged and treat them poorly? Arya nervously fidgeted with her fingers and softly said, Yes, we shouldn't have misjudged you. We're sorry. Dawa lowered his head. Please don't be angry. If you want to hit someone, hit me. I want to retaliate. After saying this, he even jumped up and playfully slapped Sanwa on the head. Apologize already. What if the vile female loses her mind and returns to her old self because of our misunderstanding? I'm sorry. Hit me instead. Please don't hurt Dawa or Arya. The little one began to tear up at the mere thought of being punished. Sandy was taken aback. Her little antagonist was actually apologizing. Seeing the 3 snake cubs with their drooping heads and remorseful expressions, her heart melted. Mother isn't angry and want to hit you. Sandy quickly reassured them. As she spoke, an idea struck her. The snake cubs felt guilty. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for her to redeem herself? Sandy immediately adopted a wronged expression. I understand that you don't trust me, but I want to say I've never disliked you. I was only upset with your father for disappearing after you were born. In my confusion, I failed to fulfill my duties as your mother. I will change. I won't hit or scold you anymore, so you don't need to fear me. The 3 snake cubs stood in stunned silence, feeling as if some shackles within them had been shattered. The vile female claimed she didn't dislike them. Was that true? Noticing that the cubs were listening intently, Sandy's heart lifted, and she pressed on with her explanation. I never intended for you to go hungry. Most of the food the tribe allocated to me was taken by Tiger Lai. In the early stages, the 3 little antagonists held a fondness for Hu Lai and Luo Yuer, for during their shadowy days, the duo had offered them a morsel of food. Yet, that food rightfully belonged to Sang Dai. Luo Yuer did not genuinely pity them. Rather, she sought to showcase her benevolence and earn a commendable reputation. As time progressed, the 3 little villains gradually succumbed to darkness, and when Luo Yuer, under the pretense of acting justly, ruthlessly eradicated them, they departed with thoughts of the kindness Hu Lai and Luo Yuer had once bestowed upon them. Now that she had returned, she would not allow history to repeat itself. Why would Uncle Hu Lai take your food? Dava exclaimed in disbelief. You have no father and the males in the tribe disdain me. I simply wished for Hulai to care for you a bit more. Yet he didn't even attempt to rescue Sanhua when he fell into the water. All my food was given to the dogs, Sang Dai ramblingly asserted. After all, the original owner had provided an ample supply of food. Who truly cared about the reasons? First, she needed to deceive the snake cubs. Upon hearing this, the three little snake cubs were left dumbfounded. They had always thought Uncle Hulai possessed more food than the other males due to his prowess. To their astonishment, the food had actually been granted by the wicked female. Uncle Hulai and Aunt Luo Yuer had treated them better than other beastmen, merely because the malevolent female had provided food. Why has Uncle Hulai never mentioned this to us? Es dedicata baus knittet in confusion. I couldn't say. Perhaps he found it embarrassing. Sang Dai casually responded. The three snake cubs felt deceived, a seed of doubt planted in their hearts that would not easily be uprooted. Dawa clenched his small fists. It's all Father S' fault for abandoning that wicked female. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have treated us so cruelly. Yes, it's all Father S' fault. Unbeknownst to Sang Dai, through her relentless efforts, the three snake cubs had successfully redirected most of their resentment onto the father they had never met. Chapter 15. We have no name. Sang Dai tended to Sanhua's burned hand. As the little one noticed Sang Dai had no intention of scolding him, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. The seafood porridge was ready, and after a busy morning, both Sang Dai and the three cubs felt famished. Each received a large bowl of porridge. This time, the snake cubs did not shy away from her. Instead, they sat obediently at a flat stone that Sang Dai had repurposed as a table, holding their bowls and mimicking her actions. Sanhua, drooling, reached for the porridge in his bowl. Use this to eat, Sanhua. Be good. Don't use your hands, Sang Dai advised, producing a wooden spoon to serve the snake cubs. Now that she was here, she would not allow the snake cubs to continue living like savages. Sanhua blinked, wondering what the wicked female had called him. Good? The wicked female actually praised him. He immediately suppressed the urge to use his hands and clumsily used the spoon to feed himself. Dawa and Arya followed suit, diving into their meals with haste. Why did the wicked female only call Sanhua good and not them? They must have misjudged her earlier, a tinge of regret settling in their hearts. Sang Dai had anticipated that guiding the little antagonist would be challenging, yet she was pleasantly surprised by their compliance, her heart swelling with affection. These were no mere antagonists. They were three well-behaved and understanding little darlings. After breakfast, noticing the three snake cubs' grimy hands and nearly tangled hair, she resolved to boil water for them to take a bath and wear new clothes. With the fire still burning, Sang Dai filled a kettle with water and set it to boil. The three snake cubs, perceiving the unfamiliar objects as gifts from the serpent beastmen, thought little of it. Once the water was heated, Sang Dai prepared the animal skin skirts. After testing the water temperature with her hand, she deemed it warm but not hot. Serpent beasts disliked hot water, yet since their birth, the original owner had never cared for the three snake cubs, let alone bathe them. The dirt clinging to them could not be washed away with cold water. Dawa, Arya, Sanhua, come here, Sang Dai beckoned the three from the corner. Wicked female, what do you want? Dawa instinctively asked before awkwardly altering his address. Come here, I'm going to give you a bath, Sang Dai said, gently taking Dawa's small hand to test the water. How is it? Too hot. Is it acceptable? Dawa's first instinct was to pull away, yet inexplicably, his body remained stiff as Sang Dai maneuvered him. Okay, he mumbled in a daze and sat in the wooden basin. At merely 4 years old, the snake cubs had little to hide. With bath towels and soap from the market, Sang Dai transformed into a bath attendant, scrubbing each of the three snake cubs in turn. After 3 basins of warm water, they finally emerged clean. The 3 snake cubs were exceptionally well behaved, remaining motionless as she lathered them. It was the first time someone had bathed them, and the delightful warmth of the experience made them wish time would freeze at that moment. Once bathed and their hair trimmed, the 3 once dirty little mudfish transformed into 3 plump, fair, and exquisite little dumplings. Sanhua, feeling a bit shy, picked up a grass skirt and attempted to put on. Wait, don't wear the grass skirt. I made you animal skin skirts. Come and try them on to see if they fit, Sang Dai called from the cave, bringing out the finished animal skin garments. Each of the three received an animal skin skirt and a one-shoulder vest. Dawa gazed incredulously at the items in Sang Dai's hands. Is this for us? The wicked female actually wants us to wear animal skin? In the tribe, only females were permitted to wear such garments. Of course it's yours. Now that your mother can procure resources, you can have whatever you wish to eat or wear, as long as you behave, Sang Dai replied with a gentle smile. Arya bit her lip, realizing the wicked female had not wished to mistreat them, but rather the tribe had denied her resources. What are you dawdling for? Come try them on. If they don't fit, Mother will adjust them for you, Sang Dai encouraged, noticing the three snake cubs stood frozen in place. She stepped forward to assist them. The animal skin skirts were equipped with adjustable fasteners, making them easy to wear with lengths that modestly exceeded their knees, preventing any accidental exposure. How does it feel? Is anything uncomfortable? If you don't like it, just tell Mother and I'll make you something else, Sang Dai inquired gently. Sanwa shook his head, then vigorously nodded. I love it. I love it so much. It's my first time wearing an animal skin skirt, and it was made by the wicked female herself. The cubs in the tribe who bullied us never received such treatment. Sanwa felt elated. It's okay, Dawa said, his expression taut as he reassured himself while his hands continued to feel the softness of the animal skin. It's so soft, so comfortable, much better than the grass skirt. Arya nodded, her cheeks flushed. We really like it. No need for anything else. This is perfect. The little girl felt a sense of joy. She had noticed her animal skin skirt had an extra layer compared to Dawa and Sanwa's. The wicked female must surely favor her the most. As long as you like it. Sanday wore a radiant smile. Arya, being female, possessed a bodily structure akin to that of a human and could not transform into a beast form. If not properly cared for, she could easily fall ill and become infected. Hence, Sanday took special care to fashion an additional layer of safety pants for Arya. By the way, do you not have other names? Sanday suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired. The children have grown so much, they cannot be perpetually referred to as Big Baby, Arya, and Third Baby. Upon hearing this, three pairs of round, glistening eyes cast a peculiar look in her direction. The smile faded from Third Baby's face, and with a tone of grievance, he spoke. You never gave us names. Previously, you called us wildlings and wretched pups, saying we would die sooner or later, so naming us was pointless. Sandy Eye's smile froze. The original owner had been rather harsh towards the children. Ayazufli Adit is the matriarch who calls us Big Baby, Arya, which is why everyone else does too. Big Baby nodded. We have no names. The once warm and pleasant atmosphere turned stiff once more, observing the three little snakelets with their heads drooping in dejection, resembling forlorn puppies. Sanday felt a twinge of pain in her heart. She immediately exclaimed, Do not worry. Mother will give you all beautiful names right now. Sanday racked her brain, flipping through the dictionary in her mind. The three snakelets stood in disbelief, frozen in place. Could it be that this wicked female was indeed going to name them? Surely, they must be dreaming. Even Big Baby and Arya began to doubt whether they had already perished on their journey, and these past 2 days were merely a fantasy before death. Otherwise, how could the wicked female be so kind to them? Suddenly, as the three snakelets were lost in thought, Sanday had an epiphany and clapped her hands together. Eureka! Chapter 16. Luo Yuer faces setbacks we've grown accustomed to it. Having no names is of little consequence. Big Baby feigned indifference, his gaze flitting toward Sanday as if it had sprouted wings. Before Arya could speak, Third Baby squeezed out from behind Big Baby, excitedly shouting, Brother, I want a name. I want it. You may be used to it, but I am not. Big Baby thought, what should I do if I suddenly want to strangle my little brother? Realizing the murderous glare from Big Baby, Third Baby quickly amended, not having a name is fine too, but could you perhaps name Brother first? The little one was quite the survivor. Sanday couldn't he help but chuckle. Don't worry. All three of you will have names. Mother will not forget a single one. Three pairs of round, glimmering eyes instantly turned towards Sanday, filled with anticipation. Sanday pondered, noting that male beastmen typically took their surnames from their beast forms, while females had no fixed surnames. However, since her three snakelets had never met their biological father, there was no need for them to inherit his surname. Thus, she decided big baby would be named Sang Ching, area would be Sang Yu, and third baby would be Sang Feng. What do you think? Do you like the names I've chosen for you? Sanday asked enthusiastically. Clear wind and bright moon. What upright names! Upon hearing them, one could tell they were certainly not the names of little villains. Yet, given the order of Area's name, Sanday felt it lacked a certain charm and decided to change a character. Sang Feng. I am Sang Feng. I have a name now. Third baby clapped his hands and bounced with excitement, akin to a lively jumping bean. Area, Sang Yu, mumbled the name, her face flushed, indicating her delight. Big brother, do you not like it? If you don't, I can change it, Sanday gently said, noticing Big Baby's lack of response. Since she aimed to foster goodwill, the name should certainly please the little villain. It's all right, I suppose. It'll do. Big Baby maintained a stoic expression, already contemplating how to boast about his new name to the tribe's beastmen. Sanday could easily discern Big Baby's insincerity. She smiled softly, choosing not to expose him. As long as he liked it, that was enough. Having not yet visited Little Bai, Sanday returned to the cave to prepare the delicacies she intended to make that day. With Sanday absent, the three snakelets appeared to relax significantly. Third baby, now Sang Feng, twirled around excitedly, admiring his bee skin skirt. Look at you, acting so foolishly. It's just a bee skin skirt. Who knows, the wicked female might be pretending and could sell you off later. Big baby, Sang Ching scoffed. You're not allowed to call her that. She is not wicked anymore. Sang Feng immediately retorted, wearing a protective expression. Other male pups don't wear bee skin. If she continues to be so kind, I wouldn't mind being sold. Witnessing his younger brother's gullible demeanor, Sang Ching felt a surge of frustration. Big brother, third baby is right. Other females only name female pups, yet she named all three of us. Perhaps she really has changed for the better. Area, Sang Yu concurred. Exactly. If Big Brother doesn't like it, just take off the bee skin skirt and wear your grass skirt instead. Sang Feng puffed out his cheeks, playfully attempting to remove Sang Ching's bee skin skirt. Sang Ching immediately glared, retreating while clutching the skirt. I will not take it off. His nervous expression revealed how much he cared. Sang Yu stifled a giggle. Second sister, you are not allowed to call me third baby anymore. You must call me Sang Feng. Sang Feng turned and corrected her with great righteousness. All right, Sang Feng, little windy, Sang Yu nodded indulgently. Luo Yuer had hardly slept a wink throughout the night. She felt a deep sense of injustice. That wretched person merely had a stroke of luck and acquired some resources. As a modern individual, she was confident that her abilities surpassed theirs. Rising early, she instructed Hu Lai to gather fire tinder and firewood, spending over an hour creating fire through friction. Hu Lai nearly missed joining the hunting party. Constructing a rudimentary stove from stones and dirt, she set up the stone pot she had brought during her escape. At the cave entrance, Luo Yuer dumped the remaining meat from the tribe into the pot to simmer. Living in a communal cave, many beastmen came and went in the early morning. Nearby beastmen curiously gathered to observe. What's she doing? Is that fire? She dares to use fire in the tribe. They murmured amongst themselves as they saw her pouring in meat and an excessive amount of water. Luo Yuer felt they were merely uncultured and hadn't grasped her intentions, confidently stirring the pot with a wooden stick. In her mind, she envisioned the scene of impressing these unsophisticated natives with her advanced modern knowledge. Surely, she would become the beloved one of the Heiyuan tribe. Such was the narrative in novels. Luo Yuer had already devised a plan to humiliate Sanday. After about 15 minutes, the meat broth in the pot began to gurgle and bubble. With enthusiasm, Luo Yuer addressed the nearby beastmen. This is the meat soup I prepared. You're welcome to taste it. Raw meat is unpalatable, containing bacteria and parasites. Cooking it makes it healthier, and you won't fall ill from it. If you like it, I can also teach you how to use fire. Luo Yuer displayed an air of generosity. However, upon finishing her statement, very few beastmen approached. Instead, they collectively recoiled. Use fire? This female must be insane. Who would dare to use fire in the Heiyuan tribe? If this female seeks her own demise, that's one thing, but she shouldn't drag us down with her. The entire Black Abyss tribe of orcs was well aware that the king's offspring had a fear of fire. Thus, few dared to openly use fire within the tribe. If they needed to, it was done in secrecy. Upon witnessing the reactions of those around her, Luo Yuer's smile faltered. How was this so different from her expectations? In her previous tribe, she had garnered affection in precisely this manner. Surely, the orcs here were simply lacking in exposure and had poor acceptance abilities. The meat soup was delicious. A steaming bowl would be beneficial for the females' bodies. As she spoke, Luo Yuer filled a bowl of soup, intending to show them its merits. These orcs must be craving it, merely too shy to admit it. Yet, as soon as she took a sip, she couldn't help but retch. She was experiencing morning sickness, and the absence of ginger in the soup left a strong fishy taste, coupled with a thick layer of blood foam in the pot. The flavor was decidedly unpalatable. One sip was enough to make her nauseous. Look at her. She finds it so distasteful that she vomits. Yet she expects us to eat it. I have never encountered such a vile female. One of the gathered females scoffed. What kind of meat soup is this? It smells horrid. You should take this far away from us, or you'll suffocate us with that stench. And you dare say our meat is unclean? What bacteria or parasites do you think you are so superior to? The others echoed their disdain, having been informed by Snake Xiaomian about Luo Yuer. They wouldn't give this newcomer a warm reception. The remaining orcs, overhearing the comments, began to harbor dissatisfaction towards Luo Yuer. The Black Abyss tribe was not like the smaller tribes. They had long mastered the use of fire, but refrained from using it due to the Snake King's prohibition. To them, Luo Yuer appeared as nothing more than a bumbling jester. The orcs dispersed, their faces expressing contempt, leaving Luo Yuer unnoticed. Why was it like this? Luo Yuer's countenance darkened. Why was reality so starkly different from her expectations? Chapter 17. Could he be a genius? Luo Yuer, where's our food? Why have you cooked all of our provisions? Will we eat now? The tribe members accompanied the elder to search for food and stumbled upon Luo Yuer boiling a large pot of meat soup. The nearby leather bags were completely empty, and even the last remnants of their jerky had vanished. Luo Yuer had intended to build a rapport with the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe by teaching them how to cook with fire, believing they would reward her with food in return, thereby reaping a bounty. However, after a morning of toil, she had gained nothing but scorn. Hulai and his group had already gone hunting. With Hulai around, they would surely return with ample provisions. This soup is for everyone. After so long on the run, everyone has endured hardships, Luo Yuer explained with a stiff smile. The tribe members' expressions softened slightly. You could have waited for Hulai and the others to return before cooking, the elder remarked, frowning. I failed to consider that. Luo Yuer quickly acknowledged her oversight. Seeing her willingness to admit fault, the others refrained from blaming her. Resources were scarce, and as the orcs consumed the soup, they felt anything but joyous. Instead, a heavy cloud of concern hung over them. In the afternoon, when the hunting party returned, Luo Yuer eagerly awaited their arrival, only to see Hulai carrying only half a rabbit. It was an old rabbit with hardly any meat. Why is there so little game? Luo Yuer asked, her smile fading, her tone tinged with disdain. The other tribe members at least managed to bring back decent meat. Why did Hulai fare worse than the others? Hulai's expression soured further. Hearing Luo Yuer's words deepened his gloom. I encountered numerous setbacks while hunting today. The orcs in my party seemed to deliberately hinder my efforts. Hulai explained, frustration evident in his voice. Without exerting himself, he naturally would have no share of quality meat. How could that be? We are newcomers and have not offended anyone. Why would they target you? You must be overthinking it, Luo Yuer countered, frowning. What was wrong with this male? Making excuses for his lack of success? But before Hulai could respond further, Luo Yuer interrupted him. Don't dwell on it. You must be exhausted from the journey. Rest well today and do your best tomorrow. You are our provider, after all. With that, she took the half-rabbit from him. Hulai felt a pang of discomfort. Usually, Luo Yuer was quite understanding. Why was she so focused on the hunt today? Males are typically rather rough in their care for offspring, and Little White's feeding times aligned with most males, occurring after the orcs return from their hunts. Sang Dai, too, received notice to visit Little White's cave in the afternoon. Clutching her small bag, she ventured into the cave alone. You finally came. You promised to bring me water. A A childish voice suddenly rang out behind her. Startled, Sang Dai turned to find Little White standing there, hand outstretched, palm up, presenting a perfectly assembled Rubik's Cube. It seemed he had been waiting for her arrival. You finished it so quickly. Sang Dai marveled. Little White, you are amazing. Could this little one truly be a genius? That was too easy, Little White replied, pride swelling as he lifted his chin, his pale face slightly flushed in the dim light. Was this female praising him? You are truly impressive, Little White. Here is a reward for you, but you can only drink it after your meal, Sang Dai said, ruffling his hair as she retrieved 2 bottles of cola from her bag. Little White froze in place. She touched him. The other females outside had all expressed disdain or fear towards him. Aside from his father, she was the only one who had ever touched him. Understood, Little White replied, somewhat stiffly, his face reddening as he changed the subject. What are we having for dinner? Is it the same as yesterday? Of course not. Today, we have different delicacies. Sang Dai replied cheerfully, pulling out marinated dishes, cold salads, and a large bowl of cold noodles from her bag. These foods were at room temperature, and Little White showed no signs of resistance, instantly captivated. How does it taste? Sang Dai asked, having prepared the noodles with a hint of spice for him. Little White initially intended to use his hands, but upon seeing Sang Dai wielding 2 small sticks resembling chopsticks, he instinctively opened his mouth as she brought the noodles to him. Gazing at her gentle face, so close, his sense of taste seemed to falter. How is it? Is it delicious? Cough, cough, cough. Little White's face turned crimson as the unswallowed noodles lodged in his throat, causing him to cough. Is it too spicy? Then you shouldn't eat it. Drink some water, Sang Dai said, her expression one of concern as she patted his back and offered him water. Had she known this little one was so sensitive to spice, she would have prepared a milder dish. Yet, Little White suddenly snatched the noodle from her grasp. I want to eat. His face flushed. He clumsily used the chopsticks to shovel the noodles into his mouth. Fumbling with the sticks, he resorted to pouring the noodles directly in, his eagerness conveying a fear that Sang Dai might take them away. Eat slowly. There's more if you want. No one will take it from you, Sang Dai advised, taken aback by his fervor. This silly child feared upsetting her. He even ate spicy food. How could anyone think that this considerate little one was difficult to care for? Sang Dai patiently taught Little White how to use chopsticks, and upon finishing the food she had brought, she rewarded him with an ice cream. What is this? This is called ice cream. It is also a type of food, Sang Dai explained. Little White took a bite, the icy sensation enveloping his taste buds. Delicious. Can I have this again tomorrow? Xiao Bai gazed at Sang Dai with eyes full of anticipation. Observing the noticeably more vivacious Xiao Bai compared to the previous day, Sang Dai's eyes curved into a smile as she retrieved a block set resembling a princess castle from the supermarket. Complete this, and you shall have a treat. No problem. As she gnawed on a charred rabbit, Luo Yuer recalled the abundance of supplies in Sang Dai's cave, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Exiting the cave, she chanced upon Sang Dai, following the Tangsha beast man to the Serpent King's lair. An idea sparked in her mind. She had been quite kind to those 3 serpent cubs, and with Sang Dai absent, perhaps she could request some meat. Surely that wouldn't be an issue. A small favor should be met with grand reciprocation. And now that the serpent cubs had ample resources, they ought to repay her tenfold. Without delay, Luo Yuer made her way to Sang Dai's cave. From a distance, she spotted 3 pristine little bundles of joy frolicking within. She paused momentarily, bewildered. Whose offspring were these? They appeared so clean and delicate, resembling city infants rather than beast cubs. As she approached, she realized with astonishment that these 3 cubs were indeed Sang Dai's, clad in brand new, well-fitted animal skins. The second girl sported a tiny red flower in her hair, looking immaculate without a trace of dirt. In stark contrast, Luo Yuer felt disheveled, her attire reeking of the cave's assorted odors. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. How could these little creatures live so much better than she? Sanhua, she called out, forcing a smile. Sanhua, being the simplest and most easily deceived, was her target. The 3 serpent cubs turned in unison at the sound of her voice. Sanhua, are you all doing well here? Your aunt has come to see you. Has Sang Dai mistreated you? If she has bullied you, just tell your aunt, and I shall call upon the clan elder to intervene. Luo Yuer deliberately invoked animosity towards Sangdai to foster closeness with the three serpent cubs. In the past, such tactics had always endeared her to them. As she reached out to pat Sanhua's head, to her surprise, he jumped away as if avoiding a plague, exclaiming, "Shut up. Do not call me Sanhua." Chapter 18. The contest for qualification. Luo Yuer's movements froze, her expression darkening. "Sanhua, what is the matter? Do not call me Sanhua. I have a name now. I am called Sang Feng," he declared proudly, hands on his hips. Luo Yuer, having previously harmed him and leaving a mark on his face, was not welcome to touch him. Sang Feng? What a ridiculous name. Luo Yuer scoffed, her indignation bubbling to the surface. Realizing the cub's faces darkened, she quickly amended. "Annie did not mean it that way. I am just curious. Who gave you that name?" The eldest, Sang Qing, immediately stepped forward, refraining from answering her and instead retorting. "What brings you here?" Sang Yu also glared at Luo Yuer with suspicion. They had not forgotten Sang Dai's warnings. Luo Yuer and Hu Lai had taken a considerable amount of supplies from the malicious female, and she had harmed Sanhua twice. Her image had been irreparably tarnished in their eyes. Seeing the three serpent cubs on guard, Luo Yuer's expression soured. She was left with no choice but to clarify her intentions. "Eldest, second, our tribe has just arrived from the Black Abyss tribe, and life has been difficult. Your aunt wishes to borrow some supplies. The Tungsha Beastman has delivered so much for you. Surely, it will be acceptable for your aunt to take a little back." As she spoke, she attempted to enter the cave. "No way. Those are Mother's supplies. If you want to borrow something, you must ask Mother," Sang Feng declared, blocking her path with outstretched arms. "Mother? Luo Yuer startet, as tonisit. When did this wretched cub develop such a close bond with that wretched Sang Dai? Auntie only wishes to borrow. I will return it," she maintained, forcing a smile. Sang Feng, serious and resolute, replied. "Then let us first return the supplies that Hu Lai uncle took from Mother." Sang Qing, though disapproving of his brother's naivety, stood firmly behind him. "Auntie, if you plan to sneak in while Mother is away, I will call the Tungsha Beastman," Sang Yu added, her soft, innocent voice nearly infuriating Luo Yuer. "Call for help? These three ingrates. Had it not been for my previous kindness, they would have perished from hunger. Now they display such ungratefulness, utterly devoid of gratitude." Casting a glance at the cave filled with supplies and the three serpent cubs clad in new skins, Luo Yuer clenched her teeth in fury and stomped away. She had no desire to escalate the matter and embarrass herself in the Black Abyss tribe. These little bastards deserve to be mistreated by Sang Dai. They repay kindness with malice. Should they be beaten to death by Sang Dai next time, I shall not lend a hand. Luo Yuer grumbled venomously as she departed. What is so remarkable about it? Sang Dai merely attended to the king's offspring to acquire these supplies. If I were in her position, I could achieve the same. An idea struck Luo Yuer. If she were to replace Sang Dai in tending to the younglings, how would Sang Dai respond? Upon returning from Xiaobai's cave, Sang Dai spotted a group of beastmen standing outside her lair. Alarmed, she rushed over, fearing something had happened to the three serpent cubs. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were the kin of the original owner. Luo Yuer and Hu Lai stood behind the clan elder. The three serpent cubs were encircled in the middle, their eyes red and appearing aggrieved. Sang Dai's countenance darkened, and she hurried to embrace the three cubs. "Do not worry, Mother is here." Turning to Luo Yuer, she demanded, "What brings you here?" Most beastmen were simple and had a strong sense of territory, rarely visiting others uninvited. It was evident that their presence was orchestrated by Luo Yuer. The three serpent cubs, feeling Sang Dai's warm embrace, momentarily remained still, their eyes glistening with longing. What was the reason for this sudden affection from the malicious female? They were merely momentarily blinded by the dust brought by these beastmen. Yet, Sang Dai, like a protective hen with her chicks, assumed a defensive posture, which the three cubs found comforting. Sang Dai, tomorrow let Yuer care for the king's younglings, Hu Lai interjected, wearing a benevolent expression. Sang Dai, perplexed, replied on what grounds. It was Luo Yuer who had initially declined the offer. Now that she perceived benefits, she sought to backtrack. "How miserly of you! You have already received so many supplies. What harm is there in letting Yuer assist? Do you intend for one female to hoard all the resources? Hu Lai retorted, dissatisfied. Luo Yuer looked at Sang Dai with a feigned vulnerability. Sang Dai, I do not wish to compete with you. Our tribe is struggling. We need these resources. Rest assured, I will not touch your supplies. I merely wish to help share the burden. Any supplies I receive will be distributed among all of us. In contrast to Sang Dai's alleged selfishness, Luo Yuer painted herself as a benevolent soul concerned for the tribe. With that comparison, everyone rallied behind Luo Yuer. Sang Dai, thoroughly exasperated, found the situation laughable. Was this woman truly deranged? This was the beast era, not a modern society advocating equality. These males desired females to bear their offspring. Yet they expected females to provide for the family? What a preposterous dream. Why should they reap all the benefits? Are you not pregnant with younglings? The persistent abdominal pain raises questions about whether one can safely bring forth offspring. Yet the audacity of Hu Lai to suggest you attend to the young is indeed questionable. Sang Dai did not acquiesce, and her sarcasm was palpable. Luo Yuer's smile faltered, while Hu Lai anxiously turned his gaze toward her. His concern for the unborn cubs outweighed his worries about resources. I am fine now. The veterinarian assured me that the cubs are healthy. Matriarch, I am eager to contribute more to our clan, Luo Yuer earnestly declared, her gaze sincere as it met that of the matriarch. Her selfless demeanor instantly garnered the favor of the clan members. Sang Dai, you ought to learn from Luo Yuer. She is willing to work for the clan, even while carrying cubs. Moreover, after the clan has nurtured you for so long, it's disheartening that you refuse to seek a mate among the outside males. Yet, when benefits arise, you abandon the clan, truly heartless. The beastmen regarded Sang Dai with disapproval, their faces etched with discontent. My mother is not heartless. If she hadn't agreed to care for the king's cubs, you wouldn't even have been allowed into the He-Yuan tribe. Why didn't you praise Luo Yuer then? Sang Feng clenched his tiny fists, unable to contain his indignation on behalf of Sang Dai. Both Sang Qing and Sang Yu shared his frustration. Their animosity was not limited to the venomous female. They harbored equal disdain for every beastman in the clan, as none had shown them kindness, thereby aligning themselves with Sang Dai in this moment. The beastmen were rendered speechless by Sang Feng's retort. Enough. This matter is settled. Sang Dai, let Luo Yuer take your place tomorrow, the matriarch declared with a stern expression, tapping her wooden cane. Matriarch, perhaps you should discuss this with the Tangsha beastman instead. I cannot make that decision, Sang Dai countered, having discerned the matriarch's support for Luo Yuer, thus unapologetically declining. Chapter 19. I did not call you mother. The matriarch's expression darkened. As the leader of the tribe, did Sang Dai truly believe she could evade her authority upon entering the He-Yuan tribe? Matriarch, do not be upset. The Tangsha beastman merely stated that a female is needed to care for the cubs, without specifying Sang Dai's name. As long as I go tomorrow, I will ensure the king's cubs are well taken care of, Luo Yuer reassured with a smile. The matriarch's demeanor softened slightly. You may go tomorrow. No further discussion is necessary. With that, she departed, her manner more akin to delivering a decree than engaging in negotiation. Luo Yuer cast a triumphant glance at Sang Dai, strutting away like a victorious hen. You all are too much, Sang Feng exclaimed, his ears flushed with anger as he stamped his tiny feet. Sang Dai, however, paid them no mind, her wide, almond-shaped eyes fixed on Sang Feng. Little Feng, what did you just call me? She could not have misheard. The little one had indeed referred to her as mother. It seemed her efforts over the past few days had borne fruit. Sang Feng froze, staring at Sang Dai with wide eyes, his face suddenly flushed as red as a cooked shrimp. I didn't call you mother, he stammered in response. Sang Qing and Sang Yu exchanged exasperated glances. Such a fool. Laughter bubbled within Sang Dai as she beheld the little one's adorably bewildered expression, her earlier anger dissipating like mist. She kissed his soft, cherubic face. Our little Feng is truly adorable. Do call me mother more often. I love to hear it. Sang Feng stood rigid, stunned. She actually kissed his face. Sang Qing and Sang Yu wore expressions of envy, wondering how their dim-witted brother could be so fortunate. winning the affections of the venomous female. Surely, that venomous female must have been driven silly by Luo Yu. Sang Yu mused, glancing at the smile on Sang Dai's face, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. The venomous female must be pretending to be happy to spare us worry. It must be so. Sang Dai was genuinely elated. The little antagonist was beginning to accept her. She would not meet a tragic end, and in the grand scheme of things, redemption was far more significant than mere resources. There is still plenty of food in the cave. We can afford to eat less. Sang Yu's soft voice reached Sang Dai's ears. Sang Dai looked up puzzled. It's all right if you do not tend to the king's cubs. We will ensure you do not go hungry, Sang Yu said, anxiously fiddling with her clothing. The venomous female was unkind due to a lack of food. If we provide her with all our provisions, perhaps she will not revert to her former self. She can eat less or even fast as long as she continues to be as she is now. Sang Qing clumsily added his reassurance. Indeed, don't be sad. I have grown, and soon I will hunt to provide for you. He had grasped Sang Yu's intent. Sang Feng eyed his elder brother skeptically. But brother, you are only 4. You aren't even enough to fill a gap in a wild beast's teeth. Sang Qing, incensed, smacked him on the head. You are the foolish one. That is precisely what I meant. Sang Feng protested, rubbing his head in confusion. Sang Dai was thoroughly amused by the antics of the little serpents, her anger having completely evaporated. According to the tale, Luo Yu would attend to the little white cub, but she would garner no favor. Her only concern was for the little white cub, who was unlike the others, wounded and fragile, yearning for affection. She feared that Luo Yu might inadvertently harm the cub. Yet, upon reflection, with the great antagonist present, little white should be safe. If Luo Yu wished to court danger, let her do so. Upon hearing Sang Dai's words, warmth enveloped the hearts of the 3 serpents. Could the venomous female genuinely wish to raise them? As evening fell, the Tangsha beastmen delivered their catch as scheduled. This time, the male who came to deliver was unfamiliar to Sang Dai. He left the prey without a word, denying her the opportunity to discuss the change of caretakers for the little white cub. After preparing a sumptuous meal for the serpents at the cave entrance, she ensured they were well fed before retreating to sleep. That night, the 3 serpents slumbered soundly. The following morning, Sang Dai was roused by a cacophony of sounds. Stepping outside, she was taken aback. The large rabbit that the Tangsha beastman had delivered the previous day was now surrounded by several pink, tiny rabbits. It turned out to be a pregnant doe that had just given birth. Mother, it's lost so much blood. Is it going to die? Sang Feng's small brows furrowed as he gazed at the laboring mother rabbit. Sang Dai assumed the little one was concerned for the doe and explained no, it's normal for females to bleed during childbirth. Sang Feng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. So it won't die? I thought we might get to eat rabbit for dinner. Prey was best when slain while still alive, ensuring the meat remained tender and fresh. The offerings from the Tangsha beastmen were often not entirely dead, allowing them the luxury of consuming them at their leisure without fear of spoilage. Sang Qing and Sang Yu exchanged glances with Sang Dai. Is it normal for females to lose this much blood during childbirth? Did the venomous female bleed more when she bore us? It must have been incredibly painful. Mother, what shall we do with these little rabbits? Sang Feng inquired, prodding one of the bunnies with his finger and licking his lips. He was curious about how they would taste, having never savored such tender rabbits before. However, Sang Dai mistakenly believed he was expressing interest. After some contemplation, she remarked, we can raise the bunnies. In a few months, they'll be ready to eat and will even have offspring. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became of the idea. Rabbits reproduce quickly, providing both playmates for the snake cubs and sustenance. It was a win-win situation. Raise them? Sang Feng was taken aback. Did his mother intend to nurture not just one, but an entire litter of rabbit siblings? His small face crinkled with anxiety. But we don't have enough food to sustain them. Sang Dai chuckled, assuring him that rabbits eat grass, not meat. This is a primeval forest, and there is no shortage of plants. Upon hearing this, Sang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they wouldn't be competing for his food, he could reluctantly help his mother care for the rabbit siblings. Sang Dai, being a woman of action, noticed that the three snake cubs had no objections. After a light breakfast, she decided to take them to gather grass for the rabbits. A parent-child activity was also an excellent way to foster goodwill. She fashioned 3 small snakeskin bags from animal hides, threading a string through them to hang around the necks of the 3 snake cubs. Each of them was also given a small sickle, and then they set out. To the east of the tribe lay a lush meadow. The lively young beasts, unable to venture far from the tribe, found paradise in this grassy expanse. Many of the young ones rolled about in their beast forms, playing joyfully. Sangdai led her 3 snake cubs to a corner of the meadow and began cutting the grass. You're still small, so it's all right if you can't cut much. If you get tired, go play with the other cubs. Your mother will handle it. She kindly reassured them, imparting a glimpse of the hardships of earning a living while also nurturing their affection. However, not long after, Sangdai found herself unable to maintain her smile. Chapter 20. Xiao Qing Strike Back. 15 minutes later, Sangdai surveyed the uneven pile of grass before her and then glanced at Sang Qing, who had already dashed several meters ahead. No, why is the grass in this beast world tougher than a stick? Her hands were sore from the effort, and she had barely made any progress. How was her 4-year-old Sang Qing so capable? Sang Yu followed closely behind Sang Qing, although not as swift. She neatly arranged the cut grass. Sang Feng whirled through the meadow like a small whirlwind, dashing forward and scattering the weeds aside. Each of the snake cubs, when considered individually, was more proficient than her. Mother, if you can't keep up, you can rest over there. We'll handle grass. Sang Feng turned back with a caring expression, addressing Sang Dai. She felt a surge of embarrassment. Was this how cubs should speak to their mother? To suggest that they work while she rested? Was she to lose all dignity? No. Mother isn't tired. Sang Dai took a deep breath and bent down to continue her work. Sang Feng scratched his head in confusion. Mother is acting strangely today. She usually tells us to work, but today she wants to join us. Despite his bewilderment, he felt joy in working alongside his mother, which spurred him to work even harder. Watching Sang Feng charge forward with renewed vigor, Sang Dai found herself speechless. Before long, the distance between her and the 3 snake cubs grew. Eventually, she could no longer cut grass effectively, so she began gathering what Sang Feng had already cut and bundling it together to carry back. Her small snakeskin bags had long since proved insufficient. In the grass, several young beast cubs had gathered around the snake cubs, seemingly unaware of their presence. Are you newcomers? You've never seen the world, have you? You even eat grass? Eating grass as a beast. What a disgrace to our Heiyuan tribe. Can't you even speak? Are you mute? The young ones laughed, pointing at the snake cubs. One of them, emboldened, picked up a stone and hurled it at Sang Yu. A stone the size of a fist struck Sang Qing on the shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain as the hide on his shoulder tore, revealing a bloodstain. Sang Qing's pupils dilated, and his dark eyes flashed with a furious crimson. My hide. This was made for me by that malicious female. Brother. Second sister. Sang Yu and Sang Feng exclaimed simultaneously. Their cries attracted nearby beasts, and Sang Dai hurried over. What happened? Who's bleeding? Upon seeing Sang Qing's injury and the stone on the ground, she frowned at the surrounding young ones. The leader of the group, a chubby child of about 5 or 6, clutched a stone in his hand. Upon meeting Sang Dai's glare, the chubby boy was frightened and dropped the stone, retreating. Mother! Mother! Save me! Who dares bully my cubs? Snake Xiaomian rushed over, and the chubby boy quickly hid behind her. His arrogant demeanor faltered as he encountered Sang Dai, his expression stiffening as if remembering some unpleasant recollection. Sang Dai frowned slightly. Is this chubby boy one of Snake Xiaomian's cubs? Why do I keep running into her? Hearing Snake Xiaomian's words, Sang Qing glanced nervously at Sang Dai, instinctively shrinking back. He had stirred trouble with that malicious female. Previously, she had despised them causing trouble in the tribe, and even when bullied, she forbade them from retaliating. Now that they were in a predicament, would she be angry? Mother, he called us mute and threw a stone at second sister. Brother blocked it, or it would have hit her head. Sang Feng, without a second thought, reported the incident, pointing at the chubby boy. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Sang Dai reassured, gently patting Sang Qing's head. She then turned to Snake Xiaomian with a serious demeanor. demanding an apology and insisting on taking her little Qing to see a healer. In dealing with such individuals, the more one endures, the more they will take advantage of it. Sang Qing stiffened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Is the malicious female not angry? She is actually speaking up for me and demanding an apology? Why should he apologize? It was just a childish scuffle. If anything, it's his own fault for being weak. He got hurt and is blaming my son. Snake Xiaomian responded dismissively, her expression filled with contempt. He is just a male cub. No one cares if he dies. Taking him to a healer is a waste. Sang Dai's expression darkened. I will say it once more. Apologize and take Xiao Qing to see a healer, or I shall not hold back. Oh, not holding back? You think you can hit me? Snake Xiaomian retorted. Let me tell you, in our tribe, hitting a female means being expelled. Before she could finish, Sang Dai stepped forward, grasping the chubby boy by the nape of his neck and tossing him toward Sang Qing. Xiao Qing, strike back. With a sudden command, Sang Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and seized the escaping Xizhuang. Naturally strong for his tender age of 4, he was still no match for the 6-year-old Xizhuang. Having sustained injuries while protecting Sang Yu, he now mounted Xizhuang, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the creature's face. How dare you bully my sister? How dare you call us mute? Each strike landed with force, leaving Xizhuang dazed. Sang Feng and Sang Yu, watching in astonishment, exclaimed, "Mother is incredible. She can really do this." The two little ones cheered for their elder brother, occasionally hurling mud clumps at Xizhuang's face, which, while not painful, was profoundly humiliating for the beast. You've lost your mind, Sang Dai. You wretched cub. How dare you strike my young one? Xiao Mian glared, shocked by Sang Dai's audacity, intent on intervening. During the day, the males had ventured out to hunt, leaving only females and younglings in the tribe, with no males to assist. Sang Dai blocked her path, forcing a smile that failed to reach her eyes. What are you saying? It's merely a playful scuffle among cubs. My little Qing has bled, but is none the worse for wear. Your young one hasn't even broken skin. Is it possible your male cub is so delicate? You. Xiao Mian fumed, infuriated by the insolence of this female. Yet she was constrained from retaliating, fearing Sang Dai might retaliate with some foul-smelling concoction. The insult was great, but the physical harm insignificant. She had no desire to endure such humiliation again. What of it? Do you dare strike me? If you do, my older brother and sister-in-law will ensure you cannot remain in the Heiyuan tribe, Sang Dai declared, her eyes glinting with mischief. My sister-in-law is set to care for the king's young tomorrow. She is gentle and nurturing, adept at winning the affection of younglings. Should Little Bai take a liking to her, who knows? The next queen might very well be my sister-in-law. Once she ascends to the throne, you will be the first to face her wrath. Sang Dai reveled in her cunning, stirring animosity with glee, while Luo Yuer sought trouble with her. She would not let Luo Yuer have an easy time of it. Xiao Mian's heart raced at the thought. That female had somehow caught the attention of the king? No, she could not allow another female to usurp her claim. You wait. I will deal with you later. Xiao Mian shot a glare at Sang Dai before hastily slithering away. To her surprise, she abandoned her young, and in that moment of distraction, Xizhuang seized the opportunity to push Sang Qing aside and flee after Xiao Mian. Mother, mother! Xizhuang fled with great speed, fearful of being left behind. His earlier bravado completely vanished. Once they were out of sight, Xiao Mian disdainfully muttered, "Useless creatures, unable to best a few illegitimate wildlings. What a disgrace to the Tangsha beastmen." Xizhuang, the son of a Tangsha beastman, felt wronged. After all, he was merely a 4-year-old cub, 2 years younger than them. How strong can I be? He lamented. You've clearly wasted your meals over the past 2 years. You want to be eating me today. Before he could finish, Xiao Mian impatiently interrupted. The snake beasts bred rapidly, often laying dozens of eggs. Xizhuang was merely one of many and had only been named due to his exceptional performance. Realizing he couldn't even best a wildling, she resolved to have more younglings soon. Her partners were all remarkable males. Should she become queen, her offspring would be the strongest in the tribe. With this thought, she quickened her pace toward the king's cave. Little Qing, how are you? Does your wound hurt? Sang Dai Dao Jet Beifo Sang King. Concern etched across her face as she inspected his injury. Regret filled her heart. She had been too consumed by anger earlier and should have attended to Sang Qing's wounds first instead of seeking vengeance. The well-being of her cub was paramount. Sang Qing shook his head. About to insist, he felt no pain when Sang Dai abruptly pulled him up. "Come, we must return home. Mother will tend to your wound." She took charge, leading the way back. Sang Yu and Sang Feng followed closely behind. After a few steps, Sang Feng turned back to grab tools and stuffed a bundle of grass into the beast skin bag he carried, hurrying to catch up. Little Bunny is still hungry. Sang Dai adeptly produced saline solution to cleanse, disinfect, and treat the wound. "If it hurts, just say so. I'll be gentle." Sang Qing was about to protest, recalling how the cruel females had always treated him tenderly when injured, but the words that formed were simply, "It hurts." Sang Feng, amusing himself with grass and a rabbit, glanced back, his round, dark eyes wide. "Brother, aren't you usually unafraid of pain? You didn't complain when you broke your leg before. Now, with just a scrape on your shoulder, you're acting as if you're gravely injured." Sang Qing thought, "This fool, I wish I could silence him. Little Feng, you mustn't speak like that. How could your brother not feel pain when he is injured?" Sang Dai feigned sternness, eager to maintain harmony among her 3 snake cubs. Then, she softened her touch, gently blowing on the wound. Sang Qing felt a slight itch at the wound, his cheeks growing warm. How wonderful it felt to be cared for by Mother. Gazing at her gentle face, so close to him, he instinctively murmured, "Thank you, Mother." His first utterance of the term, "Mother," was awkward, his voice as soft as a whisper. Sang Dai's expression brightened. Her dear eldest had finally called out to her. It was worth noting that the eldest was the most stubborn of the 3 snake cubs. "Good boy. There's no need to thank your mother." Unable to resist, she planted a kiss on his tender cheek. Sang Qing's face flushed visibly. So, being injured could earn him his mother's affection. He mused that he might welcome more injuries in the future. Sang Yu and Sang Feng observed the tender exchange, their round, dark eyes filled with envy. Brother is so cunning. He managed to elicit Mother's sympathy. After tending to Sang Qing's injury, Sang Dai hesitated to let the 3 snakelets venture outside again. Instead, she instructed them to stay home and guard the house while she returned to the recently mowed grass to retrieve the cuttings. The 3 little snakelets had managed to harvest a substantial 5 bundles of grass, each weighing over 10 pounds. To her surprise, it was a passing Tangsha beastman who noticed their efforts and kindly assisted in carrying the load back. The newborn rabbits still required milk, and since the mother rabbit could not consume all the grass alone, Sang Dai decided to store the excess hay in an empty burrow. Seizing the moment when the snakelets were distracted, she utilized the supermarket, which not only allowed her to retrieve items, but also stored them and preserve their freshness. A true marvel in the sweltering climate of the primitive forest. As the 3 snakelets surrounded the mother rabbit to feed her, she appeared startled and attempted to flee with her little one in her mouth. Sang Dai, having browsed the supermarket, discovered a large rabbit cage perfectly suited for containing the rabbit. The cage's base was lined with sand to absorb the strong odor of the rabbit's waste, which would be regularly replaced to prevent the cave from becoming foul-smelling. Observing the tidy cave and the well-behaved snakelets, Sang Dai felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Luo Yue rose early, positioning herself on the route the Tangsha beastman took to Sang Dai's cave. The past 2 days, the beastman had only visited in the afternoon, but today, Xiaobai had been particularly eager to see Sang Dai earlier. Therefore, the Tangsha beastman set out at dawn, only to be intercepted by Luo Yue halfway. "Do you need something?" The beastman, unfamiliar with Luo Yue, knew only that she was new like Sang Dai. "Tangsha elder brother, Sang Dai, is unwell today. She has asked me to care for the king's young ones in her stead," Luo Yue explained with a smile. "Unwell? I should check on her," the Tangsha beastman exclaimed, alarmed, as the king had instructed him to ensure the female was well cared for. Luo Yue quickly obstructed him. "Oh, Sang Dai has already seen the veterinarian. She merely feels uncomfortable and prefers to stay in. She asked me to go in her place. You can simply guide me there." If the Tangsha beastman discovered Sang Dai, it would expose their ruse. Frowning, the beastman replied, "That one do. Xiaobai wants Sang Dai, not you." Luo Yuer's smile faltered at his bluntness. Undeterred, she pressed on. Sangdai has entrusted me with this task. I can manage the king's young ones. Besides, if we dawdle, the king might punish us. Relenting, the Tangsha beastman decided to take her along, reasoning that both belonged to the same tribe and would likely share similar methods of caring for the young. If they were delayed, Xiao Bai would surely become restless. He hurriedly led Luo Yuer to Xiao Bai's cave. Inside the cave, Xiao Bai was gleefully playing with his princess castle blocks, occasionally glancing at the entrance with eager anticipation. These past 2 days had been the happiest of his recollection. As footsteps approached, he stood up, excited yet feigning annoyance. "Why are you so slow?" he called out while rushing toward the entrance. Upon reaching it, he was met by an unfamiliar female figure. Luo Yuer, smiling brightly, was taken aback by the sight of the scarred young one, causing her to step back in fright. "This young one is truly hideous. Who are you?" "You are not her. I want her here," Xiao Bai cried out, hurt by Luo Yuer's reaction. As he failed to see Sangdai, remembering her purpose, Luo Yuer quickly plastered on a comforting smile. "Little one, I am here to care for you today. Sangdai cannot come. How about I make you something delicious?" "I don't want you. Go away." Xiao Bai retreated as if he had encountered a plague. Annoyed, Luo Yuer thought to herself that this young one was both unattractive and bothersome. Were he not the king's offspring, she would not have deigned to attend to him. Ignoring his protests, she strode into the cave, producing fire-starting materials. This little one likely had never tasted anything delectable. Once she prepared a feast, he would realize that she was superior to Sangdai. With this thought, Luo Yuer swiftly ignited a fire within the cave. Suddenly, Xiao Bai, just about to dismiss her, sensed the heat and looked up, his pupils reflecting the flickering flames, akin to a demon lurking in the cave. "Fire, fire!" He clutched his head and collapsed in terror, trembling as if he had seen something horrifying. "There is nothing to fear. Meat cooked over fire is delicious. Come, take a look." Luo Yuer, oblivious to Xiao Bai's distress, pulled him toward the fire. Cooking meat herself would be far more enjoyable. Young ones adored such fresh experiences. Sangdai would surely be inept at this. When it came time, Xiao Bai would only recognize her, rendering Sangdai irrelevant. The king would reward her handsomely, elevating her to the highest status among the tribe. Filled with self-satisfaction, Luo Yuer was taken aback when Xiao Bai suddenly bit down hard on her wrist. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, flinging Xiao Bai away. With a crash, he collided with his meticulously assembled castle blocks, scattering them across the ground, some tumbling into the fire. "Why did you bite me, you wretched child?" Luo Yuer grumbled through clenched teeth, still grappling with the pain and oblivious to the fallen blocks. Xiao Bai, eyes brimming with tears, had been frightened by the flames, but did not cry until he saw his blocks burning. "Daddy Wa," Luo Yuer, already exasperated, was about to unleash her frustration when a sudden icy chill swept over her. Before she could turn around, she felt a sharp pain in her waist, and her body was hurled outward with a thud, landing directly in the extinguished fire. Whether the impact was too severe or not, the flames were swiftly snuffed out. A tall figure swiftly approached Xiao Bai, lifting him into his arms. "Daddy is here." His deep, cold voice echoed with a protective warmth, as if emerging from an icy cavern. Seeing the fire extinguished, Xiao Bai's cries subsided, though tears continued to stream down his cheeks. His blocks, the ones that female had given him, were gone. With a chilling gaze, Tang Tsong directed a lethal glare at Luo Yuer, who lay on the ground. This little one had never cried so sorrowfully before. "Daddy, I don't want this female. Make her go away. I want the one from yesterday," Xiao Bai wailed, clinging to Tang Tsong's arm, his tears and snot mingling together. "Very well, Daddy will make her leave." Tang Tsong was remarkably compliant with his young one. With a cold glance, he summoned the Tangsha beastman outside, who promptly dragged the pained Luo Yuer away. Now that Luo Yuer was out of sight, Xiao Bai's mood improved somewhat. Tang Tsong raised a hand, gently brushing away the tears from Xiao Bai's face, though his touch was a bit heavy-handed, causing the delicate skin to flush a bright red. Pausing, he lowered his hand and softly reassured, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Gazing upon Xiao Bai, he observed the absence of any wounds and let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Bai exhibited a strong aversion towards other beastmen, including the veterinarian, whom he was reluctant to meet. If he had been injured, it would have posed a considerable dilemma. Xiao Bai shook his head, weeping softly, his nose flushed. "Father, I do not wish to see that wicked female again. I want the female from yesterday." "All right. Father will ensure she does not return. I will find you the female from yesterday," Tung Tsang replied, a hint of affection softening his usually stern demeanor. After all, he had but one cub, and that cub was hers. Xiao Bai's eyes bore a striking resemblance to hers, and every time he looked at Xiao Bai, he was reminded of her. He found himself utterly unable to refuse Xiao Bai's heartfelt request. Xiao Bai was finally comforted, yet retreated to a corner, unwilling to speak further. Outside the cave, Tung Tsang's gaze landed on the female on the ground, his voice cold as he questioned, "Why has the female changed today? Who authorized her presence here?" Luo Yuer, having regained her composure, found herself momentarily stunned by Tung Tsang's handsome visage. She had not anticipated encountering a male even more striking than Hulai. Was he truly the fearsome Serpent King? Hastily, she rose to her feet, brushed her hair aside, and explained, "Sang Dai was unwell today, so she asked me to substitute for her." I did not expect Xiao Bai to react so strongly. It was not intentional, and the fire posed no danger. Her words implicitly criticized Xiao Bai for being unreasonable, as she had merely come to look after him, even if it meant hurting herself. As a female, her needs were secondary to that of the cub. However, Tung Tsang did not spare her glance, his icy gaze shifting to the nearby Tongshi Beastman. With a thud, the Tongshi Beastman knelt down. "This subordinate acknowledges the mistake. It was wrong of me to bring her here, causing Xiao Bai distress. I shall accept punishment." The Tongshi Beastman was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that the king was not seeking an explanation, but rather demanding acknowledgement of fault. He realized that the king was genuinely enraged today. Fortunately, Xiao Bai had not been harmed. Otherwise, he would have faced a far graver consequence. Tongshi Beastman inwardly berated Luo Yu. This female was truly a source of his troubles. Only then did Tung Tsang shift his attention to Luo Yuer, a shadow of malevolence creeping into his cold eyes. "Who permitted you to wield fire within the tribe?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuer was momentarily taken aback. Was fire not allowed in the Black Abyss tribe? In her previous tribe, fire had garnered her admiration, and upon arriving at the Black Abyss tribe, she had naively assumed they were similarly primitive, never bothering to inquire further. She remained oblivious to the fact that even in the midst of a primitive beast world, there were tribes that had fortuitously acquired fire from lightning strikes. She began to explain, but suddenly a voice interrupted her. "Your Majesty, she must have done it on purpose. Who in the Black Abyss tribe does not know that Xiao Bai fears fire? The tribe has expressly forbidden the use of fire. Yet she dared to ignite flames in front of Xiao Bai, frightening him. She clearly does not respect you, Your Majesty. In my opinion, she came here with the intent to harm Xiao Bai." Shi Xiao Mian emerged from behind the Tongshi Beastman. Having overheard Sang Dai's words, she had been waiting here, hoping to devise a way to prevent Luo Yuer from meeting Xiao Bai. However, Luo Yuer arrived earlier than expected, and she could not stop her. But now, fortune favored her, as this female had recklessly endangered herself by using fire in front of Xiao Bai. Do not slander me." Luo Yuer shot a glare at Shi Xiao Mian, bewildered as to why this stranger was casting aspersions upon her character. The next moment, she felt Tung Tsang's gaze grow colder. "Seize her and take her away. She is forbidden from approaching the cave again. Punish her according to our laws." With that, Tung Tsang's words were final, and the Tongshi Beastman wasted no time in escorting Luo Yuer away, offering her no chance to defend herself. Shi Xiao Mian reveled in her triumph. Now, no other female could compete with her for the king's affection. "Find a veterinarian and take him a check on that female," Tung Tsang commanded, referring to the ailing Sang Dai. The Tongshi Beastman nodded eagerly, but had barely taken a few steps before Tung Tsang called him back. "Never mind. I shall go myself." As Tung Tsang spoke, he strode forward. Xiao Bai was quite concerned about this female, and he had promised to bring her to him. If anything were to happen to her, he would have no explanation to offer Xiao Bai. The memory of Sang Dai's frail appearance from their last encounter spurred him to quicken his pace. Chapter 23. Did she bully you? Luo Yuer was returned to the cave. The matriarch and other tribe members had been waiting for her return, their faces alight with hope as they approached her. How'd it go? Was the king satisfied? Did you receive any rewards? The Tongshi beast man snorted disdainfully. Rewards? The king has not expelled you from the tribe. That is already a favor. Starting today, for the next month, you will be responsible for cleaning the tribe's waste. And you lot, he continued, addressing the beastmen, will hunt independently without joining the hunting party. The tribe will not provide for you. What? Upon hearing the Tongshi beastman's words, Luo Yuer and the others were left wide-eyed in disbelief. They were to clean waste as a female. That revolting task was to be assigned to her. As for hunting being new arrivals, they would have no chance of catching anything without the hunting party. This was simply a denial of their survival. The Tongshi beastman paid them no mind, bringing 4 stone basins and large jars. All waste must be deposited here, and each day, beastmen will take it out of the tribe. Should it be discovered that the waste has not been properly cleaned, and the king's wrath is incurred, do not blame me for not warning you. Having delivered his orders, the Tongshi beastman urged Luo Yuer to get to work. With the Tongshi beastman glaring at her, Luo Yuer had no choice but to resign herself to the distasteful task. The beastmen lacked proper toilets. They resolved their needs in secluded spots. Yet, the overwhelming stench of waste, if left to accumulate, would pose a threat to the tribe, hence the daily cleaning routine. In essence, it was akin to picking up excrement. With no gloves at her disposal, Luo Yuer had to use a stick, but her pace was slow, and some waste was poorly formed, scattering with the slightest misstep. The size of the beastman's waste was daunting, and Luo Yuer felt on the verge of collapse. After a morning of retching, she finally had a moment to rest. Returning to the cave, her body reeked, and her fellow tribe members avoided her, while other beastmen regarded her with evident disdain. Internally, Luo Yuer cursed. Damn it, Sang Dai! She must have known all along about Xiao Bai's fear of fire, yet did not inform me in advance. She was undoubtedly waiting for me to fall into a trap. How malicious! Luo Yuer added another grievance to her mental list against Sang Dai. Achoo! Achoo! Sang Dai, while preparing an extra meal for the serpent cub, sneezed several times. She rubbed her nose, wondering who might be speaking ill of her. Mother, are you unwell? Sang Yu asked, her dark, glistening eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Sang Dai. The female's body was fragile, and even a minor ailment could prove fatal. They had long awaited their mother's recovery and wished for nothing more than to live eternally with such a gentle mother. I am not ill, Sang Dai reassured, noticing Sang Yu's worry. You all remain at home and take care of the little rabbit. Mother will wash the dishes by the river. Fetching water proved to be laborious, and she did not wish to burden the serpent beastman repeatedly. Thus, she took the dishes directly to the riverbank for washing, which was not only convenient, but also conserved water. The 3 serpent cubs nodded obediently. With a basin in hand, Sandy made her way to the river. When Tung Song arrived with the veterinarian, he found Sandy barefoot, having already washed the dishes and sitting on a stone by the river, rinsing her feet. Her fair feet splashed in the water, sending droplets flying. The primeval forest was lush, but only along the riverbank did sunlight pierce through the towering trees, illuminating Sandy's delicate, egg-shaped face as if enveloped in a halo. The veterinarian, following Tung Song, was momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such a beautiful female. Noticing the veterinarian's reaction, Tung Song furrowed his brow. Sensing Tung Song's discontent, the veterinarian hastily averted his gaze and lowered his head, standing back respectfully. Villain, Sandy thought, realizing someone was watching her. She turned to find it was Tung Song, and she nearly blurted out the words. Hastily, she stood up. What a coincidence, Your Highness. Are you also here to wash something? Sandy forced a smile. For reasons unknown, the presence of the villain reminded her of the colossal beast from her dreams, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. Tung Song gazed down at the petite female before him. Seeing her lively demeanor, he deduced that Luo Yuer must have lied. He turned to the veterinarian and instructed, You may return. The young male veterinarian still without a mate and wishing to steal a few more glances at Sandy. Sensed Tung Tsang's displeasure and quickly departed. Sandy was somewhat bewildered. As Tung Tsang approached, she instinctively stepped back, setting aside everything else. The aura of this villain was simply overwhelming. Speak plainly if you have something to say, she thought to herself. I truly do not wish to be close to him. Has she bullied you? Tung Tsang halted before Sandy, looking down at her from height. His sharp, stern features were furrowed in apparent displeasure. Huh? What? Sandy was utterly confused, unable to comprehend the villain's words. Indeed, you are so frail and without a mate. Anyone could bully you, Tung Tsang continued, still frowning. After a moment of contemplation, he added, if anyone attempts to replace you in the future, inform me. This female seemed so delicate that it was likely she would not dare to resist. Since Xiao Bai had an affinity for her, he could not allow her to come to harm. Sandy suddenly realized that the villain was aware of Luo Yuer's actions. Has something happened to Xiao Bai? Her expression turned anxious. He has been frightened and wishes to see you, Tung Tsang stated. Sandy nodded vigorously. I can go right now. Tung Tsang turned to lead the way, and Sandy, disregarding her dishes, followed closely behind, knowing that no one would take them in the tribe. Tung Tsang's long strides made it necessary for Sandy to jog several steps to keep up. As he glanced at her bare, pale feet touching the ground, Tung Tsang's gaze darkened. Why have you stopped? Sandy wondered why the villain had paused, when suddenly she felt a tightness around her waist. Tung Tsang effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder with one arm. This is much more pleasing to the eye. You're too slow. Tung Tsang's low and succinct words reached Sandy's ears, and he ceased further conversation. Sandy silently cursed him, but could only comply. She was powerless against the villain. They soon arrived at the cave. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Sandy dashed towards Xiao Bai's den. My waist is about to break. This audacious fellow could at least warn me before making such moves. The weight of Tung Tsang's arm vanished, yet she felt inexplicably empty. Turning around, she observed the female's silhouette and suddenly felt a pang of familiarity. In the cave, Sandy exhaled deeply, stretching her sore, stiff arms. Upon noticing a small figure in the corner, her frustration dissipated. Never mind, given how adorably soft this little cub is and the supplies involved. I shall overlook the villain's conduct. Xiao Bai? Sandy whispered, tiptoeing closer. The little milk-colored creature raised its head, revealing a pair of wet, crimson, beastly eyes. Why did you take so long to arrive? Its soft, plaintive voice carried a hint of complaint. Then, as if recalling something, the voice became teary. You gave me. The castle is gone, Wu. For reasons unknown, the moment Xiao Bai saw Sandy, it felt particularly aggrieved. Sandy then noticed that the cave contained a heap of extinguished firewood, with ashes scattered among burnt building blocks. Nearby lay a multitude of scattered blocks, some still intact, hinting at the shape of a castle. The painstakingly assembled blocks had been destroyed. Could one not feel heartbroken and wronged? It's all right, Xiao Bai, I have some more. Let's put together a new one, shall we? And I'll reward you with double the ice cream. Sandy crouched down, enveloping the little creature in her arms, gently patting its back to soothe it. As if finding warmth in the middle of winter, Xiao Bai could not help but nuzzle against her. Hearing the mention of ice cream, its eyes brightened momentarily, though it still expressed discontent. I built it all by myself. It took me the whole night. It could not suppress a sniffle. Observing the dark circles under Xiao Bai's eyes, Sandy felt a surge of sympathy. Normally, it would take adults several days to assemble such blocks. Xiao Bai managed to do it in one night, eagerly awaiting her arrival, only to have it destroyed by Luo Yuer. Seeing the little one's woeful expression, Sandy spoke gently. Our Xiao Bai is the strongest. I wouldn't even know how to build with those blocks. Consider it a lesson for me. Shall we build another one together? Once it's done, I'll prepare something delicious for you. If they did not rebuild it, Xiao Bai might forever harbor regrets. Noticing Sandy's sincere demeanor, Xiao Bai reluctantly nodded. She had not brought a bag, so she excused herself to retrieve the blocks and inform the 3 serpent cubs. Outside the cave, Tung Tsang came to a halt. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, he was astonished that this female could soothe Xiao Bai with just a few words. Xiao Bai, who typically despised interactions with others, allowed her to touch him. It seemed this female possessed some skill. A shadow flickered in Tang Tsang's deep, dark eyes. He chose not to intrude further and exited the cave, summoning his subordinates to guard the two. He would grant any request she made. Upon concluding his orders, Tang Tsang added, in the future, apart from her, no other female is permitted in Xiaobai's den. Should she wish to see Xiaobai, there is no need to inform me. Simply allow her to enter. This frail female posed no threat to him. As long as Xiaobai was fond of her, granting her an exception to enter his territory was not a bad idea. The serpent beastmen accepted his orders, astonished. The king is permitting this female free access to his cave? Such privileges are typically reserved for the queen. Could it be that the king has taken a liking to her? One of the serpent beastmen cautiously stole a glance at their king, then dismissed the thought. It was impossible. The king had never regarded any female with such favor, and it must surely be due to Xiaobai. Under Xiaobai's guidance, the two quickly rebuilt a block castle. Sandy was left in awe. This little one was truly a genius. The instruction manual is incomprehensible to a novice. Relying solely on his previous memories, Xiaobai glided through it seamlessly, without a moment's pause. One extraordinary memory this is. Can you live here? Father's cave is quite spacious. I will ask Father to prepare a cave for you. Would you stay here with me? Xiaobai did not notice the astonishment in Sangdai's eyes. His dark, clear, beastly gaze was filled with anticipation. Observing the little one grasping the hem of her skirt with his tiny hand, Sangdai's heart ached. Yet, she remained resolute, smiling gently as she replied, "It's not possible, Xiaobai. This is your father's cave. Only his mate and offspring can reside here. Then just mate with my father and be his partner." Xiaobai blurted out without hesitation. If she could become his mother, he would be more than willing. After all, his father had said that his biological mother had passed away. He no longer had a mother. Could he not find a beloved mother for himself? Sangdai's smile froze as she recalled the villain's sinister visage. A shiver ran down her spine. Mate with him. It was something she wouldn't dare to dream of. Were it not for Xiaobai, there would be no chance of any interaction with the villain, let alone becoming his partner. The likelihood of that happening was less than the sun rising from the west. That is even less feasible. Your father does not favor me, so we cannot be partners. Besides, I have 3 little ones at home to care for. And they are about your age, Sangdai explained with a smile. I will come to see you every day, and if you wish, you can come to my home to play. Upon hearing about the 3 little snakes, Xiaobai's expression fell. A flicker of jealousy flashed in his dark eyes. If only he could become one of those 3 little ones. Seeing the little one's crestfallen face, Sangdai racked her brain for ways to comfort him when he suddenly looked up. All right, then can you do me a favor? Sangdai nodded. What do you need? I want my father to try ice cream too. Then I will ask Brother Tingsha to deliver it. She would certainly not refuse such a trivial request. Her mind already searching the supermarket for packaged ice cream to prevent it from melting on the way. No, you must deliver it for me. I'm afraid they will eat it. Xiaobai interrupted, his small face exceedingly serious. Sangdai gazed into his pleading, wet eyes. The words of refusal lingered at her throat, but ultimately transformed into a single word. All right. To refuse him again would make her feel inhumane. What cunning could Xiaobai possess? He merely wished for his father to taste something delicious. Sangdai instructed the Tangsha Beastman to take her to the king's cave. Although the Tangsha Beastman initially intended to refuse, he recalled the king's earlier command. Surely, freedom of movement included the king's cave as well. After all, he had been there before, and the king had not seemed displeased. He nodded, all right, follow me. Watching Sangdai's departing figure, a triumphant smile crossed Xiaobai's innocent face. If disliking someone meant they could not be partners, then he would ensure they learned to like her first. His father was particularly fond of cleanliness. At this moment, he must be bathing. Brother Tingsha, are we going to the king's cave? Sangdai inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar path. Ahead, a faint light flickered. They were exiting the cave. No, the king is not in the cave right now. He's up ahead. Upon hearing the Tangsha Beastman's explanation, Sangdai nodded in understanding. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the Tangsha Beastman halted. Sangdai understood that both the villain and his son had peculiarities. They disliked others encroaching upon their space. So she chose to proceed alone. Upon exiting the cave, She realized this was not the entrance she had arrived at. Outside, a meadow stretched before her, adorned with exotic flowers and vibrant butterflies fluttering by. King? She tentatively stepped forward, only to find a serene lake and a waterfall with no sign of any person. Just as she pondered, a massive dark figure emerged from the water, wrapping around her waist and swiftly pulling her into the depths. Ah! Sang-Dai gasped in surprise, barely registering the cold lake water enveloping her. In her shock, she opened her eyes to see a colossal black beast, its massive body sprawling across the lake, its crimson, beastly eyes snapping open with ferocity. Sang-Dai's heart halted. This feeling was all too familiar. It was reminiscent of that dream. The beast's tail tightened, lifting her above the surface. Gasping for air as if reborn, Sang-Dai noticed the water level of the lake suddenly drop by several feet, and the beastly tail transformed into a powerful arm. Upon hearing her breaths, the crimson hue in Tung Tsung's eyes gradually faded, returning to clarity. Who allowed you to come here? Tung Tsung questioned coldly. If Yin-Ti regained his senses in time, this female would have been in grave danger. After being injured while slaying a savage beast, he had returned and occasionally lost control, acting irrationally. While it didn't last long, he sought to avoid harming other beastmen and would always come to this lake first. The cold water helped him maintain his sanity. It was Xiaobai who sent me. He asked me to bring you food. Sang-Dai hurriedly replied, her hands trembling as she pulled a box of ice cream from her bag, disregarding the fact that she was still in the water. She simply wished to complete her task and leave. The villain was truly terrifying. He would strangle her at the slightest provocation, whether by throwing her out or into the water. She feared that next time, she might end up buried underground. And why was the lake water as frigid as an ice pit, threatening to freeze her to death? Noticing the female's pale lips and trembling fingertips, Tung Tsung's expression hardened. Indeed, the female was delicate. After only a brief moment, she had turned so cold. He effortlessly lifted her, making his way to the shore. Sang-Dai, facing downward, caught a glimpse of her reflection in the lake's surface and immediately blushed. This fellow, he had just transformed into human form and hadn't had time to dress. As Tung Tsung stepped onto the shore, he sensed the warmth radiating from the female in his arms. He found it quite puzzling. How could her body be so warm? Although he disliked sources of heat, this little female did not evoke the same repulsion. You're burning up? Are you unwell? Tung Tsung furrowed his brows as he asked. No, you let me down. Sang-Dai stammered, but Tung Tsung did not hesitate, releasing her, and she slid to the ground. Turning to flee, she suddenly remembered something, covering her eyes with one hand while thrusting the ice cream into Tung Tsung's hand with the other. This is from Xiaobai. He wants you to try it. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll take my leave now. With the cold item now in his grasp, Tung Tsung found its temperature quite pleasant. Wait. He turned to Sang-Dai, placing his large hand on her shoulder, pulling her back to face him. Sang-Dai assumed he had something further to say, but unexpectedly, he pulled her hand away from her eyes. Are your eyes injured? I'll take you to see a veterinarian. This little female had been covering her eyes, so it was clear that something was amiss with them. Sang-Dai froze, her peripheral vision inevitably catching sight of something enormous. A wave of horror washed over her. This was indeed the villain. I didn't see anything. No, I'm not injured. Please let go. I need to leave. Sang-Dai felt her brain was no longer in control of her mouth, and she began to babble incoherently. Just as she finished speaking, a rush of warmth surged through her nose. Tung Tsung's frown deepened. The little female was clearly rambling, so perhaps she was ill? In the next moment, 2 streams of crimson liquid flowed from the little female's nose. No, I must take you to the veterinarian. This bleeding indicates something is terribly wrong with your body. Sang-Dai wished she could disappear into the ground. I won't go. I really am fine, she hastily rejected, wiping the blood from her face. Although the veterinarians in this world may not possess the expertise of modern doctors, they could still discern if a beastman was unwell. If word got out that she had merely experienced a nosebleed after encountering the villain, would she ever be able to show her face again? Tung Tsung furrowed his brows in concern, ready to forcibly take her away, when suddenly an anxious voice called from outside the cave. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. Several hunting teams have encountered ferocious beasts and have sustained serious injuries. The tongue snake beastmen had come seeking him, indicating the casualties were significant. Tung Song's expression turned grave as he glanced at Sang Dai, who quickly waved her hands again. I truly am fine. Look at me, I'm lively and well. Your Majesty, please go attend to your duties. Seeing she did not appear ill, Tung Song finally lifted his leg to approach the tongue snake beastmen. Follow me. I will guide you out. The sense of direction of females is poor, and if this little one gets lost, she will surely end up in tears. Tung Song casually wrapped a piece of beast hide around his waist. However, Sang Dai's pupils dilated, and she suddenly froze. She had just noticed a bite mark scar on the place where Tung Song covered himself with the hide. In her dreams, she had bitten that man transformed from a giant beast. The position of the scar matched exactly with that of the villain. The suspicion she had previously dismissed surged back in her mind. Could it be that her dreams were not mere fantasies, and the villain was indeed the giant beast with whom she had been entangled? If so, did that mean her 3 little snake offspring were the villain's progeny? The realization struck her like a bolt from the blue. She had thought their biological father would never appear, and had been striving to improve her reputation, preparing to redeem herself. Now, it was revealed that their father stood right before her. The villain, with his unpredictable temperament, cherished the little white one so dearly. What if he discovered the truth and took the snake offspring away? That would be bad enough. But if he learned of the original owner's past mistreatment of the snake offspring, he might kill her in a fit of rage. Wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? No, she could not allow anyone to learn of this matter. Is there something else? Noticing the little female still standing there, staring blankly at him, Tung Song displayed a hint of confusion on his handsome face. No, nothing at all. Sang Dai snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed after him, striving to appear as if nothing had occurred. Yet, with her mind occupied, she inadvertently forgot to leave and ended up accompanying the villain to the hunting team. In the open area of the tribe, a dozen injured beastmen stood, their faces filled with despair. On the ground lay around 10 more beastmen, their injuries more severe. Some are even missing limbs, their bodies marked with the bites of wild beasts. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Several veterinarians were busy moving among the beastmen, assessing their injuries. Even those who survived losing an arm or leg would no longer be able to hunt. A disabled beastman was akin to a worthless being, better off dead than alive. What happened? Tung Song's face darkened to an alarming degree as he surveyed the grievously wounded beastmen. Typically, a hunting team consisted of 10 members, yet today 3 teams had sustained injuries. Among them was a team of tongue snake beastmen who had suffered the most. Hunting was perilous, while injuries among beastmen had occurred in the past. Such a severe incident had never happened before. Your Majesty, we did not find prey in the forest and decided to venture deeper, but we inadvertently stumbled into a den of ferocious beasts, replied one beastman who had injured his leg. If it weren't for the tongue snake beastmen desperately protecting our retreat, we might not have made it back at all. The revelation shocked the gathered beastmen. What? Ferocious beasts have begun to establish dens in our hunting grounds? Chapter 26. Supermarket Upgrade. Selling and restocking. Although ferocious beasts compete with beastmen for territory, they typically only build dens in their own domains. While ferocious beasts do roam the forests, Tung Song had advised beastmen to hunt in teams to avoid being trapped by these creatures. Yet ferocious beasts like them only hunted in the forest and never constructed nests within it. This news undoubtedly exacerbated the already precarious situation for the beastmen. How are we supposed to hunt in the future? Indeed, if there are ferocious beast dens in the forest, we cannot venture deeper. Without going deep, we cannot find prey. The beastmen wore expressions of bitterness. Prey does not simply appear. They must search far and wide to locate it. Now, they must also be wary of inadvertently entering ferocious beast dens, making it evident that survival for beastmen would become increasingly difficult. Where is the location of the ferocious beast den? I will take the tongue snake beastmen to eradicate it tomorrow, Tung Song stated coldly. The injured beastmen quickly reported the location. Even so, the beastmen were not particularly pleased. Ferocious beasts reproduce rapidly, and since one den had been discovered, there were surely more lurking in the forest. Danger was omnipresent. Witnessing the dire condition of the beastmen, Sang-Dai realized that the supplies sent daily by the tongue snake beastmen were exchanged for lives. She had thought life in the Heiyuan tribe would be a bit easier, only to discover that they too faced such a crisis. If only the supplies from the supermarket could be utilized, she could lend a hand. However, Sang-Dai quickly dismissed this notion. The food from the supermarket was insufficient for this place. It was fine for personal use. But if she distributed it among others and took too little, it would be useless. If she took too much, it would certainly raise suspicion and could even lead to trouble. As for weapons, the knives and forks from the supermarket were no sharper than the claws of some beastmen. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Your Majesty, I have a method that can enhance the hunting efficiency of the beastmen and reduce danger. A female voice came from behind the crowd. The beastmen had yet to see the newcomer, but they were already assailed by a foul odor. What does that smell? Who smeared excrement on themselves and came here without washing? The beastmen recoiled in disgust, covering their noses. Beastmen possess keen senses, and this stench was akin to a biological weapon to them. Luo Yuer's expression stiffened as she held a bucket of dung, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Yet, recognizing this as her opportunity for a comeback, she mustered her courage and approached Tung Tsang. Your Majesty, I can create traps. The beastmen need not hunt. They can simply check the traps daily to catch prey, thus avoiding encounters with ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, the beastmen looked skeptical. Pray will just wait for us to pick them up? Are you joking? Female, don't make things worse. You have never hunted, so you have no idea how difficult it is. Expecting gratitude from the beastmen, she was instead met with doubt. Luo Yuer's expression turned grim. Hulai stepped forward, shielding Luo Yuer behind him. What she says is true. Our tribe previously employed traps for hunting and managed to catch plenty of prey. Hulai's kin also stepped forward to corroborate. Your Majesty, you may allow everyone to give it a try. It won't take up much time. Once the traps are set, there will still be time to hunt, so it won't delay matters. Seeing that Tung Tsang remained silent, Luo Yuer spoke urgently. She had just arrived here and learned the backstory. If she could resolve the hunting issues of the Heiyuan tribe, the Snake King would certainly regard her with newfound respect, and her status would rise significantly. At the very least, she would no longer have to collect dung. After just one day, she felt as if she were marinating in the stench. She could not endure this life for another moment. Snake Liang, take her down and teach everyone the methods for setting traps. First, find 10 hunting teams to learn from. If it proves effective, then everyone should adopt it. Tung Tsang instructed his subordinate. Though he held little affection for the female, if her methods could resolve the hunting dilemma, it would ultimately benefit the tribe. Yes, Snake Liang, who had initially introduced Sang-Dai to the Tang Snake Orc tribe, shared Tung Tsang's sentiments towards Luo Yuer. Yet he had no choice but to comply with the king's orders. Luo Yuer beamed with joy. Then what about my punishment and my kin? If the traps are useful, you need not worry about your punishment, and your kin may also join the hunting teams, Tung Tsang replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuer cast a triumphant glance at Sang-Dai. See, I am about to turn my fortunes around. Soon, I will be the benefactor of the entire tribe. And what is Sang-Dai to that? Sang-Dai, upon receiving Luo Yuer's hostile gaze, wore a perplexed expression. Is this woman unwell? I have done nothing to her. Why does she glare at me like a combative rooster? Thinking of the 3 little snake cubs waiting at home, she did not share Luo Yuer's overly scheming mindset. Unable to assist, she decided to head back. To Luo Yuer, this scene represented Sang-Dai's hasty retreat. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing that once the traps were tested, she would have everything she desired, leaving Sang-Dai in a position of envy. Sang-Dai, however, had no time for Luo Yuer. She needed to return and garner affection from her snake cubs. Her little snake cubs were fragrant, soft, adorably naive, and understanding. Wasn't it delightful to be with them? Upon returning to the cave, she found her 3 little snake cubs busy organizing the supplies. When they saw Sang-Dai return, they quickly stood up. Mother, we haven't stolen anything. We merely wish to tidy up the supplies and move them back into the cave. Sang-Ching immediately explained, fearful of misunderstanding. Seeing the anxious expressions on her little snake cubs' faces, Sang Dai's demeanor softened as she smiled. Silly cubs, these supplies are ours. You are part of this family. If you are hungry, take what you need. How can it be called stealing? The three cubs stood frozen, realizing that their mother meant they were entitled to use these supplies. While they would not take things recklessly, hearing their mother's words warmed their hearts, filling them with joy. From now on, they truly had a home. However, the supplies still required organization. Sang Dai nodded, glancing at the pile at the cave entrance. The supplies sent by the Tong snake orcs had been accumulating there for 2 days, and she had not found the time to tidy them up. Rubbing her non-existent sleeves, she joined her little cubs. Food, animal skins, and various utensils were haphazardly piled together. The snake cubs had already sorted out some animal skins, preparing to move them into the cave. Sang Dai approached to help with the skins. The animal skins were bundled together. As soon as she picked one up, her vision shifted, and her consciousness suddenly found itself in a supermarket. Along with her was the bundle of animal skins. A strange counter had appeared at the supermarket's front, with 2 signs on either side reading stock and sale. Sang Dai was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Could her supermarket possibly have upgraded with new features? In front of the counter was a large mechanical scale and a tablet-sized electronic screen. A flicker of speculation crossed Sang Dai's mind as she tentatively placed the animal skins on the scale. With a beep, the screen lit up, displaying several lines of text. Detected 4 complete tiger skins. Price, 1,000 yuan each. Would you like to sell? A glimmer of delight passed through Sang Dai's eyes. It can be done this way. The Tongue snake orcs had delivered quite a few animal skins. Although the tiger skins were intact and warm, the climate in the He-Yuan tribe was too hot for wearing them. Using them as bed linens would only lead to discomfort. Selling them would be preferable, as it might allow her to acquire supplies not currently available in the supermarket. Although her supermarket was well stocked with daily necessities, it lacked items such as medicine, weapons, books, and seeds. More supplies were always beneficial. Sang Dai promptly decided to sell the skins. Soon, the balance on the screen changed from 0 to 4,000. In the lower left corner of the electronic screen was a button for stocking. Upon clicking it, she found a stock list. However, everything was gray except for the first item, beast bait, which could lure wild beasts within a 5-mile radius, merely requiring application to the beast's food for effectiveness. Sang Dai read the description aloud, her face a mask of confusion. Beast bait? What is this? I only know of fish bait. I have never heard of anything like this in modern times. Could it not be a product from my era? She recalled the injured orcs from that day. They had strayed into a lethal beast's lair while searching for prey. If this beast bait truly worked, applying it in the forest would attract wild beasts from within 5 kilometers, eliminating the need to venture deep into the forest and risk wandering into lethal beast territory. Though it would not resolve the nesting of lethal beasts in the forest, it would certainly facilitate hunting. Since both she and her snake cubs depended on the He-Yuan tribe for survival, their fates were intertwined. Helping the orc tribe would ultimately be assisting herself. With this in mind, Sang Dai resolved to purchase some for testing. If effective, she could later share it with the antagonist. After all, she could claim to have created it herself, unlike the supermarket items, which were difficult to explain. However, upon seeing the price of the beast bait, her expression darkened. What a rogue merchant! 5,000 for just 1 pound of beast bait, and it's sold by the pound. With a grimace, she returned to the cave. Relieved that her 3 snake cubs were engrossed in organizing supplies and had not noticed the missing animal skins. She took a few more skins back into the cave and sold them in the supermarket. After spending a fortune on 1 pound of beast bait, she refrained from further purchases. She and her snake cubs categorized all the supplies and moved them into the cave. Unfortunately, without shelves, the supplies had to be placed on the ground, filling the cave to the brim. There were plenty of empty spaces in the cave. One was designated for rabbits, another for supplies, and one for the mother and her children, utilizing only 3 caves. Among the supplies were several pieces of meat and undressed prey, which the 4 of them could not possibly consume. Given the heat, leaving them for too long would surely lead to spoilage. While orcs typically would discard spoiled meat, Sang Dai had no desire to eat it. Leaving a day's worth of meat, she took salt from the supermarket and preserved the rest. If everything were taken to the supermarket, The snake cubs would discover the preserved meat, which could be stored for a long time. They would see it and not suspect anything. "Mother, why did you cut up all the meat? We can't eat it all, and it will spoil faster this way," Sang Yu remarked, unaware of her mother's intentions as she saw the prey piled in a large basin. "It won't spoil. I have preserved it," Sang Dai explained with a smile. Sang Feng poked the meat in the basin with his finger and tasted it. "Salty. It's salty. Mother, have you used white crystal?" Sang Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Where is the white crystal? I didn't see it while organizing supplies." The three little serpents were equally astonished. White crystal? They had only heard of it before. It was said that the powerful tribe's beastmen could use white crystal to replenish their strength, making them incredibly robust. Their tribe could only rely on beast blood, which naturally paled in comparison to the tribes that consumed white crystal. Sang Dai was puzzled for a moment before realizing that the little serpents were referring to salt. In this primitive beast world, salt was exceptionally precious, and the beastmen referred to it as white crystal. "It was given to me directly by the Tangsha beastmen. I feared that Luo Yuer might take it, so I hid it away and forgot to mention it to you," Sang Dai explained nonchalantly, her heart steady as she spun her tale. She had told so many lies that she no longer needed to draft them. Sang Yu, the most astute of the trio, nodded knowingly, indeed. Something so precious should be hidden well. However, given the high value of white crystal, using it to cure meat would certainly require a significant amount. The Tangsha beastmen were indeed generous. No wonder they were part of the formidable Black Abyss tribe. Sang Feng smacked his lips in reminiscence. "Mother's meat is salty. It must have been seasoned with white crystal. It tastes so good. No wonder I felt so energetic these past few days. I thought it was because of Mother's cooking. Mother, let me help you." Sang Qing, with his strong physique, immediately offered his assistance. Seeing how hard his mother worked, he felt compelled to share the burden. "All right, I need to step out for a while. You three keep an eye on things and ensure no mice or insects come to steal," Sang Dai said with a smile, affectionately ruffling the heads of the three little serpents. Taking advantage of the moment, she decided to test whether the beast bait was effective. The sooner she conducted the experiment, the sooner she could utilize it. "Rest assured, Mother, we will stay right here, guarding the white crystal." "No, I mean guarding the meat," Sang Feng quickly corrected himself, glancing around nervously to ensure no one overheard their mention of white crystal. Sang Qing and Sang Yu exchanged exasperated glances. This silly brother of theirs was fortunate they lived far away. Otherwise, they would surely be discovered by other beastmen. Though beastmen typically wouldn't seize a female as possessions, one could never be too cautious, especially with shameless individuals like Luo Yuer and who lie around. After ensuring the little serpents were settled, Sang Dai slung her small bag over her shoulder and ventured out. She had intended to find a Tangsha beastman to guide her, but finding none, she noticed the entrance to the tribe was deserted. Perhaps due to recent events, the tribe was short-staffed. The nearby wild beasts had long been captured, and none dared to approach, so Sang Dai opted to venture out alone. After walking less than a mile, she paused, retrieved a piece of meat from her supplies, sprinkled some beast bait on it, and hung it on a branch. She then stepped back to hide behind a tree, ensuring she was far enough away to escape should a wild beast approach. Given her proximity to the tribe, she assumed there would be no ferocious creatures nearby, only some small animals, so she felt no fear. Before long, she heard rustling in the grass. Sang Dai's eyes brightened, fixated on the source of the sound. A pair of gray rabbit ears peeked through the foliage. Just a rabbit? Her initial excitement turned to disappointment. She had hoped to attract something more substantial. Was this all the beast bait could muster? After squatting for half an hour, she saw nothing but rabbits and squirrels. What a waste of 5 bee skins, Sang Dai muttered, preparing to return. However, in the next moment, she sensed a dangerous presence behind her. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, causing Sang Dai to freeze. Plop! A drop of foul-smelling liquid splattered onto her forehead. With her neck stiffened, she looked up and turned pale. Above her, a gigantic python, as thick as a barrel, coiled around a towering tree, its gaping maw dripping with saliva. Its bulbous, red eyes sent chills down her spine. Behind the massive python, several more dark shapes slithered toward her. Sang Dai felt her vision darken. What the hell? This python is cunning? It's bringing its family along. Alone. She was no match for even one python. Not only Sang Dai, but even the beastmen of the Black Abyss tribe would never anticipate encountering such a giant creature near their territory. The python opened its mouth, lunging toward her head. This is it, Sang Dai lamented inwardly, never expecting that just as her life began to show promise, she would become fodder for the forest. She wondered if being swallowed whole would hurt. Surely, the stomach acid would corrode her slowly, wouldn't it? Her mind began to conjure various gruesome ways she might meet her end. Boom! Just as her eyes were about to close, a dark figure darted past her, sending the python flying. A familiar, imposing beast filled her view. Sang Dai gasped, for the once terrifying creature now appeared to be her savior. The Tangsha was even larger than the python, like a mountain, its tail crashing down on the python, snapping several towering trees in half. Light suddenly flooded in above her. The python twisted a few times, seemingly incapacitated, and then fell still. The other pythons, sensing danger, attempted to flee. Soon, a group of Tangsha beastmen surrounded them, swiftly resolving the situation. Witnessing the battle, Sang Dai felt a chilling, suffocating aura rather than any gruesome carnage. Tung Tsang transformed into human form, his handsome visage stained with blood, his eyes still glimmering with traces of crimson. It was evident he had just returned from battle. What are you doing here? Who brought you out? He glared down at the little female, standing frozen in place, his brows furrowed in concern. Had he arrived just a moment too late? She would have met her demise at the python's jaws. Did she even realize how perilous her situation had been? If something had happened to her, Xiaobai would certainly make his life miserable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tung Tsang's expression darkened further. I came out myself. No one brought me. Sang Dai stammered, instinctively shrinking back, feeling intimidated by the imposing figure before her. Tung Tsang opened his mouth to say more, but halted upon seeing her pale face and the beads of sweat on her forehead. Realizing she had just endured a frightful experience, he refrained from scolding her further. He knew that if he made her cry, Xiaobai would surely seek him out for retribution. King, these pythons are quite strange. They should inhabit the depths of the forest. Even if they venture out to hunt, they shouldn't appear here, he said, observing the defeated creatures. The serpent beastmen have captured the slain boa constrictors, preparing to return them to the tribe. Such large specimens of boa constrictors can provide sustenance for many beastmen. Although the serpent beastmen feel puzzled, their faces radiate visible excitement. Today has indeed been fruitful. Not only did they eliminate a small layer of fierce beasts alongside the king, but they also garnered a substantial amount of food. Upon hearing this, Tung Tsang furrowed his brow and gazed at the boa constrictors, sensing something amiss. I may know the reason. Sandai timidly raised her hand. A group of serpent beastmen turned to her in unison. Sandai pointed to the meat hanging from a tree, smeared with beast bait, and explained, I have developed a bait that can lure wild beasts. When they catch a whiff of it, they come out to forage. I intended to test its effectiveness, and these boa constrictors were likely drawn here by the bait. She initially thought it would be ineffective, but the results proved otherwise. The activity range of these boa constrictors extended far beyond 5 miles. No wonder it took half an hour for them to arrive. Upon hearing this, the serpent beastmen's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at her. You mean to say that you lured these boa constrictors here? One exclaimed. What kind of bait is this that it works so marvelously? We usually can't find boa constrictors at all, yet you managed to bring them near the tribe. This is simply incredible. Indeed, it is more challenging than climbing to the heavens to find prey in the forest these days. The serpent beastmen felt as though they had encountered a myth. Tung Tsang also cast a surprised glance at Sandai. He did not doubt her. Although this petite female seemed fragile, her ability to easily soothe Xiaobai indicated a remarkable intellect, perhaps even a hidden talent. Sandai smiled shyly, unable to admit that the bait was purchased from a supermarket, and instead took the credit. Yes, I have some left. I intended to share it with everyone. I will bring it to you when I return, she said with a bright smile. Although the beast bait was costly, it proved its worth. She had only used a small amount, roughly a few dozen grams. A single pound of bait could be utilized multiple times. The bait resembled a thick paste, making it unrecognizable, and Sandai was not concerned about it being discovered. If anyone inquired, she would simply claim it to be a secret recipe, offering no further details. Wonderful. The faces of the serpent beastmen brightened, their gratitude towards Sandai deepening. Shall I escort you back? Rest assured, we shall not take your belongings for free. You shall have the first choice of any future prey, a serpent beastman assured her. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly felt the king's cold gaze upon him. They are returning the boa constrictors. I will escort you, Tong Song stated. The serpent beastmen nodded vigorously, acknowledging, yes. Yes, we just remembered we have matters to attend to. Let the king take you. With that, they hurriedly hoisted the boa constrictors and ran off. Sandai was taken aback. Wait, there are 4 boa constrictors, and there are over 20 of you. 2 people can carry one, so why all run away? Tung Song's gaze fell upon her. She intended to say she could walk by herself, but, recalling her concealed secret, felt a sudden wave of guilt and dared not meet Tung Song's eyes. The words that came out were, "Thank you for the ride, Your Majesty." Tung Song's icy demeanor softened slightly as he reached down, lifting Sandai effortlessly into his arms, carrying her toward the tribe. Sandai found her viewpoint suddenly elevated. Terrified, she instinctively clutched Tung Song's neck, for she had a fear of heights. Sensing her arms tightening around him, Tung Song slowed his pace, walking with greater steadiness. After a moment of adjustment, Sandai's pale face regained some color. Although the height was intimidating, it was far more comfortable than being carried like a sack. However, she could not comprehend why the villainous antagonist favored lifting others. Was it a preference among the male beastmen here? Sandai was thoroughly perplexed. As they approached the cave, Sandai suddenly remembered the 3 snake cubs were still inside. If the antagonist saw them, what if he recognized the cubs? Previously, when she had seen him, there was a striking resemblance between his features and those of the snake cubs. Most beastmen in the tribe dared not look directly at him, which spared them from noticing this similarity. But what if he could recognize them? Wait, please set me down here. I need to go back and fetch the bait, Sandai urged, realizing they were nearing the cave. Tung Song said nothing but halted, placing Sandai gently on the ground. However, his expression appeared somewhat displeased. The beastmen were not fond of outsiders entering their territory. Did this little female not want him near her cave? Sandai, fixated on hastily sending him away, failed to notice Tung Song's subtle discomfort. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she dashed back to retrieve the bait, fearful that Tung Song might follow. In truth, the bait was right in the supermarket. She was merely putting on a show. Before long, she returned with a bulging satchel in hand. This is the bait. A small handful suffices. Place it on food that wild beasts favor, and it will attract them, Sandai explained, handing the bait to Tung Song. She had packed it in a hide bag. The bait was dry and resembled fine, salt-like sand, with a yellowish-brown hue. Tung Song accepted the bait, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sandai. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to ask. He had previously made a promise. But this little female had yet to voice any requests, instead only asking the serpent beastmen for minor assistance. He felt as though he had not adequately compensated her. Anything I desire? Sandai pondered for a moment. She had a large supermarket and truly wanted for nothing. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Tung Song lowered his gaze upon her, anticipating a chance to be of service. However, to his surprise, the petite female rummaged through her satchel and produced a small, cool item, placing it in his hand. This is hemostatic powder. After cleaning a wound, sprinkle it on, and it will promote faster healing, Sandai explained, gesturing toward the bloodstains on his body. Although this male remained expressionless, he was undoubtedly injured. Tung Song was taken aback, instinctively replying, "I do not require wound medicine." Males were typically stoic, and he feared the little female might be frightened. When he transformed into human form, he donned beast hides that concealed his upper body injuries. He had not anticipated that she would notice his wounds. That will not do. If you're injured, you must use medicine, otherwise it will take longer to heal. The weather is warm, and wounds are prone to inflammation and infection. It would be quite distressing, Sandai argued, her brows furrowed. She hoped the antagonist could endure longer against Hu Lai and Luo Yu'er in the future. He could not afford to develop lingering health issues at such a young age. You ask me what I desire. As the king of the tribe, I naturally wish for your safety and health, so that you can protect the beastmen of the tribe, Sandai responded earnestly. Tung Tsong's deep, dark eyes flickered with intrigue. To wish for his safety and health? Did that imply she desired him to continue safeguarding her? Tung Tsong automatically interpreted the orcs of the tribe as Sangdai. His glacier-like eyes suddenly melted like a thawing iceberg, gradually softening. Good, he responded in a low voice. My king, you should return to clean your wounds and apply medicine. Remember to wash thoroughly, Sangdai urged. This time, Tung Tsong did not express displeasure and turned to leave. At last, she had managed to send off this formidable figure. Sangdai sighed in relief, grateful that the antagonist had not spotted the snake hatchling. That very day, Tung Tsong dispatched bait to the hunting team of the Tung Snake Orcs, the most formidable warriors in the tribe. If a ferocious beast were to be drawn in, the other orcs might not stand a chance against it. The bait was limited, hence it was given to the Tung Snake Orcs first. The other orcs raised no objections. A prosperous tribe ensured a better life for the females, and when the females thrived, so did the males. Sangdai, however, was not knowledgeable about orc hunting, so once the bait was distributed, she left it be. The bait would not last long. She took some bee skins from her dwelling to sell at the market in exchange for more bait. However, she cannot sell them all, as the snake hatchling would notice the missing skins. A complete bee skin could fetch 1,000, while a damaged one would only yield 500. Sangdai discovered that not only bee skins were marketable, any wild items such as beast horns and bones could also be sold for varying prices. With no use for them, she collected some to sell, accumulating 15,000 and purchasing 3 pounds of bait. Later, she could request more bee skins, bones, and horns from the Tung Snake Orcs. Yet, this was not a sustainable plan. Over time, even the Tung Snake Orcs would grow suspicious of her accumulating so many bee skins and bones. A visit to her cave would reveal the truth. Thus, Sangdai contemplated seeking other items to sell at the market. The following afternoon, the hunting team returned. Unlike the previous day's somber atmosphere, the orcs wore expressions of jubilance. The commotion drew the attention of other tribe members, who gathered at the entrance to witness the spectacle. Such an abundance of prey. Truly, the Tung Snake Orcs were formidable. Had they discovered a beast den? Each hunting team returned with several large beasts, 30 in total. The orc cubs danced around the hunting teams and their catches, buzzing with excitement. Previously, even the Tung Snake Orcs could only bring back 5 or 6 prey, none of such size. The orc hunters placed their catch in the clearing at the tribe's entrance. According to custom, they had to wait for all hunting teams to return before distributing the day's spoils. It was afternoon, and the hunting teams were gradually coming back, each one laden with bounty. The once spacious clearing was nearly filled with prey. The other tribe's hunting teams were the same as before, yet their faces were bright with joy. Such large, fierce beasts would cost them dearly if encountered. They lacked the strength of the Tung Snake Orcs, and thus felt no jealousy. Abundance meant equitable distribution of rewards for labor. Only Hu Lai and his kin wore somber expressions, having returned with only a few small squirrels and rabbits, even a rat. This meager food was insufficient for their tribe. Yet, due to the king's decree, they had not participated in the hunting team and thus had no right to the spoils. They would not receive even a scrap of meat. Hu Lai felt discontent. How was it that in the powerful Heiyuan tribe, life was worse than before? Luo Yu'er did not gather droppings that day, as she had already taught the hunting team how to make traps yesterday. She spent the day waiting for their return. Upon seeing the clearing filled with prey, she was exhilarated. She squeezed through the crowd to find Shi Liang, excitedly asking, "How is it? The traps I taught you were effective, weren't they? Today you caught so many beasts thanks to my traps." Shi Liang frowned, yet remained silent. The nearby hunting team overheard Luo Yu'er's words, and their expressions darkened. "So the traps were your idea?" They scoffed. "Indeed, I invented them. Your abundant catches today are my achievement, and I should have the first pick of the prey," Luo Yu'er proclaimed, oblivious to the fury in the orc's eyes. She began scanning for the plumpest catch. "Let you choose? I'm not here to settle scores with you, and yet you dare to demand the prey." Chapter 30. All credit is yours? Impossible. An orc roared, drawing the attention of those nearby. Luo Yuer froze, then retorted with displeasure. What do you mean? You used my traps, and now you turn your back on me? The king promised me a reward. She believed the orcs were trying to cheat her. Without their traps, they could never have caught so many beasts. She harbored disdain for the orcs, thinking them treacherous. Yet the orcs laughed at the absurdity of her claims. Your traps were useless. They not only failed to help, but also caused us injuries. Had it not been for the traps hindering us, we would have returned with even more prey. They complained. Impossible. Shi Liang, you cannot deceive me. Otherwise, I will go to the king and demand justice. Luo Yuer turned to Shi Liang, refusing to believe the orcs. She only trusted him, being the king's confidant. Shi Liang frowned, pushing her hand away. What he said is true. These catches have nothing to do with your traps. He explained how the traps were ineffective. They were too close together to be useful, and when placed too far, the orcs would forget their locations in the midst of the hunt. The forest was vast, and they could not control where the beasts would flee. Moreover, today's bait had attracted ferocious, large beasts. During the hunt, many orcs fell into traps dug by their comrades, and some were even knocked into them during fights. Not only did the traps serve no purpose, but they also caused trouble. How could this be? Luo Yuer stood stunned, pointing at the prey in the clearing. Then how did you capture all these beasts? She refused to believe it. How could the traps work for Hu Lai and his kin, but fail in the Heiyuan tribe? The king must not want to fulfill his promise, and had instructed Shi Liang to lie. Shi Liang's expression soured. He had made himself clear, yet this female persisted. Just as he was about to explain, he caught sight of a slender figure at the back of the crowd. He dismissed Luo Yuer, a smile gracing his face as he hurried over. Sangdai, you arrived at the perfect time. I was just looking for you. Shi Liang's face radiated joy, a stark contrast to his impatience with Luo Yuer. The bait you provided yesterday was incredibly effective. Today, we didn't even need to venture deep into the forest for prey. The beasts came to us, and our casualties were significantly lower than before. Today, the quarry captured is sufficient to sustain the entire tribe of orcs for 3 days, indulging to their heart's content. Snake Liang exclaimed excitedly. Were it not for the fact that Sandai is female, he would have embraced her immediately to shower her with kisses. This petite female, seemingly frail, possesses such remarkable prowess. Really? That is splendid. Sandai smiled, having come over upon hearing the commotion in the tribe. She wished to observe the effectiveness of the beast bait as yesterday. She had merely conducted a trial and was unaware of the true yield when put to use. It appears that the goods procured from the market are indeed extraordinary, albeit rather costly, 5,000 for a single pound. Were this in modern times, she would deem it exorbitant, yet the presence of a supermarket and the unutilized balance compelled her to make the purchase. Witnessing Snake Liang's obsequious grin directed at Sandai, Luo Yuer's face turned a shade of green with fury. Bait? What are you referring to? Luo Yuer questioned through gritted teeth. What trickery is this Sandai female engaged in? Is the bait made by Sandai? When applied to food, it attracts wild beasts. The abundance of our catch today is entirely due to the efficacy of Sandai's bait. Interjected another orc from the hunting team. You attribute this to her? That is impossible. Luo Yuer shouted in exasperation. Such miraculous bait cannot exist. It was merely luck. And you were fortunate today. She could not fathom that Sandai, a mere orc native, could create such a thing, something she had never even heard of. The surrounding orcs frowned in disapproval. What is wrong with this female? Just because her trap failed, she seeks to undermine Sandai? Whether it be the bait's effectiveness or mere chance, they were not oblivious. Snake Liang, disinterested in her outburst, beamed at Sandai, saying, Thank you, Sandai. I wonder if the bait is difficult to make. We have nearly exhausted our supply today. Do you have any left? We could exchange materials for it. He then recalled that Sandai's cave seemed well stocked. His old face flushed with embarrassment as he added, or if you have any requests. The orcs from our hunting team would be more than willing to assist you. After all, many of them still lack companions. If Sandai, such a splendid female, could choose them as partners, it would be their fortune. Even if it meant labor, they would gladly comply. Making the bait is somewhat complex. I do not have much left, Sandai replied, unable to resist Snake Liang's hopeful expression, yet she could only answer truthfully. She did not wish to expose her secrets for the sake of aiding the orcs. Ensuring her own safety must come first. Upon hearing this, Snake Liang and the other orcs from the hunting team expressed their disappointment. Today, while hunting, we discovered a lair of ferocious beasts. Though it was the beasts that ventured in, our orcs were unharmed, thanks to the bait you provided. If we could have bait every day, it would significantly reduce the casualties of the hunting team, Snake Liang lamented. If you rely solely on external means for hunting, what purpose do you serve in the tribe? Will you hide whenever you encounter ferocious beasts? A cold, stern voice resonated from the back of the crowd. The orcs promptly bowed their heads and stepped aside obediently. Sandai turned to see the formidable antagonist striding over the crowd with long strides. In the blink of an eye, the antagonist halted beside her. Tung Tsong's icy gaze swept over the assembled orcs, rendering the place silent as a grave. Your Highness, it was my fault. I should not be relying on bait for hunting, Snake Liang admitted, his head bowed in shame. The ferocious beasts run rampant, repeatedly invading the orcs' territory. If you lack the courage to fight them, you might as well end your lives by hanging from a tree. Tung Tsong's voice bore no warmth. The orcs felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Indeed, they hunted not merely to satiate their hunger, but to grow stronger and drive the ferocious beasts from their lands. They yearned for a home devoid of these creatures, not to cower under their very noses, merely surviving. I did not expect the antagonist to possess such a sharp tongue. Sandai gazed up at Tung Tsong's profile, his chiseled features emanating a chill, resembling a merciless sovereign. Yet his words held merit. While she sought to assist, the world of beasts differed from the modern one. The orcs must grow stronger to withstand the incursions of ferocious beasts. Bait may serve as a temporary solution in dire circumstances, but long-term reliance would only foster complacency among the orcs. This antagonist possesses considerable foresight. Chapter 31. Discovering new goods, all the orcs lowered their heads, refraining from speech. Sandai pondered seriously over Tung Tsong's words, failing to notice that he had cast a sidelong glance at her. This little female truly is easy to manipulate. She does not refuse anyone. Had he not intervened, these males would likely have continued to pursue her for bait. It seems he must keep a closer watch in the future. If Little Bai learns that she has been wronged, she would surely be displeased. I indeed have little bait left, but I do not require the remainder. You may have it, and you can use it sparingly, Sandai interrupted the silence. Tung Tsong's reasoning was sound, yet preventing unnecessary casualties is equally vital. The orcs must be well fed to possess the strength to fight against ferocious beasts, is it not? Snake Liang's expression brightened as he nodded. We will use it sparingly. At the very least, in inclement weather, having bait would allow them to store some food in advance. Which of these quarry would you like? I will have them delivered to your cave. Tung Tsong turned to Sandai. After some consideration, Sandai replied, for fresh meat. Enough for me, and my 3 cubs for a day will suffice. If there are extra beast horns, bones, or skins, I would appreciate receiving more. The disappearance of beast skins would be difficult to explain. However, the bones and horns could be said to be ground in a powder for bait preparation, thus raising no suspicion. Deliver all the beast skins, bones, and horns from today's catch to Sandai's cave. I also have some beast skins in my cave. Take them all. Tung Tsong instructed Snake Liang, not inquiring further. Since he had promised to fulfill her every request, there was no need for excessive questioning. Thank you, Your Highness. Sandai expressed her gratitude with a smile, not hesitating to accept. This was her due reward. For the orcs, food is of paramount importance, and they do not hoard excessive other resources, as their living quarters are limited. Sandai assumed there would not be much, and thus did not pay it any mind. Watching Sandai receive such attention and abundant resources, Luo Yuer's eyes turned red with jealousy. Why must this female compete with me for everything? I teach traps, and Sandai creates bait. These should have been mine. Sandai is simply my nemesis. Hu Lai stood behind with a stern expression. In the past, within the tribe, Sangdai's provisions would have been shared at least equally with him. He initially assumed that Sangdai was merely sulking, but to his surprise, she had not sought him out even once in recent days. Once Tung Tsang arrived, the entire tribe of beastmen became aware of Sang Dai's contributions to the community. The male's eyes sparkled with eagerness, akin to peacocks displaying their plumage, each vying to present themselves before her. To become Sang Dai's mate would be a matter of immense pride. Sang Dai felt a shiver run down her spine, as though she had fallen into a den of wolves. Shi Liang, escort her back. Tung Tsang commanded in a low voice, casting a glance at Sang Dai. Having newly discovered the lair of vicious beasts, he needed to act swiftly to lead the beastmen in exterminating them to prevent attacks during their hunts. Understood. With Shi Liang's protection, Sang Dai finally departed safely. In the evening, Shi Liang returned with a group of tongue snake beastmen, delivering today's provisions. Mother, brother Shi Liang has come with supplies. Where should we put them? Sang Feng exclaimed, darting into the cave like a whirlwind. Sang Dai was sitting at the entrance, crafting shoes for the 3 snake cubs from animal hides. While beastmen generally went barefoot, adults were one thing, but the tender-skinned cubs were at risk of injury from sharp plants. Shoes would ensure cleaner movement in and out of the cave. Having secured basic necessities, her next goal was to enhance their quality of life. Of course, we shall bring them inside the cave, Sang Dai replied with a smile. Shall we pile them outside? Mother, I fear there may not be enough space inside. Sang Yu chimed in, her youthful face flushed from running, utterly adorable. Not enough space. There are so many caverns within the cave. How could it possibly not accommodate them? Before Sang Dai could finish, she spotted the tongue snake beastmen, led by Shi Liang in the distance. Over 100 tongue snake beastmen were carrying bundles of provisions, animal hides, bones, and horns, some wrapped in hides while others were bound with vines, each beastman's hands overflowing. Sang Dai nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. So much. Have they brought the entire tribe's provisions? She marveled at their wealth. Though these items might not satiate hunger, the bones and horns could serve medicinal purposes, proving to be quite valuable. However, their size would occupy considerable space, and she was uncertain whether her cave could accommodate them. Brother Shi Liang, could you explain? She asked, her heart warming at the thought of the Black Abyss tribe's beastmen deserving of assistance, far better than the treacherous wolves of her former life. Thank you. These items will be useful for creating bait. Once I have crafted new bait, I shall gladly share it with you. Sang Dai expressed her gratitude with a smile. This opportunity allowed her to subtly convey her need for resources in crafting bait, ensuring that any future shortages would not raise suspicion. Ah, so that is your intention, Shi Liang said, his gratitude towards Sang Dai intensifying. With so many provisions, she had only requested what was deemed unnecessary for her own use, revealing her altruism for the tribe. Under Sang Dai's direction, the tongue snake beastmen began transporting the provisions into the cave. Besides the 3 caverns they had already utilized, 5 more were now filled to capacity, with additional piles placed at the cave entrance. Gazing at the abundant provisions, Sang Dai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Under the guise of maintaining discretion, she could consume 3 to 5 animal horns daily. This way, she could amass at least a pound of bait within a week, with enough supplies to last her for 3 to 4 months. The 3 snake cubs had overheard the beastmen's conversation. Understanding that their mother intended to create a wondrous bait, they had heard that the majority of the hunting team's catch today was credited to their mother's efforts, filling them with pride. Their mother was far more capable than the mothers of other cubs. As Sang Dai prepared to bid farewell to Shi Liang and the tongue snake beastmen, she suddenly noticed a cluster of small, gray, umbrella-like plants nestled among the animal horns at the cave entrance. Her eyes brightened. Could this be fungi? She pondered. Items sold in the marketplace were wild. Could these fungi also be marketable? She picked one of the fungi from the horns, her consciousness shifting to the marketplace. Sure enough, the mechanical scale in the marketplace responded. Sang Dai had previously tested the scale. Unsellable items yielded no response, while marketable items lit up the electronic screen. Brother Shi Liang, wait a moment, she called out, her thoughts returning to the present. Do you know where these fungi grow? Although she loved eating fungi, she had never foraged for them herself. It would be wiser to ask Shi Liang directly. Chapter 32. Bait formulation. Shi Liang glanced at the fungi in her hand and chuckled, these sprout wildly after rain. They are everywhere inside and outside the tribe. And he recalled something. Sang Dai, you aren't thinking of eating these, are you? They are toxic. In the past, some sheep tribe beastmen consumed them and ended up foaming at the mouth. Even the veterinarian couldn't save them. You mustn't ingest them. Most beastmen were carnivorous. Yet there were herbivorous tribes, such as the sheep, deer, and rabbit tribes, lacking combat prowess and relying on grass for sustenance. Some females and cubs, driven by curiosity, might mistakenly consume toxic plants. Shi Liang was determined to keep Sang Dai safe. Some fungi are indeed toxic, but many are harmless, and most can be eaten if cooked properly, Sang Dai offered, smiling as she shared her knowledge. Shi Liang remained unconvinced, his frown deepening. Is food scarce? I can bring more over shortly. His expression conveyed disbelief. Seeing his concern, Sang Dai reassured him, I won't eat them, so rest assured. I merely discovered that these fungi can be used for bait. If possible, could you enlist a few beastmen to help me gather some? She was yet unaware of the potential market price for the fungi. Upon hearing that they would be used for bait, Shi Liang finally relaxed. Very well. I shall inform the king right away. He nodded, relieved. Mother, can these really be eaten? After Shi Liang departed, Sang Feng licked his lips, gazing up with wide, round eyes. Having gone hungry before, they had resorted to eating dead mice and insects. However, the beastmen in the tribe warned that many plants were poisonous, and they had never dared to experiment. Before Sang Dai could respond, Sang Qing kicked Sang Feng playfully. You want to eat everything without fear of poisoning? What a glutton. Sang Feng clutched his backside and stumbled a few steps, looking quite aggrieved. Mother said they can be eaten. They must be safe, right? He countered. The tiny fungi, so adorable in shape, piqued his curiosity. Little Feng wants to try? Then I shall prepare a pot of fungi soup for you shortly. Sang Dai replied with a gentle smile. Sang Feng eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. But mother, Sang Yu's bright, dark eyes reflected her confusion. Didn't you just promise brother, Shi Liang, you wouldn't eat any? I want to consume anything toxic, but I never said I wouldn't eat what is safe. Sang Dai smiled cunningly. Such a rare delicacy could not possibly be ignored. Come, my dear children, let us go gather mushrooms. With a grand gesture, she took up a leather bag and ventured into the tribe's forest in search of fungi. Hooray! Sang Feng promptly followed, filled with excitement. Sang Qing and Sang Yu exchanged glances, unwilling to lag behind. Sang Dai was not well acquainted with the varieties of mushrooms, so she refrained from foraging the brightly colored ones and only collected the ones she recognized: chicken of the woods, matsutake, bamboo fungus, and yellow cow liver mushrooms. To her surprise, the forest of the Black Abyss tribe harbored such an abundance of wild mushrooms. She did not gather much, as there would be beastmen arriving the next day to assist with the harvest. She only collected enough for her family of 4 before returning to prepare soup. The jungle was in its rainy season, having just received a downpour in the afternoon, making it the perfect time for fresh mushrooms. The soup, once simmered, was extraordinarily flavorful. Fire was not easily kindled within the tribe, so Sang Dai had always relied on a stove for cooking. That evening, she merely roasted the fresh meat that had been delivered that day. The mushroom soup bubbled invitingly, and the 3 little snakes sat upright at the low stone table, their obsidian-like eyes fixated on the dish. Sang Dai ladled a bowl of mushroom soup for each of them and divided the roasted meat. Sang Feng's mouth watered incessantly, but he restrained himself from eating until his mother spoke. Observing the little glutton whose saliva was nearly dripping into the bowl, Sang Dai chuckled softly. Go ahead, eat. Only then did the 3 little snakes begin to feast. Delicious. So good. Sang Qing and Sang Yu ate quietly, while Sang Feng hummed and sighed, savoring each bite. A smile unconsciously graced Sang Dai's face. Since the tragic accident that took her parents, she had been alone, and her home felt desolate and empty. Now, with the presence of 3 little snakes, warmth had returned to her life. Yet, it was bittersweet. Once her parents had warmed her, and now she found herself in the role of providing warmth to others. After eating their fill, the 3 little snakes eagerly carried their bowls to the riverbank to wash them. Sang Dai did not stop them. Instead, she began tidying up the stove, lost in thought. The prohibition against open flames was quite inconvenient, and relying solely on roasted meat and soup daily would soon become tiresome. She needed to devise a solution. The Black Abyss tribe could not use fire due to the presence of the little white serpent. If she could alleviate its fear of flames, would it not allow her to use fire openly? The following morning, as Snake Xiaomian emerged from a cave, she spotted a group of male beastmen carrying leather bags, making their way into the forest. "Why are you not out hunting so early in the morning? What are you up to?" she inquired. "We're going to gather mushrooms," one of the beastmen replied, halting in his tracks. "Mushrooms? But they are not edible. What is the purpose of that?" Snake Xiaomian frowned. "It is the king's command. We heard that Sang Dai intends to use the mushrooms to create beast bait. We must gather as many as possible while the rain has made them plentiful." The beastman explained hurriedly before heading back into the woods. Seeing the beastmen abandon her, Snake Xiaomian's displeasure was evident. What a ridiculous endeavor! How can the king indulge this foreign female's whims? With all this time wasted, they could be out hunting. She grumbled. Gathering mushrooms is hardly a laborious task. Surely it doesn't require dozens of male beastmen. They could easily form several hunting parties and capture plenty of prey. One of the nearby females suddenly brightened. "Gathering mushrooms isn't strenuous. Perhaps we could send our young ones to help. Would the king reward us with extra food?" "Indeed. There's nothing else to do in the tribe. We could gather mushrooms ourselves. Just yesterday, I saw that female, Sang Dai, taking her young ones to collect mushrooms." It was unclear who first suggested the idea, but soon, the other females agreed and hurried to the king's cave to ask if they could assist in gathering mushrooms in exchange for food. Though they were females, many lived in modest circumstances. If they could obtain a little extra food, who would refuse? "You lot." Snake Xiaomian stamped her foot in frustration. What a bunch of useless beings. Inside the cave, a figure concealed behind the stone wall overheard Snake Xiaomian and the female's conversation. "Beast bait made from wild mushrooms?" Luo Yuri murmured to herself, her eyes darkening. The king currently deferred to Sang Dai entirely, all due to her so-called bait. If she could also create beast bait, Sang Dai would no longer hold such a position of importance. Determined, Luo Yuri clenched her fists. Although she did not know how Sang Dai had learned to make bait, if she could obtain the recipe, everything Sang Dai possessed would belong to her. She must secure the recipe for the bait at all costs. Chapter 33. Luo Yuri entices Sang Feng. The king had personally ordered the beastmen to gather mushrooms, and soon the entire tribe was aware of the commotion. "Sang Dai has certainly become someone of note," they remarked. "Indeed, the king holds her in high regard, yet it is a pity that she has grown distant from us. Not just now. Even before, we had a strained relationship with her in the tribe. By the way, Hulai, you're Sang Dai's brother. She used to be closest to you. Why hasn't Tishi come to see you lately?" The tiger beastmen jabbered among themselves while casting glances at the silent Hulai, who stood at the back of the group. Once, Hulai had been the epitome of confidence within the tribe, the sought-after mate of all the females. Now, having arrived at the Black Abyss tribe, he seemed to fade into the background. "I do not know," he replied, his face grim. He could clearly sense the change in Sang Dai's attitude towards him. The tiger beastmen, oblivious to Hulai's discomfort, continued their chatter. "Hulai, why not speak to Sang Dai? Now that she has the Snake King's favor, with just a word from her, the Snake King could reinstate us into the hunting party." "Yes, I heard the Snake King has given her ample supplies. Her cave is overflowing. Even if she does not assist us, being her brother, she must at least say a few good words to the Snake King on our behalf." Their words stirred something within Hulai. He bowed his head in contemplation, choosing not to respond. Upon returning from the day's hunt, he did not accompany his clan, but sought out Sang Dai instead. She was leading the tribe's males in mushroom gathering. When Hulai approached, he noticed she did not even spare him a glance, as if he were invisible, prompting him to scowl. "Sang Dai, come here. I have something to say to you," he commanded, his tone authoritative. One might think Sang Dai was his servant. The males around them paused to look, and only then did Sang Dai straighten and direct her gaze at him. "Whatever you have to say it here." "I am busy," she replied, unwilling to engage with him in private. Hulai's expression darkened, yet recalling his clan's words and their difficult circumstances with Luo Yua, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Sang Dai, are you still angry with me? I promise to protect you from now on. Please do not be petulant." He believed he had offered a sincere apology. Sang Dai rubbed her arms, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Was this man truly oblivious? He lacked the authority, yet acted as if he were entitled. I am not angry with you. We are not close. If there is nothing else, please leave and do not hinder everyone from gathering mushrooms. Sanday directly expelled the intruders. The two nearest males approached, displaying remarkable perceptiveness as they stepped in to act on her behalf. Hooli furrowed his brow, realizing that Sanday was indeed still upset. She had once delighted in trailing behind him, but now, to claim unfamiliarity, was that not merely a manifestation of anger? Observing the advancing males, he urged, "Enough. Do not sulk. Whatever your demands may be, I am willing to acquiesce, provided you cease opposing Uer. You are a female of our tiger clan, even in the Black Abyss tribe. You must prioritize our clan above all else and consider the welfare of your kin. The tribe that nurtured you is not the Black Abyss tribe." He assumed that by offering an apology, he could quell her anger. However, witnessing Hooli's condescending demeanor as he attempted to lecture her, Sanday could only find it amusing. She retorted, "Is there something else behind your words?" Hooli believed his reasoning had struck a chord. "It has come to my attention that you can create beast bait. Since you provide it for the hunting team, why not share some with our clan? We will not take it without recompense. Any prey caught will be shared with you." He stated, if she could supply the hunting team with so much, she would surely not offer less to her own kin. In the future, the clan would not have to worry about scarcity in hunting. Sanday rolled her eyes in disbelief. The villain offering her resources was merely her due. How could it be construed as charity in Hooli's mouth? Just because he was the male lead did not grant him the right to be so shameless. "I'm sorry, but no. Even if I had some, I would not give it to you. I have already entrusted it to the king, and how he chooses to distribute it is his prerogative. The fact that he has not granted you any indicates that you are unworthy. Sanday, I am your elder brother. Those are our kin, sharing the same blood. Do you wish to see them starve in the Black Abyss tribe?" Hooli questioned, his face paling with frustration. Nearby, several females and young ones had taken notice of Hooli's outburst. It became apparent that he was Sanday's elder brother. Why then did she treat him as if he were a stranger? How strange it was that Sanday refused to provide her kin with bait. Had the protection of the king led her to abandon her people? Her heartlessness toward her kin was the subject of hushed speculations among the females. Orcs placed great value on bloodlines. Even within a single tribe, kin were deemed more significant than outsiders. With their keen hearing, the orcs caught wind of Sandy-Eye's words. She spoke nonchalantly, "Do not slander me. It was Uer, your beloved female, who prevented you from joining the hunting team. It was she who frightened Xiaobai, leading the king to impose such punishment upon you. If I were to provide you with bait, would that not be an open defiance of the king? I am merely a female. How could I possibly govern the clan? Isn't that the responsibility of you males? Indeed, you are my sister, but a male with a partner is like spilled water. Should I be responsible for supporting you and your mate?" Sanday was unperturbed by his presence. With her declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The orcs in the tribe held the king in high regard. The king protected the Black Abyss tribe, and his offspring deserved preferential treatment. This male's partner had harmed the king's young. It was a miracle the king had not executed them. And yet he dared to blame Sanday, who had provided bait. How utterly shameless. Moreover, how could a male rely on a female? As disdainful glances were cast upon Hooli, his countenance darkened. "Speaking of kin, you have always held disdain for our parents and me. You moved out early and have never returned with prey to honor our mother. Now that their fate is uncertain, is this not what you desired?" Sanday continued, "Since my kin no longer reside within the tribe, you need not call yourself my brother. Henceforth, we shall share no ties." She was uninterested in having Hooli frequently intrude upon her life. Severing their relationship was ideal, preventing future entanglements. Hooli was incredulous. She intended to renounce her brotherhood? He had always looked down upon this sister, yet now that she sought to disown him, an unsettling turmoil rose within him. This was not how it was meant to be. Where had it all gone awry? Sanday deliberately raised her voice, ensuring all present could hear. In the future, even if Hooli and Luo were engaged in reckless behavior, it would not implicate her. The two males beside her advanced, seizing Hooli and dragging him away. The orcs despised such dependent males and paid him no further heed, returning to their task of foraging for mushrooms. They aimed to gather a bounty to assist Sanday in crafting bait. Sanday, adapting to the orcs' dietary habits, modified their meals to consist of a light breakfast in the morning and a hearty dinner in the evening. Given the orcs' unique physiology, 2 meals a day sufficed. As she prepared to return for dinner, she made her way back early. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, she spotted Sangfong and a female standing beneath a tree nearby, engaged in conversation. The female was Luo Yuer. Chapter 34. Averse to passivity. One must take initiative. 2 small bowls were absent from beside the water barrel. It was evident that Sang Qing and Sang Yu had gone to fetch water, leaving Sang Feng alone to guard the cave. It was unclear what Luo Yuer was after. Sanday intended to approach, unwilling to allow Luo Yuer to abduct her offspring. Sang Feng caught sight of his mother first, excitedly exclaiming, "Mother!" He disregarded Luo Yuer entirely and dashed toward her with the speed of the wind. Upon seeing Sanday return, Luo Yuer's expression soured, and she promptly turned to leave. "Xiao Feng, what were you discussing just now?" Sanday inquired, bending to scoop up her little whirlwind. Sang Feng replied without hesitation. "She asked me what kind of bait Mother uses and told me to inform her, promising to give me delicious food." Indeed, Luo Yuer had ulterior motives. She sought to glean the recipe for the bait. Unfortunately, she was unaware that Sang Feng had no knowledge of it, let alone Sanday. Ruffling Sang Feng's hair, Sanday continued, "And how did you respond?" Sang Feng tilted his head, answering honestly, "I didn't know. She said I was Mother-S cub, and if Mother treated me as a cub, she would teach me how to make bait. I wouldn't though. She just wants to steal Mother-S recipe and trick me. She offered me meat, but I refused." Sang Feng pouted, puffing out his little chest in pride. Before leaving, Luo Yuer had cautioned him repeatedly not to disclose their conversation to Sanday. Sang Feng had absorbed none of it. Between mother and outsiders, he would always choose his mother. He simply wasn't as clever as his elder siblings, but he was not foolish. "Our little Feng is so clever, isn't he? You know Mother loves to eat, yet you turn it down?" Sanday teased, amused by the little glutton-s perspective. With a proud lift of his chin, Sang Feng declared, "Mother-S meat is the best. I wouldn't settle for her measly offering." He was no longer the same little one from before. He was now the discerning Sang Feng, who had tasted true delicacies. "Mother, did I do well?" The little one gazed up at Sanday, eyes brimming with anticipation for praise. "Indeed," Sanday affirmed, smiling as a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. "However, next time she comes around, you may share the bait recipe with her." Sang Feng's innocent face was filled with confusion. "Why?" "She intended to pilfer from our home, and we could not simply sit idly by. We must teach her a lesson and not wait for a crisis to devise a counterplan," Sanday patiently elucidated. "This is a tactic of turning the tables. She despised being a passive victim and preferred to take the initiative." Sang Feng felt dazed, unable to comprehend his Mother-S words. He simply nodded in confusion, adhering to his Mother-S guidance, believing whatever she said. Sanday imparted the bait recipe to Sang Feng. Meanwhile, Sang Qing and Sang Wei returned with water, only to find their younger brother indifferent to them, seated in a corner, mumbling about something they could not decipher, and when they inquired, he remained silent. The siblings exchanged puzzled glances. What was this fool up to now? The next day, Sanday went mushroom foraging as usual, taking Sang Qing and Sang Wei along, leaving only Sang Feng to guard the home. Sang Qing and Sang Yue assumed their younger brother would be displeased and were about to offer to take his place. "Eldest brother, second sister, you should go. Don't disturb me while I attend to serious matters," Sang Feng insisted impatiently, eager to shoo them away. "You little rascal, have you grown more brazen?" Sang Qing retorted. "What serious matters could you possibly have?" Frustrated, Sang Qing pulled Sang Wei away. Sanday chuckled softly, covering her mouth at the sight of her little adult-like son. With this little one around, the household was filled with joy. As Sanday had surmised, not long after they departed, Luo Yuer came back. "Sang Feng, look what your aunt has brought you, your favorite field mouse," Luo Yuer said, wearing a benevolent smile. She was convinced this gluttonous fool could not resist the allure of food. Sandai's supposed kindness towards the young ones was surely an act. She could not be that generous to fill their bellies. The field mouse squeaked and struggled in Luo Yuer's hands, but once in Songfeng's grasp, it shrank back, silenced by the instinctual fear of its predator. Seeing Songfeng's delight, Luo Yuer eagerly asked, "Sangfeng, have you thought about what I mentioned yesterday? I observe how your mother prepares the bait and can teach you." Sangfeng poked the field mouse with his finger, playing with it as he spoke. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Luo Yuer's eyes. She was certain that seeking this fool would yield results. "That is splendid. Quickly tell your aunt that any delicious food I have in the future will be yours," she coaxed. Sangfeng extended his small hand, palm up, and innocently replied, "You must first return all the supplies you took from my mother, and then I will tell you." Luo Yuer thought to herself, "This cunning little serpent dares to make demands of me? What are you saying? I haven't taken anything from your mother." She forced a smile. Sangfeng pouted. "What Tiger Lie took is the same as you taking it. If you don't return it, I'll tell you, and I'll inform mother." With that, he pretended to run into the woods, as if truly intending to seek out Sandai. His mother had warned him that if he recklessly disclosed anything to Luo Yuer, she would surely be suspicious. However, if he mentioned the supplies, she would likely believe him. Luo Yuer grew anxious. "Wait, don't be hasty." She squeezed out a smile. "Sangfeng, what if I give you double the bait supplies your aunt made? I can't just produce an abundance of supplies right now, and if you're discovered by Sandai, it would be disastrous." Sangfeng remained obstinate. "My second sister will keep it hidden. If you don't give it back, I tell you." Luo Yuer glared. "Did you tell my second sister?" "Didn't I say not to tell anyone?" "She is not a stranger," Sangfeng replied matter-of-factly. Luo Yuer took a deep breath to suppress her anger. She resigned herself to the fact that this fool would likely not keep a secret, but as long as she could secure the bait recipe. Even if Sandai learned of it, there would be nothing she could do. After much back and forth, Luo Yuer was convinced. "Fine, I will return it to you. Wait for me. I'll go get it." She dashed back to the cave, heading towards the storage area of their tribe supplies. When they arrived at the Heiyuan tribe, they had brought some provisions, such as animal skins and bones, which were stored here, along with a small quantity of jerky and a few plump rabbits saved by the tiger tribe orcs over the last couple of days. These supplies belonged to the tribe collectively. Even the matriarch could not use them privately. The cave was close to Luo Yuer's dwelling, typically overseen by Tiger Lie, with other orcs rarely visiting. Gritting her teeth, Luo Yuer prepared to haul out the supplies from the cave, one load after another. Chapter 35. Selling Mushrooms, New Supplies Mother. "Mother, come quickly." Sandai, who had a habit of napping in the afternoon, had just returned to the cave with her two little snakes when Sangfeng excitedly rushed out, holding her hand toward the forest beside the cave. Seeing his demeanor, Sandai knew something had transpired. "Third brother, what are you doing?" "Mother is tired after a long morning." "Let her rest," Sangyue said, her expression anxious. Though their mother had improved, she could not bear such reckless antics from her younger brother. What if she became upset? However, after observing their mother for some time, she noted only a smile on her face, devoid of any irritation. Her worries gradually dissipated. "I'm not messing around. I have important matters," Sangfeng said earnestly, anticipating Sanyue's concerns. The group soon arrived at the forest. Next to the cave was a dense bamboo grove with thick, towering stalks several stories high. Beasts generally avoided such cramped places, so few ventured here. Upon entering the bamboo grove, they discovered a pile of supplies on the ground: animal skins, bones, live rabbits, and deer meat. Although it was not much compared to what the Heiyuan tribe had sent for the young snakes who had endured hardship, these supplies were invaluable. Where did this come from? "Third brother, you didn't steal it, did you?" Sangyue and Sangqing were astonished, with Sangqing anxiously clenching his fists. Stealing was a grave offense, as orcs valued their supplies above life itself. If their younger brother had indeed stolen, he would not betray him. But he would certainly need a good thrashing to learn a lesson. No, this was returned by Luo Yuer. She brought back the supplies she had previously taken from Mother. Sangfeng said proudly, hands on his hips. He no longer referred to her as aunt, but by her name directly. While the supplies were undoubtedly insufficient, knowing that Luo Yuer had incurred a significant loss brought Sandai great satisfaction. "Good job, little Feng. I'll treat you to extra food tonight," Sandai praised, ruffling Sangfeng's hair. Noticing the puzzled expressions on her elder siblings' faces, Sangfeng recounted the events to them. Wow, you even kept this from us, Sangqing said, puffing up with indignation, having suspected this little rascal was up to something alone. Mother, if you divulge the bait recipe to Luo Yuera, what if she learns it? Sangwa looked worriedly at Sandai. Having grasped Luo Yuera's true nature, she was unwilling to let her take advantage. After all, both the supplies and the bait recipe belonged to their mother. Rest assured, she wouldn't be able to learn it. Sandy smiled knowingly, for the formula was nothing but a fabrication. She was unaware of how it could possibly be provided to Luo Yuera. If Luo Yuera wished to play tricks, then let her face the consequences. Luo Yuera lacked the necessary resources. It was evident that she had taken everything from the tribe, including 3 plump rabbits, which would be perfect to raise alongside the rabbit at home. With a wave of her hand, Sandy, accompanied by 3 snake cubs, began transporting the supplies back. Regardless of their origin, once the resources were in her possession, there was no question of returning them. Among the 3 rabbits, 2 were male and 1 was female, ideal for breeding with her female rabbit. Although the litter would likely contain both genders, offspring from the same nest tend to be less healthy. Sandy also intended to capture a few rabbits from the tongue snake beastmen, but unexpectedly, Luo Yuera had delivered them right to her. The cave was now filled to capacity. But fortunately, the amount of supplies was manageable, and the entrance could still accommodate them. In the afternoon, Sandy decided against foraging for mushrooms. The 3 snake cubs were lively, playing outside the cave. She seized the opportunity to prepare bait, taking some supplies to sell at the supermarket, prioritizing the sale of animal bones, horns, and teeth. As they occupied considerable space, she found that smaller or damaged pieces could fetch around 100 units, while intact larger ones could sell for 500. Although this was less than the price of animal skins, the sheer volume made it worthwhile. Additionally, these items could be ground down to further conceal them. Throughout the afternoon, Sandy managed to sell 10,000 units worth of animal bones and horns, cautious not to overdo it and attract unwanted attention. By mid-afternoon, Shiliang arrived with the tongue snake beastmen, bringing mushrooms. Having accompanied Wang to eliminate a newly discovered lair of ferocious beasts the previous day and returning late at night, he had not disturbed Sandy then. Today, however, he brought with him the mushrooms they had gathered over the last 2 days. So many? Sandy exclaimed, astonished by the 10 sacks of mushrooms he had brought. She knew mushrooms flourished after rain, but she hadn't anticipated such a bounty in just 2 days. This is only from the tribe. If the weather remains clear for the next couple of days, it may diminish. However, if you need more, we can forage outside the tribe, where there are even more, Shiliang explained. Wang had instructed that any request from Sandy be honored, even if it meant foregoing hunting. No need. You should attend to your own matters. You can gather mushrooms in your spare time, Sandy quickly replied, feeling guilty as many males had remained in the tribe to collect mushrooms. They were all valuable laborers for the tribe. Then I will ensure they hunt when it doesn't rain, and after the rain, they can gather mushrooms. Normally, the females and young are also willing to collect mushrooms, Shiliang suggested. Sandy nodded in agreement. She could not disrupt the orcs' traditional way of life. For now, hunting remained their primary means of sustenance. After Shiliang departed, Sandy eagerly took the mushrooms to the supermarket. She placed a sack of mushrooms on the mechanical scale, and the screen lit up instantly. The price of mushrooms was not as high as animal skins or horns, selling for 300 per pound. However, sold by weight, a sack weighed about 60 pounds. And with 10 sacks, that amounted to 600 pounds. Without hesitation, she sold them all, earning a total balance of 180,000. Adding the previous 10,000, she now had a balance of 190,000. Gazing at the string of zeros on the screen, Sandy felt a sense of security. Just as she was contemplating how long this balance would last, she suddenly noticed a new page illuminating on the inventory list. New goods had arrived. She quickly clicked to check. High-quality silkworm eggs with a 100% hatching rate, a growth cycle of 1 month, robust physique, large size, high nutritional value, and silk that is cool and heat-resistant, allowing for continuous reproduction without a gap. Sandy's eyes sparkled with joy. These were silkworms. She had raised silkworms before, but the time from egg to cocoon was at least 2 months. Moreover, after laying eggs, There was a lengthy gap of over half a year before they could hatch again. Silkworms reproduce rapidly. A pair of moths can produce hundreds or even thousands of eggs. Most importantly, silkworm pupae are edible. This was incomparable to the fruits and vegetables that were grown. While orcs do not favor vegetables, silkworm pupae are a source of protein that they would surely relish. If large-scale farming could be established, it would alleviate some of the food shortages. Sandy was overjoyed, but upon seeing the price, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. 10 silkworm eggs for 10,000 units. Who would sell silkworm eggs at such an exorbitant price? Infuriated, Sandy felt like smashing the counter. It seemed her substantial balance had the purchasing power of a mere 10 units in a child's pocket. At a primary school, one could buy many silkworms for just 10 units. In her childhood, she could have bought 2 for a dime. Despite her grievances, Sandy knew she had to make the purchase, for she understood that the silkworm eggs listed were surely not ordinary. She had already witnessed the quality of the beast bait previously. Sandy decided not to rush into buying. Given the hot weather, she feared that if she took them out, they would hatch immediately, leading to complications. Thus, she resolved to prepare adequately, save more balance, and then buy them all at once. In the orc communal cave, Hulai returned from hunting, distributing supplies to the tribe and preparing to store the remaining resources in the cave. To prevent going home empty-handed and allowing the orcs to go hungry, they aimed to save a portion of food each day to stockpile in the cave for emergencies. However, upon arriving at the cave and finding it utterly empty, he was taken aback. "Where are the supplies?" he exclaimed, bewildered. Just yesterday, the supplies had been perfectly intact. How could they have vanished today? It quickly dawned on him that the orcs from the Hayuin tribe would not dare to steal supplies, as they were far wealthier than his own. Given the proximity of his and Luo Yuer's cave, if anyone had entered to steal, Luo Yuer would have noticed immediately. The tribe leader, Granny, knew nothing of this. There was only one possibility left. Luo Yuer must have taken the supplies. Hulai, with a somber expression, found Luo Yuer and asked in a low voice, "Yuer, did you take the tribe supplies?" "Yes," Luo Yuer replied nonchalantly, not lifting her head as the small cave was filled with an assortment of peculiar items that she was diligently tinkering with. Hulai's face darkened. "Where did you take those supplies? Bring them back. If Granny finds out, we will be punished." Those were the last supplies of the tribe. Hunting for orcs depends heavily on weather and luck. If the weather is poor and hunting is impossible, they must rely on stored food to survive. Without food, they would go hungry. "If you don't say anything, I won't either. Who will find out?" Luo Yuer replied calmly. "I gave the supplies to Sandy. If you ask me for them, I can't bring them back." Hulai furrowed his brow. "How could you give them to her?" "I exchanged the supplies for the recipe for beast bait with Sanwa. With that recipe, I can produce beast bait myself, which I can then provide to you and the tribe, ensuring you have an abundance of prey," Luo Yuer said proudly. Upon hearing this, Hulai's gloomy expression transformed into one of delight. "Yuer, you mean you can make beast bait? If we have bait, our tribe won't have to worry about a lack of prey." Luo Yuer nodded confidently. "Of course, if Sandy can make it, then so can I. Just wait and see. With the bait, we will have all the supplies we need." Orcs are often perceived as lacking intellect, their vision limited to immediate gains. Within her heart, she harbored a certain disdain for Huli, yet she chose to conceal it. "Keep the supplies a secret for now. They won't be of any use temporarily," Luo Yuer instructed. "All right, I shall heed your advice," Huli replied, now in agreement. These past days had been quite stifling for him, and he yearned for an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. Luo Yuer opened a stone basin covered with wooden planks and combined several mixtures of varying colors, stirring them together. Huli covered his mouth and nose, his brows knitting together once more. Can this truly be made into bait? The odor is quite unbearable." Luo Yuer scoffed. "If you can't stand the smell, then step outside. A strong scent is essential. How else will we attract the beasts?" Huli considered her words and found them reasonable. They had never encountered the bait that Sang Dai prepared for Tung Tsong, and thus they had no idea what it was supposed to smell like. "Yuer, I want to leave. I will assist you," Huli insisted, holding his breath as he stepped closer. The peculiar odor of the bait mingled with the stench of excrement emanating from Luo Yuer. overwhelming Huli's senses and dulling his sense of smell during the hunt the next day. For several consecutive days, Luo Yuer remained in the cave, devoted to perfecting the bait. Meanwhile, other orcs in the same cave grumbled, "Who brought filth into the cave? It reeks. Damn it. Can we even live in this cave anymore?" Many males found the odor intolerable, preferring to sleep in the woods rather than endure the stench of the cave. Oomph. A bunch of short-sighted savages. Luo Yuer listened to their expletives, her face contorted in distaste. Gazing at the bait before her, she felt a surge of excitement. At last it is complete. Huli, quickly take the bait and hunt. Bring back plenty of prey. Huli's spirits soared, and the next day, he set out with the bait and his kin to hunt. Huli, what is that? His companions asked, covering their noses as they saw him smear a dark, foul-smelling paste onto a dead rat. This is the bait made by Yuer. Huli explained. The orc's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly the kind of bait used by the hunting team? Yuer is quite remarkable. We shall catch plenty of prey today and show those hunting teams that they can no longer look down upon us. Ecstatic, the orcs set the bait and concealed themselves. The sun traversed from east to west, yet no sign of beasts appeared. Huli, is this bait ineffective? Why haven't any beasts come? One of the orcs could no longer contain his curiosity. Let us wait a bit longer, Huli replied, feeling his patience waning. Just as he spoke, a buzzing sound erupted from behind them. Huli turned to see a massive swarm of flies, each as large as cockroaches, hurtling towards them with a deafening buzz. Were these black insects? Huli's face paled. These creatures were only drawn to filth, not prey. Look, their compound eyes are glowing red. They are infected with malevolence. Everyone, run. They will devour the orcs. Instead of encountering beasts, the orcs found themselves fleeing for 10 miles from the relentless swarm of flies, which pursued them as if they were a delicacy. Exhausted, the orcs ultimately realized that the flies were targeting Huli, and so they devised a plan to draw them away, allowing the others to escape. However, Huli was left in a dire state, his body covered in countless bloody welts, resembling a human cheese wheel, utterly disheveled. When he found Luo Yuer, she was taken aback. What filth? Do not come near me. Yuer, it's me. Huli wiped the blood from his face to reveal himself. Luo Yuer was astonished. Huli, what happened to you? Did you not go hunting with the bait? Upon mentioning the bait, Huli's expression soured as he recounted the day's events to Luo Yuer. She was left in shock, taking a moment to comprehend. That damned Sinwa tricked me, providing me with a false formula for the bait. Luo Yuer was infuriated. After toiling for days and becoming utterly foul-smelling, she had created bait that turned out to be worthless. The orc tribe, having caught no prey, faced hunger and needed to retrieve stored supplies from the cave. Luo Yuer felt a surge of urgency. If discovered, her efforts would be in vain. Huli, distract everyone from me. I must confront that wretched Sanhua and reclaim the supplies. Chapter 37. Is she also wearing it? Fuming, Luo Yuer approached Sangdai's cave. Sanhua, Sangdai, come out at once. She was aware that Sanhua, with his foolishness, could not have concocted a plan to deceive her with a false formula. It had to be Sangdai orchestrating from behind. Hearing the commotion, Sangdai emerged from the cave, and her 3 snake offspring stood protectively in front of her. Yuval female, what do you intend to do? Sang Feng stammered, a hint of guilt in his voice. The formula for the beast bait is fake. You took my supplies, now return them. Luo Yuer demanded, seething with anger. Sangdai stepped forward, shielding her offspring. With an air of calm, she gazed at Luo Yuer. You never specified whether you desired the genuine or the fake formula. How could Xiaofeng possibly deceive you? You, Luo Yuer nearly choked on her rage. Who would want a false formula? Does this female take me for a fool? I wish not to argue. Just return my supplies. In her desperation, she suppressed her fury. Sangdai raised an eyebrow. Return? But those were the supplies you and Huli owed me. Oh, and those are still insufficient. You must hurry and return the rest. The original owner had supported Huli throughout his life. Luo Yuer was on the brink of madness, her eyes ablaze with fury. I care not. Those are the tribe supplies. If you do not return them, I shall summon the matriarch to punish you. Very well, since the supplies were sent by you, any punishment should fall upon you. I wonder, with the tongue snake beast present, who could possibly seize the supplies from me? Sang Dai responded defiantly, showing no signs of weakness. Luo Yuer trembled with rage, realizing that Sang Dai had resolutely decided against returning her supplies. You shall regret this. I will not forget. She seethed, stomping her foot in frustration as she stormed away. Once Luo Yuer departed, Sang Yu discreetly withdrew her small hand, concealing the patterned snake within her animal skin attire. Should Luo Yuer dare to bully their mother, she would stand in defense. Sang Feng clapped his hands excitedly. Mother, you are amazing. I thought she would come in to seize the supplies, but you chased her away with just a few words. Sang Qing gazed at her with admiration. He felt a newfound sense of security, as if with their mother present. They had nothing to fear. Fear not. She would not dare to steal, Sang Dai said with a smile, ruffling Sang Feng's hair. Orcish hair grows abundantly, and days prior, Sang Feng's hair had been the most tangled and was cut the shortest. It had noticeably grown longer, resembling a cute sea urchin. Why? Sang Feng tilted his head, perplexed. Sang Yu chimed in with her sweet voice. If she dares to steal, Brother Xiliang will surely be the first to avenge our mother. The little girl is the most intelligent among the 3 serpent offspring, and it is evident that the entire He Yuan tribe is now dependent on Sang Dai. In the past, such influence would undoubtedly have belonged to Luo Yuer. Previously, she had thought highly of Luo Yuer, but now it seems that Luo Yuer must have taken something from her mother, which led to their previous hardships. Now, with their mother no longer interacting with Luo Yuer and Hulai, their lives have improved. Sang Yu silently vowed in her heart that to ensure her mother's continued well-being, she must prevent those 2 miscreants from getting close to her mother again. In the communal cave, Hulai could not stop the tribe from discovering the missing supplies. When they learned that Luo Yuer had taken everything, the tribe members were furious. Upon Luo Yuer's return, the elder chieftain immediately reprimanded her. I apologize, elder chieftain. It is all my fault. I should not have given all the supplies to Sang Dai. Luo Yuer took the initiative to admit her mistake. If only I could make beast bait, we wouldn't have to go hungry. Sang Dai threatened that if I didn't give her supplies, she would persuade the king to expel us from the tribe. I was just anxious, so I gave in. With tears in her eyes, she portrayed a pitiful and helpless demeanor. Upon hearing this, the beastmen were filled with rage. How could she say such a thing? The tribe has supported her for so long. What right does she have to have the king expel them? As the tribe's fury shifted away from her, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Luo Yuer's eyes as she continued. Sang Dai claims it was she who persuaded the king to allow us to join the He Yuan tribe, and these supplies are what we owe her. I apologize. If I were as useful as Sang Dai, I could help the tribe. It is all my inadequacy. Luo Yuer deliberately took the blame upon herself, effectively inciting the tribe's resentment towards Sang Dai. Sang Dai is truly outrageous. How could our tribe raise such an ungrateful wretch? If anything were to happen to her in the future, we would never care. The beastmen were incensed and even consoled Luo Yuer, insisting it was not her fault and that if they had left a male to guard the supplies, such a situation would not have arisen. Yes, it is all Sang Dai's fault. Luo Yuer's distortion of the truth finally allowed the turmoil to pass. Returning to the cave, her previously feeble and pitiful expression vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Hulai, following closely behind, muttered to himself that ever since the incident by the water, Sang Dai seemed to have undergone a drastic change. What could be the matter with her? A thought flickered across Luo Yuer's mind as she seized Hulai's wrist and asked, Sang Dai has changed a lot? Has she transformed significantly from before? Having only recently crossed over and not having much interaction with Sang Dai, she was intrigued by Hulai's words, as if something was about to emerge from the depths of her mind. Indeed, it is as if she has become a different beast altogether. If it weren't for her identical appearance, I would almost think she is not Sang Dai. Hulai nodded. A shadowy glimmer passed through Luo Yuer's eyes. Could it be that Sang Dai also came from another world? In the subsequent half-month, Sang Dai diligently prepared a variety of delectable dishes for Xiao Bai and the 3 serpent offspring. Due to a previous period of anorexia and starvation, Xiao Bai had grown thin and frail, having rarely left the cave. The 3 serpent offspring had never experienced a proper meal. leaving their bodies severely malnourished and in need of care. After half a month of meticulous nurturing, the hollowed cheeks of the offspring finally showed signs of plumpness. During this time, Sangdai also began to introduce warm meals to Xiaobai. Though initially resistant, he gradually accepted the delicious food, provided she did not cook in front of him or generate any heat sources. The serpent merchant gradually delivered 25 bags of mushrooms, increasing the balance by 450,000. Sangdai meticulously counted the zeros in her balance, including daily earnings from selling beast horns and expenses from purchasing beast bait. Her balance still stood at 650,000. Naturally, Sangdai conveniently overlooked the latter figure, for the purchasing power was akin to 650. She had no intention of saving further. With the purchasing power of the supermarket balance, it would take an eternity to acquire enough silkworms. It would be more prudent to cultivate them herself, even if it required more time rather than relying on purchases. With a plan forming in her mind, Sangdai promptly sought out the serpent merchant, requesting him to arrange for several beastmen to accompany her outside under the pretense of searching for new materials. If she were to raise silkworms, she would first need mulberry leaves. She recalled seeing mulberry trees along her journey and believed that with a little exploration in the forest, she could surely find some. Additionally, she could use this opportunity to retrieve the silkworm eggs for hatching. On that fateful morning, Sangdai instructed the 3 serpent offspring to guard the home, slung a small satchel over her shoulder, and waited at the tribe's exit. To her surprise, instead of the tongue she-beastmen, she encountered the formidable antagonist standing like a statue at the exit. Seeing Tung Tsong, Sangdai instinctively stepped back. Ever since she learned that Tung Tsong was the biological father of the 3 serpent offspring, she felt an odd sensation whenever she saw him. She was grateful for the supplies he provided and for the unconditional assistance from the serpent merchant. Yet she feared that he might discover the true identity of the serpent offspring, leaving her isolated once more. To prevent the offspring from turning dark, she endeavored to maintain a faade, all the while longing for their companionship. In her previous life, she had endured a solitary existence, and in healing the serpent offspring, they too were healing her. As for Xiao Bai's identity, she remained unaware of his biological mother. If it were the original owner had not been missing for long, and Tung Tsong likely held no affection for her. If not the original owner, Xiao Bai could have been born to Tung Tsong and another female when the original owner encountered him. Regardless of the possibility, Tung Tsong had no reason to treat her kindly. She must not expose herself. Lost in myriad thoughts, Sangdai did not notice Tung Tsong's gaze shifting towards her. Observing the distance between them, Tung Tsong furrowed his brow. What was the matter with this young female? Why was she standing so far away? Did he emanate the aura of a ferocious beast? He approached Sangdai. Upon noticing him draw near, Sangdai thought she was obstructing his path and hurriedly moved aside. As he drew closer, she shifted again. After several repetitions of this dance, Sangdai could no longer contain herself and asked, "King, do you require something?" What was his intention in crowding her? Tung Tsong regarded her with an impassive expression. "Aren't you going out to search for materials?" He questioned, finding her behavior peculiar. Sangdai paused, glancing around before pointing to herself. "King, are you accompanying me to find materials?" She had assumed that the serpent merchant would send some tongue she-beastmen to assist her. Who would have anticipated that the formidable antagonist would take the initiative himself? Yes. Tung Tsong's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. It turned out that the young female did not realize she was meant to be with him, which made sense of her avoidance. "This is inappropriate. You are the king, and you are busy. I am merely going out to gather some materials. How could I impose on you?" Sangdai hastily attempted to decline. Although Tung Tsong did not exhibit the unpredictable temperament as described in books, she was reluctant to spend excessive time in his company. Tung Tsong's gaze turned cold as he questioned, "Do you not wish to go out with me?" Sangdai immediately shook her head, her expression transforming into a sycophantic smile. "Of course, that is out of the question. Who would want to accompany such a powerful king? How dare she utter disdainful words about the formidable villain? Does she wish for her own demise?" Sangdai's remarks pleased Tung Tsong, who displayed a satisfied expression. "Then let us depart." Wait. Is it just the two of us? Sang Dai asked nervously, stammering. His demeanor might lead her to believe her secrets were already unveiled. Could he be contemplating silencing her? Tung Song cast a fleeting glance her way and replied, No, today I am taking a team of beastmen to patrol the forest and check for new vicious beast nests. I can conveniently bring you along to gather materials. The notion that he would make a special trip for her was quite presumptuous for the young female. No sooner had he spoken than several dozen tongue snake beastmen emerged from the tribe. Among them was Shi Liang. Shi Liang smiled at Sang Dai and explained, I forgot to tell you, today the king is taking us out on a patrol. The king said you should accompany us. With him present, you will be safer. Currently, Sang Dai was the tribe's treasured gem, and it was imperative that no harm befell her. Shi Liang and the other tongue snake beastmen assumed that the king valued Sang Dai's abilities. Such a female, regardless of the tribe, was always a subject of utmost protection. Upon hearing this, Sang Dai sighed in relief and returned a smile to Shi Liang. She secretly patted her chest, realizing it was not a matter of silencing her after all. The tongue snake beastmen were quite large in their beast forms, yet they typically walked in human form within the tribe. However, when venturing out for time efficiency, they transformed into their beast shapes. Shi Liang and the other tongue snake beastmen transformed into massive serpents and left the tribe. Tung Song and Sang Dai lagged behind. Hey! As she watched all the males depart, Sang Dai anxiously raised her hand to call out. Aren't you supposed to take me with you? Why are you leaving me behind? Surely, it was improbable that the nefarious villain would escort her alone. As she hurried forward, the tongue snake beastmen had already vanished from sight. Tung Song approached her side, casting a downward glance at the petite female, and stated solemnly, You should follow me. They are weak, and if we encounter a vicious beast, they will not be able to protect you. After considering this, Sang Dai acknowledged that Tung Song was currently the mightiest beastman, and it was indeed safest to accompany him. So she nodded in agreement. In a flash, the towering male transformed into a tongue snake, his dark scales glistening, the serpent rising up, larger than the forest python she had seen last time. Sang Dai had encountered such a creature in her dreams, but the hazy vision paled in comparison to witnessing its grandeur firsthand. Awestruck by the colossal beast radiating an overwhelming presence, she momentarily stood frozen. They all possessed their beast forms, but how would she join them? Females were unable to transform into beast shapes, which was precisely why they could mate with males of any species without confusion of bloodlines. Tung Song's tail came around, his voice drifting down from above, snapping Sang Dai from her reverie. Get on. Sang Dai gazed at the tail extending to her feet, inviting her to mount, to ride upon the villain's beast form. That seemed rather inappropriate. Noticing Tung Song's urging gaze, she hastily scrambled up. Even the snake's tail was as thick as a water barrel, growing more robust the higher she climbed, and the smoothness of the scales made it quite challenging for her to ascend. Seeing her struggle, Tung Song simply wrapped his tail around her slender waist and lifted her onto his back. Positioned behind the serpent's body, she could grasp the scales for support while standing securely. Hold on tight, we're off. Before she could fully comprehend, the tongue snake beneath her launched forward like a missile, skillfully weaving through the forest. Sang Dai instinctively leaned back, clutching the scales tightly to avoid being flung off. Glancing at the trees rushing past, their speed rivaled that of a small car, even in such treacherous terrain. The tongue snake before her seemed to be the sovereign of the jungle, unstoppable in its path. Feeling the gentle warmth radiating from the scales, a fleeting softness flickered in Tung Song's icy eyes, and their speed increased. The wind whistled around them, but with Tung Song shielding her, it did not whip against Sang Dai's face. However, they were moving so swiftly that the trees blurred into indistinct shapes. How could she search for the mulberry tree at this pace? Slow down, please, Sang Dai shouted, her voice nearly drowned by the wind. Feeling somewhat powerless, she feared Tung Song had not heard her, but to her surprise, the speed began to decrease. Her eyes brightened with hope as she eagerly scanned her surroundings. The forest was teeming with vegetation, overwhelming her senses. After what felt like an eternity, just as Sang Dai thought they might yield no results today, her eyes sparkled with sudden realization. She excitedly patted the scales beneath her, glancing back toward the forest. Stop! I think I see it. Chapter 39. Truly a pinnacle of combat power, Tung Song halted and moved toward the direction Sang Dai indicated. Upon arrival, Sang Dai crouched down, sliding off Tung Song as if descending a slide. The moment her feet touched the ground, she hurried toward the mulberry tree she had just spotted. Given Tung Song's rapid speed, she was uncertain if what she saw was indeed a mulberry tree. As she approached, she finally discerned the truth. The large tree before her bore leaves with serrated edges, precisely what she had been searching for. Not just one, but a vast expanse of mulberry trees lay beyond. Sang Dai was overjoyed. This discovery saved her from a tedious search. Is this what you were looking for? Tung Song inquired, noticing the smile on Sang Dai's face. His tone softened slightly. Yes, Sang Dai nodded, adding, I would like to explore further to see if there are any other materials. Once inside the mulberry grove, she planned to discreetly retrieve the silkworm eggs from her supplies. Tung Song remained silent, effortlessly coiling his tail around Sang Dai, guiding her deeper into the grove. I can walk by myself, Sang Dai protested hastily. There are many poisonous plants in the forest. If you were to get poisoned, I would have to take you to the beast doctor, Tung Song replied coolly. Sang Dai glanced down at her feet, clad in shoes made of animal hide, which she had modified to expose her toes due to the heat. Her skirt, also made of hide, was longer than those of other females, reaching her knees. She wished to assert that she was not so fragile. However, feeling the tightening grip around her waist, she obediently acquiesced. Very well then. The villain's word was law, and as a mere pawn, she dared not oppose him. As Tung Song led her deeper into the grove, she soon realized it was indeed vast, covering at least a dozen acres. Though in a boundless forest, it was a modest area. It was more than sufficient for Sang Dai's needs. Shi Liang and the other tongue snake beastmen followed closely behind, and upon seeing Sang Dai locate the materials, they entered the grove as well, scanning for any signs of vicious beasts. May I pick some leaves? Sang Dai gazed at the scattering Tungsha beastmen and inquired, for she needed to find an opportunity to retrieve the silkworm eggs. Without touching the mulberry tree, how could she seize such an opportunity? Tung Song, ever obliging, did not set her down, but instead lifted her high with his serpent tail, allowing her hands to easily reach the mulberry leaves. Immediately, Sang Dai mimicked plucking the leaves, her consciousness entering the marketplace, where she spent her entire balance of 650,000 on silkworm eggs. The silkworm eggs, clinging to the mulberry leaves, meant that her substantial amount could only procure 650 eggs. Each egg was no larger than a sesame seed, yet she suddenly held 3 palm-sized mulberry leaves, densely covered with black silkworm eggs. Elated, she raised the eggs before Tung Song, exclaiming, I have found a treasure. However, her delight was abruptly interrupted by a distant cry from a Tungsha beastman. There is a ferocious beast. Everyone be cautious. Before Sang Dai could comprehend the situation, 3 brown-red shadows surged toward her at remarkable speed. Snake Liang led the Tungsha beastmen to intercept 2 of the creatures, but one managed to slip through. Tung Song's expression hardened. He set Sang Dai down and confronted the ferocious beast head-on. His massive serpent tail uprooted 2 mulberry trees and smashed them down onto the beast. Though the ferocious beast was swift, it could not match the formidable strength of Tung Song. Before it could evade, it was struck down by the tree, creating a sizable crater in the ground. To her astonishment, the tree that contacted the ferocious beast spontaneously ignited without flame, turning charred black. And even Tung Song's tail emitted wisps of white smoke. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient, and the beast within the crater lay still. Sano Dai watched in shock. Was this beast infused with poison? She could hardly fathom that a mere ordinary beastman, upon contact with such a creature, would likely perish from burns, even if they escaped being bitten. Furthermore, she was awestruck by Tung Song's prowess. She had barely glimpsed the beast's form, yet he had dealt a lethal blow, leaving no chance for the creature to recover. Truly, he was the epitome of a formidable antagonist. At that moment, several more shadows erupted from behind the trees. These ferocious beasts seemed to regard them as prey, lunging at the sight of any person, with the delicate Sang Dai evidently being the prime target. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Tung Song's eyes as he prepared for battle once more. Sang Dai felt a surge of anxiety. What could she possibly do to assist? It appeared that the marketplace's provisions could only address mundane needs, not lend any martial aid. While deep in thought, two ferocious beasts found an opening and darted toward her from Tung Song's side. His eyes narrowed, and without concern for the risk of being attacked, he ensnared one of the beasts with his tail, the scales hissing as they burned. Yet one managed to escape. The other Tungsha beastmen were similarly preoccupied with the beasts, as they had come merely to patrol, unprepared for such a multitude of ferocious creatures. Sang Dai could only watch as a crimson shadow charged toward her. It was then that she discerned the beast's appearance. Its entire body was a vivid red, adorned with dark spots, resembling a scarlet leopard, albeit with a sharp horn protruding from its forehead and 3 tails trailing behind. Most striking were its blood-red eyes. The beast seemed to catch the scent of its meal, roaring as it bared its fang-filled maw, lunging toward Sang Dai's neck. Startled, she attempted to flee but stumbled over a wooden stake. Supporting herself against the ground, she scraped her elbow on a twig, drawing a trickle of blood. Cursing under her breath, she realized she could not outrun the beast. Without a second thought for exposing the marketplace, she reached in her bag and retrieved a fruit knife, preparing to strike at the beast's maw. As the ferocious beast approached with alarming proximity, Tong Song's breath momentarily caught in his throat. Imagining the delicate female's pale neck being severed by the beast's bite, blood spilling, a crimson rage surged within him. He tore the beast asunder, swiftly moving to her side. Sang Dai, convinced this was her last moment, braced for the inevitable. However, in the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast halted, seemingly sensing the danger in Tung Song's gaze. It twitched its nose a few times before turning tail and fleeing. The other beasts, entangled with the Tungsha beastmen, exhibited the same reaction. Sang Dai stood in bewilderment. They ran away. She hardly believed it was a sudden pang of conscience. The beast was mere moments from ending her life. Why did it retreat? Distracted, she realized Tung Song had reached her side. Before she could utter a word, the colossal creature transformed into human form, striding over to lift her from the ground. A sharp pain surged through her arm as Tung Song yanked the twig embedded in her flesh. Just as she attempted to withdraw her arm, he commanded her to lower it. A soft, cool sensation brushed against her arm. Sang Dai froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. What are you doing? Chapter 40. Who uses their mouth to stop bleeding? What are you doing? Sang Dai stammered, her eyes wide with shock. Unbidden, memories of their entwined forms from her dreams resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush with an embarrassing warmth. Tung Song, with his immense strength, did not allow her to retract her arm. He continued to suck at the wound until no more blood flowed, then lifted his hand, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his lips. His thin lips appeared as if stained with rouge, exuding a hint of allure. You are injured. It is necessary to staunch the bleeding, Tung Song stated impassively, unaware that the crimson hue in his eyes was gradually fading. Females are delicate. Bleeding can pose a life-threatening risk. Observing Tung Song's grave demeanor, Sang Dai's voice softened. You need not go to such lengths to stop the bleeding. It's not a mortal wound. Who uses their mouth to staunch bleeding? Did he think he was in some romantic drama? Yet upon speaking, she noticed the pain from her wound had lessened. The Tungsha clan possesses an ancient bloodline. Though not as powerful as our ancestors, our saliva can accelerate wound healing. Tung Song explained matter-of-factly. Such a miraculous effect. Sang Dai was taken aback, but her thoughts spiraled into a different direction. If someone were injured, wouldn't the Tungsha beastman simply lick the wound to heal it? A shiver coursed through her as she glanced at Tung Song's cold visage, hastily dismissing the notion. Thank you, she murmured in gratitude, realizing the formidable antagonist had merely provided her with first aid while she entertained such thoughts, made her wish to vanish into the ground. Thankfully, she had not spoken out of turn. Your Majesty, Snake Liang approached, astonished by the king's actions. While it was true that the saliva of the Tungsha beastmen could heal wounds, they typically reserved such treatment for their mates. Tung Song shot a sharp glare at Snake Liang, coldly interjecting, "Inspect this forest to ascertain if there are ferocious beasts nesting here." "Yes," Snake Liang swallowed his words, glancing at Sang Dai, reassuring himself that the king was simply concerned for her safety, given that she was no ordinary female. Should anything happen to her, the Black Abyss tribe would suffer significant losses. The king was sacrificing himself for the tribe. In the heart of Xiliang, admiration for the king deepened. Soon, Xiliang returned after a thorough search of the vicinity with the Tangsha beastmen. "My lord," he reported, "I have confirmed that there are no lairs of the vicious beasts nearby. They must be hunting in this area, which explains their abundant presence. The vicious beasts typically operate in groups, rarely acting alone." One of the Tangsha beastmen expressed confusion, remarking on the unusual behavior of the beasts that had suddenly fled. They had never exhibited such cowardice before, as they were relentless in their pursuit of slaughter. Unlike the beastmen, who could transform into human form upon reaching the age of 3. The vicious beasts could only achieve this transformation by becoming powerful enough to be recognized as kings among beasts. Even when transformed, their intelligence paled in comparison to that of the beastmen, akin to primitive humans. The female vicious beasts also possessed a feral form, greatly enhancing their physical prowess, which in turn augmented their reproductive capabilities, resulting in a significantly faster breeding rate compared to that of the beastmen. Perhaps they were intimidated by the king's formidable aura, suggested another Tangsha beastman. It was true. Even a mindless vicious beast would fear such strength. Although the Tangsha beastmen were puzzled, they dismissed the thought. Tang Tsang, however, cast a profound glance at Sang Dai. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was this delicate female that had frightened the vicious beasts away. But what could such a frail creature possess that would instill fear in the beasts? "You are injured," Sang Dai said, pulling at Tung Tsang's arm. The ground, previously scorched, now appeared red and cracked, oozing blood that trickled down his arm. As she attempted to inspect his wounds, she suddenly realized that he had not donned any animal hide after transforming. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and she quickly diverted her gaze. "Why don't you tend to your wounds yourself?" There was no water here, and she found it inconvenient to clean his injuries. It would be more practical for him to do so. Tung Tsang frowned, perplexed by her sudden shyness. Was it his wounds that had frightened her? Observing her fair, flushed cheeks, he could almost see the delicate veins beneath the skin and recalled the taste of the blood he had just consumed, which held an oddly sweet flavor. He instructed Xiliang to fetch a piece of animal hide to wrap around himself before speaking. "It is merely a minor injury. You need not be alarmed. You mentioned finding something valuable. What was it?" Tung Tsang shifted the conversation, mindful of the female's timid nature. Once he was wrapped in the hide, Sang Dai's embarrassment eased slightly as she retrieved silk moth eggs from her satchel. "I discovered these insect eggs. My mother once told me that when these insects mature, they spin cocoons, and the pupae inside are edible and quite nutritious. Their silk can also be woven into garments that are lighter and cooler than animal hides." The Tangsha beastmen appeared skeptical. "Insects? Are they even palatable?" The avian beastmen might relish them, but how many larvae can these few eggs produce? "Certainly not enough to satisfy," Sang Dai explained. "These insects reproduce rapidly. A male and female can produce hundreds of eggs, and within a month's time, they are ready to spin cocoons. We won't be consuming the insects themselves, but rather their pupae after they cocoon. The texture is entirely different." She admitted that she could not bear the thought of consuming the soft-bodied larvae, though she had tried fried pupae before, which were crispy and flavorful. Besides, the ones on the supply list would surely taste even better. There are several hundred eggs here. If cared for over a month, they will yield many more. And these insects thrive on the leaves of these trees, making them easy to rear. Dried pupae can be preserved longer than meat and can last for months if stored properly. Upon hearing Sang Dai's words, the Tangsha beastmen were visibly moved. "If they breed so quickly, could we not have a new food source? You say their silk can be worn, truly lighter and cooler than animal hides?" Sang Dai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it merely requires several processes." Tung Tsang gazed intently at the silk moth eggs in her hands and asked softly, "Have you raised them before?" Sang Dai could not confess to having done so. Should she admit it? Hulai and the others would surely expose her. I haven't, but my mother spoke of it. It would be worth a try, she explained, using the disappearance of her original parents as a convenient shield. Even if the tribe sought answers, they would find none. If successful, they would gain food, and, if not, it would only weigh some leaves. Tung Tsang regarded Sang Dai's earnest expression and, without hesitation, agreed, very well. I shall send several beastmen to assist you. If they can be nurtured successfully, I grant you. He intended to offer a promise, but recalled that she had not made any requests previously. Sang Dai interjected, as long as the king prioritizes supplying me with the produced pupae and silk, that is sufficient. Without Tung Tsang's aid, she alone could not gather mulberry leaves, nor could she rear the insects. After all, she would only need to supervise without laboring herself, which would benefit the beastmen. Thus, it was a win-win situation for her. The overall improvement in the living standards of the beastmen would foster the development of civilization, allowing her to enjoy a better quality of life. Sang Dai had her own ulterior motives. Not only could she enlist the aid of the Tangsha beastmen, but she could also secure the tribe's protection. With formidable adversaries and the Tangsha beastmen around, Luo Yuer and her ilk would think twice before acting against her. In this perilous beast world, as a fragile female with 3 helpless serpent offspring, securing a stronghold was paramount. Like her original self, she had no desire for a mate and thus resorted to this method. All right, I accept your terms, Tung Tsang replied solemnly. If these insects could indeed be raised, it would be of immense benefit to the tribe. Having persuaded Tung Tsang to cultivate the silkworms, Sang Dai next requested to take some mulberry leaves back with her. She was uncertain how long it would take for the larvae to hatch, and she wanted to ensure they had food to eat once they emerged. Tung Tsang readily acquiesced, instructing Shi Liang to collect the leaves before leading Sang Dai back, to avoid attracting other vicious beasts. The corpses of the fallen beasts were also cleared away by the Tangsha beastmen. Even in death, the bodies of the vicious beasts could scorch the earth, which would be detrimental to the mulberry grove if left behind. As Sang Dai observed the Tangsha beastmen carefully disposing of the hazardous carcasses, an idea struck her. Could the formidable bodies of the vicious beasts be incinerated? She glanced at Tung Tsang, but regrettably, he forbade the use of fire. After a morning of exertion without a drop of water, Sang Dai felt parched and could not resist licking her lips. Tung Tsang noticed her dry lips and instructed the Tangsha beastmen to return first, while he took Sang Dai to seek out a nearby stream. Setting her down, he plucked a leaf and scooped water from the stream. Drink, he said. Surprised, Sang Dai looked at Tung Tsang, wondering how he had discerned her thirst. Did he possess some form of mind-reading ability? Accepting the leaf, she sipped the cool water. The gentle sound of the flowing stream filled her ears as she caught a glimpse of the tall, slender man beside her, suddenly finding the so-called antagonist rather agreeable. Gaining courage, she tilted her head and finished the water in one go. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Tung Tsang turned to face her, his gaze fixed intently upon her as she spoke. I desire to wield fire within the tribe. Tung Tsang's expression darkened, a firm refusal. Sang Dai clenched the leaves, hastily insisting, I understand your concern for Xiao Bai. I shall find a way for him to overcome his fear. Fire is not inherently harmful. It possesses numerous benefits, advantageous for the tribe. For civilization to progress, the use of fire is imperative. If Tung Tsang continues to resist, it may be an eternity before a prosperous life can be achieved. I must advocate for the rightful use of fire. No, Tung Tsang replied, his expression resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Isn't your objection rooted in Xiao Bai's fear? If I can help him emerge from the cave and no longer fear fire, would that not suffice? Sang Dai was unwilling to concede. However, before she could finish her thought, Tung Tsang transformed into his beast form. Sang Dai found herself suddenly lifted by his serpentine tail, and Tung Tsang, indifferent to her plight, sped towards the direction of the tribe. The sound of her voice was swallowed by the wind. Seeing that Tung Tsang offered her no opportunity for discussion, Sang Dai let her head droop, ceasing her struggles. Very well, I shall devise another plan in due time. It was indeed peculiar to think that the formidable antagonist would lift such a long-standing prohibition simply due to her words. After a tumultuous journey, they returned to the Heiyuan tribe by afternoon. Sang Dai felt a twinge of frustration. Upon arrival, she clung to the serpent's tail, demanding, "Release me. I can return on my own." Tung Tsang seemed oblivious to her pleas, transforming back into human form and hoisting Sang Dai onto his shoulder, intent on heading towards the cave. Before long, they encountered a gathering of beastmen ahead, accompanied by the sound of a female weeping. The beastmen formed a blockade, and the narrow paths of the tribe left Tung Tsang with no choice but to proceed. "What has transpired?" Tung Tsang's voice cut through the commotion, instantly silencing the cries. A young beastman quickly responded, "My lord, the hunting party encountered a vicious beast today. Shiyong's arm has been bitten." Sang Dai's gaze fell upon a young male beastman in his 20s lying on the ground, while a female of similar age wept beside him. Shiyong's injured arm oozed black ichor, but it was more than just a bite. A portion of his forearm had been completely devoured by the vicious beast. Sang Dai felt a shiver run down her spine. Such grievous injuries. No wonder the female cried so mournfully. She must have been Shiyong's mate. Tung Tsang's expression darkened further. It was unexpected that the vicious beasts had become so audacious lately. Previously, they had only raided the beastmen's tribe in groups, but now they were encroaching upon their hunting grounds as well. Many beastmen appeared to be engulfed by despair. How much longer could they sustain their territory? It seemed only a matter of time before they were driven to extinction by the vicious beasts. "The veterinarian is here. Everyone, make way." Amidst the beastmen's cries, a green figure descended from above, transforming into a handsome young man. The young man wasted no time in attending to Shiyong's wounds. It was that young veterinarian for the Eagle tribe. Despite his youth, his medical skills were renowned. Many gazes turned towards the young man. Yet, some beastmen sighed in resignation, lamenting, "No matter how skilled he is, look at Shiyong's wounds. His arm has already been tainted by the malevolence. No veterinarian can purge that taint. Even if Shiyong survives, he will become like the vicious beasts, losing his sanity and only capable of killing." The beastmen could not bear to look at Shiyong any longer. Listening to the discussions, Sang Dai realized just how severe the injuries inflicted by the vicious beasts truly were. Shiyong's lips were turning blue, his face pale, though he was not unconscious. His breathing was faint. Just as hope seemed to dwindle, the young veterinarian suddenly declared, "I have a method to halt the encroachment of the malevolence. But I cannot stop the bleeding. He will still perish." The female collapsed to the ground, weeping even more sorrowfully. Yet, Shiyong suddenly grasped the young veterinarian's arm, his veins bulging, voice hoarse. "Help me. Even if I must die, I do not wish to become a monstrous creature like the vicious beasts." The young veterinarian gritted his teeth. "Very well, I shall assist you." With that, he placed a piece of wood into Shiyong's mouth for him to bite down upon, then cautiously pulled back Shiyong's injured arm, raising his hand before the gathered onlookers to transform it into a sharp eagle claw, striking down swiftly. A muffled grunt escaped Shiyong's lips, and a severed forearm fell to the ground. Even the most seasoned beastmen, accustomed to bloody scenes, frowned at the sight. A chorus of muffled cries erupted. The young veterinarian, not daring to delay, immediately pressed herbal poultices against the gaping wound with a piece of animal hide. This time, the blood that flowed was crimson, and the blue of Shiyong's lips began to fade, transforming into a pale hue. "Do not panic. The malevolence shall no longer invade your body. Endure," the young veterinarian reassured him, though he was already drenched in sweat. Yet, Shiyong had lost all strength, his head drooping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The young veterinarian's brow furrowed deeper. This was dire. "The bleeding will not cease. 2 beastmen, assist me in applying pressure." Immediately, some beastmen rushed forward to help. Tung Tsang set Sang Dai down and strode over, for in terms of strength, none in the tribe could surpass him. Yet, despite his might, the blood continued to flow unabated. Shiyong's complexion grew increasingly ashen. If this continued, he would surely die. Sang Dai bit her lip, hesitating before speaking up. "I have a way to stop the bleeding." Upon hearing this, all the beastmen turned their gazes towards Sang Dai. The female, who had been clinging to the young veterinarian in desperation, suddenly knelt before Sang Dai, exclaiming, "I beg you, save Shiyong. As long as he survives, I will do anything you ask. Shiyong was her first mate. Although females could have multiple partners, it did not negate the depth of her feelings for her mate. You are but a female, not a veterinarian. What do you know? A sharp, disdainful voice cut through the crowd. It was Luo Yuer, looking at Sang-Dai with contempt. This female craves attention too much and does not fear the consequences. Upon hearing Luo Yuer's words, many beastmen adopted a skeptical attitude. Female, this is no trivial matter. You are not a veterinarian, so do not speak carelessly. Indeed, with such grievous wounds, even the beast god may not be able to stem the bleeding. The beastmen regarded the petite, fragile Sang-Dai with disbelief, perceiving her words as mere jest. The young veterinarian turned to Sang-Dai, his dark green eyes glimmering with hope. Can you truly stop the bleeding? Sang-Dai shook her head. I cannot guarantee success, but it is worth a try. It is better to act than to await death. Then I shall assist you. What do you require? The young veterinarian asked promptly. I need you to take him to my cave. In front of so many beastmen, I cannot retrieve items from the market. Though it would take time, she could not disregard her own safety. Without hesitation, the young veterinarian transformed into a blue eagle, spreading his wings and allowing the beastmen to hoist Shiyong onto his back, signaling Sang-Dai to join him. However, another individual was quicker, encircling Sang-Dai's waist and swiftly racing towards the cave. My speed is unmatched. The voice of the Serpent King, Tung Tsang, resonated beside her. Though Sang-Dai initially wished to struggle, she found merit in his words. Time is indeed life, and she needed time to prepare. The young veterinarian paused, recognizing it was the Serpent King, and promptly spread his wings to follow. The beastmen behind him trailed along, eager to witness whether this female could truly save Shiyong. Luo Yuer glared fiercely at Sang-Dai's retreating figure, seething with resentment. What a bunch of fools! How could the Serpent King allow Sang-Dai to act so recklessly? If someone died, it would be their own fault. Remembering that 3 serpent pups awaited at home, Sang-Dai spoke as they approached the cave. I need wood, lots of dry wood to save him. Could you help me find some? Tung Tsang cast a glance at Sang-Dai, interpreting her urgency as concern for Shiyong's injury. This young female was willing to provide beast bait to the tribe and even teach them to raise insects. She had a truly kind heart. Wait here. Place him outside the cave, Tung Tsang instructed before swiftly departing. Sang-Dai exhaled in relief. Barely had he left when the 3 serpent pups, catching the scent of blood, scampered out. Mother, are you hurt? The trio, no taller than her legs, surrounded her. Looking down, Sang-Dai noticed blood had smeared onto her skirt. A tongue snake beast man was injured, and I need to stop his bleeding. Can you go outside and help me gather some hay? She fabricated an excuse to send the pups away, determined not to let Tung Tsang see them. Okay, I'll go gather it. Sang-Ching readily agreed, reassured that Sang-Dai was truly unharmed. The beastmen of the Heiyuan tribe treated them well and never scolded them for being illegitimate children. Sang-Ching cherished the tribe and didn't he wish to see them perish. You all go. The more you gather, the better. Sang-Dai urged as the pups dashed out with beast skins in tow. Tung Tsang moved swiftly, and only after the pups had left did the young veterinarian arrive with Shiyong. Female, place him in my cave, and please guard the entrance to prevent other beastmen from entering, Sang-Dai instructed. The young veterinarian complied without hesitation. Inside the cave, he laid the injured one down and stepped back. Sang-Dai quickly focused her mind on the supermarket, retrieving a knife. Unable to find anything else made of iron, she settled for this. Using a lighter and paper, she ignited the hay and hides piled together, quickly creating a fire. Coughing from the smoke, she stifled her mouth, aware that she couldn't let other beastmen see her wielding the knife. Just then, a shadow rushed into the cave. Tung Tsang's expression darkened as he sought to extinguish the flames. Don't put out. This fire is to save Shiyong. Sang-Dai's voice halted him just in time. She had almost forgotten that while the veterinarian could deter others, he could not stop Tung Tsang. Ignoring Tung Tsang's scowl, she placed the wood in the fire and heated the knife. Once the blade was sufficiently hot and faintly glowing, she instructed Tung Tsang. Help me lift his arm. Tung Tsang's dark gaze reflected surprise. He was being commanded for the first time. Yet he complied. Gripping the knife's handle, Sang Dai swallowed hard, steeling herself before pressing the heated blade against Shi Yong's wound. A dreadful, sizzling sound filled the air, accompanied by the acrid smell of charred flesh. Shi Yong awoke with a scream, attempting to thrash as Tung Tsang swiftly restrained him, his sharp gaze fixated on the wound. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. His blood had indeed staunched. The bleeding has stopped temporarily, but we need the veterinarian to examine him. I cannot treat any other issues, Sang Dai stated. Seeing the wound cease bleeding, she discreetly returned the knife to the supermarket, wiped the sweat from her brow, and leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat drained. Though it was a harsh method, it was the only solution she could conceive at that moment. Thankfully, it had succeeded. How did you accomplish this? Tung Tsang asked, astonished as he regarded the petite female before him. Fire can cauterize wounds, preventing further bleeding, but this method should only be employed as a last resort, Sang Dai explained, aware that not every beastman possessed such formidable willpower. Tung Tsang turned to glance at Shi Yong, who had once again lost consciousness but still retained a faint pulse. He was alive. A glimmer of something flickered in his deep-set eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony erupted outside the cave. With so much smoke, Sang Dai can't possibly be setting fire to anyone, can she? If she delays the veterinarian's treatment, it would be a tragedy if Shi Yong were to perish. Luo Yuer, unwilling to relent, trailed behind the crowd, momentarily stunned upon witnessing the smoke billowing from the cave. How could Sang Dai have managed to ignite a fire so swiftly? Even she would require several hours to create fire through friction. She deliberately muttered loudly from the back of the crowd. Beastmen, known for their impulsiveness, began to clamor, eager to enter. Why aren't they out yet? Have they succeeded in healing him? Let us in to see. It's not as if we've ever seen a veterinarian treat someone without letting us observe. Listening to the ruckus, Luo Yuer felt a surge of delight. She had no faith that Sang Dai could heal Shi Yong. If she failed, Sang Dai would be guilty of murder. She was convinced the Serpent King would punish Sang Dai for her misdeeds. The calamities she had faced were all due to Sang Dai, and she was determined to ensure Sang Dai could not remain in the Heiyuan tribe. As the commotion continued, Tung Tsang and Sang Dai emerged together. Chapter 43. Only trust her seeing Tung Tsang supporting Shi Yong. The female rushed over Shi Yong. The beastmen collectively gasped as they noticed the charred wound on his arm. The bleeding had truly ceased. This female was remarkably skilled, surpassing even the veterinarian. The beast bait had also been crafted by her, showcasing her remarkable abilities. In an instant, the beastmen were filled with awe. Luo Yuer, consumed by jealousy, narrowed her eyes at the sight of Shi Yong's burn. Was that a burn? Sang Dai had actually used fire to stop the bleeding? How could an indigenous beastman possibly know such a method? Suddenly recalling what Hu Lai had mentioned, her suspicions deepened. Indeed, if one could traverse realms, why couldn't there be a second? She cast a dark glance at Sang Dai, feeling a sense of glee within. She had now found a way to incriminate her. She had known all along that her recent misfortunes were due to Sang Dai stealing her fortune. Only by eliminating Sang Dai could she hope to rise again. The young veterinarian also gazed at Sang Dai in astonishment, hastily assisting her in supporting Shi Yong, taking him from Tung Tsang's grasp. The bleeding has stopped. He is merely unconscious and has no other issues. As long as he rests and consumes ample meat, he will recover once the wound heals, the young veterinarian affirmed after examining him. Thank you, veterinarian. Thank you. Sang Dai expressed her gratitude to both men, not forgetting to acknowledge the veterinarian. This was a life-saving grace for her, Shi Yong. I merely took a chance and helped stop the bleeding. The real credit belongs to the veterinarian, she insisted, shaking her head humbly. Moreover, the method was quite painful. Had it not been for Shi Yong fainting from the agony, she would have feared his reproach. The female expressed her gratitude a few more times before some beastmen arrived to assist, helping her carry Shi Yong back to recuperate. The group of beastmen remained in shock. Tung Tsang's cold gaze swept over them. Who permitted you to enter the female's cave at will? The beastmen shuddered, lowering their heads and glancing around. They had rushed in, not knowing who had instigated the commotion, anxious to see if something was amiss. Little did they know, Before they could enter the cave, the king and Sang Dai emerged. Luo Yuer, fearing exposure for causing trouble, hurriedly fled. Are you not leaving? Tung Tsang's deep voice carried an overwhelming pressure, prompting the beastmen to scatter like birds and beasts. Some of the smaller ones, afraid of lagging behind, transformed into their beast forms within the cave. Thus, Sang Dai witnessed a throng of beasts, birds, tigers, and wolves, fleeing in droves. Female, I am Ying Rue. What is your name? May I inquire if you could teach me the method you use to stop Shiyang's bleeding? The young veterinarian, Ying Rue, looked at Sang Dai with excitement. Sang Dai came to her senses and returned a polite smile. It was then she realized that the veterinarian was quite handsome, resembling a delicate star from the present world. No, even more charming than those youthful idols, possessing a refined elegance. Such a sight was indeed rare among this rugged group of beastmen. Sang Dai. The method to stop the bleeding is not difficult. However, if I am to teach you, it must first be approved by the king. Sang Dai glanced at Tung Tsang. This method required fire, and Tung Tsang would not permit its use. As for herself, having just saved his kin's life, he surely would not punish her. Tung Tsang cast a sidelong glance at Sang Dai and said to Ying Rue, "You may return first and tend to Shiyang's wounds." Understood. Ying Rue felt somewhat disappointed, having thought it was a secret technique related to the tongue snake beastmen. He cast a longing glance at Sang Dai before departing, turning back thrice. This outcome was anticipated by Sang Dai. She pondered what excuse she could use to hasten Tung Tsang's departure. It would be troublesome when the 3 snake cubs returned. Suddenly, Tung Tsang's deep, magnetic voice resonated overhead. From now on, no more fire shall be lit in the cave. Sang Dai pouted. I understand, king. Today was to save Shiyong. It shall not happen again. The smoke is too thick. It can harm the eyes. If you must light a fire, do so at the cave entrance or outside. Oh, wait. As she realized the implication of lighting a fire outside, Sang Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Tung Tsang. King, do you mean to allow the beastmen to use fire within the tribe? Tung Tsang maintained an indifferent expression, gazing straight ahead. Yes, but only you may use it near the cave until Xiao Bai overcomes his fear of fire. Other beastmen are not permitted. He had just witnessed this little female adeptly handling fire without fear and without injury, extinguishing the flames afterward. Other beastmen would not exhibit such care. He merely felt assured about her, not the others. That's wonderful. Sang Dai nodded enthusiastically, raising 3 fingers in a solemn promise. I am certain I can help Xiao Bai conquer his fear, and I will teach him to wield fire himself. King, you truly are an astute and formidable beast king. She couldn't help but shower him with praise. Tung Tsang's gaze fell upon the crescent of her eyes, the softness in his expression fleeting, almost unnoticed by himself. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The wound on his arm throbbed faintly, crimson veins creeping into his beastly pupils, rapidly multiplying. Tung Tsang's expression tightened. Without waiting to bid farewell to Sang Dai, he strode away. Hey! Sang Dai hurried after him, reaching the cave's entrance just in time to see Tung Tsang transform into a colossal beast, the tongue snake, vanishing from her sight. No wonder the books described the great antagonist as capricious. He had seemed fine just moments ago, yet now he left without a word, she muttered quietly. Within the tribe, the imposing black tongue snake streaked past like a bolt of dark lightning. Without pause, he hurried back to his own cave, leaping into the lake behind it. Splash! The surface erupted in a flurry of water. The water level, once a dozen centimeters from shore, surged and overflowed. Tung Tsang submerged into the depths, the icy water invigorating him, finally halting the spread of the crimson veins in his beastly eyes. Mother, who was that beast man just now? His beast form was so immense. Sang Qing, accompanied by her siblings, returned with bundles of dry grass, catching sight of Tung Tsang's retreating figure. His face radiated admiration, for in the beastman society, strength was revered above all. That was the king of the Heiyuan tribe, Sang Dai explained, relieved that Tung Tsang had departed in time. Behind her, Sang Feng's eyes sparkled. He is the king? The mightiest beastman of the Heiyuan tribe. As he spoke, Sang Feng lamented, oh, if only we had returned sooner. We have yet to see what the strongest beastman looks like. Sang Yu chuckled. unfazed by her brother's reactions. If you want to see him, why not just follow him? Oh, right? Sang Feng smacked his forehead, making to follow. Sang Dai's heart raced. She quickly interjected, Mother will soon prepare a delicious meal. We are all in the same tribe. There will be plenty of opportunities to see him later. Are you sure you want to go now? Upon hearing of a feast, Sang Feng's face contorted in reluctance for just a moment before he decisively declared, I won't go, Mother. After all, he too was a snake tribe beast man. They were both snakes, and there should be no significant difference, right? At most, he was just a tad larger. Sang Yu blinked her dark eyes, glancing at their mother, tilting her head in contemplation. Mother, I will help you with the work. Sang Qing said boisterously, entirely oblivious to Sang Dai's thoughts. By the way, did that injured beast man survive? He did, Sang Dai smiled, recounting the earlier events to divert her 3 snake cubs' attention. In the evening, after the mother and her 4 children had eaten their fill, an unexpected guest arrived at the cave. Chapter 44. Henceforth, you shall be my sister. Why are you here again? Sang Qing sprang up from the ground, his small face tightly scrunched as he gazed at Luo Yuer standing outside the cave. Sang Yu and Sang Feng also stood, shielding their leftover food behind them, fearful she might covet their meal. Rest assured, I am not here to demand supplies. I have come to my senses. Although those supplies were taken by Hu Lai, they rightfully belong to you, and I will no longer ask you for them. Luo Yuer wore a smile. I have come today to apologize. Sang Dai, I sincerely regret my past behavior. Please do not hold it against us. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced behind the 3 snake cubs. The little cubs were too small to hide anything. The pots and pans were fully visible. I accept your apology, but I am somewhat petty. It would be best if you visited me sparingly, for seeing you makes it difficult for me to enjoy my meat. Sang Dai showed her no mercy. She had long entrusted Shi Liang to assist her in crafting a stone pot and building an earthen stove, utilizing materials sourced locally, leaving no trace for anyone to discover. As for the charcoal inside, it had long since burned out, obscured by the stove, rendering Luo unable to see it. Disappointed by her inability to find the evidence she sought, Luo Yuer felt somewhat disheartened. She had previously utilized this stove in the tribe, and Sang Dai had seen it, so its creation was not particularly remarkable. Hearing Sang Dai's unflinching words, Luo Yuer's smile faltered, feeling embarrassed in front of the 3 serpent cubs. Cursing silently, she continued, Sang Dai, today you used fire to stop Shiyang's bleeding, didn't you? I recall never having shared the method of making fire with you. Where did you obtain your spark? Even in the past tribe, I had kept the knowledge of fire-making between myself and Hu Lai, allowing only the beastmen to borrow the flame without teaching them. This way, they would remain grateful and forever dependent on me. What does it have to do with you? Is it only permissible for you to wield fire? Sang Dai replied bluntly. Luo Yuer gritted her teeth, having come today to test Sang Dai. Since she could not extract the truth about the fire, she pressed further. Sang Dai, Hu Lai adores the meat of the ram beasts. He mentioned that the ram meat you provided him was the best. So I wanted to inquire which part of the ram you gave him. Was it the leg meat? Luo Yuer fixed her gaze intently on Sang Dai's face. Hu Lai despised the ram beasts, finding their odor repugnant. If Sang Dai were indeed a traveler from another world, she would surely be confused. As long as she affirmed one detail, Luo Yuer would possess the evidence. She could not believe that the beastmen here would tolerate Sang Dai, who harbored a foreign soul within her. The 3 serpent cubs unconsciously looked towards their mother, their dark eyes flickering with envy. Mother was truly generous to Uncle Hu Lai, remembering his favorite food. If only she were as kind to them. No, their mother was already wonderful. How could they not be content? The 3 serpent cubs reminded themselves inwardly. Sang Dai regarded Luo Yuer with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. How could I possibly remember? That was all given carelessly, and besides, those matters are in the past. Now, I simply wish to care for my cubs. Who would waste time remembering those insignificant details? Luo Yuer was truly underestimating herself. Such clumsy manipulation. Did she fear that Sang Dai would not catch on? Sang Dai would not fall into Luo Yuer's verbal trap. The 3 serpent cubs blinked, their eyes revealing a glimmer of joy. Indeed, the past was the past, Their mother was no longer the same as before. Luo Yuer gritted her teeth. This Sang Dai was truly cunning. She was increasingly convinced of her suspicions. The former Sang Dai had not been so astute. She had merely been a fool. Anxiously, she stepped forward, intending to force Sang Dai into revealing a flaw. Suddenly, a group of beastmen surged from behind, pushing her aside. Sang Dai, a robust female, called out as she stepped forward. "You're Xiang's mate?" Sang Dai recognized the newcomer, a smile lighting her face as she approached to greet her. "How is Xiang?" Glancing at the throng of beastmen behind her, she wondered if they had come to settle a score with her. "Xiang has awakened. He cannot walk yet, and has sent me to express his gratitude. I heard you're in need of supplies, so these are the skins and horns from my family. All for you. Thank you for saving Xiang." The female spoke, and the beastmen behind her began depositing large bundles of animal hides at the cave entrance. Sang Dai then noticed the striking resemblance among the group. There were at least a dozen young males. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she blinked. "Are they all your brothers?" "This family is rather large." "Yes. Our serpent tribe breeds quickly. A single litter can produce dozens of serpent eggs. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask me. I will summon my brothers to help you," the female boasted. "Then I shall thank you in advance," Sang Dai replied with a gentle smile. Previously, the female had been tearful, but now Sang Dai realized she was a rather exuberant person. "Don't be so polite with me. My name is Qing Chui. You can call me Chui Chui. You must be younger than I am, right? Since you saved Xiang, you are now my little sister," Qing Chui exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Sang Dai's shoulder, giving her a hearty pat. The brothers beside her exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. What little sister? This troublesome sister doesn't even help us, her unpartnered brothers, in finding a sister-in-law. Sang Dai had never been this close to beastmen aside from the serpent cubs and the antagonist. She was momentarily taken aback by Qing Chui's warmth. "All right, kui kui. By the way," Qing Chui suddenly recalled, "tomorrow is the day the tribe distributes beast blood. My brother is responsible for hunting, so you must come. I will reserve the best beast blood for you." Sang Dai, feeling a bit dazed, nodded all right. In her previous life, after her parents perished in a car accident, she developed a reclusive personality, having few friends. This was the first time someone had shown her such affection, though it felt a bit awkward. She did not reject the kind-hearted Qing Chui. The three serpent cubs felt no hostility towards Qing Chui. She had brought supplies to their mother, and in their eyes, anyone who did so was far better than Luo Yuer. Distributing beast blood? Luo Yuer, having been pushed to a corner and finally steadying herself, overheard Qing Chui's words, and her eyes darted with scheming. There were not many beastmen around. Even if she extracted information from Sang Dai, it would be fruitless. The distribution of beast blood was an occasion when all the beastmen from the tribe would gather, presenting her with the perfect opportunity to expose Sang Dai. At that moment, under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone, Sang Dai would find herself defenseless. Perhaps she would even be branded as a witch and burned at the stake. Luo Yuer thought, unable to suppress a laugh. In the next instant, a chorus of eyes turned towards her. "What are you doing here, you stinky female? Don't foul the air for my sister Sang Dai. Brothers, hurry and drive her away." Qing Chui glared at Luo Yuer with disdain. Everyone in the tribe knew Luo Yu. She had nearly harmed the king's offspring and was punished, bringing shame upon the entire clan. Even the males avoided her, as no one wished to bring a mate home who could endanger the tribe. Qing Chui's brothers were no exception. They swiftly escorted Luo Yuer away. Chapter 45. She is not your mother. Luo Yuer's face darkened, especially upon seeing the disdainful expressions on the males as they covered their noses. She mentally cursed Sang Dai's ancestors for generations. The humiliation she faced today was entirely Sang Dai's doing. Once tomorrow passed, she would make all these beastmen grovel and curry favor with her. Luo Yuer zitit in here two cooks. Sang Dai, you must come tomorrow. Remember to bring your cubs. Fresh beast blood is the most nourishing for females and young ones. Greenery grasped Sang Dai's hand, their bond akin to that of sisters, and she harbored a deep affection for the three little snake cubs. The cubs gazed at Sang Dai, for besides foraging for mushrooms, they had never ventured out with their mother. Previously, their mother had detested other beastmen seeing them together, forbidding them from approaching her, even warning them to keep their distance when they spotted her in the tribe. The cubs in the tribe had always been allowed to accompany their mothers, and the little snake cubs envied them greatly. Sangwe clenched her palm, stifling her inner yearning. Their mother was already wonderful. She could not wish for more, lest it upset her. Sangdai realized that since arriving at the Black Abyss tribe, she had yet to take the cubs out to play, and tomorrow would be a perfect opportunity to enhance their outdoor activities. All right, I will definitely take the cubs with me, she affirmed with a radiant smile. Greenery and Sangdai felt an instant rapport, exchanging many words of gratitude before reluctantly parting ways. Mother, can we really go together tomorrow? Sang Yue's eyes widened, her soft, tender voice laced with disbelief. Of course. Your mother has been busy these past few days and hasn't had time to take you out properly. Tomorrow, we will explore the Black Abyss tribe together. Once you meet new cub friends, you can play outside without always staying in the cave, Sangdai replied gently. Making more friends is beneficial for both body and mind, preventing darkness from creeping in. Sang Yue's youthful face radiated joy, her small head shaking like a rattle drum. We won't go out to play. We will help Mother at home. The more we work, the less Mother has to do. If Mother isn't tired, she might not revert to how she used to be. Sang Qing and Sang Feng nodded in agreement, resembling chicks pecking at grains. Silly cubs, you are not needed to work at home. You are still young, and this is your time of play, Sangdai said, her heart aching as she ruffled Sang Yue's hair. How could such a sensible cub have endured so much suffering? Feeling the warmth from her palm, Sang Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. The next day, the hunting team returned in the afternoon, and the beast blood could only be distributed after their arrival. Sangdai occupied herself in the cave, nurturing silkworm eggs while allowing the snake cubs to play nearby. Climbing trees and burrowing into holes were the favorite pastimes of the male cubs. Yet Sang Yue did not share this enthusiasm. She recalled how her mother picked fresh flowers daily to adorn the cave, filling it with delightful fragrances. Thus, she ventured alone into the nearby grass to gather flowers. The lush vegetation of the Black Abyss tribe offered an abundance of flora, and Sang Yue selected the most vibrant red flower, reaching up on her tiptoes to pluck it. However, a hand moved quicker, snatching the flower away. Eya, picking flowers. Annie will help you. Here, Luo Yue said with a beaming smile as she handed the flower to Sang Yue. The joy on Sang Yue's face vanished instantly. She stepped back 2 paces and turned to leave. Wait, Arya, don't you think your mother has been acting strangely lately? Luo Yue called out, raising her voice. The males of the tribe had gone hunting, and the females and cubs were out foraging for mushrooms, leaving no beastmen nearby to overhear them. Sangwa paused, her dark eyes glistening with anxiety. What do you mean by strange? Sensing an opportunity, Luo Yue continued, your mother has undergone a drastic change. Her words and actions no longer resemble the person she once was. Don't you find it suspicious that she might not be your mother at all? Sang Yue's gaze dimmed, her youthful face paling, and she timidly asked if she isn't my mother. Who else could she be? Her small hands unconsciously clenched tightly. Observing Sang Yue's reaction, Luo Yue felt a sense of triumph, believing her words had made an impact. Although Sangdai spoke with impeccable finesse, the cubs who were closest to her, especially the most intelligent one among them, Arya, were the best openings for her scheme. It could be some lost spirit inhabiting your mother's body. Aren't you afraid that this female, who you see every day, is not truly your mother? If she treats you so well, she surely has ulterior motives. You should return home and observe her closely. See how she differs from your mother, Luo Yue coaxed persuasively. Sangwa bit her lip, her face as pale as a ghost. She cast a glance at Luo Yue before turning and fleeing. A smug smile spread across Luo Yue's face. She believed she had successfully manipulated Arya and now awaited the afternoon when Sangdai's true nature would be revealed. She could hardly believe that Arya, so clever, would support an outsider occupying her mother's body. Surely, she would wish for her demise. Arya, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sangdai had prepared a meal and called for the 3 snake cubs to return. Upon seeing Sang Yue's frightfully pale face, she hurriedly touched her head, feeling its coldness. I'm fine, mother, Sang Yue replied, regaining her composure and forcing a sweet smile. Really? If you feel unwell, Do tell Mother. And I will take you to see the beast doctor, Sang Dai said, still unconvinced. Yes. Seeing her mother's concerned expression, Sang Wen nodded earnestly. In the afternoon, the hunting team returned. Sang Dai led the 3 cubs to a clearing by the water source. By the time they arrived, a large group of beastmen had already gathered there. Beast blood was a resource even more valuable than meat, as most beastmen did not produce salt. Salt was exceedingly precious in beastmen tribes. Without it, they would grow weak, unable to hunt or fend off fierce beasts. Thus, beast blood served as the best substitute for salt. When food was distributed in the tribe, beast blood was the most sought after. However, it was of no use to Sang Dai, as she did not consume blood. Thus, she had not requested any from Shiliang to avoid taking up tribe resources. It was only due to Greenery's invitation that she brought the cubs out for a stroll today. Among the crowd were primarily robust males, and the females would instinctively retreat when approached. Each beast man held a stone bowl, while in the center lay several massive prey. Still alive but weakened, the males gripped bone knives, preparing to slaughter the beasts for their blood. The cubs frolicked around the outskirts, their joyful laughter filling the air. Noticing Songfeng's eager expression, Sang Dai smiled. If you wish to play, go ahead, but don't wander too far. Come back to find Mother once everyone disperses. I will be waiting for you here. With Sang Dai's permission, the 3 snake cubs scampered off to play. Sang Dai, over here, a voice called from behind. Turning, Sang Dai saw Greenery squeezing through the crowd, quickly making her way to her side. Sang Dai, I have been searching for you everywhere. Where are your 3 cubs? Greenery affectionately linked her arm with Sang Dai's, glancing down to look behind her. Sang Dai pointed to where the cubs were playing not far away. The playful nature of cubs was innate, particularly for the 3 snake cubs who had long been isolated and yearned to make friends. Greenery grinned widely. They're so lively. I hope my future cubs can be just like them. She had been mating with her partner for 2 years. Snake Young was her first companion. Logically, she should have sought another partner only after having offspring with Snake Young. However, despite her efforts, she had been unable to conceive, leading her to take on a second partner last year. Yet, her belly remained silent. She longed for a brood of her own. Just as she was pondering this, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, piquing the curiosity of both her and her companion. As Sang Dai turned her gaze, she recognized a familiar figure among the throng. Chapter 46. What she needs, this king shall provide in the midst of the crowd. The male who had been butchering the beast was replaced by Ing Rue. Sang Dai recalled that he was the veterinarian who had treated Snake Young the previous day. Ing Rue held a bone knife, making a careful incision on the creature's neck to collect the blood in a vessel. He instructed the nearby male, "Pierce here to draw the blood. There's no need to go deep, and this way, it 1 splatter. This method yields the most blood without waste." The nearby beastman listened attentively, his expression one of learning. In stark contrast to the bloodied beastmen, Ing Rue appeared remarkably clean, clad in azure beast skins that accentuated his sun-kissed muscles. Though he was not as robust as some other men, he was far from frail. Veterinarian Ing Rue, you are truly impressive. A beastman couldn't help but praise. How is it that he knows so much, being of the same kind? A beastman presented a large basin filled with beast blood to Ing Rue, exclaiming, "Veterinarian Ing Rue, this is your share." The basin was brimming, equivalent to the blood of several adult males. Even the hunting team's beastmen could only hope for a fraction of such a bounty. Envious glances were cast from all around. The Eagle clan joined the tribe earlier than your kind. He is the youngest and most skilled healer among the Eagle clan. Thanks to him, Snake Young has recovered. I hear he is still without a partner. A voice chimed in nearby. She winked at Sang Dai, playfully suggesting, "If you like him, I want to compete with you." Although the veterinarian lacked the combat prowess of the hunting team, his ability to heal granted him a position of respect within the tribe, allowing him to receive more resources than other beastmen, even without hunting. In the eyes of females, he was quite a catch. Sang Dai quickly shook her head, merely curious to observe. How did this become a matter of competition? The voice beside her expressed surprise. Then realization dawned. Of course, with a female like you, what kind of partner would you not have? In another corner, Luo Yiwer gazed enviously at Ing Rue in the crowd, imagining how delightful a meal could be if the blood could be cooked into jelly or a hot pot. She glanced at Hu Lai beside her, who had no share in the bounty and bore injuries, with a patch of fur missing from his head, reminiscent of a balding man. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. The veterinarian was far superior, garnering such resources without the toil of hunting, far preferable to the laborious beastmen. Ing Rue was also handsome. If he could be her partner, all the resources could be hers. Luo Yiwer brushed her hair and approached Ing Rue, preparing to greet him. However, Ing Rue suddenly walked away from the crowd. Female, Sang Dai, thank you for your help yesterday. Here is the beast blood as a token of my gratitude. He extended the basin of blood towards Sang Dai, his face adorned with a smile like a gentle spring breeze. Sang Dai was taken aback by his unexpected approach, and seeing the surrounding beastmen looking on, she hastily waved her hands. No, no, Ching Sui has already provided a gift. I cannot accept yours. Ing Rue, however, persisted, smiling, others are others, but I am different. If it weren't for you, I would have been unable to treat the injured beastmen, and I would also like to ask you to teach me the method of stopping bleeding. Many females intrigued by Ing Rue turned their gazes towards Sang Dai, wondering, who is she? Is she the female that Ing Rue favors? I haven't heard that Ing Rue has a favored female, they murmured. Sang Dai inwardly scoffed, goodness. Can you tone down that free smile? Anyone would think we are close. Luo Yiwer observed this scene, her eyes filled with resentment as she clenched her fists. This wretched woman, why must she compete with me for everything? She even seeks to entice Ing Rue, whom I noticed first. Just as Sang Dai was about to decline, a tall figure suddenly stepped between her and Ing Rue. She does not require it. Tong Tsong's voice was cold as he rejected Ing Rue on her behalf. Sang Dai looked up in confusion, surprised by the sudden appearance of the antagonist. Why was he here, meddling in her affairs? No, he must be concerned about the veterinarian, for he was indeed a valuable resource for the tribe. Perhaps he feared Ing Rue would give the blood to her, leaving him with nothing. Why does she not need it? Feeling the weight of Tong Tsong's imposing presence, Ing Rue felt a pressure on his shoulders but gritted his teeth to inquire. She cares for my offspring. Whatever resources she requires, I shall have beastmen deliver them to her, Tong Tsong stated, casting a glance at Ing Rue. His tone seemingly neutral, yet laced with displeasure. Ing Rue felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, as if a fierce beast was watching him. He reluctantly glanced at Sang Dai before retreating from the crowd. Ching Sui looked from Ing Rue to Tong Tsong, puzzled. When did the veterinarian offend the king? It felt as though the king was targeting him. Sensing the low pressure emanating from Tong Tsong, Sang Dai quickly assured, Your Majesty, rest assured. I have ample resources and will not take from Ing Rue. The book's antagonist was notably protective, and Sang Dai believed he wished to shield his subjects. Upon hearing her words, the icy demeanor in Tong Tsong's eyes seemed to thaw slightly. He gave a non-committal grunt and stood still, as if nothing had transpired. Sang Dai thought, is that it? He isn't leaving? The atmosphere had grown markedly quieter. Even Ching Sui fell silent, standing to the side of Sang Dai. Not far away, Snake Xiaomian witnessed the entire exchange. Remembering the rumor she had heard recently, she looked toward Tong Tsong and Sang Dai, suddenly realizing something. This wretched female has deceived me. The one truly attempting to entice the king is none other than Sang Dai. The king has spent far more time with her than with Luo Yiwer. My greatest rival is Sang Dai. Snake Xiaomian glared at the two standing side by side, her teeth gritted in frustration. Mother! Mother! Sang Feng's voice called from behind. Startled, Sang Dai thought, oh no, I didn't know the antagonist would also be here today. As she contemplated an excuse to leave, Sang Feng had already dashed to her side, clutching her skirt. Mother, why are you ignoring me? His soft, plaintive voice carried a hint of grievance. Sang Dai's heart skipped a beat as she saw Tong Tsong turn his head towards Sang Feng. This is your offspring? Tong Tsong's gaze settled on the child's face. Sang Dai held her breath, but Tong Tsong's expression remained unchanged. She looked down, only to see Sang Feng's face smeared with mud, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Following closely, Sang Qing and Sang Yu approached, their faces similarly coated in dirt. They must have gotten messy while playing. Sang Dai let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, they were her children. Yes, they are mine, she replied, then turned to Sang Feng to explain, Mother was not ignoring you. I simply did not hear you at that moment. Upon hearing the response, a cautious smile graced Sang Feng's face. He had feared his mother had reverted to her former self, but thankfully she had not. Interrupted by the serpent hatchling, Qing Shui tugged at Sang Dai's hand, saying, Sang Dai, my brother is also collecting beast blood. Let's go. He hunted the best prey today. Sang Dai, seeking a reason to part ways with Tang Tsong, nodded in agreement and led the serpent hatchling and Qing Shui in the opposite direction. Qing Shui's brother had already gathered a large basin of fresh beast blood and eagerly presented it to Sang Dai upon her arrival. Sang Dai, wishing to keep the serpent hatchling away from Tang Tsong, intended to take the blood and return home. However, a figure obstructed her path. Halt! Do not give her the beast blood. She is not Sang Dai. Chapter 47. You shall not slander my mother. Luo Yuer, what nonsense are you spouting? If Sang Dai isn't Sang Dai, who else could she be? Qing Shui retorted, glaring at Luo Yuer with displeasure. Why did this odious female always loiter around Sang Dai? Other beasts present wore expressions of bewilderment. Indeed, what do you mean? Does Sang Dai have another name? She is Sang Dai. One of Luo Yuer's kin interjected, Luo Yuer. Are you hallucinating? Tung Tsong's gaze shifted, his eyes filled with inquiry. Sang Dai, recalling Luo Yuer's recent probing, understood her intentions. So this is her scheme. Sang Qing and Sang Feng glared at Luo Yuer, exclaiming, She is our mother. You shall not utter such nonsense. They believed Luo Yuer was merely trying to instigate trouble, as she had done before. Sang Yu, however, grew anxious, her small hand clutching Sang Dai's tightly, glancing up at her mother. Sang Dai's face betrayed no sign of alarm. Ignoring the reproaches of the assembled beasts, Luo Yuer declared with conviction, She is not Sang Dai. Sang Dai drowned in the river on our way to the Black Abyss tribe. The one inhabiting Sang Dai's body is a spirit from another world. Qing Shui frowned and rebuked, Luo Yuer, you are deranged. A spirit from another world? You are the one possessed. She refused to believe such drivel. Even if Sang Dai were a ghost, she was a benevolent one who had saved her snake young. She would defend her, never allowing Luo Yuer to mistreat her, or rather, Sang Dai. If she were not a spirit from another world, how could she concoct beast bait unknown to us? And her extraordinary methods to staunch bleeding, unheard of even among our tribe's healers, how could she know such things? Luo Yuer lifted her chin, a smug expression on her face. My mate, Hulai, is Sang Dai's elder brother. They were once very close, but now she refuses to acknowledge her own brother and shuns our tribe. She is merely afraid of being unmasked. Turning to Hulai, she asked, Hulai, am I not correct? Hulai was taken aback, realizing why Sang Dai had changed so drastically. Yes, he confirmed. Upon hearing this, the beasts turned their attention to Sang Dai, some with fear, others with astonishment and disbelief. Could such a beautiful female be inhabited by a spirit? Sang Dai chuckled, replying calmly, Those techniques were taught to me by my mother. The tribe stipulates that females are not obligated to share their resources and skills with the tribe. Must you know everything? Qing Shui chimed in, exactly. Just because you haven't heard of something doesn't mean Sang Dai is a ghost. You are simply jealous that she knows more than you. The beasts nodded in agreement, finding her words reasonable. Luo Yuer, you have gone too far, slandering Sang Dai so carelessly. She even saved Snake Young. Why would a ghost do that? The beasts revered the beast gods and believed in spirits, but their lives were so arduous, their bellies often empty, and their homes constantly threatened. But they had little time to fear ghosts. Seeing Sang Dai's slender and delicate appearance, they were even less inclined to believe Luo Yuer. If such a beautiful female were a ghost capable of aiding the tribe in hunting, they would gladly welcome more like her. What harm could there be in nurturing such a ghost? Luo Yuer gnashed her teeth, frustrated that anyone would defend Sang Dai despite her accusations. That vixen, she is skilled at seducing males. Turning to Sang Yu, she demanded, Arya, tell us, is she truly your mother? As Sang Dai's offspring, you know her best. How was she before, and how is she now? Surely you can tell the difference. Sang Yu stiffened, her fair brow dampened by beads of sweat. Arya, tell everyone she is nothing like your mother. She is not your mother, is she? Luo Yumer's words echoed in her ears like a haunting melody. Sang Yu bit her pale lips, her throat as dry as sand. Luo Yumer's eyes shone with anticipation. Speak. Just one word from Arya will prove Sang Dai is a spirit from another world, and we can burn her at the stake. Countless inquisitive gazes fell upon Sang Yu's face. Sang Yu looked up at Sang Dai, took a deep breath, and cried out, She is my mother. You shall not slander her. Luo Yuer burst into laughter. See, I told you. She stopped abruptly, staring at Sang Yu in disbelief. Wait, what did you say? I said, she is my mother, my only mother. What mother says is true. Those techniques were taught to her by grandmother. Of course, you wouldn't know, Sang Yu replied with determination. Sang Dai looked at Sang Yu with surprise. She had not instructed her to say such things. Sang Yu clenched her small fists, caring little who her mother truly was. All she knew was that the woman before her treated her, her brothers, and her sisters well, providing them with meat, shelter in a cave, and skirts. She had finally seen her mother change for the better, and she would not let Luo Yuer ruin it, whether it was true or not. She could not allow Luo Yuer to succeed. Sang Yu knew that she and her mother were on the same side. Second sister, when did grandmother teach her that? I don't recall, Sang Feng stammered, but his elder brother silenced him with a smack to the head. You are too dense. Of course, grandmother wouldn't tell you. Sang Qing retorted, quickly grasping Sang Yu's strategy. Though simple-minded, he was quick enough to follow her lead, unlike their witless younger brother. Sang Dai was taken aback, gazing at her 3 young serpent hatchlings, who were earnestly defending her. Well, she thought, I have not coddled them in vain. Arya, you fool, why won't you tell the truth? Are you not afraid she will be even crueler to you than Sang Dai was? Luo Yuer exclaimed. Luo Yuer was exasperated. She had not anticipated that Arya would deviate from the plan. Do not presume that by winning Arya over, you have escaped unscathed. You once harbored a desire to eliminate the 3 of them, yet now you treat them with such kindness. How do you explain this? Luo Yuer was unwilling to concede. She could not believe that this wretched woman could still find a way to argue her case. Sang Dai smiled confidently, meeting Luo Yuer's probing gaze. You are correct. In the past, I indeed made many mistakes and failed to raise my offspring properly. I thought you would be too embarrassed to question me. What do you mean by that? Luo Yuer was taken aback, and a sudden sense of foreboding gripped her as she regarded Sang Dai as countenance. In these years, I had been mindful of Hu Lai moving out early to establish his own residence, allocating most of the resources given to me by our parents to him. Who would have imagined that he would be so ungrateful, leaving me with resources insufficient for my own needs? I have come to see the true faces of Hu Lai and Luo Yuer. A few days ago, when I sought to reclaim resources from Luo Yuer, she reluctantly cobbled together a meager return from the clan supplies. I was foolish before, but now I merely wish to raise my 3 young ones to adulthood. What is wrong with that? Sang Dai's voice was clear yet resonant. The surrounding beastmen cast odd glances at Luo Yuer and Hu Lai. Are there truly males reliant on females for sustenance? How shameless! How could he have the audacity to seize resources meant for his sister? No wonder Sang Dai, as a female, appears as frail as her 3 offspring. It seems Hu Lai has deprived her of nourishment. I always wondered why Luo Yuer consistently targeted Sang Dai. It turns out she was unable to secure free resources. Now that Sang Dai strives for a better life, Luo Yuer is envious. The beastmen chattered animatedly, not caring for Luo Yuer and Hu Lai's feelings. The clan matriarch glared with her murky eyes. Luo Yuer, you returned the clan's resources to Sang Dai? You dare deceive the clan. Luo Yuer's expression faltered. I did not. Sang Dai is deliberately slandering me. Yet the guilt in her eyes betrayed her. I reside in a secluded place. My cave houses only my 3 young ones, and rarely do beastmen pass by. It is not surprising, then, that I have ample time to study wild animal bait. How could you not understand that? But as for Luo Yuer, Sang Dai narrowed her eyes and countered, Luo Yuer resides in the collective cave where beastmen frequently come and go. Any commotion will be known to all. Where did you learn about those strange things you're tinkering with? Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding beastmen, Luo Yuer's heart raced. I, you're not suggesting that it came to you in a dream, are you? Or that it appeared out of thin air? Surely no beast would believe such nonsense. Sang Dai's barrage of questions left Luo Yuer speechless. You claim I am an otherworldly spirit. I cannot help but find you even more suspicious. Sang Dai's words met with unanimous agreement. Indeed, Luo Yuer dwells among us daily, yet constantly utters incomprehensible phrases. Her kin do not resemble her in the slightest. I suspect she is the one with issues. She nearly endangered the king's offspring. As the beastman's inquiries intensified, Luo Yuer's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Sang Dai regarded her with a smile that was both mocking and amused. In truth, beastmen possess a remarkable capacity for accepting new concepts. It is merely that Luo Yuer has become overly arrogant, believing herself superior to them, looking down upon them as if she were the savior of their world. To portray herself as so different from the beastmen is nothing short of foolishness. If the beastmen were to exclude outsiders, she would undoubtedly be their first target. It is only due to the halo of being the protagonist that she has remained unscathed thus far. Hu Lai's and Luo Yuer's faces were pale. She was finally afraid and hastily retreated behind Hu Lai. However, Hu Lai no longer treated her with the same tenderness as before, instead regarding her with a peculiar scrutinizing gaze. Doubts arose within him. Could Sang Dai's words hold truth? Seeing Tung Song approaching, the clan matriarch rapped her cane forcefully. Enough. Hu Lai, take your mate back. I believe she is with child and her mind is muddled, spouting nonsense. Regardless, Luo Yuer remains one of the clan's only 2 females. Sang Dai has already distanced herself from the clan. I must ensure Luo Yuer bears offspring to perpetuate our lineage. Indeed, without hesitation, Hu Lai dragged Luo Yuer away, his actions devoid of previous gentleness. Ah, Hu Lai, you are hurting me, Luo Yuer cried out in pain, yet Hu Lai remained indifferent. Sang Dai understood that Luo Yuer, as a female and the heroine of the tale, would not be easily toppled. However, after today, most of the tribe's beastmen would no longer associate with Luo Yuer. Deprived of their support, she can no longer pose a threat. At least, Sang Dai could enjoy a period of tranquility. Sang Dai, dear sister, you are truly unfortunate to be burdened with such shameless siblings. Should they bully you again, do not hesitate to call for me. Qing Shui grasped Sang Dai's hand, her face filled with sympathy. And you 3 little ones, should anything arise, seek out Aunt Qing. As Qing Shui spoke, she turned her gaze toward the 3 serpent offspring. Sang Dai could see the sincerity in Qing Shui's eyes. Ruffling the heads of her young ones, she smiled, saying, Aunt Qing is so kind to you. Be sure to thank her. Sang Yu looked up at the gentle smiles on their faces, her tense heart finally relaxing, as she sweetly smiled, Thank you, Aunt Qing. Sang Feng and Sang Qing echoed their gratitude in unison. Sang Dai, it is getting late. Let me have my elder brother help you return the beast blood. Qing Shui suggested, observing her frail frame. Qing Shui's elder brother quickly approached, eager to assist with the beast blood. However, before he could get close, a large hand snatched the beast blood away. Qing Shui's brother was about to erupt in anger, but upon looking up, he stammered, King, do you also seek the beast blood? Tung Tsong cast a glance at him and strode to Sang Dai's side, speaking in a neutral tone. I happen to be passing by. I'll take it back for you. Sang Dai recalled that each time she traveled with Tung Tsong, she was carried on his shoulders. With 3 serpent offspring present this time, she truly wished to avoid accompanying him. Moreover, the weather was sweltering, and the mud on the serpent younglings' faces had dried and begun to flake off. What would happen if they saw their appearance on the way back? I still need to wash their faces. They're a bit dirty. I will return shortly. Aunt Qing, please help me keep an eye on them. Sang Dai feigned a lack of urgency and quickly led her 3 serpent offspring away. King? Qing Shui glanced at the beast blood in Tung Tsong's possession. Tung Tsong frowned, but made no move. You may leave first. I will wait for her here. Hearing this, Qing Shui had no choice but to comply. In the clan, the trees were lush and sunlight filtered through sparingly, causing darkness to fall swiftly. Before long, the beastmen in the clearing had departed, leaving only Tung Tsong standing alone, awaiting her return. After waiting for a significant time without seeing Sang Dai, Tung Song followed the water source further, but saw not a single figure. His expression darkened. This female dares to deceive him? Sang Dai had already returned with her young ones, without any intention of seeking Qing Shui for beast blood. After all, she merely requested Qing Shui to temporarily safeguard it, and retrieving it later would be no different. Qing Shui would not foolishly wait indefinitely. Unbeknownst to Sang Dai, she had inadvertently stood up Tang Song. She felt relieved to have avoided him today, ensuring he did not witness the appearance of her offspring. Upon arriving home, she began to kindle a fire to prepare a meal, boiling water to cleanse the mud from her snakelets' faces. Initially, the 3 snakelets were somewhat apprehensive, fearing that their mother might be displeased. However, upon seeing her gentle and meticulous care as she wiped their faces and prepared a feast, they soon relaxed. Sang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their mother had not reverted to her former self due to Luo Yure's words. She remained the same tender and caring mother, which was wonderful. The following day, Sang Dai arose early to check on the hatching of the silkworm eggs. Upon observing the once black specks transformed to white, her countenance brightened with joy. This signified that they had hatched. The white color merely represented an empty shell. Sang Dai had specially asked Shi Liang to construct 6 wooden boxes, each measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and only 15 centimeters in height. Each box could accommodate up to 200 silkworms, and the 6 boxes would suffice for alternating use when changing mulberry leaves. There was no need for lids. As long as the boxes contained mulberry leaves, the silkworms would remain occupied on them and would hardly crawl out. A layer of mulberry leaves was already laid at the bottom of the boxes, with countless tiny black dots wriggling on top, so small that Sang Dai could barely see them. At this stage, it was unsuitable to touch them, as they could easily be squished. Therefore, she would only add clean mulberry leaves for now and later. When the silkworms grew larger, she would change the boxes. With the current small number of silkworms, Sang Dai could manage their care alone without entrusting them to other beastmen. Intending to rear the first batch herself before teaching others once their numbers increased. After all, she had spent a fortune acquiring them, and losing any would surely break her heart. Other caves were filled with supplies, so Sang Dai decided to place the silkworms in the rabbit cave for easier supervision. Over the course of more than half a month, the little rabbits had grown fur, appearing fluffy and adorable. In a few days, they would be weaned and able to graze on their own. The 3 snakelets diligently helped with cleaning, cutting grass to feed the rabbits, and clearing away droppings, requiring little intervention from her. Particularly, Sang Feng, even when idle, enjoyed squatting beside the rabbit cage, observing the rabbits intently. Sang Dai merely thought he had an affinity for small creatures, not giving it much thought, despite the persistent puddle of water on the ground next to the rabbit cage. With the silkworms hatched, they required fresh mulberry leaves daily. Sang Dai sought out Shi Liang, informing him of the approximate daily requirement for mulberry leaves. In the early stages, the silkworms were small and had modest appetites. They merely needed the beastmen to harvest and dry the leaves, ensuring they were water-free. Sang Dai certainly did not need to handle these trivial tasks personally, allowing the beastmen to assist where possible. No problem. I assure you that the mulberry leaves delivered daily will be fresh and clean. Shi Liang readily agreed without hesitation. By the way, I have another matter I would like your help with. Sang Dai recalled another task. What is it? Just tell me. I need to construct something and would like you to find a few males to assist me. Sang Dai conveyed her idea to Shi Liang. Although he did not comprehend the purpose, he nodded in agreement, trusting that whatever Sang Dai intended to do must hold significance. The beastmen were remarkably efficient, and by afternoon, they had brought the items Sang Dai required, delivering them directly to the king's cave. Sang Dai instructed the 3 snakelets to guard the area, and then donned a small satchel to head to Xiao Bai's cave to prepare a meal. Dai Dai Ji, what delicious food do we have today? Xiao Bai had become much more lively compared to their first meeting, now eagerly greeting Sang Dai at the cave entrance. Though he still hesitated to venture further. The walls of the cave were carved with numerous cabinet-like hollows, adorned with various educational toys, building blocks, puzzles, Rubik's cubes, and Luban locks that Sang Dai had brought from a supermarket. Occasionally, Sang Dai would catch fireflies to illuminate the space. And Xiao Bai had progressed from initially trying to catch and eat them to now being able to coexist with them peacefully. Seeing the gradual transformation in Xiao Bai filled Sang Dai with immense satisfaction. Here is today's meal. Do give it a try. She produced several large meat buns wrapped in leaves from her satchel. Xiao Bai joyfully reached for them, but upon touching the buns, his face paled, and he recoiled several steps. Why are they hot? I don't want this. I want the old kind. His expression was crumpled, more so than the buns themselves. Today, this is all I have. It's too hot for anything cold, but this one is quite fragrant. Do taste it. With a beaming smile, Sang Dai extended the bun towards him once more. Noticing Xiao Bai's pale complexion, she felt a twinge of sympathy but remained resolute. To help him overcome his fear, he must take that first step. Xiao Bai shook his head vehemently, leaning against the wall, refusing to eat the hot bun. Observing this, Sang Dai decided to take a gradual approach. If you don't eat, then you'll have to go hungry today. She proposed an alternative. How about this? I'll take you to play a game, and by the time we finish, the buns won't be hot anymore, and we can eat together, all right? Xiao Bai initially intended to refuse, but having developed a habit of feeling hungry at regular intervals over the past month, his stomach began to grumble. Gritting his teeth, he eventually nodded. All right. Although Sang Dai was always cheerful and spoke gently, lacking any intimidating presence, he found it impossible to decline her suggestion. As if her words held an enchanting power, Sang Dai led Xiao Bai to the adjacent cave, spacious and empty, save for an irregularly shaped container about 2 meters tall placed in the center. Beside the container were several stones of varying heights for climbing. As they approached, Sang Dai revealed that the container was filled with yellow sand. Xiao Bai, do you think sand poses a danger to beastmen? Sang Dai inquired. Xiao Bai, with a puzzled expression, shook his head without hesitation. How could sand be dangerous? It has no teeth or claws. Some beastmen even use sand for bathing. Sand is the most useless thing. Very well, if you can stand on it for a quarter of an hour to prove that sand is not dangerous. I promise I will never give you hot food again. How about that? Sang Dai smiled as she proposed, not intending to use the bet to compel him to eat the buns. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately nodded. Deal? You must keep your word. How simple. He promptly followed Sang Dai's instructions to stand atop the sand. A glimmer of determination shone in Sang Dai's eyes as she tapped the side of the container twice, producing a faint cracking sound from within. Dai Ji, you'll lose. It's perfectly safe up here. The sand poses no danger at all. Xiao Bai moved back and forth, occasionally hopping to emphasize the validity of his words. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Suddenly, he felt a tug beneath his feet, as if something had grasped his ankle and was pulling him downward. Looking down, he noticed that the sand below had inexplicably formed a bizarre vortex, perpetually descending, resembling a gaping maw intent on consuming him. Panic washed over Xiao Bai as he struggled, but to his dismay, he sank faster. Help me, Sister Dai! He shouted frantically, and just as the sand enveloped his neck, his raised hand was grasped by Sang Dai. Sang Dai perched on a stone at the edge of the container, gazing down at him with a smile. So, do you still believe the sand poses no danger? Indeed, the unmoving sand was harmless, but she had previously instructed the beastmen to leave a space beneath. Once a switch was pressed, the wooden platform would automatically open, allowing the sand to flow away and causing anyone standing on it to sink. However, she chose not to disclose to Xiao Bai that the sand could only bury him up to his neck. Embarrassment flushed Xiao Bai's cheeks as he recalled his earlier, fervent declarations. I was wrong. A sense of dread washed over him. Had Sang Dai not held him, he would have been buried in the sand, facing certain death. Having once experienced the searing flames and the despair of impending demise, he could no longer disregard the threat posed by the sand. Sang Dai chuckled softly, pulling Xiao Bai from the sand. They stood together, and she brushed the sand off his body, washed his hands, and offered him a bun once more. Would you like to eat? Chapter 50. In defense of Tung Tsang's cry, Xiao Bai did not respond. His face flushed as he accepted the bun. Compared to the steaming hot bun she had just taken out, this one had cooled considerably, now merely warm. In contrast, Xiaobai found it surprisingly palatable. The bun was filled with pork, corn, and mushroom, and with each bite, savory juices flowed forth, bursting with flavor and sweetness from the corn, utterly delightful. The texture of cool meat was entirely different from that of warm meat. It was Xiaobai's first taste, and he felt as if his palate had been awakened, unable to resist devouring a second. It seems that hot food isn't so difficult to accept after all, he mused inwardly while eating, noticing Xiaobai's lack of resistance. Sangdai gently remarked, "It appears that even the most inconspicuous things can become perilous in large numbers. Conversely, dangerous things can be rendered less threatening if they are dispersed and kept within manageable quantities." Sangdai's voice was soft and soothing, flowing like water, and Xiaobai earnestly committed her words to memory. Unbeknownst to Sangdai, her intentions to help Xiaobai overcome his fear of fire would have profound implications for the beastman's future. Xiaobai, fire too, poses no threat once its rules are mastered. Sangdai then produced xiao mai, grilled sausages, crispy chicken legs, and a bowl of fragrant oden. These items, found in the ovens beside the supermarket checkout, were in endless supply, just like the goods on the shelves, and they were all cooked. See, to create these dishes, one must utilize fire. Unable to explain electricity and appliances to the beastmen, she replaced those concepts with fire, as it was the only resource available in this primeval forest. Xiaobai inhaled the enticing aromas, his nostrils quivering, and he felt a stir within. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. "Please prepare these dishes before bringing them to me. No fire is allowed in my cave." This was the greatest concession he could offer. "All right," Sangdai replied with a smile. She had achieved her goal for the day, and any further attempts to coerce Xiaobai would likely backfire. Overcoming fear must be a gradual process. Haste would not yield results. At least Xiaobai was no longer afraid of hot objects. After ensuring Xiaobai was well fed and had new toys to play with, Sangdai returned home. By now, she had memorized the route and no longer required the beastmen to guide her. As she walked back to the cave, she unexpectedly noticed a group of beastmen gathered in the clearing ahead, whispering among themselves. Faint cries of distress echoed from the direction of the gathering. Sangdai paused, curiosity etched on her face. Typically, any announcements regarding tribe matters took place in this clearing, conveniently located near the water source for hunting. What could be happening today? Since she had to pass by, she approached to take a look. Upon closer inspection, she discovered two males bound beneath a tree, flanked by two burly men wielding barbed whips, striking the males repeatedly. The onlookers expressed their discontent, but did not plead for the two to be spared. Among the crowd, Sangdai spotted Qingsui, who appeared visibly distressed. "Qingsui, what's wrong?" Sangdai inquired, waving her hand in front of her friend's face. "Sangdai," Qingsui replied, turning to her, her expression easing somewhat. "What crime have these two committed?" Qingsui's expression darkened as she retorted, "These two are responsible for the injury sustained by Shiyong, who was bitten by a vicious beast. They were part the same hunting team, and when they encountered the beast, they thought only of fleeing, even pushing Shiyong aside. In an effort to protect the others, Shiyong stood in the beast's path. Had it not been for them, Shiyong would not have been so gravely injured. Now, Shiyong is left with only one hand. Even if he recovers, he can no longer participate in the hunting team. Who knows how much humiliation he will endure just to survive." Thankfully, the king investigated this matter and ordered their punishment. "They deserve it," Qingsui exclaimed with indignation. Upon hearing Qingsui's words, Sangdai felt no sympathy for the two men. Given the strength of the hunting team, it was inconceivable that they could not escape unscathed, and their cowardice had cost Shiyong dearly. A mere whipping was far too lenient a punishment. The antagonist was known for his intolerance. Sparing their lives was already a mild penalty. As Qingsui spoke, the surrounding beastmen grasped the situation. The king is truly ruthless. These two have barely escaped with their lives, yet they must face such severe punishment. One beastman injured is better than two, and besides, Shiyong effectively saved the entire hunting team. His injuries were not in vain. So why should they suffer so? A sudden voice cut through the murmurs. Luo Yiwer, clutching her abdomen, stood at the back of the crowd. Today, she had learned her lesson and refrained from approaching Sangdai. However, Recalling the disparity in treatment between Tung Tsang and herself, she felt deeply aggrieved. Additionally, having been restricted from using fire in the tribe, she found herself unable to apply her modern knowledge. Unable to confront Sangdai directly, she placed the blame squarely on Tung Tsang. The tribe is not lacking in food. By injuring them so severely, we lose 2 more males for hunting. I think the king is only concerned about protecting his kin and has little regard for the other tribes. Luo Yuer spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. The 2 wolf tribe beastmen were the ones facing punishment. Upon hearing Luo Yuer's incitement, many beastmen began to harbor a trace of resentment. The king, known for his peculiar temperament and capriciousness, treated these foreign beastmen with considerable indifference. Normally, the beastmen would not have thought much of it, but now, influenced by Luo Yuer's words, they began to find some justification in her claims. The king's punishment seemed excessively harsh. Indeed, within the hunting team of Shiyong, only these 2 were wolf tribe beastmen, while the other 8 belonged to the Tangxi tribe. It was peculiar that only they were penalized. Stop it. The king is from the Tangxi tribe. Isn't it natural for him to protect his own kin? Yet, despite this reasoning, the beastmen still felt a lingering discontent, sensing an inequality between themselves and the Tangxi tribe. Luo Yuer, cease your nonsense. If they hadn't harmed Shiyong, would the king punish them? Qing Chui, enraged, pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Yuer. Sangdai furrowed her brow. Although Tung Tsang was the villain in the story, and indeed became a ruthless murderer later on, she understood that this was the result of having slain too many malevolent beasts, leading to his eventual corruption. Presently, however, the supposed villain was quite amiable, generous, and a good father and leader, with only his unpredictable temperament to mar his otherwise commendable character. Sangdai felt compelled to defend Tung Tsang. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her voice. Do you possess any conscience? The king battles malevolent beasts daily, returning each time injured. Were it not for him, you would have perished long ago at the hands of those beasts. He granted you life. These 2 merely suffered superficial wounds. Yet Shiyong is on the brink of death, bedridden and unable to move. Do you still have the audacity to blame the king for punishing them? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? The more Sangdai spoke, the more her indignation grew. Not far away, having just returned from slaying malevolent beasts, Tung Tsang suddenly paused, catching sight of the little female passionately defending him. Through the leaves, he could see her pale cheeks, slightly flushed with anger, and her chest heaving with indignation. Was she truly advocating for him? At this thought, the icy demeanor in Tung Tsang's eyes thawed slightly. She and T sought him out yesterday, likely preoccupied with other matters. Otherwise, how could such a timid little female muster the courage to defend him in front of so many? His previously gloomy mood began to lift. King? The Tangxi beastmen who had accompanied him in exterminating the malevolent beasts noticed his sudden halt and looked puzzled. Wasn't the king in a hurry to return? Why had he stopped? Following Tung Tsang's gaze, they soon spotted the punished beastmen. Assuming the king was displeased with their presence, they hurriedly offered, "Those are the 2 wolf tribe beastmen punished by the king. We shall ensure they complete their punishment and disperse at once." Tung Tsang raised a hand. "No need. You may return." If they dispersed the crowd, how could he continue to hear the little female speak in his defense? For the first time, he felt his subordinates lack perception. Sensing the king's displeasure, the Tangxi beastmen grew even more confused. The king's temperament had indeed become increasingly inscrutable. Moments ago, he had shown no signs of anger, yet now he appeared discontent. The Tangxi beastmen dared not speak further and quietly retreated. In the clearing, upon hearing Sangdai's words, the expressions of the beastmen shifted to one of shame. Luo Yuer, visibly displeased, could no longer act arrogantly and merely muttered her discontent under her breath. Almost dead? But they didn't die, did they? Was it truly necessary for such a harsh punishment? The king has always been cold-hearted. I said nothing wrong. Sangdai was incensed by her remarks. She retorted, "This is not a matter of the severity of punishment. Let me ask everyone, when fighting malevolent beasts, would you dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, trusting them with your back? If our ranks are filled with those who would flee in battle or stab us in the back, how can we ever hope to triumph over the malevolent beasts. The king does not wish to punish anyone. He merely seeks to prevent such occurrences. If we do not impose strict penalties, then anyone could betray their kin. What, then, is the purpose of hunting together? Sangdai's series of rhetorical questions left the beastmen momentarily speechless. They quickly shook off Luo Yuer's provocations. Yes, if they could betray Shiyong today, they could just as easily betray us next time. If my partner were harmed in such a way, left to suffer, I would want nothing more than to exact vengeance upon them. The king's decision surely has its reasoning. We need not indulge in baseless speculation. Even the females understood Qing Chui's sentiments. Qing Chui cast a glance at Luo Yuer and proclaimed, "Everyone, do not heed the provocations of the scheming beast. She simply cannot bear to see our tribe thrive." Believing her deceitful words would be folly, the beastmen promptly distanced themselves from Luo Yuer. Thankfully, they had not been foolish enough to blame the king. The king was their benefactor. They could not afford to be so naive. With their schemes thwarted, Luo Yuer departed in disgrace. Not far away, Tong Tsung's thin lips curved slightly into a faint smile. He expected the little female to grasp his intentions. Watching Luo Yuer retreat in defeat, Sangdai, however, did not share in the joy. Although she recognized the villain's commendable nature, she knew it was only temporary. If the villain were to succumb to darkness in the future, would the Heiyuan tribe still be a safe haven for her and the snake cubs? Alone in this place, reliant on Tong Tsung's power for survival. If she were to leave the Heiyuan tribe, what dangers awaited her outside? Would a corrupted villain pose an even greater threat to her and the snake cubs? A flicker of worry stirred within Sangdai. If only she could alter the villain's fate. As this thought surfaced, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Yes, if she could prevent 3 snake cubs from succumbing to darkness, why not Tong Tsung as well? If she could identify the root cause of his potential corruption, there might still be a chance. Without trying, how would she know if it were possible? Sangdai, lost in thought, returned to the cave without realizing it. At the cave entrance, she found 3 snake cubs nestled together in peaceful slumber. Gazing at their serene and gentle faces, Sangdai's heart melted. For her own sake, and for the sake of her cubs, she must make an effort. As mealtime approached, she refrained from waking the cubs and instead ventured into the cave to the market, selecting ingredients and seasonings for dinner. She removed the packaging and arranged them in the vessels provided by the Tongue She Beastmen. However, most of the vessels used by the Beastmen were open and non-sealable, making it difficult to store in the sweltering heat. She could only take what she needed. Fortunately, the cubs were easy to please, believing these items were also sent by the Tongue She Beastmen, and they harbored no suspicions. Unbeknownst to Sangdai, it was not that they had no doubts. Rather, they dared not question, fearing that any probing might alert their mother to their concerns. The 3 snake cubs were apprehensive that she might revert to her former self. Suddenly, voices emerged from outside the cave. "Qing Auntie, is this for us?" As Sandai emerged from the cave, she was greeted by the sight of 3 small bundles of joy surrounding Qingtse. In Qingtsue's arms lay a basin filled with beast blood, which she was distributing among the little ones, her face radiating a tender smile. She occasionally caressed the cubs' faces, her affection for them unmistakable. This was the first time Sandai had witnessed the snake cubs interacting amiably with other beast folk. Previously, very few beast folk had treated the cubs with such warmth. Observing the smiles on the cubs' faces, Sandai felt her own eyes crinkle with delight. "Sister Sandai," Qingtsue exclaimed upon spotting her, waving her hand. "You left in such a hurry that I didn't have the chance to give you today's beast blood. I heard you didn't bring any back yesterday, so I brought this for you." She had come alone, leaving her partner in the cave to care for the snake cubs. Sandai quickly accepted the offering. "Thank you for making the trip," she said. "It's no trouble at all, just a short walk." Qingtsue replied with a hearty laugh. "Sister Qing, you don't need to bring us beast blood. We have plenty." Before Sandai could finish, Sangwe promptly covered his mouth. "What do you have?" Qingtsue asked with curiosity. Sangwe sweetly explained, "Third brother meant to say we have plenty of strength and can manage on our own. The beast blood is better saved for you and your partner." Sangqing understood and quickly pulled Sangfeng back, denying him the chance to speak further. "You foolish child. How could you mention Mother having white crystal stones so indiscriminately? Even with Sister Qing, some things are best kept quiet. Qing Sui chuckled at this, saying, "You're at the age of growth. You must eat well. Don't worry. Sister Qing has enough. I want to see you all grow strong and healthy." It was evident that she genuinely adored the young ones. Unfortunately, her own situation had not yet changed. Seeing Sandai's 3 snake cubs made her yearn to shower them with kindness. Amused, Sandai noted the carefulness of Sang Yue and Sang Qing, surprised that these little ones were so protective of their family and understood the importance of discretion. Seeing Qing Tsue truly cherish the snake cubs and reluctant to leave, Sandai suggested, "Since I'm about to prepare a meal, why not stay and share it with us, Qing Tsue? A hot pot with the beast's blood is just perfect. The more, the merrier. After all, oh no, I couldn't possibly." Qing Tsue quickly waved her hands. "There isn't even a grown male in your household. You must do everything yourself. How could I impose on you? But I will be busy cooking and caring for the cubs. It's perfect timing. You can help keep an eye on them. And I have some questions to ask you later." Sandai winked playfully. Hearing this lessened Qing Tsue's guilt, and she felt grateful for the opportunity to spend more time with the adorable cubs. After a moment's thought, she finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I will bring food for you later. I cannot let you take advantage of me like this. If you help me, I must compensate you fairly." Sandai feigned annoyance. "That is not the same. You are the savior of the snake cub," Qing Tsue retorted anxiously, only to be met with Sandai's smiling face. Realizing Sandai was teasing her, she playfully tapped Sandai's shoulder, deciding not to refuse any longer. Since this was the case, she could simply assist Sandai more often, as they shared a bond of trust. It was clear their relationship had grown beyond that of mere acquaintances. Qing Tsue entertained the snake cubs while Sandai prepared the ingredients. She gathered large bowls of lamb, beef, and pork, slicing them into thin pieces. These were fresh meats provided by the Tangsha beast folk, along with various other ingredients like duck feet, duck intestines, shrimp paste, and beef balls sourced from the market. Sandai also enjoyed vegetables, ensuring to include enoki mushrooms, baby bok choy, potato slices, and gonkai. Initially, she planned to cook a hot pot, but then thought better of it. Sitting around a hot stove on a scorching day would be unbearable. So, she decided to change her approach, lighting a fire and placing 5 packets of tomato-flavored hot pot base into a large stone pot, cooking everything together. Once it was ready, she extinguished the flames, and they all gathered around the pot to eat. "Sister Sandai, how are you able to use fire in the tribe?" Qing Tsue exclaimed in surprise, her first instinct to glance around to see if anyone was watching. "It's all right. I have the king's permission," he said, "as long as I stay within the cave." "I can use fire," Sandai explained. Qing Tsue looked astonished. "The king actually allowed you to use fire?" "Sister Sandai, you are incredible." True to her nature, Qing Tsue had always preferred the taste of meat cooked over fire, but after Xiaobai was burned, the tribe had banned the use of fire. She had longed for it ever since. "Try it. Serve yourself whatever you desire," Sandai smiled, filling a bowl for Qing Tsue and 3 snake cubs, letting them cool before giving it to them. As Qing Tsue inhaled the enticing aroma, her stomach rumbled in response. "This smells heavenly." She had never encountered such a delightful scent in her life. Just as she reached for the food, she noticed all 3 snake cubs holding slender wooden sticks. As did Sandai. "What is this?" Qing Tsue asked curiously. "Sister Qing, these are for eating. They keep our hands clean. Mother says it's more hygienic," Sang Qing replied first. "Really? Can I try?" Qing Tsue asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course, Sandai had intended to offer her a spoon, but instead handed her a pair of chopsticks designed for the cubs, ensuring they were easy to handle. Qing Tsue quickly adapted, though her fingers were somewhat clumsy at first. After a few attempts, she managed to grasp the meat. She eagerly sent it to her mouth. "So delicious. Sister Sandai, how do you manage to excel at everything?" Qing Tsue couldn't help but praise her. Sandai was indeed the most impressive female she had ever met. Not only did her eating technique look elegant and tidy, but the flavor was exquisite. Suddenly, she felt a longing to be one of Sandai's cubs instead. If you enjoy it, feel free to come over often for meals. It's just a matter of preparing an extra portion, and it's no trouble at all. Plus, it gives us a chance to converse more," Sandai said with a smile. Sue desperately wanted to decline, yet her mouth betrayed her. Then, I shall bring you more meat and help you with chores. This way, she could feel more at ease while eating. That sounds wonderful. Sandai agreed with delight. The large pot of hot pot was devoured completely by the five of them, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Sue, patting her round belly, felt a bit embarrassed. Sister Sandai, did I eat too much? I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself. It was too delicious. She lamented, realizing she could hardly stop once she began eating. Better to finish it now than let it go to waste tomorrow, Sandai reassured her. Sandai smiled gently. Sue felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation in Sandai's presence, a feeling that even her own partner could not provide. She couldn't help but feel more grateful toward Sandai. After dinner, the three little snakes eagerly rushed to the riverbank to wash the bowls and chopsticks. Sandai did not refuse them, but merely cautioned them to be careful not to fall into the water. Sue, do you know of any methods to prevent or suppress the malevolent aura from corroding the beastmen? After the three little snakes had left, Sandai finally posed the question she had been contemplating for some time. She believed that the critical factor in Tung Tsang's dark transformation was the malevolent aura. If they could prevent its encroachment, even if they couldn't completely alter the outcome, they could at least delay the process of corruption. Sue shook her head, uncertain. I only know that the malevolent aura invades through wounds. The only way seems to be to avoid injury. However, the malevolent beasts are swift, and even mere contact poses a danger, let alone engaging in battle. Injury seems inevitable. Sandai recalled the malevolent beast she had seen that day. How could one avoid injury? Even the strongest Tung Tsang must experience wounds at times. Is there truly no other way? We don't know, Sue replied. But I heard that the veterinarian Rue has been researching malevolent beasts. It is said that he has some good ideas. Sandai, sensing a dip in her mood, perked up at the thought of Rue. The beast man was unlike others. Though gentle in speech, he was decisive and efficient when it came to healing. Perhaps he might indeed have a breakthrough. Thank you, Sue, Sandai said with a grateful smile. The next day, she prepared to seek out Rue. Considering that he had previously asked her to teach him how to stop bleeding, which she had declined, she thought it would be inappropriate to visit empty-handed. She retrieved several boxes of throat lozenges from the supermarket, unwrapped them, and carefully wrapped the candies in clean animal skin. Since veterinarians needed to communicate with beastmen, throat lozenges would soothe the throat and provide a sweet taste, making them a perfect gift for Rue. With her gift in hand, Sandai inquired along the way and found Rue's cave. Chapter 53. The Divine Eagle tastes the herbs. The Eagle Clan beastmen are the rulers of the skies. Possessing formidable combat abilities, and unlike the original protagonist kin, they do not cram into a communal cave with other clans. They have their own caves. When Sandai arrived, it was still early, and the male beastmen were gradually preparing to go hunting, so they naturally noticed her outside the cave. Sandai had fair skin and appeared petite, though not frail. With a slightly rounded, egg-shaped face, she looked quite healthy. Most importantly, she was beautiful. Several Eagle Clan males couldn't help but cast glances her way. If they could mate with such a female, they wouldn't mind her being a bit thin. They were confident they could nurture her to a plump and radiant state. With this thought, one male couldn't resist approaching her. Miss, do you need assistance? I can help you. Sandai looked at the male who spoke. He had a robust build, and instead of wearing leaves, he was adorned with a long string of feathers tied together with grass ropes around his waist. While this provided slightly better concealment than leaves, it was still not very effective. She quickly waved her hands. No, thank you. I am here to find Rue. Could you help me call him out? It would be exceedingly rude for her to barge into a stranger's cave uninvited. Although Sandai's soul was human, she adhered to the customs of the beastmen. Upon hearing that she sought Rue, a flicker of disappointment crossed the male's face. He had assumed she was interested in Rue himself. Please wait a moment. Rue is inside. I'll go call him for you. Despite his disappointment, the male remained cordial and attentive. Sandai waited no more than 2 minutes when the male emerged, followed by a familiar figure. Unlike the other males, Rue wore a green animal skin skirt, the origin of which was unknown, and around his neck hung a string of small feathers interspersed with a few animal teeth the size of a pinky finger. clad in what resembled primitive attire. He appeared quite normal to Sanday, who was relieved not to have to look up to speak to him anymore. "Sanday, you were looking for me?" Ingrue exclaimed, nearly rushing out, his weak-colored face radiating joy. After their last parting, he had inquired about her in the tribe and learned her name. However, fearing she might feel uncomfortable about teaching him the method to stop bleeding, he had not dared to disturb her. He was surprised that she had returned to seek him out. "I have some questions regarding the malevolent beasts. Are you available to discuss this now?" Sanday addressed him directly. "Of course, I am available." Ingrue nodded without hesitation and gestured for her to enter the cave. Although it was still morning, the sun rose early in the Black Abyss tribe on clear days. The Eagle Clan beastmen had long cleared the trees that obstructed the cave entrance for ease of flight. With the sun shining down on Sandy Eye's fair skin, he worried about her getting sunburned, as females were particularly delicate. "All right," Sanday nodded, eager to escape the bustling crowd. The bold gazes of the male beastmen made her feel quite uncomfortable. Ingrue's cave was spacious, clean, and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Upon entering, she was greeted by the fragrant aroma of herbs. Beastmen's living quarters were typically simple. Aside from the sleeping area, the other corners were constructed of stone, serving as tables covered with various herbs, along with some vessels for grinding medicine. "Sanday, what questions do you have for me? Were you injured by a malevolent beast?" A hint of anxiety crossed Ingrue's usually gentle face. "No, I just saw how severely injured the snake was last time, and suddenly wondered if there was a way to prevent the encroachment of the malevolent aura," Sanday replied, shaking her head. "Of course, I mean methods other than amputating limbs." Hearing this, Ingrue let out a sigh of relief and began to ponder carefully. The malevolent aura indeed invades the beastmen's bodies through wounds. It is quite tyrannical, and currently, veterinarians have no solutions for the wounds caused by malevolent beasts. Sanday felt a twinge of disappointment at Ingrue's answer. However, he continued, as long as the injuries are not as extensive as those of the snake, timely cleaning of the wounds and applying herbs can slow the rate of malevolent aura invasion. If the beastman is robust, the harm from the aura can be minimized. Sandy Eye's eyes brightened. Even a slight reduction in harm is still progress. At least it can delay Tung Tsang's corruption. It seemed her effort was not in vain. "What piqued your interest in malevolent beasts?" Ingrue inquired curiously. Although the threat of malevolent beasts was significant, females typically remained within the tribe, protected by the males, and seldom concerned themselves with such matters. "I ventured outside the tribe with the king once and witnessed the terrifying nature of malevolent beasts. I was wondering if there were ways to prevent or mitigate the malevolent aura, so that beastmen could suffer less." Sanday crafted a reasonable excuse. Ingrue's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Sanday to be so perceptive. She dared to leave the tribe, faced malevolent beasts without fear, and wished to study them. Truly, she was a remarkable female. "Are there any herbs that can treat the wounds caused by malevolent beasts?" Sandy inquired once more. Ingrue shook his head, a look of distress crossing his face. The wounds inflicted by the ferocious beasts were impervious to ordinary herbs, and such herbs were difficult to procure. My own stock is rather limited. While veterinarians do not need to hunt, their capabilities pale in comparison to those of the hunting team's orcs. Some veterinarians barely surpass the females in strength. Although Ingrue was not so weak, venturing alone to gather herbs was beyond his means. The other orcs were preoccupied with hunting, barely securing enough food for themselves, let alone the energy to search for herbs. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Sandy was swiftly extinguished. Would herbs ever appear on the procurement list? Perhaps the fine items on that list could prove effective for the wounds caused by the ferocious beasts. Noticing Sandy's silence, Ingrue assumed she was disappointed in him and hastily added, "However, I venture out daily in search of new herbs. Recently, I have discovered numerous herbs unknown to other veterinarians, each possessing various miraculous effects. With time, I'm certain I will find herbs capable of treating the ferocity. I will be sure to inform you at the earliest opportunity." Sandy regarded him with a hint of astonishment. Searching for new herbs? Was this akin to Shinnong tasting myriad herbs? No, it was more like the divine eagle sampling every plant. It is well known that many flora in this forest are toxic, and other orcs dare not even touch them. Yet he audaciously samples them, risking his very health. You must exercise caution. The forest is rife with poisonous plants, Sandy cautioned. While other veterinarians merely clung to their existing knowledge, Ingruey displayed a willingness to diligently explore new possibilities. Such a veterinarian would undoubtedly bring immense advancements to the medical practices of their world. Naturally, she hoped nothing ill would befall him. Ingruey smiled gently. Rest assured, I'm mindful. Thank you for sharing this with me. Here is something for you. It can soothe your throat when you're feeling unwell. Sandy handed him a throat lozenge before departing. Though Ingruey had no intention of accepting it, Sandy moved too swiftly for him to protest. He stared blankly at the animal skin in his hand, opening it to reveal several small, stone-like objects, each no larger than a fingernail. Remembering Sandy's suggestion that they were edible, he took one and placed it in his mouth. It was cool upon entry, almost as if imbued with ice. How sweet, he murmured to himself. Sandy had initially intended to offer her assistance in the search, but realizing her unfamiliarity with herbs, she feared misidentifying them could lead to disastrous consequences. Upon returning to the cave, she provided fresh, clean mulberry leaves for the silkworms, her mind wandering through the supermarket aisles, contemplating her meals for the day. Suddenly, she was greeted with a delightful surprise at the counter. Chapter 54. New herb seeds. A new page illuminated the procurement list. Without hesitation, Sandy approached to inspect it. New herb seeds, characterized by their short growth period and high survival rate, with the potential to eliminate toxins to a certain extent. This page presented a broad category. There were multiple types of herb seeds listed below, alongside their respective effects, which mostly aligned with the original properties of the herbs. What then was this toxin elimination? If these were indeed new herb seeds, they might hold the key to curing ferocity. Without delay, Sandy purchased several varieties. Fortunately, the herb seeds were not overly expensive. One could acquire a portion for 10,000. The prices for the basic herb seeds were the same, allowing for the purchase of 10 portions for the same amount. After her previous purchase of silkworm eggs, she still had a balance of 50,000. With the recent scarcity of rain, her daily sales of mushrooms and animal horns averaged about 10,000. From Tung to Song's end, Sandy supplied 1 to 2 servings of wild beast feed weekly, each weighing 2 pounds. During this period, her balance had accumulated to 150,000. Lacking knowledge of herbs, she selected 3 types of herb seeds with hemostatic and detoxifying properties, which are the most sought after by the orcs: Sanchi, Baichi, and Zainhiko, purchasing 20 portions of each, totaling 60,000. Each herb seed came with care instructions, which Sandy diligently noted. While she wished to engage in the cultivation herself, her lack of expertise in handling herbs led her to plan to inform Ingruey. If he was willing, he could attempt to cultivate them. This approach was certainly safer than tasting every herb. If successful, both she and the little snake would benefit should they ever sustain injuries. After unwrapping the herb seeds, she placed them into 3 animal skin bags and retrieved several bottles of high-proof liquor from the supermarket. She cut a bamboo stalk into a segment, drilling a hole the size of fingernail on one side, then filled it with liquor and sealed it with a small cork. Although she could not yet share the hemostatic method with Ingruey, alcohol served as an excellent disinfectant. Unfortunately, the supermarket lacked high-purity alcohol, but white liquor could serve as a substitute. The warm climate of the Heiyuan tribe made infections from wounds a common concern. Having alcohol for disinfection would greatly increase the orc's chances of recovery. She could not procure items in bulk from a supermarket, so she intended to start with Ingruey, allowing the orcs to first recognize the benefits of alcohol before scaling up production. Armed with the herb seeds and the bamboo tube filled with liquor, Sandy made her way back to Ingruey's cavern. Upon seeing her return, Ingruey was taken aback. "Sandy, why have you come back? I heard you mention searching for new herbs. During my last venture outside the tribe, I happened upon several plant seeds in the forest. I noticed bite marks from animals and insects on those herbs, so I thought they might be useful and brought the seeds back with me. If you trust me, you could plant them and see if they yield herbs." Sandy smiled as she explained her purpose. Seeds? Plant? Ingruey's expression was one of confusion. What did this mean? He could not comprehend. Sandy quickly realized that orcs were unfamiliar with cultivation. Had they known about seeds, they would have learned to plant them long ago. She patiently elucidated the principle behind it. Seeds are akin to the offspring of plants. All plants reproduce through seeds. If one places seeds into fertile soil, they will take root and sprout, yielding new herbs. Using the orcs as a metaphor, Ingruei quickly grasped her meaning. You mean as long as there are seeds in soil, we can grow herbs without searching in the forest? Ingruei exclaimed, astonished. He had never heard of such a method before. Indeed, Sandy affirmed with a smile. I happen to have some seeds. Would you like to give it a try? Ingruei nodded eagerly. You will let me try the seeds? But I don't know how. What if I fail? He felt uneasy. If he could not cultivate them properly, he would be betraying Sandy's trust. It's all right. It's merely an experiment. I am occupied during the day, and you are familiar with herbs, making you the perfect candidate for this task, Sandy explained. If they grow, you can use them directly without returning anything to me. Wonderful. I will dedicate myself to growing the herbs, Ingruei assured her promptly. Sandy, how do you know so much? You're truly remarkable. Ingruei perceived Sandy as a celestial being descending from the heavens, bestowing boundless hope upon the orcs. I have merely heard tales from my mother. They may not be entirely accurate, and you must practice to learn, Sandy responded vaguely. After all, her mother was currently untraceable, making her the ideal scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Ingruei was convinced that Sandy was simply being modest. Her mother must also be an extraordinary female to have raised such a remarkable offspring. Sangdai entrusted the seeds to Ingruei, meticulously imparting the essential care instructions. Ingruei, taking the task with utmost seriousness, cradled the seeds as if they were priceless treasures. And this, almost forgetting the wine, Sangdai also handed over a bamboo tube filled with the liquor. Without waiting for Ingruei to inquire, she elaborated. This is a potent wine, both consumable and suitable for cleansing wounds, possessing the ability to disinfect and prevent inflammation or festering. Wine? Ingruei echoed softly, uncorking the vessel, only to be met with an overwhelming scent. It appeared as clear as water, yet bore such a robust aroma and remarkable properties. Despite his earlier astonishment at the herbal seeds, he found himself in awe once more. How many more wonders had she yet to reveal? Sangdai explained, it was a serendipitous discovery. I once soaked some fruits in water for an extended period, and this was the outcome. Though it is consumable, I endeavored to explore its potential uses. While the responsibility of the discovery was hers, she knew better than to attribute everything to her mother, lest it arouse suspicion. Sangdai, you are truly favored by the beast god. This wine is invaluable. Many beastmen perish from festering wounds. With this, we could save countless lives, Ingruei exclaimed with fervor. However, the fruits necessary for brewing wine are scarce, and my supply is limited. Once I find more ingredients, I would be delighted to teach you how to make it, Sangdai replied, dousing his enthusiasm with a hint of reality. Despite her desire to assist the beastmen swiftly, she understood the necessity of a gradual approach. Yet, Ingruei's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it true? You would impart such knowledge to me? The fact that Sangdai, recognizing the significance of this gift, was willing to share it with him was beyond his expectations. He dared not wish for more. Of course, you are a veterinarian capable of aiding many beastmen. Sangdai responded without hesitation. It was paramount that she cultivate his skills, especially as she would need his assistance in tempering the darkening of Tungsong in the future. Ingruei was momentarily rendered speechless by her kindness. Sangdai, you are truly a benevolent soul. I shall ensure all beastmen are aware of your contributions. Sangdai smiled, dismissing the sentiment. Her actions were not motivated by a desire for gratitude. They were a means of paving her own path. Upon returning to the cave, the tongue snake beastman arrived just in time to assist Sangdai in fetching water. Tongue snake brother, could you help me cut some sturdy bamboo? After gathering the water, Sangdai inquired of the tongue snake beastman. Certainly, he replied, harboring a favorable impression of Sangdai, especially since the king had personally instructed them to heed her requests. He promptly returned with several thick bamboo stalks. The bamboo, as robust as a calf's leg, was sturdy enough for Sangdai's needs. She instructed the tongue snake beastman to segment the bamboo into manageable tubes. The bamboo she had used earlier for Ing Rui's wine was from a collection prepared for burning. And with no suitable containers for carrying water, the sight of bamboo had sparked her creativity. The bamboo brought back by the tongue snake beastman was significantly larger than the previous ones, each tube capable of holding 1 or 2 pounds of water. Following Sang Dai's specifications, dozens of bamboo tubes were crafted, each featuring a drilled hole, and the tongue snake beastman attentively smoothed the edges with his claws. "Mother, why do you need so much bamboo? It's not good for burning, as it makes a popping sound," Sang Ching reminded her upon seeing the bamboo. "It is not for burning. I am making water containers," Sang Dai gently clarified. "But we already have jars and stone bowls for water." Sang Ching scratched his ear, confusion evident on his youthful face. Sang Dai chuckled, filling a bamboo tube with water, sealing it with a polished wooden stopper, and then inverting it. This method prevents leaks, making it convenient to carry anywhere. The 3 young snakelings gaped in astonishment at the sight. "Mother, can I have one?" Sang Feng gazed eagerly, his dark eyes brimming with anticipation. Sang Ching pulled his younger brother back, adopting a mature demeanor. If Mother made it, it must serve a purpose. And he didn't want to complicate things. This foolish child, always wanting everything. What if he upset Mother? Sang Dai noticed the cautiousness in Sang Ching and Sang Yu's eyes. She understood that while the 3 snakelings had superficially accepted her, they remained distant, perhaps fearful of closeness due to past shadows that would take time to dispel. She wished for them to act like ordinary children, to seek affection from her without reservations. As for Sang Feng, she recognized his innocence. He was blissfully unaware of the complexities, which allowed him to speak freely. "Of course, you can have one. Bamboo is abundant and not a precious commodity. Given the heat, I will make each of you one as a water container," Sang Dai said with a warm smile. "Really? Yea, Mother, you are wonderful," Sang Feng exclaimed, leaping with joy. Sang Ching and Sang Yu blinked their watery eyes, equally eager. Sang Dai selected 3 smaller bamboo tubes for the 3 younglings and gathered a bundle of vines from the forest, weaving a net that perfectly cradled the tubes. She then tied a long vine to create a slung bamboo water container, ideal for carrying outdoors. "Here, Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng. Each of you take one and see if you like it." Sang Dai hung the bamboo water containers on the 3 younglings. The tubes were about the size of 2 hands, a bit large for the 3-year-olds, resembling oversized bags for adults. However, being strong beastmen children, they could manage the weight without difficulty. The 3 snakelings were enchanted. "Mother, this is beautiful." Sang Yu marveled at the netting, having never seen vines crafted in such a manner. "We love it. Now, when we go out to chop wood, we need not run to the river for water," Sang Ching said excitedly, thinking of the time saved to gather more wood from Mother. "Mother, can I go fetch water now?" Sang Feng was eager to put his new container to use. "Go ahead. It hasn't rained for the past 2 days, and there are no mushrooms to gather. You 3 can play outside without needing to stay home," Sandy gently spoke. Upon hearing her words, the 3 snake cubs immediately cheered and rushed outside. They could hardly contain their excitement to show the other cubs the water bottles their mother had made for them. Once the cubs left, Sandy no longer needed to hide from them while retrieving items from the supermarket. She took out the white liquor, filled 10 bamboo tubes, and sealed them with wooden corks. Then, she crafted 2 large nets from vines to hold the bamboo tubes, planning to find an opportunity to present them to Tung Tsong. As the Serpent King, Tung Tsong had encountered numerous battles with fierce beasts, often sustaining injuries, yet he was not fond of visiting healers. Thus, delivering the alcohol directly to him would prove more effective. On the tribe's grassy lawn, the 3 snake cubs appeared with their bamboo water bottles, quickly catching the attention of the other cubs. "Sanfeng, what is that on you? How did you get bamboo to carry around? Where did you find such beautiful vines? Please share." A group of cubs surrounded San Qing and the others, bombarding them with questions. Life for the beastmen was monotonous the same day in and day out, with identical food and drink. Even in the Black Abyss tribe, the younger cubs, some still bare-bottomed, gazed enviously at San Qing and the others, who donned attractive animal skins. Now, with these new curiosities adorning them, everyone was intrigued. "This was crafted by my mother," She intricately wove these vines herself. Aren't they beautiful? You won't find them anywhere else, Sanfone boasted, proudly displaying the bamboo water bottle. The cubs erupted in envious exclamations. Is this made from vines? Sanfone, your mother is amazing. Can she make one for us too? Sanfone immediately tightened his grip on the bamboo tube, responding haughtily, if you want one, ask your mothers to make it for you. You all have mothers, don't you? Sanqing and Sanyuan nodded in agreement, equally surrounded by the inquisitive cubs. Although the third brother often appeared simple-minded, he was sharp when it mattered. The cubs displayed expressions of regret. Their mothers could not craft such items. And even if they could, they likely wouldn't. No female would willingly undertake such labor, leaving the males to do it. As for their fathers, they were already burdened by the rigors of hunting and lacked the dexterity of the females, making it improbable for them to create such things. It's just bamboo and vines. What use is that? It's all for show, Shizhong scoffed from behind. Despite his dismissive demeanor, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Sanfeng's waist. The allure of novelty proved irresistible to the cubs. This isn't useless at all, Sanfeng retorted, uncorking the bamboo tube for a drink. Wow, there's actually water inside. I ran and jumped around, and it didn't spill at all. How impressive. The cubs gasped in awe. Shizhong's face turned a deep shade of red, his previous confrontation with Sanqing lingering in his mind, rendering him hesitant to provoke trouble. He grumbled, "What's so great about it? It's just water. There's plenty in the river. Just go drink from there." His words were defiant, but beneath the surface, a trace of jealousy simmered. He turned and dashed back to his mother's den. Mother, mother. Inside the den, two serpentine tails were intertwined. Upon hearing Shizhong's voice, the female, Snake Xiaomian, raised her flushed cheeks and nudged the two males beside her. My cub is coming in. The two males, momentarily displeased at the interruption, complied and stood up. Just as Shizhong rushed into the cave, he unexpectedly collided with a solid muscle. Looking up, he saw two unfamiliar, robust males standing in the den, ones he had never encountered before. Who are you? Why are you in my mother's den? Shizhong's face displayed a wary expression, a natural instinct among beastmen. The two males glanced at him but remained silent. Snake Xiaomian emerged from behind, wrapped in animal skins, her skin visibly marked with bruises from the heat. They are your new fathers. You will call them father from now on, Snake Xiaomian stated. Although she had several partners, only Shizhong, from the egg she had previously laid, seemed acceptable. She believed the fault lay with her partners. To bear stronger offspring, she sought out new mates. This time, she had chosen two brothers, increasing the likelihood of producing robust young. If she could present strong cubs to the king, perhaps he would take a liking to her. Shizhong's eyes widened in disbelief. I have two new fathers? All at once? I don't want to call them father. He grumbled in discontent, instinctively rejecting the notion of unfamiliar beastmen joining their family. If you don't want to call them, then don't. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go play outside? Snake Xiaomian waved her hand dismissively. Beastmen often showed little concern for young that were not their own. Had it not been for Shizhong's arrival, she would have continued her efforts to lay more snake eggs. However, as Shizhong remained her only viable cub, she couldn't neglect him entirely. When questioned about his purpose, Shizhong quickly recalled what he wanted. Mother, Sanfeng and the others have bamboo water bottles that allow them to drink water, and their mother made beautiful vine nets. Could you make one for me too? Shizhong asked, eyes filled with hope. Previously, his mother had indulged him. As long as his requests weren't excessive, she would always comply. Sanfeng? Those wildlings of Sandy? The mention of Sandy darkened Snake Xiaomian's expression. She had not forgotten that Sandy was her greatest rival. This cunning female had previously deceived her. Yes, it was Sandy's cubs who received those lovely water bottles. Mother, I want one too. Shizhong eagerly nodded, believing his mother would make it for him. However, Snake Xiaomian slapped him across the face. What is the point of wanting something so useless? A mere bamboo tube and some vines? Have I not fed you well or clothed you properly? If you want it, go steal it from them. Don't come to me for every little thing. Snake Xiaomian's frustration at being outwitted by Sandy was unleashed upon Shizhong. Shizhong covered his face, bewildered, as he hadn't anticipated his mother would strike him. But, I don't want to, he stammered, red-eyed and fearful, as he turned to flee the den. Hearing the quiver in his voice, Snake Xiaomian's anger subsided slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Wait, you said that thing is for drinking water? Coincidentally, her new partners had recently brought her some valuable treasures that could be put to good use. Shizhong timidly nodded, yes, mother. It's just a bamboo tube. When your father returns, I'll have him make you an identical one. No, a better one. Snake Xiaomian smiled, beckoning him closer. Come here. Put this into the water that the little female called Sanyu is drinking. Tonight, I'll have your father make it for you. Snake Xiaomian retrieved a small animal skin pouch from the corner of the den and placed it in Shizhong's hands. With the king as protection, what did it matter? Surely, he couldn't keep an eye on her entire family at all times. The female cubs are exceedingly rare. Although she cannot confront Sang Dai at present, she can certainly teach her cubs a lesson. If that little cub's delicate face were to become as fearsome as Xiao Bai's, which male would dare to seek her as a mate in the future? Swapping a male cub for a female cub would not be a loss. Mother, is it true? I just need to add this to Sang Yu's drinking water? Snake Zhuang's eyes brightened. How simple. Indeed, Snake Xiao Mian nodded. Just the thought of soon possessing a superior water vessel made Snake Zhuang rush out with his small animal skin pouch. Xiao Mian, isn't that the poisonous flower pollen I gave you? Once this pollen comes into contact with the beastmen, it will cause their bodies to rot. And even the most skilled veterinarian cannot cure it, remarked one of the male members of the snake tribe. That's right. Snake Xiao Mian's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flashing across her face. On the lawn, the cubs continued to plead with Sang Qing and the others to let them touch the water vessel. Sang Yu took down the water vessel and showed it to a female cub with whom she shared a closer bond. The female cub, only 5 years old, gazed at the vessel with envy as other cubs quickly gathered around. It was at that moment that Snake Zhuang squeezed through the crowd, snatching the water vessel and swiftly pouring the powder from the animal skin his mother had given him into it. His movements were so rapid that the other cubs failed to notice his subtle maneuver. Sang Qing and Sang Feng were solely focused on Sang Yu and did not anticipate that someone would snatch the water vessel from the female cub. Snake Zhuang, weren't you just saying you didn't care? Why are you stealing from others now? Exactly. We haven't even touched it yet. You should return it to Sang Yu. Immediately, other cubs protested in defense. Snake Zhuang merely scoffed, tossing the water vessel back at the female cub. Who cares? I just wanted to take a look, not touch it. The female cub failed to catch it, and the vessel rolled onto the ground, eventually tumbling far away into the bushes, colliding with a pile of excrement. You! Sang Yu's face turned pale with rage at the sight. That was a gift from her mother, now sullied. She longed to summon a venomous snake to bite him. Heartbroken, Sang Yu's eyes glistened with tears as she rushed to retrieve the bamboo water vessel. Xiao Yu! A voice suddenly called from behind. Sang Dai had come to summon her 3 cubs home for dinner, just in time to witness the bamboo vessel rolling into the filthy mess. She approached, taking Sang Yu's small hand, which felt icy. Xiao Yu, if it's dirty, then let it go. Mother will make you a new one, a prettier one. How does that sound? Mother! Sang Qing and Sang Feng quickly ran to their mother's side, though Sang Yu was still a bit disheartened. Her mother's gentle words inexplicably lifted her spirits. Mother, I made the water vessel dirty. Are you not angry? Sang Yu asked timidly, her small face tilted slightly upward, exuding an endearing innocence. Sang Dai smiled tenderly. Why would I be angry? Things that are used sometimes get dirty or damaged. I'll make you a new one. Accustomed to being scolded, the little girl was overly cautious about even the smallest mishaps, fearing reprimand. Sang Yu's anxious heart gradually calmed. Come, let's go home for dinner. After eating, we can make a new one. Ok? Sans y no dead obediently. As the 3 snake cubs were led away by Sang Dai, the other cubs looked on enviously. Sang Yu's mother is so gentle. If only my mother were like that. Mine only shouts at me. Her smile is so beautiful. If only my mother smiled like that. I'd be willing to eat less meat for a day. Sang Dai did not cast a glance at Snake Zhuang throughout. Hearing the cub's words, Snake Zhuang felt a burning shame on his cheeks and couldn't help but think of his own mother. Just then, he caught sight of the bamboo vessel resting atop the pile of filth. With the 3 snake cubs gone and the other cubs dispersed, Snake Zhuang seized the opportunity to stealthily pick up the vessel. Chapter 57. Reaping what one sows. Fortunately, the water hasn't leaked out. Holding his nose with one hand, Snake Zhuang lifted the bamboo vessel with the other. Though he feigned disdain, he was secretly envious of the 3 snake cubs. Their mother was so gentle and kind to them, far better than his previous mother had treated him. Glancing around to ensure no one noticed him retrieving the vessel, he hurried to the riverbank to wash it clean, scrubbing it with grass for quite some time. Only when the foul odor had nearly vanished did he allow himself to smile. "Ha! Now I too possess a water vessel." Snake Zhuang felt a swell of pride. He no longer needed to rely on his father to make one. If only I had brought that lovely net pouch along. I should have snatched that too. Sang Dai walked the path back to the cave with her 3 snake cubs. "Mother, why didn't you let brother go deal with Snake Zhuang when he stole second sister's water vessel?" Sang Feng pouted. Sang Dai narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked down at Sang Feng. "Why would he steal Xiao Yu's water vessel?" Without hesitation, Sang Feng replied, "It's definitely because he envies us. He doesn't have a water vessel as lovely as ours made by his mother. If you take something out for show, you must be prepared for it to be taken," Sang Dai advised earnestly. She did not wish to promote a victim-blaming narrative, suggesting that the cubs flaunted their belongings and thus deserved to have them stolen. In this brutal world of beasts, the only true defense is strength. The weak are prey. Even dogs would dare to relieve themselves on their legs. To be weak is the original sin. Sang Dai hoped for her 3 snake cubs to remain innocent and not become little villains. Yet she did not want them to lose their ability to survive in this world. Noticing the serious expression on her mother's face, Sang Feng quickly realized he had made a mistake. Fidgeting with his fingers, he confessed, "Mother, I understand my error. I won't show off our water vessel to other cubs anymore. Don't blame third brother. He is not very bright. If anyone should be blamed, it's me for not stopping him." Sang Qing stepped forward to admit his fault. Although he often scorned his younger brother, he was the first to defend him when trouble arose. "I too am at fault. I shouldn't have let others touch the water vessel." Sang Yu lowered her head in shame. Seeing the 3 cubs so eager to admit their faults, Sang Dai felt a sense of relief wash over her. She smiled as she ruffled their little heads, speaking gently, "Silly cubs, I'm not angry with you. I simply want to tell you that a water vessel is not important. Even if you lose 10 or 100, I'll make you new ones. And that is perfectly fine. However," Sang Dai paused, "no one can guarantee that what is taken from you will always be something trivial like a water vessel, right?" A shiver ran through the 3 snake cubs. If what were taken were their mother, or one among them, they would undoubtedly fight to the death. But could the weak defeat anyone? The 3 cubs silently engraved their mother's words in their hearts, each privately resolving to become stronger, strong enough that no one could take anything from them, enabling them to protect their siblings and their mother. Observing the determined expressions on their faces, Sang Dai knew her words had resonated. She continued to remind them, in the future, do not touch any food or water that is out of your sight. Understood? One must always guard against others. After all, the little ones are still quite young, particularly the little glutton. They must be educated properly from an early age. The 3 snake hatchlings nodded in unison, acknowledging, "We understand, Mother. Whatever Mother says, they will certainly remember with utmost seriousness." A smile finally graced the face of Sang Dai. Meanwhile, Shi Zhuang appeared as though he had discovered treasure, cradling a bamboo tube in his arms as he raced back to the den of Shi Xiaomian, disturbed in her enjoyment. Shi Xiaomian had already sent the 2 males away. Male snakes cannot rest in their burrows during the day. They must venture out to hunt. Today, however, was an exception as they were permitted to stay for half the day solely to assist in the creation of snake eggs. "Mother, look at the wonderful treasure I brought you," Shi Zhuang exclaimed upon his return, presenting the bamboo tube with great pride. He shook it, and the sound of water sloshing within could be heard. "Did you complete the task I assigned you?" Shi Xiaomian inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Shi Zhuang, overwhelmed with joy, nodded vigorously, claiming he had followed Mother's instructions. Mother had only mentioned putting powder into the water container. She hadn't specified what to do with it. In his excitement, he completely forgot whose water container he was holding. A satisfied smile spread across Shi Xiaomian's face as she nodded approvingly. "Indeed, you are my offspring. You certainly act swiftly." She then turned her attention back to Shi Zhuang. What was it you claimed to have brought back? This is the water container I told you about. Mother, he replied, presenting the bamboo tube. Did you take it from those 3 wildlings? Shi Mian asked, her interest in the bamboo tube waning. Shi Zhuang, too embarrassed to admit it was scavenged from dung, nodded hesitantly. Truly, you are my child. Well done. In the future, if you desire something, you must seize it through your own strength. That is the essence of being a formidable beastman. The thought that her offspring could wrest the water container from Sang Qing and the others filled Shi Mian with pride. Here, drink this, Mother, Shi Zhuang said, eagerly uncorking the bamboo tube and offering it to her. Very well, Mother shall drink. What a good child you are, already showing such filial piety, Shi Mian beamed, her joy evident. She accepted the bamboo tube and took a sip. Shi Zhuang chuckled. It was rare for Mother to smile at him. Just as he was reveling in the moment, Shi Mian suddenly began scratching her cheek. Why is it so itchy? Is there a bug biting me? The more she scratched, the itchier it became, almost as if she wished to tear her skin off. With a crash, the bamboo tube slipped from Shi Zhuang's grasp, and he stared in horror at his mother. Mother, what is wrong with your face? What's wrong with my face? Shi Mian felt an unsettling premonition. Looking down, she saw that her fingertips, which had touched her cheek, were beginning to rot, resembling a festering wound that emitted a foul stench, while her skin appeared ghastly. Shi Zhuang, what did you put in the water? Shi Zhuang recoiled in terror, stammering, I didn't put anything. This is Sang Yu's water container. Oh. The powder was what Mother told me to put in. Recalling the toxic flower pollen, Shi Mian felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. She approached the water vat and gazed down, horrified to see her face had transformed into something akin to decaying pigskin. Ah! A shriek pierced the heavens. Back in the cave, Sang Dai had prepared a brunch for the 3 snake hatchlings. The 4 remained blissfully unaware of the calamity triggered by the abandoned bamboo tube. After their meal, Sang Dai set about crafting a new water container for Sang Yu. With ample time at her disposal, she retrieved carving tools from the market and engraved Sang Yu's name onto the container, also processing the water containers of Sang Qing and Sang Feng. As they all appeared identical, this would facilitate easy recognition. Mother, what is this? Sang Yu asked, her round black eyes blinking with curiosity as she looked at the characters on the bamboo tube. This is what she said? Sang Dai gently explained, these are characters. The 2 characters together represent the names of the 3 of you. Henceforth, you can distinguish whose water container it is by looking at the names. She read aloud the inscriptions on each water container for the 3 hatchlings. The 3 hatchlings listened, somewhat bewildered. Sang Feng, unable to contain his curiosity, queried, Mother, why is the second sister's moon drawn long? Shouldn't it be crescent-shaped with pointed ends? And the wind, it has no shape. Does it look like this? Sang Qing nodded in agreement, his small face filled with confusion. Hearing Sang Feng's questions, Sang Dai couldn't help but chuckle. How could such adorable inquiries arise from this little one? She pinched Sang Feng's chubby cheek playfully and explained, these are characters, not illustrations of the moon or wind. And your elder brother's name is not light as in weight. It is Qing as in clear water. Sang Feng felt utterly befuddled. What did light and clear water mean? He couldn't comprehend it. Didn't they all sound the same when pronounced? Why should they be distinguished? Observing the bewildered expressions of the 3 hatchlings, Sang Dai recognized that her explanations were futile. After all, they had not received any formal education. It's all right if you don't understand. As long as you can remember the characters that represent your names, that will suffice, Sang Dai reassured them. She had no expectations of them. In the beast world, learning to read and write was far less useful than capturing prey. Mother, can all beastmen's names be drawn? Sang Yu tilted her little head, showing a keen interest in characters. Indeed, Sang Dai affirmed. Can you teach me, Mother? Sang Yu asked cautiously, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Mother knew so much. She wished to be as capable as her. She aspired to grow strong enough to protect her mother without relying on a partner or giving birth to offspring, to ensure the tribe would provide for her. Little Yu wishes to learn characters? Sang Dai was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected any of her young ones to be interested in such mundane matters. I do. Sang Yu nodded obediently. I want to learn too, Mother. I want to learn. Sang Feng eagerly raised his hand, afraid of being outdone by his sister. The three siblings always did everything together. Sang Qing, with a serious expression, said, "The third brother is too foolish. I'll learn to teach him. So I'll join as well." "Very well, we shall all learn. Mother will take her time to teach you," Sang Dai replied, her heart swelling with joy at their eagerness to learn. It need not be overly complex. Learning a few characters and some arithmetic would prove beneficial in the future. In the afternoon, Sang Dai continued her routine of cooking for Xiao Bai. He was gradually growing accustomed to warm food, transitioning from only eating cooled meals to now being able to handle hot roasted chicken legs. Sang Dai felt she was drawing closer to her goal. As she prepared to leave, intending to bring the alcohol from the bamboo tube to Tung Tsang, she discovered that Tung Tsang was absent from the tribe. With him away, no one dared venture to his den to deliver anything. Thus, Sang Dai reluctantly abandoned her plan. When the hunting party returned in the afternoon, Shi Liang brought 2 Tung Shi beastmen with him, personally delivering today as provisions along with freshly picked and clean mulberry leaves. "Brother Shi Liang, wait a moment," Sang Dai called out as he set down the supplies. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Shi Liang inquired with great enthusiasm. Nowadays, other males envied him for being able to serve Sandai. The Tungsha beastmen were all eager to accompany him in delivering supplies to Sandai, even taking pride in it. Sandai emerged from the cave with a small bag of groceries from the supermarket and a few thin wooden boards, upon which were charcoal sketches of various plants. Upon closer inspection, one could discern rice, wheat, and sorghum. These were sketches she created during her leisure time, as the supermarket's paper and materials were difficult to procure. But fortunately, her artistic skills were commendable. "Brother Shiliang, you often roam the forest. Could you help me keep an eye out for these plants? I have a need for them." As she spoke, Sandai presented the corresponding charcoal drawings and the groceries to Shiliang, ensuring that the beastmen would not see the food without knowing its original form. "Are these the ones?" Shiliang asked, taking the matter seriously and promising, "If I find them, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." They had come to trust Sandai immensely. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Shiliang," Sandai replied with a smile. Once she procured the grains, she would be able to brew a substantial amount of wine. Although the supermarket's grains could be utilized, they were solely for her personal use. If she truly could not find them, she could always stealthily scatter some seeds outside, though it would take longer. Wine not only served as a disinfectant, but also warded off the cold during winter. While it was unnecessary within the Heiyuan tribe, it might prove useful for others. In the future, she might exchange goods with other tribes. Shiliang flashed a bright smile, reassuring her, "It's no trouble at all. It is our duty." "By the way, has Wang returned to the tribe?" Sandai inquired further. "Yes, today Wang went hunting with the hunting team and has just returned." Shiliang nodded. "Perfect. Please deliver this to Wang. It is wine I recently brewed. It can cleanse wounds and prevent infection. Wang often encounters danger when hunting, so he surely needs this." Sandai produced 10 bamboo tubes filled with white wine. Shiliang's eyes lit up. "White wine? Is this made from herbs?" "Sandai, you can heal?" Sandai shook her head. "I cannot heal. This was a discovery I stumbled upon. By utilizing the fruits of certain plants, I was able to create it. I had previously given it to the veterinarian for testing, and it proved effective, so I thought to reserve the rest for Wang, who protects the entire Heiyuan tribe and must take care of himself. Regardless, she had already provided it to Ing Rue, so if asked later, she would not be caught off guard. "All right, I shall deliver it to Wang immediately." Shiliang promptly agreed, feeling a surge of gratitude toward Sandai. While other beastmen only desired Wang to slay more ferocious beasts, the Tungsha beastmen understood the difficulty of such endeavors. No one else concerned themselves with whether Wang could be injured. Only Sandai did. After expressing his thanks multiple times, Shiliang hurriedly brought the wine to Tung Tsang's cave. Inside the cave, Shiliang presented the wine and recounted Sandai's words, naturally embellishing them with admiration for Sandai and her concern for Tung Tsang. "Wang, the female Sandai is quite worried about your injuries and insisted that I convey her message. You must utilize this wine. It is beneficial for healing wounds." Tung Tsang had just returned from outside, having removed his blood-stained beast skin, exposing his muscular torso. He was using a wet bee skin to wipe the blood from his hands when he heard Shiliang's words and snapped back to attention. Narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "Did she truly say that?" Shiliang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, Wang, I wouldn't dare misrepresent her words." It wasn't that he had distorted the message. In his heart, he felt that Sandai's words embodied that sentiment. He merely polished it slightly. The blood in Tung Tsang's deep gaze faded a bit, and a subtle smile graced his thin lips. "Bring me that wine. That little female does possess some conscience. She knows how to care for herself. Could it be that she wishes to mate with him? Though this little female has 3 offspring, she lacks a mate. If Xiaobai does not object, perhaps the mother of his little Xiaobai could be her." Tung Tsang was not fond of interacting with females, finding them to be quite troublesome creatures. However, this little female, named Sandai, was unlike the others, evoking no aversion in him. Does Xiaobai not yearn for a mother? He pondered. Perhaps he could fulfill this wish of Xiaobai's. Shiliang hurriedly placed the bamboo tubes inside the cave, and the Tungsha beastmen who returned with Tung Tsang also looked pleased. "Excellent. Wang, you injured your arm today. Although it was not inflicted by a ferocious beast, there may still be some residual ferocity. If you cleanse it with wine, it will surely heal faster," one of the Tungsha beastmen remarked. Whatever Sandai brought must be of good quality. They no longer needed to worry about Wang's wound. "Very well, you may all leave now." Tung Tsang's expression remained composed as he casually waved his hand. Shiliang and the Tungsha beastmen promptly exited the cave. Tung Tsang picked up a bamboo tube, examining it delicately in his palm, seemingly able to feel the warmth of Sandai's small hand lingering on the surface. Given the preciousness of this item, even a minor imperfection was not worth concerning himself over. He placed the bamboo tube carefully in a corner of the cave and then proceeded to the lake at the back. With a single leap, he transformed into a Tungsha in the water. The lake's water level rose, and soon, bright red blood began to float to the surface. The weather in the Black Abyss tribe was capricious. After a brief period of sunshine, heavy rain fell overnight. During the day, the tribe's young and females found themselves with work to do again. Having received the king's approval previously, all females and offspring involved in mushroom foraging would receive an additional share of food, although the status of females was higher than that of males. Allowing for priority in food distribution, it still varied by clan. In weaker clans, where hunting prowess was lacking, the food allocated to females was minimal, leaving some barely able to satisfy their hunger. With the opportunity to improve their meals, many females were unwilling to forego it. Any young able to walk were brought along to forage for mushrooms. Even those yet to transform were included. Thus, a scene unfolded in the tribe's forest. Groups of females squatted on the ground, surrounded by a flock of young ones, some bare-bottomed, others resembling fluffy little lions, tigers, and birds. The untransformed young, unable to use their hands, pawed at the mushrooms with their claws or carefully picked them up with their mouths. Observing this, Sandai thought to herself how fortunate it was that the mushrooms were meant for sale to the supermarket and not for her consumption. Otherwise, she would be eating food soaked in the saliva of these little ones. The 3 snake cubs had taken a liking to Sandai, trailing behind her as they foraged. The mushrooms she collected would also be saved for her own use. While she was unbothered by the supermarket's mushrooms being damaged, she preferred not to compromise the taste of her own. Therefore, she had woven several bamboo baskets to hold the mushrooms. The 3 snake cubs carried the baskets, and when thirsty, they would drink from a bamboo water bottle instead of going to the river. Many females cast curious glances her way, though they were too shy to inquire like the young. "Sandai, what are you using? I've never seen anything like it," Qing Shui asked as she joined the mushroom foraging. Her partner, Xiong, was still recovering from an illness and might never hunt again, so she hoped to gather food for herself and alleviate some pressure from her partner. "This is a bamboo basket and a bamboo tube, both made from bamboo," Sandai explained, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, smiling as she did so. "You say this is made from bamboo? I've never seen bamboo this large and thin," Qing Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "It's cut into small strips and then woven together," Sandai replied, noticing Qing Shui's keen interest, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "If you like, I can teach you how to make it later. It's not difficult." She had previously preferred to stay indoors, indulging in various crafts during moments of boredom. For her, these tasks posed no challenge, though gathering materials could be somewhat laborious. However, she could always enlist the Tungsha beastmen to assist. Really? I can learn too? Qing Shui's eyes widened in delight. Sang Dai nodded without hesitation. Of course you can. Sang Dai, you are too kind. Qing Shui exclaimed, joyfully embracing Sang Dai's arm. Meeting Sang Dai was indeed the luckiest event of her life. Other females cast envious glances their way. This bamboo basket looks incredibly useful. Bamboo is everywhere, unlike animal skins, which are precious resources. Some females are hesitant to use animal skins for bags and simply pile the mushrooms on the ground. Moreover, the bamboo basket stands upright, while animal skin bags need to be held open to place items inside. And the bamboo tube, after the rain, the weather is hot. They need to go to the river for water, but Sang Dai and the young can collect many more mushrooms without needing to do so. Sang Dai, could you teach me as well? I can trade materials with you. A bold female ventured to ask. With the first voice raised, others quickly chimed in, each more outrageous than the last. Who doesn't have materials? Sang Dai, teach me. I have a female cub at home. Let me arrange for her to mate with your Sang Qing and Sang Feng. I have female cubs too. I can ensure they are the first to bear Sang Qing and Sang Feng s young. Teach me, please. Those without female cubs expressed their regret. Sang Dai interjected, wait. How did things escalate to this? Are you really considering trading your daughters? Everyone, please calm down. If you want to learn, I will find a time tomorrow to teach you all, and you need not give me anything in return. She hastily interrupted the female squabbling, fearing they might come to blows otherwise. The York females were indeed formidable. They had not anticipated Sang Dai's generosity. This simply cannot be. Resources must be exchanged, someone protested. Indeed, I will reserve my female cub for your Sang Qing and Sang Feng. Rest assured, I keep my word. Sang Dai's lips twitched. The enthusiasm of the females was overwhelming. How about this? You can give me all the mushrooms we collect today as a form of exchange. What do you say? She revised her proposition. Previously, the mushrooms had been handed over to Shi Li, who then distributed them to her, ensuring the females received their share of food. The females felt as though they were taking advantage of Sang Dai and hesitated to agree. Seeing her determined expression, they nodded reluctantly, silently noting her kindness. Not far away, Luo Yuerer, wearing an oversized sun hat, watched Sang Dai, surrounded by admirers, jealousy brimming in her eyes. That despicable wretch. She has indeed crossed over. How could an orc native weave bamboo baskets? Everything she now possessed rightfully belonged to her. Consumed by jealousy, Luo Yuerer scoffed. What is so impressive? Just place the mushrooms on the ground and let the males take them later. What use is a bamboo basket? We aren't moving the mushrooms anyway. Chapter 60. Gender Equality. Even with a big belly, one must forage for mushrooms. The females turned their gaze toward Luo Yuerer, expressions of disdain evident. Was this female lacking in common sense? If the males were to carry them, they would be doing the work for their partners. Previously, due to females being unable to hunt, all labor fell to the males. Now, they could share the burden, allowing their partners some respite. Most females were still considerate of their partners. It was rare to encounter a female as lazy and selfish as Luo Yuerer, unaware of the glares directed at her. She assumed they were captivated by her sun hat, adjusting it with one hand and striking what she believed to be a graceful pose. This is a hat I wove from grass. It protects against the sun and UV rays, preventing sunburn. Look at you all. Your faces are peeling. If you want, I can show you how to make one. The so-called straw hat is merely a bundle of dry grass, kneaded and shaped with a hole the size of a head in the middle, adorned with a bit more grass on the outside to shield from the sun. No woman is devoid of a desire for beauty. Luo Yuerer, brimming with confidence, believed her crafted straw hat would surely be favored by the indigenous orcs. However, no sooner had she spoken than derisive snickers arose from the crowd. What was it but a handful of grass perched atop her head? How could it possibly provide shade? If she could gather more mushrooms instead, she would prefer to shed a layer of skin. The hat was so flimsy that it required one hand to hold it up. After a considerable time, the mushrooms Luo Yuerer gathered paled in comparison to those collected by their untransformed offspring. While it is true that females appreciate beauty, Luo Yuer overlooked the crucial fact that in this primitive era of scant sustenance, filling one's belly takes precedence over all else. When hunger strikes, who has the luxury to indulge in vanity? To her surprise, she found herself the target of mockery from the other females, her face burning with indignation. Some recognized her as the sister-in-law perpetually at odds with Sang Dai. "Aren't you pregnant? Why are you out here mushroom picking with such a prominent belly?" They jeered. "A pregnant female is not expected to engage in labor. Do you not fear for the life of your unborn child?" It was evident that her partner had not joined the hunting party, presumably so she could forage for mushrooms to share the food. After all, she used to seize resources from Sang Dai, and now she had to rely on Sang Dai to gather mushrooms for sustenance. What was she? Unable to live without Sang Dai? Over a month had passed since Sang Dai's arrival at the Black Abyss tribe, and Luo Yuer's belly had begun to visibly swell. The gestation period for the Tiger tribe orcs is 2 months, making Luo Yuer equivalent to a human in her 5th or 6th month of pregnancy. Upon hearing the derisive remarks from the females, her face turned green with fury. The thought of Hulai only further inflamed her anger. She had no desire to pick mushrooms, yet she had previously advocated for gender equality, insisting that females should also contribute. In the past, when Hulai was a strong hunter, she merely pretended to assist, while he bore the brunt of the work. Now, however, Hulai, seeing other females gathering mushrooms, insisted she join, even admonishing her with her own words about the necessity of staying active during pregnancy for a smooth delivery, claiming that while he toiled outside. Her refusal to collect mushrooms showed a lack of understanding of his struggles. He even displayed a displeased demeanor toward her. Reluctantly, Luo Yuer found herself compelled to gather mushrooms. Observing Sang Dai's radiant complexion and delicate features, Luo Yuer felt her own rough, sallow skin render her unable to lift her head in shame. How had she come to this? Where had she gone astray? The unrelenting mockery from the other females struck a painful chord within her, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. With no heart left to continue gathering mushrooms, she slinked back home, rationalizing that the king had stated as long as one collected mushrooms, they would receive a share of food, with no stipulation for quantity. Let those foolish females bask in the sun. The females, full of vigor, continued gathering mushrooms throughout the day until the hunting party returned. Upon their return, the hunters began distributing the food. Shiliang also brought the orcs to assist the females in collecting mushrooms. Originally, today's mushrooms were intended for Sang Dai, as they were not supposed to receive extra rations. Yet when the food was distributed, the amount was astonishingly more than double the usual. "Why is there so much meat today?" the females exclaimed in astonishment. The Tangsha orc, responsible for tallying the mushrooms and distributing the food, replied, "The king decreed that anyone contributing to the tribe, be it female or offspring, should receive provisions. Your agreement with Sang Dai is your matter. This is a promise made by the king to you, which is not in conflict." The females were immediately moved to tears. They had always perceived the king as cold and indifferent, viewing them as outsiders. Now, it appeared they had misunderstood him entirely. No one had anticipated that their conversations with Sang Dai in the forest would be known to the king so clearly. Observing this, the other orcs realized that as long as they remained devoted to the tribe, the king would ensure they were not deprived. Luo Yuer's previous slanderous remarks about the king were utterly unfounded. Unbeknownst to Sang Dai, her presence had inadvertently strengthened the cohesion of the Black Abyss tribe. Seeing the meat distributed to the other females, Luo Yuer felt a surge of excitement. Taking advantage of her pregnancy, she squeezed to the front of the line, unafraid of others pushing her aside. She had passed the stage of morning sickness and had been eating poorly lately. The raw meat she had once scorned now appeared immensely appetizing. She yearned to grasp it and sink her teeth into it immediately. She had resolved that this meat was rightfully hers, earned through her own efforts, and she intended to devour it before sharing with Hulai. As Luo Yuer licked her lips, she was taken aback upon receiving a piece of meat the size of her palm. Others had received 3 to 4 pounds, while she barely had 2 ounces. Next, she called out, "Wait, my food hasn't been fully distributed yet." Luo Yuer shrieked at the distributing orc. The orc cast her a glance, irritation evident. It's all been given out. This is all you've got. Now step aside and don't be a nuisance. Luo Yuer clung to his arm, pointing at the other females. It's impossible. They received so much. How could I have only this? You must have withheld my meat. Give it to me. The orc retorted. They received more because they gathered all day, and their offspring contributed as well. You only collected for a short while, and didn't even gather half of what they did. Then I won tea exchange. Return my mushrooms. Luo Yuer exclaimed angrily. After all, she had gathered a pound or two. This paltry amount of meat was an unacceptable trade. She would rather sneak back and cook the mushrooms, as they were just as satisfying as meat and could fill her belly. The orc retrieved the meat and pointed to the ground beside him. It's over there. You can get it yourself. His tone suggested that her mushrooms were of no consequence to him. The other females at least had their mushrooms resting on leaves. Luo Yuer had carelessly placed hers directly on the muddy ground without any container, and they had long since turned to mush. In her fury, she ignored the mess, clutching the mushrooms to her chest as she headed home. As she walked, she grumbled, "You all are merely saying die as sycophants, deliberately targeting me. When I rise again, I will make you regret it and beg at my feet." Chapter 61. The females planned to raise silkworms. Luo Yuer had forgotten that the orcs possessed excellent hearing. Her recent words had been overheard. The orc distributing the food frowned in displeasure. In the past, whether male or female, they would always remind anyone who mistakenly ate mushrooms. Yet now, witnessing Luo Yuer carrying mushrooms back, he felt no inclination to say a word. Let this ungrateful female do as she wishes. The following day brought no rain. Sang Dai and the females spent the morning gathering mushrooms, and in the afternoon, they invited everyone to her cave to teach them how to make bamboo tubes and baskets. The bamboo tubes were relatively simple to create, while the baskets required intricate weaving. Sang Dai had shown the materials to the females earlier, distributing a portion to each, which they then took home to have their partners prepare. The males, with their sharp claws, found it easy to cut the bamboo. In the afternoon, the females arrived at Sang Dai's cave, bringing with them the neatly cut bamboo strips and collected vines. Nearby, 3 snake cubs played joyfully with the young ones brought by the females. Sang Dai sat on a small wooden stool, surrounded by the eager females. As they worked, she cautioned them to be careful not to injure themselves, demonstrating how to interlace the bamboo strips both horizontally and vertically, tightening them as she taught. The females watched attentively, though they still found the process bewildering. Sang Dai, this is too difficult. My eyes are going cross-eyed. No wonder you can weave these bamboo strips so neatly. We feel so clumsy. Ching Tsue remarked, examining her own loose creation, feeling embarrassed. Others struggled even more, unable to form a proper shape. I'm sorry, Sang Dai. It seems we might not be able to do this. We are wasting your time, one female expressed with regret. Sang Dai smiled gently, offering reassurance. It's perfectly fine. Everyone struggles at first. Practice makes perfect, and you'll improve with time. Don't be discouraged. When I first started, my work was even worse. At her encouraging words, Ching Tsue blinked in surprise. Really? If we're doing so poorly, how can we ever weave such beautiful baskets like yours? Sang Dai's words seemed to rekindle her confidence. Indeed, nothing is insurmountable if one puts their heart into it, Sang Dai affirmed. The females felt greatly inspired, redoubling their efforts to learn anew. They marveled at how much Sang Dai knew. Even when they didn't fully grasp her words, they felt an inexplicable strength from her presence. After a diligent afternoon, having produced several inferior products, Ching Tsue and the others finally managed to create baskets that were passable. Look, you've all done wonderfully. With a bit more practice, you will surpass me. Sang Dai praised generously. Her upbringing had instilled in her the value of encouragement, and she now applied her parents' methods to them. The females, glancing at their baskets that clearly fell short of Sang Dai's craftsmanship, felt their cheeks flush with pride at her compliments. It was no wonder that the males in the tribe often stole glances at Sang Dai. She was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. As they conversed, Shiliang arrived with 2 tank snake beastmen, bringing food and mulberry leaves. Upon seeing so many females gathered at the cave entrance, Shiliang paused momentarily, then recalled that Sang Dai, being such a wonderful female, must naturally have a good rapport with others, and thus he felt no surprise. "Thank you, Shiliang. Just leave everything at the entrance. I will tidy up shortly." Sangdai smiled at him. He complied, placing the food and leaves down before departing. Qingce, curious, asked, "Sangdai, why did he bring so many leaves? Can we eat them, or are they for feeding beasts?" Having once enjoyed a hot pot meal at Sangdai's, she remembered many unfamiliar plants being edible, and she licked her lips at the thought of that delicious food. As Qingce inquired, the other females cast curious glances in her direction. To them, nothing in Sangdai's abode seemed useless. Sangdai, eager to seize the opportunity to promote sericulture, replied, "They are indeed edible, but not for the beastmen. They are for the silkworms." "Silkworms? Where are those?" Qingce's eyes widened in intrigue. Sangdai explained the origins and uses of silkworms while guiding them into the cave to see them. The silkworms had grown significantly, no longer the tiny, dark creatures they once were. Now they were plump and white, voraciously munching on the edges of the mulberry leaves. Can such tiny creatures be eaten? Are they tasty? Can they even be made into clothing that is cooler than bee skins? The incredulity in their voices was palpable as Sangdai affirmed each of their questions. Qingce hesitated, "But Sangdai, if you raise these for a month, wouldn't they hardly last long enough for your cub to eat? Isn't it a waste of time? You don't lack food, so why raise these insects?" Some beastmen, when starving, would eat whatever was available, including insects and even mice, but the taste was far from appealing. Most preferred fresh meat. These silkworms reproduce rapidly. Once they cocoon and transform into moths, a pair can produce hundreds or even thousands of eggs, Sangdai explained. She remembered that male moths could mate continuously, meaning that if this batch had a high number of female moths, the egg yield would exceed her expectations. That many. The females gasped in astonishment. Yes, while the quantity of silkworms may not rival the bounty from male hunting, their nutrition is comparable to meat and is also beneficial for the body. I have tasted them, and they're surprisingly delicious, Sangdai nodded. Observing the wonder on their faces, she continued, "The king has asked me to experiment with raising them. After this batch lays eggs, I will teach the other beastmen in the tribe how to care for them. As you can see, if they multiply, I won't be able to manage them all alone." Qingce was astonished. "You intend to have the beastmen of the tribe raise them? Although the quantity may be modest, it is still food. Sangdai, you are actually going to share them. If it were any other female, they would have hoarded them jealously." Sangdai nodded brightly, "Yes. If it weren't for Shiliang and the others helping me gather mulberry leaves every day, I wouldn't have been able to raise the silkworms. It is only fair to share with everyone, especially since the king has assured me that whoever raises them will receive priority supplies." She wanted the females to know that she was not at a loss. "Sangdai, you said they only need mulberry leaves to thrive. Could I raise them too?" Qingce asked, her thoughts racing. With Shiyong still bedridden, she wished to alleviate some burden from her partner. The food obtained by females was not subject to communal distribution within the tribe. It belonged solely to them. Upon hearing Qingce's question, Sangdai's lips curled into a smile. She had been waiting for this question. "Certainly. The king has not prohibited females from raising them," Sangdai replied. "I would like to raise some too, Sangdai. Will you teach me when the time comes?" "Me too." The females clamored, eager not to be left out. Having seen Sangdai's success, they held complete trust in her. Following Sangdai's lead was undoubtedly the right choice. "Not a problem. Once this batch of silkworms lays their eggs, I will inform you all," Sangdai assured them. Sangdai readily agreed. After all, it would be too arduous for the males to hunt daily while also nurturing silkworms. Moreover, males lacked the meticulousness of females, as long as they could motivate the females. The males would naturally follow suit without the need for Tung Song to issue any special orders. With Sangdai's consent, the females were filled with joy. As they departed, Sangdai noticed that the day was still young, providing her the perfect opportunity to visit Yingrui and check on the growth of the herbs. She decided to go with Qing Shui along the way. However, just as they had traveled part way, they heard a commotion ahead. "Sangdai, it seems your kin is up ahead," Qing Shui remarked, having spotted the orcs creating the disturbance. Chapter 62. Inducing vomiting with excrement. Sangdai followed the sound and realized they had arrived near the caves inhabited by the Tiger Clan orcs. As they spoke, Two Tiger Clan orcs burst forth from the crowd, one of whom was carrying a female on his shoulder. Isn't that the female Luo Yuer from yesterday? A female recognized her. From a distance, they could see Luo Yuer's pale complexion and the froth at her mouth. Yet, no one expressed pity for her plight. Sang Dai was uninterested in Luo Yuer's situation. She was in a hurry to visit Ing Rui and prepare a meal for the three snake cubs. A few females accompanying her, however, were curious and wished to join the fray. As they walked, Sang Dai noticed that they were heading in the same direction as the Tiger Clan orcs. Upon reaching the cave of the Eagle Clan orcs, they found a gathering of orcs outside. "Veterinarian, please help me." She suddenly fainted, her eyes rolled back, and she is frothing at the mouth. What is happening to her? An anxious voice from the Tiger Clan orcs rang out. With who lie gone hunting, the tribe had left only two to tend to Luo Yu, and now she had unexpectedly collapsed. She was one of the last remaining females of their clan, and they could not afford to lose her. Upon hearing that a female was in distress, the orcs were even more eager to investigate, pressing closer. Sang Dai nearly got knocked over by the crowd. Qing Chui quickly extended her arm to shield her from the nearby orcs. "Sang Dai, you should go in to find veterinarian Ing Rui. There are too many people here. It's too cramped. Shall I wait with you?" she said, genuinely worried that Sang Dai's slender frame might get harmed in the throng. Sang Dai glanced at the tightly packed orcs surrounding them and nodded in agreement. These burly orcs could easily cause a stampede, potentially trampling her to a pulp. Hearing that a female was in trouble, Ing Rui soon emerged from the cave. He examined the unconscious Luo Yu, lifting her eyelids and pried her mouth open to assess her skin condition before standing up and frowning at the Tiger Clan orcs. "She has been poisoned. From what I observe, it resembles the symptoms of having consumed mushrooms." "Impossible." The Tiger Clan orcs immediately refuted. "We would never let her eat mushrooms. The food she consumed was nothing but the finest meat we could spare. There's no way she touched any fungi. Would we risk our reputation by allowing a female to eat poisonous mushrooms?" Ing Rui did not engage in an argument with him, but continued to explain in a gentle tone. Fortunately, it appears she did not consume raw mushrooms. Had she eaten them uncooked, she would have perished by now. It seems she ingested them cooked, though perhaps not thoroughly enough, resulting in her poisoning. His fascination with herbal remedies extended to various plants, including fungi, and he understood that while some mushrooms were edible, they must be completely cooked. Regrettably, he had previously shared this knowledge with other orcs, but no one had believed him. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "That explains it. I saw smoke rising from the tribe today. It turns out Luo Yuer was secretly cooking mushrooms. I even spotted her lurking in the woods. Yesterday, she foraged mushrooms without reporting them and brought them back. She must have eaten them herself. Serves her right." Initially, some males who were not well acquainted with Luo Yuer felt sympathy for her poisoning, but curiosity quickly drained away upon hearing this. Disobeying the king's orders and using fire in the tribe was one thing, but secretly cooking poisonous mushrooms and suffering the consequences was utterly foolish. They certainly could not affiliate themselves with such a reckless female. The Tiger Clan orcs were taken aback. They had hoped to exploit Luo Yuer's predicament to create a scene, perhaps compelling the king to grant them some benefits. They never anticipated that Luo Yuer had brought this upon herself. They felt utterly embarrassed and stiffly asked, "What should we do now? Will Luo Yuer be all right? It's not a serious issue. She likely ingested the mushrooms not long ago. I will administer some herbs to her to induce vomiting, and she should be fine." Ing Rui replied in a gentle manner. He returned to the cave and emerged with a bowl of crushed herbs mixed with water, instructing the Tiger Clan orcs to administer it to Luo Yuer. The concoction was a sickly yellow and emitted an indescribable stench. The onlooking orcs immediately covered their noses and stepped back. The Tiger Clan orcs could only hold their breath as they propped Luo Yuer up, prying open her mouth to pour the foul mixture down her throat. Cough, cough, cough. It was unclear whether it was the stench or the irritation that caused Luo Yuer to stir. She frowned, tasting the bitterness in her mouth, along with an unpleasant odor. As she opened her eyes, ready to express her anger, she was met with a handsome face. "Ing Rui, is it you who saved me?" Luo Yuer asked softly, her cheeks flushing. She remembered the events prior to her fainting. She had intended to cook mushrooms after Hulai left, but just as she was about to finish, an orc approached. Fearing that the orc would report her to the king, she quickly extinguished the fire. After the orc departed, she was too lazy to reignite it. Starting a fire from scratch took hours, and she was famished. Seeing the mushrooms emitting a fragrant aroma, she assumed they were cooked and consumed them directly. Little did she know, hallucinations followed, and she lost consciousness. Now that her predicament was widely known, she felt utterly humiliated. Yet, upon seeing Ing Rue, she suddenly perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. This was the perfect chance to connect with Ing Rue. If she could become his partner, all his resources would be hers. Moreover, as a veterinarian, he could care for her during her postpartum period, sparing her from the need to hunt. It was a win-win situation. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Ing Rue gently inquired. Luo Yuer immediately grasped Ing Rue's hand, leaning against him while clutching her head with her other hand, softly lamenting. I feel unwell everywhere, veterinarian Ing Rue. Am I going to die? In the past, whenever she cried, the males would surely feel sorry for her and offer comfort. Females were naturally vulnerable, and males possessed an inherent compassion for them. As Luo Yuer calculated her next move, she heard Ing Rue sincerely reassure her, you will not die. Please do not worry. Aside from feeling unwell, do you have any other sensations? Luo Yuer took his concern as genuine, shaking her head weakly. No, veterinario ingi hui. Did you just give me medicine? My throat feels a bit uncomfortable. Ing Rue smiled slightly. Yes, you ingested poisonous mushrooms. I mixed herbs with excrement to help induce vomiting. Once you expel it, you will be fine. Luo Yuer. Her expression froze as she wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth and brought it to her nose. A wave of foul odor assaulted her senses. Ugh! This man actually fed her excrement to induce vomiting. She suddenly collapsed to the ground and began to retch violently. Ing Rue had anticipated this moment and swiftly stepped back, avoiding any splatter from Luo Yuer. The other beastmen recoiled in disgust. Luo Yuer's face turned green as she continued to heave until only bitter liquid remained. Only then did she feel a semblance of relief. She looked up at Ing Rue with tearful eyes, exclaiming, Ing Rue, I still feel so unwell. Her pitiful expression was at odds with her filthy state, reeking and disheveled, with remnants of excrement at the corner of her mouth, rendering her less than pitiable. The beastmen distanced themselves, and it was finally an opportunity for Sangdai to assess the situation more clearly. Ugh, it stinks. How disgusting. He Nukui exclaimed, pulling Sangdai back, fearing she might get sullied. At that moment, Ing Rue caught sight of Sangdai in the crowd. A flicker of light passed through his green eyes as he turned to leave. Ing Rue, where are you going? Aren't you going to help me? Luo Yuer exclaimed anxiously, clutching at the hem of Ing Rue's garment. Yet, Ing Rue did not pause, brushing Luo Yuer's hand away. The poisonous mushroom you ingested has been expelled. There is no need for my treatment. Just return and rest well. With that, he quickened his pace towards Sangdai. The beast pelt slipped from his grasp as Luo Yuer stared in disbelief at Ing Rue's retreating figure. How could this male be so devoid of tenderness? She was still lying on the ground, yet he didn't even consider helping her up. A true ironclad male. Sangdai, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? Ing Rue asked as he approached her, stopping just a moment to pat the part of his garment that Luo Yuer had touched. He wondered if being so close to Luo Yuer had left any lingering odors that might displease Sangdai. Yes, I had some free time today and thought I would see how your herds are growing. Is this a good time? Sangdai inquired, lifting her chin slightly. Of course, it is a good time. Allow me to take you inside. A warm smile graced Ing Rue's face as he turned to lead Sangdai into the cave. Qing Shui, observing the distinct change in Ing Rue's demeanor towards Sangdai, wore an ambiguous smile. Sangdai, you go ahead. I shall take my leave now. With that, she opted not to intrude upon their private conversation. Sangdai nodded, bidding farewell to Qing Shui before following Ing Rue into the cave, disregarding the still sprawled Luo Yuer. Infuriated, Luo Yuer watched as Ing Rue, who had previously ignored her, turned to Sangdai with a beaming smile. She lay helplessly on the ground, utterly exhausted and unable to rise. A venomous glare shot from her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Sangdai's retreating figure. To her chagrin, Sang Dai passed by without so much as a glance, treating her as though she were invisible. Rage boiled within Luo Yue, nearly causing her head to explode. Inside the cave, Ing Rue shed his earlier indifference and led Sang Dai to a corner where several wooden planks had been assembled into a neat box, filled with soil and dotted with tender green sprouts. I planted them using the method you taught me last time. They began to sprout yesterday. Look, they are thriving. Sang Dai observed the herbs, noting that while the germination rate was not perfect, Ing Rue's meticulous care had yielded a commendable success rate of about 80%. Is there anything I need to improve upon? Ing Rue asked, his heart fluttering with uncertainty as he awaited her response. No, you've done splendidly, Sang Dai replied with a smile, shaking her head. She was not particularly versed in herb cultivation either, so entrusting this task to Ing Rue had proven to be a wise decision. Relieved, Ing Rue allowed a gentle smile to surface. I merely followed your instructions. It is your teaching that has borne fruit, he humbly acknowledged. There are still further considerations. Once the seedlings mature, we will need to find a suitable place to transplant them outside. They require sunlight, and watering them within the cave is not convenient. Too little moisture will stunt their growth, while too much will rot the roots, Sang Dai advised, outlining a few cautionary points. Initially, she had been concerned about the challenges of external cultivation, prompting her to have Ing Rue nurture the seedlings in the cave first to ensure a higher germination rate and avoid waste. After all, the seeds had cost her dearly. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of these herbs, Ing Rue affirmed earnestly, then glanced at Sang Dai's fair cheeks, momentarily hesitating. Regarding the seeds you provided, I'm uncertain how I might repay you. In the dim light of the cave, one could detect a faint flush creeping to Ing Rue's ears. However, Sang Dai's focus remained on the seedlings. She understood that the beastmen were generally straightforward. When they spoke of repayment, they were sincere. After contemplating for a moment, Sang Dai spoke, in truth, I have not contributed much. If these herbs can flourish, they will benefit the beastmen. However, if you truly wish to repay me, perhaps you could teach me how to treat external injuries and identify herbs? Though she currently had Tung Tsang as her protector, she knew she must prepare for the future. As a female, she possessed limited skills. Acquiring a craft would ensure her security. Even if she couldn't heal others, gaining knowledge could never be a disadvantage. Ing Rue was momentarily taken aback by Sang Dai's request. Is it inconvenient? If not, I understand if you wish to reconsider, he said, sensing her hesitation. No, it's perfectly fine. I can certainly teach you. I merely didn't expect you to be interested in learning, Ing Rue rapidly clarified. In his past experiences, females had shown little interest in such pursuits. I have always believed that it is most fitting for females to study medicine and become veterinarians. Yet few are willing to commit to the lengthy learning process. Females often enjoy a life of comfort and are reluctant to learn, whereas males are typically focused on hunting and lack the patience for such studies. Consequently, veterinary knowledge is usually passed down through generations and rarely shared with outsiders. It's not that they are unwilling, but rather that few can endure the rigors of training, leaving them to pass the knowledge to their own offspring. Ing Rue was genuinely surprised by Sang Dai's desire to learn. That is wonderful. When are you usually free? I will come to teach you, he inquired eagerly. I'm available at any time, Ing Rue replied without hesitation. Sang Dai pondered for a moment before concluding, I will come in the mornings every other day. If I cannot make it, I will inform you in advance. Is that agreeable? Since she had resolved to learn, she was determined not to be inconsistent. Otherwise, it would be no different from wasting time. However, she also recognized the need to balance her focus. Meeting every other day would allow her time to review and not interfere with other matters, which was just right. Very well, I will follow your lead. Ing Rue smiled warmly, his tone gentle. With their plans established, Sang Dai returned home. Upon exiting the cave, she noticed that the beastmen had already dispersed, and even the remnants of Luo Yue's mess had been cleaned up, showcasing the beastmen's efficiency. The prospect of acquiring a new skill filled Sang Dai with delight. Perhaps one day, when Tung Tsang faced darkness, she could be of assistance. Her steps grew lighter as she reflected on the joys of learning and personal growth. returning to the cave with a heart full of joy, contemplating what delectable dish to prepare for the little ones that evening. Sang Dai was met with the sight of 3 young serpents standing helplessly at the entrance. Upon seeing her return, Sang Feng's lips quivered on the verge of tears, while Sang Yu and Sang Qing's eyes were rimmed with red, their small forms appearing pitifully distressed. "What is the matter? Who has wronged you?" A pang of concern struck Sang Dai's heart as she hurried forward, her initial reaction being that the young serpents had been bullied. Sang Qing shook her head. Her voice choked with emotion. "No, mother, it's not that. It's the silkworms you raised. They are on the brink of death." Sang Feng nodded vigorously beside her. These silkworms were primarily cared for by Sang Dai and her 3 little ones, creating a deep bond despite the fact that this affection stemmed from the fact that the silkworms were ultimately a source of sustenance. Hearing that her children were not harmed, but rather concerned for the silkworms, Sang Dai sighed in relief and patiently asked, "What has happened?" "It's all right. Take your time and tell mother." Sang Yu, with clarity and coherence, spoke first. "Mother, we just want to feed the silkworms and found that they are not eating the mulberry leaves anymore. The leaves we fed them yesterday are still untouched, and they are crawling out. To the beastmen, food is the essence of life. A creature that refuses nourishment faces starvation." Observing the silkworms' lack of appetite, the 3 young serpents could only conclude that the silkworms were ill, and their refusal to eat signified an imminent demise. After all, who would tend to the ailments of insects? Just as they were sinking deeper into sorrow, Sang Dai burst into laughter. The 3 little ones looked up in bewilderment, their round, black eyes questioning their mother. "Foolish little ones, the silkworms are not in distress. They are simply growing and preparing to spin their cocoons, which is why they ceased eating mulberry leaves." Sang Dai knelt down, embracing the 3 young serpents to comfort them. "Really?" Sang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Does that mean we can eat them soon?" The thought of a forthcoming meal made him instinctively lick his lips. What they had assumed to be bad news turned out to be delightful tidings. Sang Qing stood there, momentarily dazed. Aren't they supposed to die? Just moments ago, he had nearly wept at Sang Feng's wailing. What a misunderstanding. That little rascal had embarrassed him. Sang Yu, relieved, smiled. "As long as they're not dying, we'll have more food." Raising silkworms was simple, and soon they could assist their mother more in her tasks. "Indeed, when has mother ever deceived you?" Sang Dai replied with a smile, rising to take Sang Yu's hand as they ventured deeper into the cave. "Come, let us go and take a look together." Inside the cave, the silkworms had grown quite plump, their bodies as thick as a finger, significantly larger than those Sang Dai had raised in her previous life. Just as the little ones had said, the silkworms were no longer consuming mulberry leaves, but were crawling about instead. With 600 silkworms densely packed, it was a sight that might disturb those with a fear of crowds. Yet, as Sang Dai thought of the nourishment these creatures would provide, along with the silk garments and quilts they could create, she found the plump, white silkworms utterly adorable. Originally, Sang Dai had believed the silkworms would not spin their cocoons for a few more days. However, it seemed they were ahead of schedule. The reproduction cycle had evidently included cocooning, pupation, and moth emergence within that month. "Xiaoqing, go fetch the dry branches I prepared a few days ago," Sang Dai gently instructed. Sang Qing responded with enthusiasm, quickly returning with a large bundle of branches. These silkworms needed a place to spin their cocoons. Laying the branches flat in the box would encourage the silkworms to seek out a spot to cocoon, and those beginning to spin would no longer eat. As Sang Dai spread the branches, she explained tenderly to her little ones. "Huh, if they don't eat, how will they lay eggs? Once they starve?" Sang Feng curieux, perplexed. After all, beastmen females take a considerable time to bear offspring. Sang Dai chuckled softly. After the silkworms become moths and mate, they will lay eggs swiftly. Once the silkworms have completed their egg-laying, their life will come to an end. The lifespan of a silkworm is indeed quite fleeting. The 3 young serpents gazed in astonishment, as if a new world had been unveiled to them. They had never heard such things before. "Mother is so amazing. She knows so much," Sang Yu murmured, contemplating that while their mother may have been strict, at least she had nurtured them far more than these silkworms. In the wild, silkworm eggs are laid on mulberry trees, and once they hatch, the young silkworms eat the leaves on their own without needing care, Sang Dai elaborated. sans y dead. Absorbing the information. The three young serpents were captivated by the silkworms spinning cocoons, watching intently as delicate threads, nearly invisible, were extruded, gradually forming a web that seemed to outline a small realm. They were utterly engrossed, finding no hint of boredom. As night fell, signaling bedtime, the three little ones reluctantly returned to their beds at Sangdai's call. No worries, the silkworms spin so slowly, we can come back in the morning. They will surely continue for several days, Sang Feng confidently assured his siblings. They both nodded in agreement. The following morning, as soon as they awoke, the trio dashed to the silkworm cave. Upon arrival, they were left speechless. What they had seen as thin strands of silk the day before had transformed into an oval-shaped cocoon, and the silkworms had vanished without a trace. Where are the silkworms? Didn't they say they would spin for several days? Faced with Sang Qing's inquiries, Sang Feng shrank his neck, stammering, I also do not understand how they spin their silk so swiftly. Upon learning that the silkworms had completed their cocoons overnight, Sang Dai could not help but marvel at the extraordinary strength of the silkworms purchased from the supermarket. Uncertain of how long it would take these silkworms to emerge from their cocoons, Sang Dai promptly took the three snake hatchlings and removed the silkworm cocoons from the branches, placing them in a clean box lined with leaves. The leaves were intended for the moth's eggs, regardless of their type. The silkworm eggs needed to be spaced adequately. They cannot be too crowded or too sparse to avoid the mother moth failing to find a mate or laying her eggs on the cocoons. When a mother moth pairs with the silkworm eggs, she releases a fluid, and if the cocoons become contaminated, they would be rendered unusable. Although the cocoons would be destroyed upon the silkworm's emergence, they could still be utilized, albeit the silk would not be as long and unbroken as that from intact cocoons. Thus, it could not be woven in a fabric, but could serve as filling material. The following day, Sang Dai shook the cocoons and distinctly heard the sounds of the pupae colliding within. Observing Sang Feng gazing longingly at the cocoons and swallowing hard, she decided to extract a small piece for the hatchlings to taste. After slicing open the cocoon and retrieving the pupae, she skewered them and placed them directly into a hot oil pan. The oil bubbled vigorously, and soon the pupae emerged crispy on the outside, tender within. With 5 on a skewer, she prepared 3 for the snake hatchlings, intending to bring some to Xiao Bai and Tung Song in the afternoon. Since this was to promote a new food in the Heiyuan tribe, it was essential to gain Tung Song's approval first. The 3 snake hatchlings gathered around, their round eyes fixated on the fried pupae. Sang Dai distributed the fried pupae to the hatchlings, cautioning, "Try this, but be careful, it's hot. If you enjoy it, I'll prepare more for you next time." The hatchlings cherished their skewers, taking cautious bites. With each mouthful, they savored the delightful crispness. "Delicious. Mother, these pupae are exquisite." Sang Feng was the first to voice his delight, licking the skewer clean after finishing. Unlike the texture and flavor of meat, the pupae were rich in protein, leaving Sang Qing and Sang Yu equally unsatisfied, yearning for more. Witnessing the hatchlings' enjoyment, Sang Dai felt reassured that rearing silkworms was indeed a wise decision. She decided to keep the remaining cocoons until the moths hatched. In the afternoon, Sang Dai took the fried pupae and, seizing the opportunity while preparing a meal for Xiao Bai, delivered them to Tung Song's cave. Chapter 65. Was she unwelcoming to him? Having learned from previous experiences, Sang Dai dared not enter Tung Song's cave without caution. It would be unfortunate to stumble upon something inappropriate. Despite her body having borne 3 offspring, her soul remained that of an inexperienced young girl untouched by romance. After preparing Xiao Bai's meal, Sang Dai sent a message via the Tung Snake Beastman and, upon receiving permission, approached Tung Song's cave. Upon entering, she found Tung Song standing in the center, his towering form almost melding with the shadows. Perhaps due to Sang Dai's earlier comments, Tung Song now wore a fur skirt in the cave, his upper body partially exposed, revealing faint watermarks, and his short black hair appeared damp. Sang Dai suddenly realized her night vision had remarkably improved. She could see his well-defined abdominal muscles with clarity. "This fur skirt is more enticing than wearing nothing at all," she mused quietly to herself. Her gaze fixated on the ground as she entered to explain her purpose and offer the fried pupae. Tung Tsang, having been soaking in the lake, hurried over upon hearing Sang Dai had something to discuss. As a king, it was entirely normal for the tribe's beastmen to await his arrival. However, he seemed pressed for time, having not even dried his hair and the water droplets on his body. So, this is the insect you mentioned, the silkworm pupae? Tung Tsang sampled a piece, his dark, lustrous eyes brightening with surprise. He recalled his childhood days of hunger, during which he had gnawed on insects, rodents, and even grass. He held a profound aversion to the taste of insects, yet he was taken aback by how pleasant the silkworm pupae tasted, crisp and delightful. Far from the repulsive flavor he had anticipated. Indeed, these pupae are fried in oil. The oil can be derived from plants or meat, and roasting them over fire is equally delectable. Now that the silkworms have entered the pupal stage in a few days, we can distribute the eggs to the tribe's beastmen for rearing, Sang Dai explained with a nod. Oil? Tung Tsang pondered, his initial shock fading as he grasped the unfamiliar term. Is it inedible raw? He inquired. From the little female's explanation, it seemed that both preparation methods required fire. If any beastmen prefer the flavor of raw food, they can consume it that way. However, I personally favor it cooked, Sang Dai clarified. Recalling Xiao Bai, she added, Xiao Bai has improved significantly. He no longer fears hot items. Even upon realizing the food I provide is cooked, he is willing to eat it, though he still cannot see fire. She continued, in the future, large-scale production of silk garments will require boiling the cocoons in hot water to extract the silk. It is crucial for the tribe's beastmen to relearn the use of fire, as Xiao Bai cannot remain in the cave indefinitely. How long until he can overcome his fears? Hearing Sang Dai's words, Tung Tsang felt a flicker of anticipation. Sang Dai's gaze was resolute as she declared, in a month, once the next batch of silkworms cocoon, I will help Xiao Bai conquer his fears and accept the use of fire. She had meticulously planned this since deciding to rear silkworms and seeking Tung Tsang's approval. Now that Xiao Bai is not resistant, I believe there is an opportunity to take him out of the cave for a while. It would be beneficial for his health. Sang Dai expressed, as long as Xiao Bai is willing, it is your decision. Tung Tsang nodded, seemingly casual yet implicitly conveying his trust in Sang Dai. She was elated. As long as Tung Tsang was cooperative, she had already achieved substantial success. She had not anticipated Tung Tsang to be so agreeable. She added, Your Majesty, last time, some females expressed interest in rearing silkworms after witnessing my efforts. I was considering that the males of the tribe are burdened with both hunting and silkworm rearing. It seems rather strenuous. Perhaps we could assign the females and those unable to hunt to take charge of the silkworms, while the males could focus on gathering mulberry leaves, ensuring hunting remains unaffected. After all, hunting is currently the tribe's sole source of food, and it is of utmost importance. A flicker of appreciation crossed Tung Tsang's deep-set eyes as he nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. This little female is indeed considerate, taking into account the hardships faced by the males. If the females are not in dire need, they would likely not engage in silkworm rearing. However, for those facing challenges, it presents an additional food source. It must be said, this little female's considerations are quite thorough. If your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Sang Dai said, pleased to have accomplished her purpose and prepared to depart. Yet before she could step away, Tung Tsang called out, wait. His gaze fell upon Sang Dai's rosy cheeks, filled with joy, as he slowly added, tomorrow, I shall visit your cave to inspect those silkworms. Although he had arranged for the snake to assist, the silkworms had always been under Sang Dai's care. It would be remiss of him not to at least take a look at her hard work, since it was something beneficial to the tribe. He ought to familiarize himself with it further. Sang Dai's my fanta. Her cave? That is entirely unnecessary. Tung Tsang was occupied with hunting ferocious beasts from dawn until dusk, leaving little time for leisurely wandering within the tribe. The three little serpents were not prone to straying, so she was not concerned about encountering Tung Tsang. However, visiting her cave was an entirely different matter. It was certain that he would be there. The last time had been an accident, with the three little serpents' faces smeared in mud. What to do this time? No way. Sang Dai resolutely declined without a second thought. Tung Tsang's gaze darkened, his deep, obsidian eyes piercing into Sang Dai, radiating a hint of danger. Sensing the invisible pressure, Sang Dai promptly averted her gaze. His stare felt as if he could see right through her thoughts in the next moment. She hurriedly explained, "What I meant to say is, Your Majesty, you are so busy every day. You need not trouble yourself over such trifles. Moreover, the silkworms have already spun their cocoons, and there is nothing much to see." Tung Tsang raised his hand, decisively asserting, "You need not concern yourself with this. I have no matters to attend to tomorrow, so it is settled." He offered no opportunity for Sang Dai to refuse. Sang Dai inwardly retracted her earlier praise for Tung Tsang. He was nothing more than an arbitrary antagonist. "What? Do you have something else to say? Or are you unwelcome?" Tung Tsang inquired in a deep voice, noticing her displeasure. Did this little female perhaps dislike his visit to her cave? Sensing the discontent in Tung Tsang's tone, Sang Dai quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no such thing. Your Majesty, with your numerous duties, to have the time to visit my cave is indeed an honor. I am exceedingly delighted." She forced a strained and exaggerated smile, attempting to appease him. An antagonist remains an antagonist. Even if he had yet to succumb to darkness, he was not someone she could afford to offend. Upon hearing her words, Tung Tsang's frigid gaze softened slightly. It turned out the little female was indeed pleased. "Then it is settled. You may return now." Sang Dai took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and turned to exit the cave. Upon returning home and witnessing her 3 lively little serpents, she felt a pang of regret. "Sang Dai, you truly are spineless." She scolded herself internally, then promptly forced a smile, beckoning the 3 little serpents to her. "Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng, tomorrow there is nothing to do at home, and you need not feed the silkworms. You may go out to play with the tribe's young ones in the morning." To her surprise, all 3 shook their little heads in unison. "We don't want to play outside, Mother. We want to stay home and watch the silkworms and wait for them to lay eggs," Xiao Qing stated sensibly. Xiao Yu tilted her little face up, obediently adding, "I can help Mother at home." Xiao Feng scratched his ear. "I promised them I'd bring them to see the empty silkworm cocoons tomorrow. Mother will let them play with the empty cocoons." However, Xiao Feng felt the items were too precious to take outside, fearing they might get lost, so he planned to bring the young ones back for a quick look. Sang Dai did not expect her plan to distract the little serpents to fail, and she found herself in a dilemma. What to do now? If she forced the little ones outside, Xiao Yu's clever little head would surely catch on. The next morning, the 3 little serpents awoke and guarded the silkworm cocoons in the cave. Sang Dai felt anxious, pacing at the entrance until she spotted Tung Tsang approaching from afar. "Your Majesty, why have you arrived so early?" Sang Dai greeted him with a strained smile, nearly bursting with impatience. Tung Tsang stopped beside her, his gaze landing on her fair, flushed face. This little female was indeed truthful. With cheeks so rosy, she must be delighted to see him. "Where do you keep your silkworms?" Tung Tsang asked, his mood lightening as he turned his attention to the cave's interior. Seeing Tung Tsang about to step inside, Sang Dai quickly grabbed his arm. Your Majesty, since you have come all this way, why not first sample the food I prepared? Little White enjoys it very much." Sang Dai smiled brightly, attempting to buy time. "No need, I am not hungry at the moment," Tung Tsang declined, raising his hand. "Then how about looking at the bamboo basket I wove? It is convenient for carrying items, and the tribe's females adore it. You could take it back for the males." Sang Dai picked up the bamboo basket beside her, resembling a salesperson. Tung Tsang narrowed his eyes, glancing at Sang Dai. "The basket is well made, but today, I wish to see the silkworm cocoons first." With that, he stepped forward into the cave. Sang Dai panicked just as a group of young children came running from outside. "Aunt Sang, is Xiao Feng here?" "We came to find Xiao Feng," the leading child called out in a sweet voice. "Yes, Xiao Feng is inside. You may go in and play with him," Sang Dai replied, her face lighting up at the sight of the children as she welcomed them in. The children cheered and rushed inside, eager to see what Xiao Feng had promised them, the cocoons raised by their mother, which could be made into light and cool clothing. Tung Tsang, standing beside Sang Dai, deliberately suppressed his aura, allowing the excited children to run past him without notice. Observing Sang Dai's gentle demeanor towards the tribe's young ones, Tung Tsang felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. A female like her would surely care for Little White if she became a mother one day. The two soon arrived at the cave where the silkworms were raised. Before they could enter, the children swarmed out, and one small, chubby figure rushed toward Sang Dai, wrapping its little arms around her leg. Tung Tsang's attention was drawn to the child, who had its face obscured by something, revealing only its eyes and nose. "Are these young ones?" Tung Tsang asked, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he recalled seeing these three with muddy faces last time. Now, gazing into the pair of dark, large eyes, he found them strangely familiar. Sang Dai pulled the little one close, subtly blocking Tung Tsang's view, and cheerfully explained, "Yes, they are playful young ones, always bringing back curious things. Please excuse their appearance." The three little serpents were wearing toy masks she had taken from the market, adorned with patterns of cute animals. Xiao Qing and Xiao Feng were little cats, while Xiao Yu was a little rabbit with long ears. "Xiao Feng, what is that on your face? It looks wonderful, may I see?" The group of children was captivated, chattering excitedly. Tung Tsang frowned slightly. The noise in the cave was particularly pronounced. In his own cave, the beastmen dared not make a sound. Never had anyone been so loud near him. Sang Dai patted the heads of the three little serpents. "Why don't you go play outside? Mother has some matters to attend to." Upon hearing that Sang Dai had something to do, the three little serpents rushed out to avoid bothering her. As they ran, they cautioned the other children, "No, this is what my mother made. If you break it, just look at it for now." The three remembered the bamboo water bottle that had been knocked over by the snake, having learned from that experience. Once the children had exited, Tung Tsang showed no reaction, and Sang Dai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had given the masks to the three little ones in the morning, and with the other children around, they would surely be reluctant to take them off. As long as Tung Tsang had no suspicions, she only needed to endure until he left. "Your Majesty, shall we go inside to see the silkworm cocoons?" Sang Dai ventured, glancing at Tung Tsang. "Very well." Tung Tsang stepped towards the cave. Inside, silken cocoons were neatly arranged in several wooden boxes, each smooth and oval-shaped, some white and some yellow, nearly the size of eggs. The silkworm eggs bought from the supermarket yielded cocoons significantly larger than the usual ones. "Why are these different from what I consumed yesterday?" Tung Tsang wondered, recalling that those were brown and not nearly as large. "The exterior is the cocoon. The pupil lies within. Should I open one to take a look?" Sang Dai suggested, picking up a cocoon. "No need," Tung Tsang shook his head. Since they were meant for reproduction, as the little female mentioned, a mother moth could lay numerous eggs. Having consumed 5 yesterday was already wasteful. There was no need to sacrifice a soon-to-hatch silkworm for his curiosity. Seeing Tung Tsang's refusal, Sang Dai promptly set it down. She was merely being polite. This pupa was precious. "Is this outer layer of the cocoon what you referred to as the material for clothing?" Tung Tsang inquired again. "Yes. However, if the pupa is extracted or the moth emerges, it can no longer be used for clothing. It can only serve as stuffing for other items. To create garments, long silk threads must be harvested before the cocoon hatches, ensuring the pupa does not emerge." Sang Dai explained slowly. "Can it be eaten?" "Yes, the cooked pupa is edible, though it cannot hatch into a moth to lay eggs." Sang Dai nodded. Making silk garments does not hinder consuming the pupae. It is merely that boiled and fried pupae taste different. Tung Tsang nodded in satisfaction, realizing the silkworm's utility was indeed significant. He asked a series of questions, and Sang Dai answered each one. "What do you think of Xiao Bai?" Tung Tsang's gaze shifted from the pupa, abruptly changing the topic. "Xiao Bai?" Sang Dai thought Tung Tsang was inquiring about Xiao Bai's recent behavior and quickly replied, "Xiao Bai's been well-behaved, eating properly and displaying great intelligence without causing any trouble. He has grown a bit taller and gained some weight in the past month since arriving at the Heiyuan tribe." Seeing her fondness for Xiao Bai, a hint of softness appeared on Tung Tsang's stern face. His deep gaze fell upon Sang Dai, and he turned, asking in a heavy tone, "If Xiao Bai were your offspring, would you despise him?" Sang Dai immediately understood Tung Tsang was referring to Xiao Bai's disfigured face. She straightened her back, shaking her head seriously. "Of course not. Xiao Bai is obedient and sensible. Being his mother would be a great honor. Flattery is the best approach." She believed Tung Tsang asked this to hear praise for Xiao Bai, and she was eager to oblige. A flicker of warmth entered Tung Song's eyes. Do you truly believe that? If she genuinely did not despise Xiao Bai, perhaps having her as his mother would be the best choice. Sang Dai raised 3 fingers, affirming her words. Observing Sang Dai's earnest expression, Tung Song's thin lips moved slightly, his gaze on her burning with intensity. Would you be willing to? Chapter 67. Peel off her skin. As if sensing the gravity in Tung Song's tone, Sang Dai looked up, listening intently. Would you be willing to? Sang Dai, get out here. Before Tung Song could finish, a sharp, furious roar echoed from outside the cave, followed by several fierce beast roars, resembling wild creatures declaring war. Interrupted, Tung Song frowned, irritation evident in his eyes. Sang Dai glanced towards the cave entrance and then back at Tung Song. What were you about to say? It's nothing. You should go handle your matters first. Tung Song's expression turned icy, resembling an eternal glacier, exuding coldness. Such important matters should not be discussed amidst interruptions. Moreover, these matters cannot merely be articulated. Sang Dai, perplexed, noted how unpredictable this villain was. His expression shifted like the weather forecast. Very well, I will be back shortly. Tung Song. Sang Dai nodded and dashed outside. She recalled not having provoked anyone recently. Although Luo Yuer was troublesome, she should still be bettered in after her recent poisoning. As Sang Dai approached the cave entrance, she spotted a female wrapped in animal skins, with only her eyes visible, standing outside. Not only her face, but her entire body was swathed tightly, which seemed rather unusual in this sweltering heat. 3 males stood behind her, presumably her mates. Who are you? Sang Dai asked, her expression puzzled. Sang Dai, you vile creature, you poisoned me and ruined my face. I have come to settle the score with you today. Upon seeing Sang Dai feign ignorance, Shi Xiaomian's anger intensified, her eyes blazing with fury. If it weren't for Sang Dai, would her face be in such a state? Now she had to cover herself in animal skins to go outside, resembling that ugly Xiao Bai. Shi Xiaomian? Recognizing the voice, Sang Dai was taken aback. What did I poison you? You must not slander me. How could this female unjustly accuse another? Shi Xiaomian unveiled a corner of her face covering, revealing her rotting skin. She had deliberately made a scene upon her arrival, and now a crowd of beastmen had gathered, gasping in shock at the sight. My goodness, what happened to Shi Xiaomian's face? It's completely rotten. How could this happen? Sang Dai is so kind. She wouldn't do something so malicious. This must be a misunderstanding. Despite their shock, many beastmen spoke in defense of Sang Dai. Although she had only been there for a little over a month, her contributions to the tribe were evident to all. Just a few days ago, you had your cub flaunt a few broken bamboo tubes, deliberately letting my snake Zhuang see, and you left the tubes outside for him to pick up. I drank the water from that bamboo tube, and my face ended up like this. If it wasn't you who poisoned me, then who could it be? Shi Xiaomian accused, pointing a finger at Sang Dai. After drinking that poisonous pollen water, her entire body rotted, forcing her to hide at home for 2 days. She was infuriated. With her face in such a state, finding a mate would be challenging, let alone settling down. She had lost her chance and refused to allow Sang Dai to escape unscathed. Are you saying I poisoned my own cub's water jug to harm you? We have no grievances. Why would I harm you? Furthermore, my 3 cubs drank from the same source that day. This can easily be verified with them. Why are they unharmed? In response to Shi Xiaomian's accusations, Sang Dai calmly retorted. Sang Dai treated her cubs with such tenderness. How could she poison their water? What if they drank it? Indeed, Sang Dai's male cub could wear animal skins. She cherished them too much to endanger their safety. I heard from my cub that day it was Snake Zhuang who knocked over Sang Yu's water jug, causing it to fall onto filth, which is why Sang Dai didn't retrieve it. It wasn't intentional. In the tribe, there was little gossip. Even the slightest matters could spread like wildfire. A few orcs gathered to defend Sang Dai. I don't care how she poisoned me. She is the one responsible. Shi Xiaomian, unable to articulate her frustration, stomped her foot in anger and commanded her companions, go and capture her. She has ruined my face, and I shall skin her alive. Her companions, robust and towering, approached Sang Dai, who could only retreat defensively, warning, I am a female too. You might slander me, but if you harm me, the king will not spare you. Shi Xiaomian scoffed, taunting. The king won't concern himself with such trivialities. Who do you think you are to him? Do you truly believe he would come to your aid? What a joke. By the time the king learns of this, Sang Dai will have become an eyesore. At that point, the king will surely despise her. An abandoned female is of no consequence to the king. Pleased with her own thoughts, Shi Xiaomian reveled in the idea that even if she gained the king as favor, Sang Dai was utterly alone, while she had a multitude of powerful companions. As her 3 companions approached the cave entrance to seize Sang Dai, a sharp and menacing voice echoed from within the cave. Let us see who dares to step inside. Upon hearing the voice, Shi Xiaomian and her companions turned pale. Tung Tsang emerged from the cave and approached Sang Dai, his icy gaze sweeping over the 3. Who permitted you to invade a female's dwelling and inflict harm? His deep voice carried an undeniable pressure, leaving the 3 companions feeling utterly immobilized. Your Majesty, we were wrong. The trio faltered, collapsing onto their knees, trembling in submission. Your Majesty, how could you be in Sang Dai's cave? Shi Xiaomian's face registered disbelief. It's impossible. The king cannot truly have an interest in Sang Dai. Yet, the king had never set foot in any female's domain. Jealousy consumed Shi Xiaomian, wishing to mar Sang Dai's beauty right then and there. Tung Tsang's cold gaze fixed on her, exuding a chilling aura. When did my whereabouts require your report? I didn't mean it that way, Shi Xiaomian stammered, feeling utterly humiliated. She pointed at Sang Dai, crying, Your Majesty, she poisoned me. You must take my side. She could not fathom that the king would favor an outsider over her, believing herself far more deserving of trust than Sang Dai. Sang Dai, unbothered, retorted, Why are you fixated on me? If you claim to be poisoned, why not seek a healer instead of troubling me? Aren't you concerned about your own condition? Standing confidently behind Tung Tsang, she boldly questioned, Or perhaps you know the nature of the poison. Is that why you remain so unconcerned? The gravity of a female being poisoned would surely reverberate throughout the tribe upon seeking a healer. Yet, the absence of any rumor suggested that Shi Xiaomian had never approached one. At her words, Tung Tsang's deep-set eyes darkened, casting a sharp glance at Shi Xiaomian. He instructed an orc nearby, Go, fetch a healer. Chapter 68. Exile from the tribe or accepting punishment? I didn't do it. I was just too furious. Panic flickered across Shi Xiaomian's face as she sought to halt the orc heading for the healer, but it was too late. A chill ran down her spine. If a healer arrived, the origins of her poisonous pollen would soon be uncovered. Your Majesty, you've worked so hard. Perhaps I should return and see a healer myself, she suggested, her eyes darting nervously, eager to escape. Not so fast. Tung Tsang's cold voice halted her. His penetrating gaze seemed to peer into her very soul. Fixated on Shi Xiaomian. The poisoning of a female is a grave matter, and I must uncover the truth. Regardless of who intended harm, I shall administer strict punishment. His chilling words sent a shiver through Shi Xiaomian. Several orcs had already blocked her escape route. Though the status of females was revered in the Black Abyss tribe, the king's word was law. Shi Xiaomian found herself confined, flanked by orcs, unable to move, while her 3 companions cowered on the ground, too intimidated to raise their heads under Tung Tsang's oppressive presence. Sang Dai stood behind, gazing up at Tung Tsang's imposing figure, astonished that the villainous character so often vilified in tales could act with such fairness. Her efforts to prevent his descent into darkness seemed worthwhile. Soon, the orc returned with the healer, Ing Rue, accompanied by several others from the tribe. Can any of you determine the nature of her poison? Tung Tsang inquired, directing his attention to the healers. The older healers stepped forward to examine Shi Xiaomian, who desperately covered her face with animal skin, yet was forcibly pulled away, revealing extensive decay. Her entire visage, nay, her very being, had become grotesque. The healers exchanged troubled glances. Your Majesty, we cannot ascertain the nature of her poison. Might we see the source of her affliction? Their expertise was limited. They typically remained within the tribe, quickly gathering herbs, thus lacking the extensive knowledge of the forest that other orcs possessed. Most were only familiar with common ailments. Your Majesty, I told you it was Sang Dai who poisoned me. As an outsider, The poison she brought must be something the healers here have never encountered, Shi Xiaomian thought, secretly relieved at her cleverness. Just then, a clear and melodious voice interjected. I know what poison she has. Young Ing Rue, not vying for space among the older healers, stood back, his gaze fixed on Shi Xiaomian's decaying skin. What do you mean? Tung Tsang demanded coldly. Ingi hui calmly explained. This appears to be the pollen from the heart of poison flower. Contact with it causes skin decay, and even the hides of beasts suffer if they touch it. He was different from the other healers. He often ventured out to gather herbs, thus possessing greater knowledge of external poisons and plants. He had encountered this particular flower before. Upon hearing Ing Rue's words, Shi Xiaomian was startled, never expecting the healer to possess such knowledge. You claim it is the heart of poison flower, but I've never heard of it. Can you help me with an antidote to heal my face? Shi Xiaomian glared at Ing Rue, refuting him. Ing Rue recognized the anxiety and desperation on her face. Remaining composed, he replied, the poison king bee is unafraid of the heart of poison pollen and favors its nectar. Hence, the venom of the poison king bee is akin to that of the heart of poison flower. I recall that the tiger snake clan captures these bees for consumption, showing no fear of this pollen. Some orcs possess potent toxins, and the tiger snake orcs are among them. The Black Abyss tribe is not limited to the tongue snake clan. There are several different serpent clans within, while others may be unaware. My role as a healer requires me to treat orcs frequently, and I have greater insight. There are indeed tiger snake orcs in our tribe. Perhaps the king should summon them for inquiry. Eagle Rue respectfully addressed Tung Tsang. Snake Xiaomian's complexion paled, and she was about to speak when suddenly a voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Hasn't Snake Xiaomian recently taken on 2 new partners from the Tiger Snake clan? Indeed, I heard her boast about it. They are brothers. According to the veterinarian Eagle Rue, only the beasts of the Tiger Snake clan could retrieve such poison. What if the poison was planted by Snake Xiaomian herself? Exactly. How could she possibly obtain the toxic pollen when Sandai has only just arrived and does not know any of the Tiger Snake clan? A voice chimed in, and immediately others echoed in agreement. As the discussions unfolded, the truth became increasingly apparent, causing Snake Xiaomian to tremble. This is not true. I don't know. It was Sandai's doing. She glanced at Tung Tsang, but was met with a chilling, bloodthirsty gaze. After Eagle Rue finished speaking, he clasped his hands and stepped aside, knowing that the king would surely deliver justice to Sandai. Did I harm you? You claim that you became poisoned after drinking from Xiaoyu's water jug. It seems you intended to harm Xiaoyu instead. Sandai's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized Snake Xiaomian. Upon hearing Eagle Rue reveal the origins of the poison, she realized that Snake Xiaomian had orchestrated this entire scenario. If the jug had not accidentally fallen and been tainted, and if Sanyu had consumed from it, her life would have been irrevocably ruined. Truly, she was reminiscent of a scheming antagonist in a novel, with a heart as venomous as a viper. Tung Tsang recalled the 3 unseen cubs. Although he was unaware of their appearance, Sandai always treated them with utmost tenderness and affection. If her cubs were poisoned and left in a state of decay, he could only imagine her profound sorrow. With these thoughts, Tung Tsang's gaze turned even colder as he looked at the 3 partners on the ground, 2 of whom belonged to the Tiger Snake clan. Did you give the poison to Snake Xiaomian? The 2 partners trembled, unable to lie under the immense pressure. Upon hearing their admission, Snake Xiaomian fell into complete panic. Poisoning and harming female cubs? Snake Xiaomian, do you wish to be exiled from the tribe alongside your partners? Or will you accept punishment? As Tung Tsang's words resonated, Snake Xiaomian's partners collapsed to the ground. Exile from the tribe. Beasts without the tribe's protection, no matter how strong, would inevitably become prey for the ruthless. This was tantamount to a death sentence for them. Snake Xiaomian knelt in desperation, pleading, I want to stay in the tribe. I am willing to accept punishment. My king, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. She could not afford to be cast out. The king still granted her choice, indicating a hint of mercy towards her. A sliver of hope flickered in Snake Xiaomian's heart. Very well. Tung Tsang strode toward her, raising his hand, a neatly severed finger flying out. Ah! Snake Xiaomian clutched her hand, crimson liquid oozing between her fingers, her eyes widening in disbelief, her complexion paling alarmingly. My hand. Chapter 69. Finding Sorghum. Blood splattered across Snake Xiaomian's face, and all present beasts stared in horror. The king was truly enraged, having directly severed one of Snake Xiaomian's fingers. It is known that disabled beasts are a source of shame among their kind. Even though females do not hunt, having a physical disability is still a disgraceful matter. And for Snake Xiaomian, this was not merely the pain of losing a finger, but a profound humiliation on multiple fronts. Soon, the tongue snake beasts arrived, driving Snake Xiaomian's 2 tiger snake partners out of the tribe. The veterinarian rushed forward to staunch Snake Xiaomian's bleeding. Let her bleed. No one is allowed to treat her. Tung Song commanded, and the veterinarian immediately hesitated, allowing only Snake Xiaomian's last partner to carry her away. In a panic, the partner's movements caused Snake Xiaomian's beast skin attire to unravel. The 3 snake cubs surrounded outside, witnessing their mother in a state where not a single piece of skin remained intact. San Qin gasped in shock. They had just heard everything. If mother had not arrived in time to prevent her sister from picking up that water jug, it could have easily been her. The 3 snake cubs were filled with trepidation, relieved yet haunted by their mother's warnings. Indeed, their mother's words proved to be true. They must remember them well. With Tung Tsang present, the onlooking beasts dared not linger and quickly dispersed. Eagle Rue, thank you sincerely for helping to clear my name. Sandai expressed her gratitude to the still-present Eagle Rue. A humble smile adorned Eagle Rue's jade-like face as he replied, I merely acted upon what I knew. No need for thanks. It was my duty. Sandai had provided him with medicinal herbs and wine, assisting him immensely, and even if he was unaware, he would strive to support her to the best of his abilities. However, he chose not to voice this. Tung Tsang cast a glance at the smiling young female beside him, his eyes darkening slightly. It was he who had aided her. Why did she not thank him? Instead, she expressed gratitude toward that fellow, Eagle Rue. As Eagle Rue continued to speak, he suddenly felt a chill envelop him. Puzzled, he glanced at the sky, which showed no signs of change. Sendai, do you have a moment now? Eagle Hui inquired, his smile warm as he sought to discuss the transplanting of herb seedlings further. Just as Sandai was about to nod, Tung Tsang interjected, positioning himself between them. I still have matters to discuss with you. Though directed at Sandai, his words seemed to urge Eagle Rue to make himself scarce. Eagle Rue scratched his nose, conceding, Very well, since you and the king have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. He couldn't shake the feeling that the king appeared somewhat displeased with him. Had he inadvertently offended Tung Tsang? It seemed unlikely. With a sense of confusion, Eagle Rue departed. My king, what were you about to say to me? Sandai retreated a couple of steps, looking up in curiosity. Being so close made her neck ache. Observing her retreat, a flicker of depth crossed Tung Tsang's ebony eyes. What was this? She had not retreated while speaking with Eagle Rue. Tung Tsang furrowed his brows slightly. I wanted to ask you if you found it. Sendai, you found the plant we were looking for. A joyful shout approached, abruptly interrupting Tung Tsang's words. Shiliang rushed over, carrying a bundle of unknown plants on his back. Sensing a sudden wave of danger, he skidded to a halt, scrutinizing the vicinity for threats, but only found Sandai and the king. Your Majesty, you are here, Shiliang exclaimed with delight, momentarily disregarding the earlier sense of danger. With the king present, safety was assured. It must have been his imagination. Sandai's attention was captivated by Shiliang's words. Brother Shiliang, what did you find? It's this. Sandai, take a look. Is this the plant you asked me to find last time? Shiliang immediately set down the bundle of plants on his back for Sangdai to see. Although he had only found one type, Sangdai had previously mentioned that locating all of them might prove challenging. Thus, finding even one was sufficient. Sangdai promptly disregarded Tung Tsang and approached to examine the plants. The stems that Shiliang brought back were robust, with deep green leaves, and the fruits formed a large cluster, resembling inverted grapes, albeit much smaller and reddish-brown in color. A look of delight spread across Sangdai's face as she nodded and exclaimed, Brother Shiliang, you found the right one. This is sorghum. Hearing Sangdai's joyful words, Shiliang scratched his head and chuckled. I'm glad I got it right. I was afraid I might have made a mistake. What is this sorghum anyway? Did you not get wrong? Brother Shiliang, where did you find it? Is it far from the tribe? Are there many of these plants? Sang Dai eagerly inquired. Sorghum can be used for brewing, which would allow for the extraction of alcohol, something that could be directly taught to the beastmen. This would spare them from the agony of festering wounds and significantly improve their chances of recovery. Though outsiders might perceive her as overly concerned for the beastmen, only Sang Dai understood that the future of the beast world would become increasingly perilous for them. The fierce beasts would launch relentless attacks on the beastmen's tribes, and they would also face severe natural disasters. The strength of the beastmen was vital for the welfare of Sang Dai and the three little serpents. Most importantly, it could help delay the corruption of Tung Tsang. Tung Tsang stood silently beside them, observing the small female's radiant smile, his own dark demeanor softening. Though he did not comprehend why she was so elated upon seeing the plants, he decided not to interrupt. There was plenty of time for words later. There are plenty, a vast expanse of them, stretching as far as the eye can see. It's not too far from the tribe. I can make a round trip in just half a day. Shiliang answered all of Sang Dai's questions. A half-day round trip at the beastman's speed? That doesn't seem far. Sang Dai responded, astonished, but she sighed in relief upon hearing that there was an abundance of sorghum. Brewing did not require as much as consuming it as a staple food, but the beastmen might need a significant quantity for their initial attempts. So having a lot would be beneficial. If there were plenty available, she could gather a few more beastmen to bring back a larger supply of sorghum at once, eliminating the need for daily trips. Consequently, the distance would remain manageable and would not significantly hinder their hunting activities. Sang Dai examined the sorghum, noting that the fruits were already turning red, indicating ripeness. She immediately asked, "Brother Shiliang, would you be able to bring back some more sorghum tomorrow? You don't need to cut down the entire plant. Just bring me the red fruits on top." Shiliang eagerly nodded. Of course, that's no problem. But what could these small fruits possibly be used for? He was somewhat curious, finding the diminutive fruits not only toothsome, but also rather irritating to the throat. Why did Sang Dai appear as though she had discovered treasure? They are edible. However, they must be dried, shelled, and cooked before they become palatable. They can also be used for brewing. The plants I mentioned to you before are all suitable for both purposes, Sang Dai elaborated. So that is how they are consumed, Shiliang replied, his expression one of astonishment as he glanced at the tiny fruits, still feeling a twinge of discomfort. Compared to hunting, these processes seemed rather intricate. Noticing that Shiliang was merely intrigued and not particularly thrilled, Sang Dai was not surprised. For these carnivorous beastmen, the allure of crops was limited. Their very nature dictated a diet of meat. Nevertheless, her primary goal in seeking these crops was brewing, not for providing sustenance for the beastmen. In the Heiyuan tribe, carnivorous beastmen predominated, as most herbivorous beastmen were too weak to survive the onslaught of fierce beasts that would prevent them from reaching the Heiyuan tribe. "Brew? Is that the liquid you had Shiliang deliver last time?" Tung Tsang suddenly interjected. "The pungent liquid was made from these fruits?" "Yes. The alcohol can be used for disinfecting wounds and can also be consumed. Drinking it during cold weather can warm the body. It has many uses," Sang Dai explained, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As she spoke, an idea struck her. She turned to Tung Tsang, her eyes shining with excitement. "By the way, my king, did you use the alcohol that Brother Shiliang brought you last time? Did it help clean your wounds?" Now that she had found sorghum, she could confidently present the alcohol to Tung Tsang. Once in Rue cultivated medicinal herbs along with the alcohol. They might even be able to use it to slow the encroachment of malevolent energy on the body. "Yes, it was quite effective," Tung Tsang replied, unconsciously nodding as he gazed at Sang Dai's star-like eyes, his tone softening with a hint of affection. In reality, the 10 bamboo tubes of alcohol remained intact in his cave. He had only opened them to smell a few times, nearly choking on the overpowering aroma each time. "As long as it works, that's what matters. I consulted with the healer in Rue, and as long as the wounds heal quickly, the harmful effects of malevolent energy on the body can be minimized. While it cannot completely eliminate the malevolence, the alcohol can prevent the wounds from worsening. My king, you are the backbone of our Heiyuan tribe. You must take care of your health," Sang Dai said earnestly, her expression grave. She now understood why the ministers in historical dramas always urged the emperor to take care of his health. She felt the same concern for Tung Tsang. Tung Tsang's eyes narrowed slightly. Was this little female genuinely concerned for him? A faint smile appeared on his lips as he murmured affirmatively. Sangdai then discussed with Shiliang how much sorghum he should bring back tomorrow. Recently, there had been ample prey from hunting, and the tribe was not in urgent need of food, allowing for more beastmen to be sent to gather sorghum. Mother. At that moment, the three little serpents returned. Sang Yu knew her mother was engaged in important matters and waited until Sang Dai finished speaking with Shiliang before bringing her brothers back. Sang Feng, though short of leg, was the fastest runner, darting ahead to wrap his arms around Sang Dai's leg. Mother, I was scared by Snake Xiaomian's ugly face just now. He instinctively sought to be coddled while preparing to remove his mask. Running too quickly made it somewhat uncomfortable to wear. As Sang Dai bent down to embrace Sang Feng, she could already distinguish between the three little serpents by their voices. However, upon glancing down, she noticed Sang Feng attempting to take off his mask. Startled, she quickly pressed down on it to cover his face once more. Tung Tsang caught a glimpse of the lower half of Sang Feng's face, feeling a sense of familiarity. But before he could discern more, Sang Dai had already concealed it again. My king, brother Shiliang, if there is nothing else, you may head back now. I must prepare food for my little ones, Sang Dai hurriedly said, ushering the two away. Naturally, Shiliang would not linger, remembering Sang Dai's instructions as he took his leave. Tung Tsang. Wasn't she just concerned for him? Why was she now sending him away? Observing the three serpent offspring, Tung Tsang understood that it was not an opportune moment for conversation. Thus he departed. Only after Tung Tsang vanished from sight did Sang Dai release a sigh of relief. Loosening her grip on her mask, with a heavy breath, she reflected on how close she had come to feeling smothered by her mother. Mother, am I truly the king of the tribe? Sang Qing inquired, gazing at Tung Tsang's retreating figure. It appeared that the king was always present by their mother's side. To his surprise, the king seemed no different from ordinary beasts, save for a more commanding aura and greater beauty, even resembling his younger brother to some extent. With this thought, Sang Qing suddenly felt that the distance between himself and the king was not as vast as he had believed. Perhaps in the future, he too could become as formidable as the king, capable of protecting his mother and younger siblings. Indeed, you are the king, Sang Dai responded gently. Mother, the king is truly a noble beast. He even avenged you and second sister. Sang Feng exclaimed with innocent admiration. Rarely did Sang Yu disagree, instead nodding in agreement. Witnessing her offspring's fondness for Tung Tsang, Sang Dai felt a complex mix of emotions. In the original narrative of the book, the three serpent offspring had been close to Luo Yuer, even opposing Tung Tsang under her instigation after his descent into darkness. Yet at that time, none were aware that Tung Tsang was their biological father. Now that she had arrived, devoid of Luo Yuer's interference, the three serpent offspring should not repeat the tragic fate of conflicting with their father as depicted in the book. Early the next morning, Sang Dai kept her appointment to learn from Ying Rue. The three serpent offspring were quite sensible, understanding their mother had matters to attend to, and thus stayed home to guard the small rabbit and silkworm cocoons. This allowed Sang Dai to leave with peace of mind. Completely unfamiliar with medicinal practices, Sang Dai began her studies with Ying Rue by learning to identify herbs. Initially fearing the task would be arduous, she was pleasantly surprised to recognize many herbs that she had encountered during her childhood in her rural hometown, such as rami, foxtail grass, shepherd's purse, cocklebur, and mugwort. These commonplace plants were regarded as precious medicinal herbs among the beasts. Naturally, she recognized them. She simply had not known of their medicinal value. After Ying Rue explained, she quickly memorized the uses of the corresponding plants. Sang Dai, you truly are remarkable. I only mentioned it once, and you've retained it all. You would make an excellent veterinarian. Ying Rue had planned to teach her only a few herbs, prepared to comfort her should she struggle to remember. But he was astonished by her swift comprehension. Sang Dai smiled shyly. Perhaps I have a decent memory. However, I may struggle when it comes to treating injuries. She could hardly admit that she recognized all of them. Ying Rue smiled warmly. That in itself is impressive. For others, merely memorizing herbs often requires enduring a few reprimands before it sticks. Beasts are much more adept at brute strength, and tend to shy away from intellectual pursuits. Sang Dai chuckled at Ing Rui's words. Due to her quick learning, she returned home early. When the hunting team returned in the afternoon, Shi Liang also brought back a group of beasts who had gathered sorghum. The beasts were perplexed upon seeing Shi Liang return with a large quantity of wild grass. Shi Liang, why did you bring back this grass instead of capturing prey? If you need hay, the cubs can cut it in the tribe. There's no need to bring it from outside. A female scolded. The damp caves after the rain necessitated regular changes of dry grass, and they had assumed Shi Liang intended to dry wild grass for use. This is no ordinary wild grass. It is quite useful, Shi Liang quickly clarified. The females looked on in confusion. If this isn't wild grass, then what is it? What could it possibly be used for? Can it be eaten? Shi Liang chuckled. Actually, it can be eaten, though I'm not sure how. Sang Dai requested it. Let me call her over. Upon hearing it was something Sang Dai wanted, the puzzled females suddenly understood and ceased their inquiries. With Sang Dai's sharp intellect and extensive knowledge, they concluded that if Sang Dai desired it, it must surely be beneficial. Even the curious cubs, who had approached to touch it, withdrew their hands. Following the previous incident with the water bottle, the cubs recognized Sang Feng's mother as a formidable female. They would not dare to damage her belongings. In the cave, Sang Dai was busy organizing cages for the rabbits. The previously small rabbits had grown and weaned, and the original cages were now too cramped to accommodate them all. She retrieved several larger cages from the market to separate and house the rabbits. At 6 months, rabbits can begin mating, and now the young rabbits were over a month old. Soon, the number of rabbits in the cave would multiply exponentially. Perhaps in the near future, she could become self-sufficient without relying on others. While contemplating this, she heard Shi Liang announce that he had brought back the sorghum she requested. Immediately, she followed him to the clearing where the sorghum was placed. Sang Dai, is this enough? Sang Dai surveyed the pile, noting it mostly consisted of sorghum ears. With fewer stalks, once dried and hulled, it would yield approximately 200 to 300 pounds. The ingredients necessary to brew sorghum liquor are sorghum, water, and fermentation starter, in a ratio of 3, 10, and 1. The starter is also derived from fermented sorghum. This meant that for every 4 pounds of sorghum, 1 pound of liquor could be produced. If all went well, this sorghum could yield 500 pounds of liquor. This is sufficient. If you have time later, you can gather more. I'm not in a rush. This is enough for now, Sang Dai affirmed. Sorghum can be stored, but she was uncertain when it would run out. So she planned to gather more when possible. Otherwise, by the time she needed it, it might be too late, and she would have to wait until the next year. That's good. What do you plan to do with all this sorghum? Shi Liang asked again. With so much sorghum, it would be challenging for a single female to manage. With available labor, Sang Dai certainly would not handle it alone. She promptly replied, this sorghum needs to be dried for a while. Once thoroughly dried, it will be hulled. After hulling, it becomes sorghum rice, which can then be used for brewing. She explained the subsequent processing steps to Shi Liang. All right, I will arrange for the beasts to dry it. Shi Liang responded without hesitation. Brother Shi Liang, please ensure that those responsible for drying keep an eye on the weather. They must gather it before it rains to avoid moisture, or it will spoil and be unusable, Sang Dai instructed. With so much sorghum, it was indeed beyond her capacity to manage alone. Fortunately, Shi Liang and the other beasts were there to assist her. If they gathered more sorghum in the future, the same steps would apply. No problem. Shi Liang nodded and meticulously took note, showing no signs of condescension toward Sang Dai simply because she was female. While Sang Dai and Shi Liang engaged in their discussion, the hunting team nearby was distributing food. Numerous beastmen, intrigued, gathered around. Sang Dai intended to impart her brewing techniques to the beastmen. Thus, she did not shy away from their presence. When one beastman inquired about the use of sorghum, Sang Dai patiently elaborated. Is the fruit of this plant, the sorghum, truly edible? A cheerful voice asked. Sang Dai turned to see a rather slender male, an uncommon sight among the robust beastmen of the Heiyuan tribe. It is edible, but must be cooked with fire and water, Sang Dai explained with a nod. Upon hearing this, the light in the slender male's eyes dimmed. They were aware that the king forbade the tribe's beastmen from using fire. Thus, even if the fruit were edible, they would not have access to it. He had initially wished to inquire about the plant's origin, but disappointment washed over him as he clutched his meager food supply and turned to leave. He belonged to the deer tribe, and there were few herbivorous beastmen in their tribe. A few days prior, a group of deer tribe beastmen had arrived, and the king had taken them in, including this male. Noticing Sangdai's curious gaze following the male's despondent figure, Shiliang offered an explanation. This is the first time such a large group of herbivorous beastmen has sought refuge in our tribe. The king, feeling pity for their inability to hunt, agreed to support them for a few days, but that time is nearly up, and they must venture out to hunt for themselves. However, the deer tribe lacks combat strength, making it challenging for them to catch prey. Shiliang expressed a sense of wonder regarding this matter. Although herbivorous beastmen are generally weak, he admired their unity. At the very least, they had escaped the clutches of the ferocious beasts. Sangdai nodded, committing Shiliang's words to memory. It seemed imperative that she hasten her efforts to help Xiaobai overcome his fears. This way, the tribe's beastmen could quickly utilize fire, and sorghum could alleviate some of the food burden for the herbivorous beastmen. Despite their lack of combat prowess, these herbivorous beastmen were often quite clever, more adept at adaptability and learning than their more physically powerful counterparts. Such individuals were essential for the advancement of civilization. Brewing also required sealed containers, traditionally made from stone by the beastmen. Sangdai intended to ask Shiliang to create some stoneware for her brewing endeavors, but upon glancing at the fatigued expressions of the beastmen, she reconsidered. Making stoneware was labor-intensive and would hinder hunting efforts. Realizing that she would require numerous containers for brewing, relying solely on the beastmen to produce stoneware would be impractical. She abandoned that thought and began contemplating alternative solutions. Mother, look what I've got!" Sangfeng exclaimed as he dashed towards Sangdai like a spirited calf. Sangxing and Sangyue followed closely, doting on their younger brother, unlike other younglings who were overly competitive, allowing Sangfeng to take the lead in everything. As they approached, Sangdai noticed that each of the 3 snake cubs clutched a beast's claw. The younglings, not needing to hunt, were nonetheless filled with wonder at the world beyond the tribe. The beastmen distributing food would often give away useless beast claws to the curious younglings. And today, the 3 snake cubs had received theirs under the guidance of their companions. Sangfeng, filled with excitement, was eager to share his find with his mother. "What treasure did you find, little Feng?" Sangdai inquired, feigning ignorance as her gentle demeanor enveloped him in an embrace. "It's a beast claw. This is a wolf claw." The uncle who distributed food said this wolf beast was the mightiest prey today. Sangfeng exclaimed, lifting the claw high with a gleeful expression. Sangdai smiled tenderly, but her gaze suddenly fell upon the other item in his hand. "Little Feng, where did you find this?" she asked with surprise, grasping his other hand. Chapter 72. Unexpected discovery of clay. Sangdai's excitement grew as she observed the item in Sangfeng's grasp. It was a lump of mud, but this was no ordinary mud. It was clay. Sangfeng blinked his round, innocent eyes bewildered by his mother's elation over a mere lump of mud. Sangyue, quick on the uptake, interjected. Third brother's clay was scraped off the wolf's claw. Sangfeng nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's from the wolf claw. I wanted the largest wolf claw, so I scraped off the mud and forgot to throw it away." He had been so focused on sharing the good news with his mother. "Is there something wrong with the mud, mother?" Sangxing asked curiously. Sangdai cupped Sangfeng's little face and planted a kiss on him. "There's nothing wrong. This is precisely the kind of mud I need. Little Feng, you are truly my lucky star, and I adore you." With the clay, she could create pottery, which could be sealed and was far easier to make than stoneware, requiring no laborious carving. She could produce whatever size she desired without the need to search for large stones. It was as if her needs were being met at every turn. Sangfeng, feeling dizzy from the affection, blushed like a ripe apple. A lump of mud could earn him such love? Had he known earlier, he would have played with mud more often. Sangxing and Sangyue looked on with envy, regretting not taking the opportunity to gather more mud earlier. "Is something amiss, Sangdai?" Shiliang approached, having heard the commotion. "Brother Shiliang, could you please inquire where the wolf beast was caught?" Sangdai showed Shiliang the wolf claw in Sangfeng's hand. The male, with his keen sense of smell, could trace the claw back to its source without any concern of error. Very well, I shall ask. Shiliang sniffed the claw's scent and set off. Before long, he returned with a Tangsha beast man. This wolf beast was caught at the foot of a mountain to the north of the tribe. Is there a problem? The Tangsha beast man asked, somewhat puzzled. Sangdai presented the lump of mud to the Tangsha beast man. This clay was scraped from the wolf's claw, and I require this kind of clay. Upon hearing Sangdai's request, the Tangsha beast man understood immediately. No problem. I will head that way tomorrow while hunting and see if I can find more of this clay. Unlike the other females in the tribe, Sangdai had made significant contributions, and the king had specifically instructed them to fulfill any of her requests. Naturally, the Tangsha beast man complied without hesitation. If you find any, please bring back as much as you can. Thank you. Sangdai expressed her gratitude with delight. Excavating clay was far easier than making stoneware. One beastman could only craft a single stone pot in a day, but could dig out hundreds of pounds of clay. This clay could yield countless pottery items. Hearing Sangdai's words, the Tangsha beastman felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. No, there is no need for thanks. It's my duty. The following afternoon, the Tangsha beastmen delivered clay to Sangdai's cave. The clay, rich in viscosity and low in sand content, was packed into more than 10 large bamboo baskets. Since Sangdai had shared the method of making bamboo baskets with the females, they had become quite popular in the tribe. Not only the females and younglings, but even the males had adopted the use of bamboo baskets. This was primarily because the use of bamboo allowed them to conserve animal hides, which could then be used to dress their partners and offspring. Even the males without partners sought to learn from the females how to craft bamboo baskets, as the hides they saved could be offered to the females they admired. Additionally, water vessels were also widely utilized by the males venturing out for hunts. Sangdai, do you think this clay is sufficient? If not, I could go dig more tomorrow, the Tangsha beastman said, accompanied by several other males. Nowadays, whenever the tribe's beastmen spoke of Sangdai, their faces brimmed with gratitude. There was no beastman unwilling to assist Sangdai, especially since the king had decreed that anyone who helped her, even at the cost of their hunting time, would be rewarded with food daily. Their enthusiasm for helping Sangdai surpassed even their eagerness for the hunt. Yes, it's more than enough, Sangdai replied, nodding repeatedly at the Tangsha beastman's spirited demeanor. With such an abundance of clay, she would have enough to last her a long while. It felt as if they were intent on relocating a mountain back to the tribe. Mother, what use is this clay? Asked Sangqing curiously after the Tangsha beastman departed. This is not ordinary soil. It is clay. Look, doesn't it differ from the loose earth on the ground? It doesn't easily scatter. Clay can be molded into any shape and, after firing, it hardens, allowing it to be fashioned into containers, Sangdai patiently explained, observing the eager faces of her 3 snake cubs. Really? Sangfeng exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a handful of clay from the basket and nodding with fascination. Among the 3 snake cubs, Sangfeng was now the boldest, no longer as cautious around Sangdai. Can be made into stone jars and bowls. Sangqing wondered aloud. If clay could be molded into containers, perhaps they too could create them. Previously, only the adults could craft such items, as their young claws were not sharp enough to carve quality stone tools. If they could make containers, they would be able to help Mother with more tasks. Of course, you can shape it however you wish, and it could be as large as you desire, Sangdai replied with a radiant smile. Mother, can you teach me? Sangqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression brimming with eagerness. I want to play too. No, I want to learn as well. Sangfeng chimed in, always keen to join in. Though Sangyue remained silent, her eyes also gleamed with anticipation as she looked at their mother. Stone tools were valuable resources that the younglings could not use recklessly. If they had clay pots, she could care for the little snakes. Previously, the small snakes she raised had to be carried with her, which was quite inconvenient. Her younger brother often playfully tangled with her little snakes, but with clay pots, she could hide them away. If you all wish to learn, you may. Gulme, Mother will teach you. The once quiet cave was now filled with the cheerful laughter of the 3 snake cubs, creating a warm atmosphere. Sangdai retrieved the base she had crafted the previous day and began molding containers from the clay while teaching her eager children. Having learned about pottery in her past life, though some time had passed, and her skills were a bit rusty. She started with bowls and basins. Once she regained her touch, she proceeded to shape clay jars. The 3 snake cubs mimicked her, each finding a piece of wood to serve as a base, sitting cross-legged beside Sandai as they molded their own clay. Sang Yue was particularly nimble, crafting her pieces with great precision, nearly indistinguishable from Sandai's work. Songqing's creations were less refined but still passable. Sang Feng initially shaped a few crooked bowls, but as time went on, his clay took on bizarre forms. Third brother, if you're making bowls, why does that look like a lump of dung? Sang Qing said, her temples throbbing at the sight of what Sang Feng held. Sang Feng glared, puffing out his cheeks. That's not dung, it's a snake. Brother, you're really foolish if you can't tell the difference. Look, I'm giving it to you, second sister, he declared, presenting his clay creation like a treasure. Second sister, you adore little snakes, and since I accidentally played too roughly with yours before, I'm gifting you this one. Sang Yue gazed silently at the dark, twisted lump, knowing she preferred beautifully patterned snakes, not this ugly, black creation that resembled excrement. What a disappointment. What should I do? Chapter 73. Firing the pottery, observing the close bond among the 3 snake cubs, Sandai felt a sense of contentment. Inspired by Songfeng's snake, she decided to craft 3 little dolls in the same manner. After some thought, she also made 2 in the likeness of Xiaobai and Tungsong, intending to gift them to Xiaobai later. Watching the clay transform in their mother's hands into lifelike dolls filled the 3 snake cubs with admiration. Can clay be molded like that? Sang Qing seemed to finally grasp the concept. I want to make one too, mother, Sang Feng exclaimed enthusiastically, grabbing a handful of clay to begin molding. Sang Yue sighed with relief, discreetly tossing aside Songfeng's previous clay creation, which resembled excrement. Yes, you can shape it however you wish. Mother will dig a kiln, and once we've finished, we'll place everything inside to fire. Once it's done, we can take it out to play, Sandai said gently. The 3 snake cubs erupted in cheers of excitement. This was Sandai's first time firing pottery herself. To avoid waste, she didn't make much, just over a dozen bowls and basins, along with 3 large clay jars, a few small dolls, and the results of her 3 snake cubs' efforts. She only needed to dig out a few square meters of kiln space. Using a shovel and spade, she quickly excavated the site. It was undeniable that the strength of Beastman females proved advantageous. She was significantly stronger than in her past life, and with the exercise she had been getting, labor became much easier. While firewood was not available from the supermarket, the 3 snake cubs collected it daily, and since the king permitted her to use fire, the Tungsha beastmen also brought her firewood regularly. They even dug a separate cave in her dwelling specifically for storing the wood. Sandai had no worries about lacking fuel for the fire. After digging the kiln, the 3 snake cubs had finished their creations. Sandai placed all the pottery inside the kiln, arranged the firewood, lit the fire, and sealed the kiln. Although she had never fired pottery before, she had learned about the process online. Following the steps, even if it didn't succeed on the first attempt, she was confident that with repeated efforts, she would eventually succeed. After all, drying and shelling sorghum took several days. And with the frequent rains in the Heiyuan tribe, it might take even longer if the rains were heavy. With plenty of time on her hands, Sandai felt no urgency. However, the 3 snake cubs were reluctant to leave the kiln. Mother, how long will it take for it to be ready? Sang Feng was eager to get his pottery immediately. It won't be ready until tomorrow at the earliest. Be patient. Come back tomorrow, Sandai replied, pinching the little one's face, which was smeared with clay. Go wash up, and I'll prepare something delicious for you. Upon hearing the mention of food, Sang Feng's attention was immediately diverted. He scampered back to wash his face. Sang Qing and Sang Yu exchanged looks of exasperation, yet felt envious of their younger brother, who could share such affection with their mother. They too wished for this closeness, but feared their mother might grow weary of them. Just then, Sang Dai had already prepared a basin of warm water, dampening a piece of animal hide, and beckoned to the 2. Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, come here. The clay is difficult to wash off. Let mother help you. Sang Qing and Sang Yu were momentarily stunned before rushing over. Sang Dai gently wiped their faces and then dipped her little hands into the basin to wash them. Sang Qing and Sang Yu felt stiff, akin to dolls being handled, yet their cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Their mother did not appear to dislike touching them. Did this mean they could also be as affectionate as their younger brother in the future? Sang Dai was solely focused on cleaning them up before the clay dried, oblivious to the unusual expressions of the two little ones. By the water tank, Sang Feng was stepping on stones to fetch water, splashing himself in the process. When he joyfully emerged, he was taken aback to find his mother helping his older siblings clean up. What a loss! Had he known, he would have run so fast. Oh dear. After tending to the young ones, Sang Dai began preparing the ingredients for dinner. The three little serpentlings seemed to have boundless energy, dashing off to gather grass to feed the little rabbits. Sang Dai's sister. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave. Sang Dai stepped out and spotted Qing Shui with a male figure beside her. Chui, what brings you here? Is this Shi Yong? Sang Dai squinted, her face lighting up with surprise. You have her covered? She had only seen Shi Yong once. During the time, she helped him stop the bleeding, and at that moment, his face had been covered in blood, rendering her unable to recognize him at first glance. Now, seeing his arm under his side, she finally recognized him. Sang Dai, sister, Qing Shui explained with a smile, thanks to you. Shi Yong has mostly recovered and can now get out of bed to work. He wanted to personally express his gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life, Shi Yong added, presenting a basket from his back, which contained animal horns and fresh meat. Words of gratitude are no match for tangible offerings. Although Sang Dai did not lack for these resources, it was the sentiment that mattered. Sang Dai glanced at his amputated arm and contemplated mentioning that he could not hunt now, making life even more challenging, and that she shouldn't accept his gifts. But then she thought, wouldn't that only highlight his pain? She decided to accept it for now and seek a chance to repay him later. Kui, Shi Yong, do you have any plans for the future? Sang Dai inquired with concern. Shi Yong's arm was bound with a leather bandage, concealing the wound, and his once robust physique had become considerably lean due to his recovery and insufficient food. Despite the hardship evident on their faces, both still wore smiles. After exchanging glances, Qing Shui said, Shi Yong cannot go hunting now, so I plan to have him stay in the tribe to take care of me. We can gather mushrooms together when it rains, which will help us earn some food. This is the only option we have at the moment. In the tribe, a beast man with an amputated arm was seen as an outcast, and most females would abandon a disabled partner. Qing Shui's unwavering loyalty to Shi Yong was commendable. Listening to Qing Shui's words, Sang Dai suddenly recalled the deer tribe beastmen she had seen today. The deer tribe could survive on a vegetarian diet, but Shi Yong could not. Both he and Qing Shui were carnivorous beastmen, needing to provide for their families. The future seemed increasingly grim, with more beastmen, like Shi Yong, facing adversity. Mother, come quick. The silkworms have hatched, and the moths are out laying eggs. Sang Feng's excited voice suddenly rang from the cave. Moments later, the three little serpentlings rushed over. Leading the pack, Sang Feng held a leaf covered in countless tiny black dots. Having learned from Sang Dai beforehand, the little serpentlings did not mistake the silkworm's emergence for a disaster, recognizing it as the moth laying eggs. Sang Dai's sister, what is this? Qing Shui asked with curious eyes. If the little serpentlings are so happy, it must be something good. These are the eggs from the silkworms our mother raised. The eggs can hatch into baby silkworms, which, when grown, spin cocoons, and the pupae inside are edible, quite delicious. Before Sang Dai could respond, Sang Feng babbled on, his face brimming with pride. They're edible? Qing Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Sang Dai, you truly are remarkable. Everything you touch becomes valuable. She quickly averted her gaze, realizing food was a crucial resource, and she could not let Sang Dai misinterpret her interest as a desire for her food. I discovered it by chance. Raising silkworms is not difficult. They reproduce quickly. The king has already promised to have the beastmen raise them in large numbers. As Sang Dai spoke, an idea struck her, and she turned to Qing Shui with a bright smile. Chui, would you like to raise them? Originally, Sang Dai had discussed with Tung Song the idea of assigning specific beastmen to raise the silkworms. She had thought that beastmen would not easily trust the endeavor, and those sent by Tung Song would be more reliable. Otherwise, her painstakingly cultivated silkworm eggs would go to waste. However, it now appeared that beastmen like Qing Shui and Shiyong would be more suitable. They had the time, did not need to hunt, could focus on caring for the silkworms, and would not let silkworm rearing interfere with their hunting or normal life. The rewards from raising silkworms could also fill their resource gaps. Truly a win-win situation. That one tea do. Such an important matter is related to food. How could I possibly raise them? Qing Chui immediately shook her head. Sang Dai quickly explained, if you raise them, the King Wanti need to send beastmen specifically for this task, and it Wanti interfere with the hunting teams. These silkworms only eat mulberry leaves, and the path to gather them has been cleared by the king, so it's safe. Shiyong can go out to collect mulberry leaves. You can raise them together. Moreover, I have many silkworm eggs here. Even if you do not raise them, they must be distributed to other beastmen, as the two of you cannot manage them all. Sang Dai laid out all their advantages one by one. After hearing her words, Qing Chui and Shiyong felt a flicker of motivation. But what if we do not raise them well? Shiyong nervously pinched his thigh with his remaining hand. Sang Dai smiled reassuringly. The first attempt is meant for everyone to try. I will also keep some silkworms to raise myself. If you do not succeed, I can still distribute more silkworm eggs to everyone. There is no such thing as instant success. She had chosen to take action, fully prepared for the possibility of failure. As long as she kept enough silkworm species, she would have the confidence to fail. I want to hide it from you. My silkworm babies are actually cared for by Xiao Qing and the other two. I only guide them. They have done well even with the young ones. So you two can certainly manage. Sang Dai lovingly ruffled the heads of the three little serpentlings. The three little ones instantly puffed up with pride. Upon hearing this, Qing Chui and Shiyong felt a surge of confidence. Then, shall we give it a try? Qing Chui tentatively spoke up, her heart fluttering with excitement. If she could successfully raise the silkworms, the snakes would have tasks to engage in within the tribe, and they could also raise silkworms to supplement their household income, all while avoiding danger. This was something she had never even dared to dream of before. Sang Dai smiled and nodded, leading the two to the cave to inspect the silkworm eggs. After a day's absence, the moths had already emerged from their cocoons, and the leaves in the box were densely covered with eggs. The female moths appeared to be quite drained, indicating that they had finished laying their eggs. Some moths had even stopped moving altogether. Sang Dai assigned tasks to the three snakelets, instructing them to remove the deceased moths and organize the silkworm eggs. The three snakelets eagerly accepted their duties, resembling little warriors charging into battle, each displaying remarkable enthusiasm for the task at hand. Observing Sang Dai's casual handling of the precious silkworm eggs gave the two a sense of confidence. By the way, Qing Cui, I have another request for you, Sang Dai said. Qing Cui's expression turned serious immediately. You are familiar with Snake Yong and the other beastmen of the tribe. I would like you to inquire if there are any willing to raise silkworms. They can come here to collect the eggs, with the assurance that it is sanctioned by the king. There is only one condition. They must commit to raising them diligently and cannot slack off. Sang Dai planned to distribute the eggs initially, and if the numbers were insufficient, she would have Ting Song send more beastmen to assist. As long as the first batch was successfully raised, the success would encourage others to join in. She was prepared, understanding that taking the first step was the most challenging, and thus she did not harbor high hopes, merely wishing to alleviate some pressure from the other beastmen. How could any beastman refuse such a good opportunity? Qing Cui exclaimed. Sang Dai, do you have any other requests? After a moment's thought, Sang Dai added, silkworm eggs should be prioritized for those beastmen who are diligent and have ample time, regardless of whether they are male or female, as long as someone in their household can gather mulberry leaves. All right, I will ask right away, Qing Cui declared excitedly, pulling Snake Yong and turning to leave. Those willing to raise them can come here tomorrow to collect the silkworm eggs. I will teach everyone together. Sang Dai, feeling helpless, called out to their retreating figures. From a distance, Qing Cui responded and hurried off, afraid that such a fortunate opportunity might slip away. Upon returning, they neglected to eat and instead went door to door to inquire among the beastmen of the tribe, tallying the numbers. Meanwhile, Sang Dai was also counting the silkworm eggs in the cave. The quantity was too vast for her to count individually. However, she noticed that the ratio of male to female moths seemed to be equal, with each female laying her eggs in one location, amounting to approximately 1,000 silkworm eggs. The beastmen were robust, and one could easily raise 2,000 silkworms. Calculating, it appeared that she could distribute eggs to around 150 beastmen the next day. Of course, this was merely Songdai's estimate. She believed that if a dozen beastmen showed up, it would be quite satisfactory. In the dim and damp cave, Luo Yuer lay on the straw, her large belly causing her discomfort as she inhaled the unpleasant odor, struggling even to turn over. Tiger Lai, I sent you to fetch water. Where have you been? Why have you taken so long to return? If you can't hunt and you're slow at chores, what can you do? Tiger Lai, who had been assigned tasks since early morning, returned with a bucket of water, only to be met with Luo Yuer's scolding. Just as he was about to toss the bucket in annoyance, he noticed a change in Luo Yuer's expression. It hurts my belly. Luo Yuer suddenly clutched her stomach, her face pale. Tiger Lai caught the scent of blood and rushed to check, lifting her skirt to see a fluid trickling down her thigh. Yuer, what is wrong? He asked, his face filled with urgency. My stomach hurts. I must be going into labor. Yes, I'm going to give birth. Quickly, go find a healer. Luo Yuer grimaced in pain, clutching Tiger Lai's hand. For a female, giving birth was akin to traversing the gates of hell, and she did not wish to perish in the process. Only with the healer's presence would she feel at ease. Upon hearing that Luo Yuer was about to give birth, Tiger Lai panicked, setting aside his irritation. All right, I will take you to the healer. Just hold on. With that, he transformed into a striped tiger, hoisting Luo Yuer onto his back and sprinting out of the cave towards the healer's dwelling. At that moment, the dew had yet to evaporate, and the beastmen were just rising to prepare for hunting. When the others heard the commotion and learned that Luo Yuer was in labor, they anxiously followed along. Currently, aside from Sangdai, Luo Yuer was the only female in the tribe. If she could bear another female cub, it would mean an increase in females for the tribe, a glimmer of hope for their lineage. Soon, they arrived at the healer's cave. Upon seeing Tiger Lai placing the heavily pregnant Luo Yuer on his bed, the healer was momentarily taken aback. Hurry, healer! Yuer is about to give birth. You must help her, Tiger Lai exclaimed, dragging the healer to Luo Yuer's side. Wait, if you want to give birth, do it in your own cave. Why come here? The healer protested. Though he was indeed a healer, he was not equipped to assist in delivering young. Seeing the healer's reluctance, Tiger Lai grew furious. If anything happens to Yuer or the cubs today, you will be held accountable. The healer, equally incensed, kicked Tiger Lai away and shouted, Get lost. I am a healer, and if you dare to touch me, let us see if the King 1T have your head. What kind of madman did he think he was? Luo Yuer, bouncing along, was on the verge of fainting from the pain, and upon seeing Tiger Lai arguing with the healer, she felt a surge of anger that caused her stomach to cramp painfully, a sudden urge overwhelming her. Are these beastmen all summoned by you? Luo Yuer's agonized cries interrupted the escalating confrontation between the two. Yuer, Tiger Lai rushed over upon seeing the crimson stain beneath her. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 wriggling black lumps below her. You've given birth. Yuer, you've brought 2 cubs into the world. Tiger Lai exclaimed joyfully, carefully cradling the small, fleshy cubs. Only 2. Luo Yuer opened her eyes, seeing the 2 unattractive cubs and grimacing in disdain. That wretched Sangdai could give birth to 3. How is it that I can only manage 2, and they're even male? It must be because of Tiger Lai's inadequacy. Due to malnutrition, the cubs were quite small, and the placenta and umbilical cords had yet to be cleared away, making it all the more unpleasant. Luo Yuer weakly directed Tiger Lai to clean the cubs, and once they were wiped clean and placed on the animal hide, they remained as 2 yellowish-black lumps, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Tiger Lai was overjoyed, and his gaze towards Luo Yuer softened considerably. Yuer, you've worked hard. I will make sure to hunt diligently today and bring back beast blood to nourish you. Luo Yuer, lacking strength, nodded perfunctorily. I've given birth to cubs. Quickly, go tell the tribal matriarch about this good news. She has lost hope in Hulai. The birth of offspring for females is a momentous event. In the past, orcs from the tribe would come to offer their congratulations, with males seizing the opportunity to ingratiate themselves, allowing the birthing female to select her next mate. After successfully delivering her first litter, she anticipated that several male orcs would soon vie for her affection, and she intended to choose 2 robust new partners. A female as exceptional as herself must certainly be in high demand among the males. Yes, I must quickly share this delightful news with everyone. Hulai, brimming with excitement, was eager to step outside. Wait a moment, you too. Shouldn't you exit my cave first? The neglected veterinarian interjected, his expression darkening. These 2 impolite individuals seemed to treat this space as their own. Caught in her elation, Hulai paid no heed to the veterinarian and departed with Luo Yuer and the cubs in her arms. The veterinarian glared at their departing figures, cursing them under his breath for their rudeness. If he were to treat them in the future, he would consider himself their grandson. After delivering Luo Yuer and the cubs back to the cave, Hulai sought out her fellow tribesmen. The 2 tiger cubs clamored for food, bumping against Luo Yuer, who wore a disdainful expression. Yet, the thought of soon selecting 2 new mates lifted her spirits. In the beastly world, reproduction is seen as an asset for females. Successfully birthing cubs signifies a healthy female capable of producing offspring, making her an attractive choice for males. However, after waiting for a while, the anticipated scene of orcs crowding around her did not materialize. Aside from a few tribesmen, no one came to visit her. Where are the others? Did you not tell everyone I have given birth? Luo Iwerer clenched the animal skin in frustration, noticing that only a handful of tribesmen followed Hulai. Before Hulai could respond, one of the tribesmen interjected, Luo, you've just given birth. You should rest well. I heard that Sangdai has discovered new food, some silkworm eggs, and is distributing them to the tribe's orcs. We need to hurry over and see if we can get some. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the tribesmen hurriedly departed. The last time Sangdai brought wild beast bait, it significantly increased the tribe's catch. So this time, it must surely be something good. Quick, or we'll miss out. Outside the cave, the excited voices of other orcs could be faintly heard. The orcs of the Heiyuan tribe were well aware of the strained relationship between Sangdai and Luo Yuer. Thus, they had little interest in her giving birth, let alone the fact that she had given birth. If they were to discover that Luo Yuer sought them as partners, they might not even dare to appear before her. Upon hearing Sangdai's name once more, Luo Yuer's expression twisted with anger. Sangdai, that wretched woman, were these silkworm eggs? Why release them now, right after I gave birth? She must be deliberately trying to thwart me. Well, I'll go take a look. You and the cubs wait here for a moment. If there is food, I can bring it back to nourish you and the cubs, Hulai said, also feeling a twinge of eagerness before following the other orcs. Seeing Hulai leave, Luo Yuer was left alone in the cave with only her 2 hungry cubs, their cries growing louder, and her face turned green with frustration. Mother, wake up. A lot of orcs have come outside, all bringing silkworm eggs with Aunt Qing. Sangdai, deep in slumber, was abruptly roused by Sang Feng's tiny voice. She opened her bleary eyes and calmly replied, What's the hurry? It's only a dozen or so orcs. Tell Aunt Qing to have them wait for me. I will be right there. As she spoke, she tried to get up. However, Sang Feng shook his head vigorously. No, mother, it's not just a dozen. There's a whole crowd. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide to illustrate. Amused, Sangdai asked, a whole crowd? How many is that? Even if there were quite a few, it couldn't be more than 20 or 30 people. Distributing silkworm eggs wouldn't take long. Sang Feng tilted his head, then lowered it to count on his fingers. After some time, he finally said, maybe over 100? Or 200? I'm not sure. Sangdai staggered slightly, almost losing her balance. How many did you say? Sang Feng tentatively held up 3 fingers. Maybe 300? There are just too many. I can't count them all. Big brother and second sister are still outside counting. Sangdai hurriedly quickened her pace, wiped her face, adjusted her clothing, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she was nearly dumbfounded. Before her stood a vast throng of orcs, many of whom she had never seen before. If she didn't know that the Heiyuan tribe was numerous, she might have thought that Qin Chui had brought the entire tribe with her. They were not rowdy. Upon seeing Sangdai emerge, they fell silent, as if she were some great leader. Sangdai swallowed hard and pulled Qin Chui aside, softly asking, Did you call all these orcs here? If this were modern times, Ching Chui would surely be his sales champion. Ching Chui scratched his head in embarrassment. Not really. I only called a dozen or so yesterday. Who knew that by this morning, the entire tribe would know? But I told them all your requests from yesterday, and they're all willing to raise them seriously. After speaking, he suddenly realized and cautiously asked, Sang Dai, did I do something wrong? No, you did very well. Sang Dai quickly shook her head, giving him a thumbs up. She was simply too astonished. Having so many people was a good thing, as it meant she wouldn't have to individually seek out Tong Tsong to arrange for orcs to raise them. They could be promoted swiftly. Ching Chui then beamed again. Though he didn't fully understand, he mimicked Sang Dai and raised his thumb. With a larger crowd, it was inevitable that some would attempt to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, Sang Dai reiterated the requirements for obtaining silkworm eggs to everyone. There is no need to rush. Every orc here can obtain silkworm eggs. I will teach you how to raise them. But there is one condition. If anyone takes them and does not raise them properly, I will report them to the king. And no one in the tribe will be allowed to give them silkworm eggs in the future. I will not share any of my resources with them. Upon hearing this, several orcs who had intended to take advantage of the situation immediately retreated sheepishly. Chapter 76. I won't raise them for you. Seeing the retreat of some orcs from the crowd, Sang Dai knew her words had struck a chord. While it might not completely eradicate such individuals, filtering out some was a positive outcome, at least reducing potential losses. As for the remaining orcs, once a few of them faced the consequences, they would surely refrain from trying to exploit the situation again. For those without objections, she instructed, every 10 orcs should stand together, preferably those who are familiar with each other, and form a line. I will count and then distribute the silkworm eggs. Sandy's voice was gentle, albeit not loud. Yet it possessed an undeniable charisma that stirred the orcs into action. Before long, they had formed approximately 30 small groups, totaling around 300 individuals. A cursory glance revealed that among them were a few females, while the majority comprised frail adult males, their underdeveloped muscles indicating they were herbivorous orcs. Additionally, some were teenagers, still not of age to hunt. There were also orcs like Shiyong, bearing disabilities, some missing an eye, others a hand or even an ear. Upon meeting Sandy's gaze, they instinctively lowered their heads, anxiously clenching their hands, fearful that she might expel them. However, Sandy merely offered an encouraging smile and instructed Sang Ching and the others to bring forth the wooden boxes containing silkworm eggs. She distributed the eggs first to the disabled orcs accompanying Shiyong, advising them to care for them diligently. These silkworms reproduced rapidly, with perseverance. They might not substitute for meat, but they would at least stave off hunger. Upon hearing Sandy's words, the disabled orcs raised their heads, their masks reflecting surprise as they looked towards her. We will take good care of them, they exclaimed. Indeed, even if we do not eat ourselves, we shall not let them go hungry. The enthusiasm and gratitude in their voices resembled a surge of adrenaline. Each of the 300 orcs could receive approximately 1,000 silkworm eggs, and perhaps within a couple of months, they would reap a bountiful harvest. However, Sandy refrained from sharing this optimistic projection, wary of jinxing their hopes and subsequently facing disappointment. She systematically distributed the silkworm eggs, unable to be precise, but managing a rough allocation, selecting one individual from every 10 as a team leader. Teaching each of the 300 orcs individually would be exceedingly challenging and vocally taxing. Thus, Sandy intended to instruct the team leaders first, allowing them to disseminate the knowledge among their members. This approach would streamline the process and reduce the likelihood of a chaotic influx of individuals seeking her guidance. Sandy, you are truly remarkable, Ching Tsue exclaimed, astonished at how Sandy managed the 300 orcs so efficiently. She had never witnessed the tribe's orcs so obediently following someone's lead. It seemed that the only one capable of rallying such a multitude was the king. It is not my prowess that brings this about, but rather the trust everyone places in me, Sandy replied with a smile, candidly expressing her humility. She did not perceive herself as possessing extraordinary talents. Had the orcs been unwilling, she would have been powerless. The 3 younglings gazed at their mother with adoration, thinking that in the previous tribe, she would undoubtedly have become the next chieftain. However, they simultaneously dismissed this notion, recognizing that the former tribesmen were far less amicable than the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe. It was indeed the Black Abyss tribe that had fostered such camaraderie. While Sandy was distributing the silkworm eggs, a group of orcs unexpectedly surged forward, disrupting the orderly arrangement. Hulai stood before Sandy, flanked by the Tiger tribe orcs, and boldly declared, "I also wish to claim silkworm eggs for rearing." Sandy had previously announced that these eggs, once hatched and nurtured, could not only be consumed but also transformed into thin, cool garments, requiring only the feeding of leaves. Gathering some leaves daily was a simple task that would not impede his hunting. He could easily bring back leaves while tending to the young of the tribe, and within a month they would have food. Such an opportunity was not one to be missed. "I'm afraid you lack the qualifications to claim them," Sandy replied coolly, her lips curling into a dismissive smile. "Why?" Hulai frowned, displeased. "Did you not just say that anyone who wishes to rear them may come and collect?" He felt that Sandy was deliberately opposing him. "After all, I am still your elder brother. Why do you persist in defying me?" "Indeed, Sandy, we are of the same lineage, sharing the same blood. You cannot solely assist these outsiders while neglecting your own kin." Others chimed in, their voices rife with indignation. This statement elicited frowns and sidelong glances from the other orcs present. What do they mean by outsiders? Were they not all part of the Black Abyss tribe now? The words of the Tiger tribe orcs stirred discontent among the assembled orcs. At that moment, a soft, innocent voice broke through the tension. "But since arriving at the Black Abyss tribe, you have referred to us as outsiders, yet it is you who have consistently aided Mother." The silkworms were picked by these outsiders, who have never belittled us as illegitimate or worthless, nor have they attempted to seize Mother's food like Uncle Hulai. The crowd turned to see the source of the voice, Sanguea, standing beside Sandy. The 3-year-old girl was a picture of innocence, her cherubic face framed by 2 horn-like braids. Adorned in a finely embroidered animal skin dress with delicate floral patterns and lace-like cutouts, exuding a charming allure. Her sweet, soft voice melted hearts and shifted gazes toward Hulai and his companions with disdain. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. How could they, who had once bullied Sandy and her family, now dare to demand silkworms? Although they had contributed little to Sandy, they had previously offered all the resources they could muster when she needed animal skins and horns. They had thought it audacious enough to claim silkworm eggs, but compared to Hulai and his kin, their actions seemed trivial. Hulai and the others glared at Sanguea in fury. How dare this child publicly undermine them? Sandy quickly shielded Sanguea behind her, blocking their line of sight, and with a feigned smile, she reiterated, "I have previously stated that only those orcs who are free and diligent may claim silkworm eggs. You possess both hands and feet, yet spend your days hunting, unable to even fill your own bellies. Your disheveled appearance convinces me that you are not fit to rear silkworms, and thus I shall not grant you any." Sandy lifted her chin defiantly, meeting Hulai's furious gaze without flinching. "You," he exclaimed, exasperated. Casting a glance at his own disheveled state and then at the clean and tidy orcs surrounding them, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth. Indeed, while the other orcs were not particularly clean either, they had made an effort to tidy themselves up for their meeting with Sandy, bathing in the river overnight and donning their finest animal skins. Those without skins had woven new grass skirts. In the morning, the river water had been murky. However, they would never voice such truths. Instead, they unconsciously straightened their backs with a newfound sense of pride. Suddenly, they felt less inferior, as if they were not the lowest of the low, having failed to obtain silkworm eggs and suffered embarrassment. Hulai cast one last furious glare at Sandy before storming off. Chapter 77. The plan to raise chickens despite the brief disruption in the line for silkworm eggs. The gathering resumed its normal pace without any further hindrance. Within the tribe, there were those who trusted Sandy, as well as skeptics who observed from the sidelines, eager to witness what these silkworms were all about. Among the crowd, a female orc, entirely wrapped in animal skin with only her eyes visible, glared at Sandy with resentment. "Xiaomian, should we also go and claim some silkworms to rear?" The companion of the little snake, Xiaomian, felt a flicker of excitement. although they were able to sustain Xiaomian. Recent visits to the veterinarian had consumed considerable resources. Moreover, Xiaomian was rather high maintenance and did not practice frugality with supplies. If they could augment their food sources, it would indeed be advantageous. They could reserve the tastier cuts of meat for Xiaomian and make do with other fare for themselves. Why bother maintaining these useless creatures? Xiaomian thought little of it and promptly rejected the notion. Silkworms were merely insects. Instead of wasting time on them, wouldn't it be wiser to hunt for more substantial prey? Such foolishness! Did they not notice that those who raised silkworms were nothing but inept beasts? Only the inept would consider consuming insects. Xiaomian did not hesitate to belittle them. Sandai, too, could only resort to such futile endeavors to attract a crowd of useless individuals. She held them in disdain. Upon hearing Xiaomian's words, her companion found some merit in her reasoning. If insects could provide enough sustenance, what was the purpose of hunting at all? They might as well raise insects instead. You are right, Xiaomian. We shall cease this endeavor. However, the thought of her own visage and the two tiger-snake companions who had been banished from the tribe filled Xiaomian with an intense hatred for Sandai. Yet, with the king shielding Sandai, she could only glare at her from a distance, venting her displeasure. After distributing the silkworm eggs, Sandai reiterated the care required for silkworm rearing. She had the squad leader stand at the forefront while the other beast men formed a queue behind. Those who had not heard clearly could inquire further without her needing to repeat herself. Once the beast men were instructed, they dispersed, eager yet anxious to gather mulberry leaves, preparing to incubate the silkworm eggs upon their return. Tiger Lai returned to the cave with a darkened expression. Luo Yuer, troubled by the incessant cries of the tiger cubs, scolded him. I have just given birth, and you leave me and the cubs unattended in the cave. Are you even a male? Can't you see the cubs are crying? Quickly find a way to soothe them. Having just endured his own frustrations outside, Tiger Lai's face darkened further at her scolding. Yet, upon seeing his two cubs, he took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Yuer, the cubs are crying because they are hungry. Just feed them some milk. I'm not a cow. I have just given birth. How can I have milk now? You should bring them some water to drink. Luo Yuer replied impatiently. The beast world was troublesome, requiring personal care for the young. If only there were milk powder. Feeding them with breast milk was exhausting and detrimental to her health. The thought of nourishing those two ugly creatures made Luo Yuer feel even more disdainful, and she cast a sour look at Tiger Lai. Tiger Lai, unwilling to let the cubs continue crying, complied immediately, giving them some water. Indeed, the cubs ceased their wailing and soon fell asleep. What did you bring back? Finally enjoying some peace, Luo Yuer rubbed her forehead and then noticed that Tiger Lai had returned empty-handed. Tiger Lai carefully placed the cubs on the dry hay beside Luo, his tone growing more serious. Sandai wouldn't distribute anything to me, nor to the clan. The two tiger cubs stirred restlessly, thankfully not waking up. As Tiger Lai recounted the recent events, Luo Yuer expressed her disdain, raising that thing is useless. There is hardly enough to fill a gap between teeth. Let those fools follow Sandai in raising them. They will regret wasting their time when they find themselves hungry. Yuer, you know about silkworms? Tiger Lai asked, surprised. He had never heard of it from Sandai, and given Luo Yuer's poor relationship with her, he found it puzzling. Of course I know, Luo Yuer quickly amended, sensing Tiger Lai's odd gaze. What I meant was, I overheard Sandai mention it back when we were in the tribe. This explanation appeased Tiger Lai, who did not dwell on it further. Luo Yuer had a sudden inspiration and shifted the topic. Tiger Lai, I have a better idea than Sandai's. Go catch some ewes or cows. They also graze and provide a continuous supply of beast milk. This way, she wouldn't have to feed the cubs herself. Cow's milk was far superior to whatever silkworms could offer. It was a true nourishment. Tiger Lai's expression soured. The prey near the Heiyuan tribe is quite cunning. If we cannot catch any prey, how can we possibly capture live cows or sheep? She was placing an unreasonable burden upon him. Luo Yuer's earlier excitement was extinguished in an instant. Cursing him as useless under her breath, she thought for a moment before suggesting, then catch some chickens or birds. Any egg-laying prey will do. You can bring them back alive, right? Chickens lay eggs daily, eat little, and can also feed the cubs. Eggs are a good source of nutrition, and can serve as reserves. Most importantly, they are far tastier than silkworms. Soon, I can raise a whole flock, and they will provide enough eggs for me to eat, plus I could hatch them. Isn't that more beneficial than raising silkworms? In her mind, Luo Yuer envisioned a future where the beastmen would abandon Sandai and flock to her for chicken-rearing knowledge, filling her with exhilaration. Tiger Lai initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Luo Yuer's expression, he realized that rejecting her would surely lead to an argument. Considering the benefits for the cubs, he reluctantly agreed, "I will give it a try." In light of her recent childbirth, he decided to indulge her this once. Luo Yuer's imagination soared with visions of being surrounded by the beastmen, urging Tiger Lai to hasten his hunting. By the time the beastmen tasked with collecting silkworms departed, the morning had nearly slipped away. Having been busy all morning with no time to prepare a meal, Sandai had taken some fruit from the market earlier to feed the 3 cubs. Now, both she and the cubs were hungry. With several days of no rain, the weather had turned exceptionally dry. Sandai did not wish to prepare anything overly complicated, so she made a large bowl of cold mixed beef with freshly delivered beef from yesterday, steamed a bowl of shrimp and egg custard for each person, and retrieved various prepared delicacies from the market. Sandai's portions were ample, more than sufficient for the 4 of them. The 3 little snake cubs had grown accustomed to the fresh foods their mother prepared, as if they had silently agreed not to question the origins of their meals. After eating their fill, Sangfeng eagerly expressed a desire to see the pottery they had fired the previous day. Sandai led her 3 cubs to the kiln to inspect it. The fire had completely extinguished, and the temperature had returned to normal. With the cubs eagerly awaiting, Sandai opened the kiln. The 3 little bundles stood beside her, stretching their necks, their round eyes fixed on her every move. Sandai, filled with anticipation, was uncertain whether her first attempt at pottery would succeed. As she opened the kiln and bent down to peer inside, Sangfeng anxiously asked, "Mother, did it succeed?" His little head bobbed side to side, desperate to see past her. Chapter 78. What is the little female hinting at? Sandai retrieved the pottery closest to the kiln's entrance. The 3 cubs immediately widened their eyes in excitement. The once dark clay had transformed through firing, shimmering in shades of brown and gold. The exterior was now hardened and would not easily deform under pressure. Aside from the color, it bore an uncanny resemblance to stoneware, even boasting a more aesthetically pleasing shape. Without the need for Sandy to articulate it, the 3 little ones instinctively understood that the pottery had been successfully fired. Overwhelmed with excitement, they assisted Sandy in retrieving all the ceramic pieces from the kiln. After meticulously inspecting each item, Sandy discovered that not all the pottery had withstood the process. Nearly 1/3 bore cracks. While they had not shattered, their lifespan would undoubtedly be significantly reduced, particularly for the larger pieces. In contrast, the clay dolls crafted by her and the little ones had turned out remarkably well due to their small size. Sandy reflected on her mistakes, realizing that the cracking was likely a result of excessive firewood and improper control of the heat, leading to an overly prolonged firing time. She silently resolved to make adjustments for the next attempt. Distributing the pottery to the 3 little ones, she also gifted each a clay doll of her own creation. The children held their pottery with great affection. Upon hearing Sandy caution them to guard their pieces carefully to avoid breakage, they immediately rushed to stow their treasures safely within the cave, each hiding their pottery in different corners. Just as Sangyue concealed her pottery, a lump of brownish-yellow clay appeared before her. "Sister, you forgot the snake I gave you," Sangfeng exclaimed, a broad smile lighting up his face. Sangyue's lips twitched as she recalled that it was indeed the unsightly clay snake she had discreetly discarded the previous day. "When did you put this in the kiln?" she questioned. "Yesterday. I saw you drop it, so I placed it in the kiln too. Here, I brought it back for you. You mustn't lose it this time." Sangfeng innocently pressed the clay snake into Sangyue's hands. "I didn't lose it. I threw it away on purpose," she retorted. Sangqing, having just hidden her own pottery, turned to see the grotesque snake Sangfeng had offered and burst into laughter. "Brother, next time, I'll make one to give to you," Sangfeng joked. Sangqing's smile abruptly faded. "That won't be necessary." In the afternoon, Sandy visited Xiaobai's cave, bringing along the clay dolls. Although Xiao Bai could now tolerate warm food, he remained fearful of fire. Consequently, Sandy prepared meals before each visit. After ensuring Xiao Bai was satisfied, she presented the clay dolls. "What is this?" he asked, captivated by the exquisite craftsmanship. "This is a doll made from clay, a gift for you." Upon learning it was a gift, Xiao Bai eagerly held it, marveling at its solidity. "Is it made of earth? But why is it hard and not crumbling? Shouldn't earth be easily breakable?" His innocent curiosity was evident on his youthful face. "This larger doll resembles father," he exclaimed, his expression reflecting the wonder of a new discovery. Sandy explained, "Clay is different from regular soil. It can be molded into any shape you desire, and once fired, it becomes solid." She pointed to another doll, "And this smaller one is you." Xiao Bai examined it from all angles, cherishing it, then suddenly asked, "If there's a doll for father and me, why isn't there one for you?" His gaze fell upon the two dolls, feeling their solitude and longing for Sandy's company. Taken aback by Xiao Bai's question, Sandy replied, "If you want one, I can take you to make it next time. I have plenty of clay in my cave for you to play with. You can shape whatever you wish." "Really? I can make one too?" Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled, but the light quickly dimmed as he added, "Never mind, I don't want to go outside." Since his face had been marred, he rarely ventured out, dreading the judgmental gazes of the beastmen. Though they dared not voice their thoughts, he was acutely aware of their disdain, feeling unworthy of being Father-S cub. If not for Sandy's presence, he would have preferred to remain hidden in his cave forever. Sandy could sense Xiao Bai's desire to venture outside. Gently, she reassured him, "It's merely a visit to my cave, which is secluded and frequented only by my three little ones." Through their time together, Sandy had come to understand that Xiao Bai's seemingly rebellious behavior was merely a facade for his inner fragility. Watching his sensitive demeanor tugged at her heartstrings. Yet, to help him regain his normalcy, she needed to encourage him to step outside. Xiao Bai instinctively touched the scars on his half-hidden face, shaking his head. "No, I won't go." Noticing the lingering barriers within him, Sandy refrained from pushing further, subtly shifting the conversation. After chatting with Xiao Bai for a while, she prepared to leave. Just as she stepped outside the cave, a deep voice emerged from the shadows beside her. "I heard you have created something called pottery?" Startled, Sandy turned to find a tall figure standing outside the cave. "King, what brings you here?" she asked, lightly patting her chest in surprise. "Not you, brother. You are the villain, not the great Yumming. Is it not enough that you approach without a sound, but you also breathe silently?" Tung Tsong's deep gaze narrowed as he retorted, "Am I not allowed in my own cave?" "Of course you are." Sandy quickly nodded, forcing a smile of appeasement. "You are the great villain. How could I dare say otherwise?" "What was it you just gave to Xiao Bai?" Tung Tsong inquired, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Sandy's face, evidently pleased by her smile. The little female beams at him, indicating her fondness for his presence. Regaining her composure, Sandy retrieved two identical clay dolls from her animal hide bag. "Is this what you mean?" "I crafted these clay dolls to resemble you and Xiao Bai. This pottery can take any form and can also be shaped into containers." As she explained, she offered the dolls to him with a servile demeanor. "These two are for you, just like the one I gave Xiao Bai." Since pottery requires fire, she hoped that by revealing its purpose, Tung Tsong might lessen his aversion to flames. Her intent was simple, since she had made one for Xiao Bai. It was no trouble to offer one to Tung Tsong as well, believing he would appreciate a doll resembling Xiao Bai. Upon realizing these were gifts for him, a flicker of warmth crossed Tung Tsong's icy eyes as he accepted the dolls, inspecting them in the palm of his hand. Typically, females only present gifts to males during mate selection, leaving him to ponder what the little female might be implying. "These are beautiful, but why only two?" he inquired, his tone shifting. "What?" Sandy was taken aback. "Only two? What do you mean? Is the great villain displeased with my humble gifts?" Reflecting on the supplies she had sent to Tung Tsong's cave, she realized she might have been somewhat stingy. Just as she was about to admit her oversight, Tung Tsong continued, "Why is there none for you?" The hands of two clay dolls are intertwined, yet Tung Tsong's left hand remains unoccupied. He muses that an additional Sang Dai would render the scene perfect. Sang Dai lifts her gaze, unexpectedly ensnared by Tung Tsong's profound eyes, and for a fleeting moment, it feels as though she is ensnared in quicksand, forgetting to avert her gaze. having long acclimated to the darkness. The sharp contours of his handsome face swiftly delineate in her mind, akin to a brand, indelibly etched into her heart. Sang Dai's heart skips a beat. She cannot deny that the formidable antagonist possesses not only immense strength, but also an extraordinary allure in his striking visage. Were it not for the knowledge of his partner and offspring, she might have misconstrued Tung Tsang's intentions toward her. In a moment, Sang Dai regains her composure, donning a subservient smile. Wang, you and Xiao Bai are truly alike, sharing the same heart. Xiao Bai just posed the same question. You wish for me to create something for him, don't you? I shall craft it during my next pottery firing. Observing Sang Dai's misinterpretation of his intent, Tung Tsang purses his lips, clarifying that he merely desires her presence. Sang Dai tilts her head slightly, perplexed by Tung Tsang's response. She had remarked on the shared sentiments between Tung Tsang and Xiao Bai. What was he contesting? Gazing into Sang Dai's clear and innocent eyes, Tung Tsang concedes. Once you have completed it, bring it to Xiao Bai. So be it. After all, Xiao Bai's creations are inherently his. Very well, Sang Dai nods. By the way, regarding Xiao Bai's overcoming of his fears, I would like to request your assistance. With her plan in mind and Tung Tsang present, she sees no need to wait for another occasion to approach him and articulates her thoughts. Speak, Tung Tsang prompts, inclining his chin slightly. Sang Dai glances around, noting that Xiao Bai is within the cave and oblivious to their conversation. She pulls Tung Tsang aside, ensuring her voice does not reach Xiao Bai, and lowers her voice cautiously. I would like to request your cooperation when the time comes. Tung Tsang lowers his gaze to where the small female is grasping his arm and willingly follows her lead. Nearby, the sentinels guarding the cave rub their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Wang has allowed Sang Dai to touch him? Moreover, did Wang just smile? The onlookers question their perceptions, only to find reality returning to its usual state. It must be an illusion. After sharing her plan with Tung Tsang and assuring him that Xiao Bai would not be harmed, she finally receives his consent. Her face lights up with joy, as victory seems imminent. In the following days, Sang Dai dedicates herself to perfecting the art of pottery in her cave. After 2 rounds of improvements, her success rate in firing pottery finally surpasses 90%. With such a commendable percentage, Sang Dai feels content, recognizing that a slight loss is typical in such craftsmanship. And she embraces this reality, embarking on the mass production of large clay jars in preparation for brewing rice wine. In addition to crafting pottery, Sang Dai retrieves masks from the supermarket and, using them as templates, molds clay into various mask shapes. The supermarket masks, being plastic, are suitable for the young ones to play with, but would not suffice for adult orcs, who would quickly discern the material's nature. Thus, she opts for clay masks instead, confident that even if she distributed them among the orcs, there would be no risk of exposure. Sang Dai shapes the clay masks into various forms: little foxes, piglets, and small tigers, puncturing 2 small holes on either side, threading them with grass to create ties that would secure them atop heads. After crafting over 100 clay masks, she finally pauses. She retrieves the masks from the kiln and fills 2 bamboo baskets, calling upon her 3 little serpents. Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng. Mother has a mission for you. Sang Dai kneels, embracing the trio in her arms and whispering her instructions into their ears. Rest assured, Mother, we will handle it. The 3 respond earnestly, with Xiao Qing thumping her little chest proudly. Following this, Xiao Qing and Xiao Feng shoulder the bamboo baskets, racing off alongside Xiao Yu. When the time arrives to deliver food to Xiao Bai, Sang Dai returns to his cave once more. After several days of discussing the prospect of leaving the cave, Xiao Bai is now torn between excitement and trepidation. However, he remains obstinately rooted within due to the scar on his face. Xiao Bai, if you wish to conceal your face from others, you may wear this. You have not ventured out in quite some time. With this, the tribe's orcs might not recognize you. What do you think? Sang Dai presents a half mask, coaxing him gently. What is this? Xiao Bai's eyes widen, fixated on the mask. This is a mask. It can be worn on your face to hide your features, so others will not see your appearance, Sang Dai explains, assisting him in putting it on. She fetches a basin of water, cradling Xiao Bai's face delicately with her hands, guiding him to lower his gaze to the water surface. Look, doesn't this mean others want to recognize you? Xiao Bai blinks, observing his reflection in the basin, where half of his face is obscured by the mask, perfectly concealing all his scars while showcasing his intact features. At first glance, he appears to revert to the visage of a normal child. A flicker of hope stirs within Xiao Bai's heart. If I go out like this, will they truly not see the scars on my face? Indeed, give it a try. The ties are secure, and even if you run or jump, the mask will not fall off, Sang Dai assures him with a nod. Xiao Bai bites his lip, uncertainty lingering in his voice. Can I really go out? Will the orcs call me an ugly monster? There will be no orcs disparaging you for your appearance. I shall accompany you to teach you how to make these clay masks. What do you say? After much hesitation, Xiao Bai finally nods. All right, teach me how to make this mask. I want to learn. If he could master the art of crafting masks, he would no longer fear being seen. Having not left the cave in a long while, Xiao Bai feels anxious and uncertain, while Sang Dai refrains from hurrying him, waiting patiently at the cave's entrance. After some time, Xiao Bai finally emerges, clad in a gray wolfskin skirt and adorned with a necklace of wolf teeth. His half-exposed face marked with a stripe of green grass juice. Sang Dai, who has been in this beastly world for over 2 months, recognizes this as a significant orc attire, revealing how much Xiao Bai values this outing. Though he pretends to be reluctant, his heart is undoubtedly filled with anticipation. Sang Dai's heart softens. She approaches and takes Xiao Bai's hand. Come, let's go make clay masks together. Xiao Bai anxiously clutched Sang Dai's fingers. Struggling to take a step forward, his gaze tense as he peered outside the cave. After a prolonged absence from the sunlight, it felt somewhat blinding, and he instinctively shielded his eyes with his arm. As his vision gradually adjusted to the brightness, revealing the scene outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 80. Dashing into the flames outside the cave, a chorus of laughter and joy echoed. On the vibrant green grass, a group of young cubs frolicked together, chasing and playfully tumbling over one another. Without exception, these cubs wore an array of colorful masks, some even revealing their animal ears and tails, which made the masks appear even more lifelike. Xiao Bai's emergence was akin to a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. He paused for a moment, gazing in astonishment at Sang Dai beside him. Sang Dai smiled and nodded encouragingly, urging him to step outside and take a look. A wave of emotion washed over Xiao Bai. It felt as if the tightly bound shackles within his heart had suddenly loosened. He took a deep breath and, under Sang Dai's watchful gaze, began to walk slowly towards the cave entrance. He was finally free. It seemed that stepping out of the cave was not as daunting as he had imagined. Look, his mask was colorful. It even had flowers on it. How beautiful! The cubs quickly noticed Xiao Bai's arrival and gathered around him. His mask, adorned with intricate patterns and vibrant colors, instantly captivated the young ones. Having been absent from their sight for so long, the scars on his face were concealed by the mask, and no one recognized him as the offspring of Tung Song. Some of the cubs even invited him to join their games. Listening to their cheerful chatter, Xiao Bai, who was accustomed to silence, found the noise strangely soothing, as if the grass beneath his feet were soft clouds, allowing him to float as though he were dreaming. The cubs were exceedingly friendly, showing no signs of disdain or aversion. His tightly pursed lips gradually curled into a smile, and the initial tension melted away. Observing Xiao Bai gradually blending in with the cubs, Sang Dai recognized the effectiveness of her approach, a gentle smile gracing her features. Before long, Xiao Bai approached Sang Dai and expressed his gratitude. His deep, dark eyes, akin to a tranquil pool, sparkled with clarity and appreciation, his voice soft and tender, tinged with shyness. He understood that the masks the cubs wore were specifically given to them by Sang Dai. She had gone to great lengths to help him emerge from the cave. Sang Dai affectionately ruffled his hair, assuring him that regardless of whether he wore a mask or not, he was not an outcast. Beyond the Heiyuan tribe, there were many unknown tribes, and they would surely find a way for him to restore his appearance in the future. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Bai's clear eyes. Really? Is there still a chance for my face to heal? Although wearing a mask was pleasant, he longed to stand proudly in the open without it. Of course, as long as you don't give up, you will certainly find a way, Sang Dai affirmed with a nod. She recalled from her readings that the main antagonist seemed to have been traversing various tribes in search of a beast doctor. At that time, she was unaware of the antagonist's fixation on finding a beast doctor, mistakenly believing it was a matter of self-preservation. Reflecting on it now, it must have all been for Xiao Bai's sake. However, he had never mentioned it in front of Xiao Bai, likely fearing that failing to find a healer would only lead to disappointment. Upon hearing Sang Dai's words, hope ignited within Xiao Bai's eyes. I want to make masks. Lots of them. I will go out and find a beast doctor to heal my face, he exclaimed excitedly. All right, I will take you to make masks, Sang Dai replied, taking Xiao Bai's hand and leading him towards her cave. Xiao Bai's steps were light and bouncy, and at last, he wore the smile that a cub of his age ought to possess. Having gone several days without rain, the ground was dry, and the vegetation along the shaded path appeared lush and exceptionally vibrant. As they walked, a sudden plume of white smoke erupted from the nearby woods. The tribe was dotted with small groves, yet this particular white smoke was rising from the very forest they intended to pass through. The smoke grew denser, accompanied by searing flames. Xiao Bai's footsteps faltered, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Sang Dai's hand, wanting to retreat. That fire, the flames, like a dragon of fire, surged forth from the smoke, engulfing the adjacent woods, soon igniting a towering inferno. Xiao Bai's pupils constricted sharply, memories of being surrounded by fire flooding his mind, and the scars on his face seemed to burn anew, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Sang Dai noticed his distress, but held onto his hand, preventing him from backing away. Many beastmen had spotted the fire and were hastily fetching containers to douse the flames. The king is still in the woods. He just went in. Everyone, hurry and fetch water. A voice rang out among the beastmen, heightening their urgency. They dashed back and forth, pouring river water onto the flames, but it had little effect. The fire was simply too fierce. Daddy? Daddy-S in there? Xiao Bai finally snapped out of his fear, urgency washing over his dark eyes. The roaring fire seemed to consume everything, expanding wildly, fiercer than the flames, he recalled. Dirt. Everyone, throw dirt onto the fire. That should help extinguish it, Sang Dai suddenly shouted. However, the distance from the river was considerable, and even if the beastmen moved swiftly, they could not keep pace with the fire's rapid spread. The beastmen abandoned their containers, scrambling to dig up soil with their claws, tossing it onto the blaze. Xiao Bai stepped back. The king is still inside. With such a large fire, he cannot get out. I'll go help. Sang Dai gently pushed Xiao Bai behind her and moved forward to assist in extinguishing the flames. She deliberately observed Xiao Bai's reaction. Previously, he would scream in terror at the sight of fire, but now he had improved significantly. As long as he could overcome his fear and help the beastmen fight the flames, her goal would be accomplished. Xiao Bai clenched his small fists, gritting his teeth. His father was the only family he had in this world. Though his father was often busy, he knew his father was the best beast for him. His father could not be harmed. At the very least, he could not suffer the same fate as he had in the fire. With a determined expression, Xiao Bai seemed to make a monumental decision, plunging headlong into the flames. Daddy! He was determined to find his father and rescue him. Xiao Bai. Sang Dai was taken aback by his actions. You were supposed to help put out the fire, not become a roasted snake in the flames. This fire was something she and Tung Tsang had orchestrated in advance. The area surrounding the woods had already been cleared to prevent the flames from spreading. Though the fire raged, it would only consume this section, leaving the rest untouched. The scorched earth would be fertile, perfect for Eagle Rue to use as a medicinal field for planting herbs. Despite her meticulous planning, Sang Dai had not anticipated that Xiao Bai would charge directly into the flames. Even if the interior was mostly vacant, the exterior fire was no illusion, and the thick smoke posed a significant threat. A 3-year-old cub could easily perish within, while the other beastmen were preoccupied with extinguishing the flames. They had not anticipated Xiao Bai's reckless charge, and no one was there to stop him. Sang Dai's heart sank. If anything were to happen to Xiao Bai, the antagonist would likely hold her accountable. Glancing around, she tore off a piece of beast hide to wrap around herself, snatched water from a beastman, and drenched herself from head to toe. Gritting her teeth, She charged in after him. Chapter 81. He is not afraid of fire anymore. The animal hide, drenched in water, enveloped her, shielding her from the searing flames as Sang Dai dashed into the forest. However, while the hide provided temporary protection from the fire's burn, it could not insulate her from the oppressive heat. Before her lay a scene grotesquely distorted by the inferno. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes to a world veiled in crimson and thick smoke. Fortunately, her keen eyesight caught a glimpse of a small figure ahead. "Xiaobai, come back," Sang Dai cried out, straining her voice as she sprinted towards him, clutching the hide tightly. In mere moments, the water on the hide had nearly evaporated, and if she did not escape soon, she would find herself cooked alive. Moreover, Xiaobai bore no protective measures whatsoever. "Daddy, where are you?" Xiaobai coughed, frantically searching for his father's silhouette amidst the chaos, anxiety gnawing at him as the surrounding flames intensified. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resounded behind him as a towering tree succumbed to the fire, its charred trunk beginning to tilt ominously. "Xiaobai!" Sang Dai gasped in alarm. Before Xiaobai could comprehend the danger, strong arms pulled him into a cool embrace. Sang Dai lunged forward, tackling Xiaobai to the ground as they rolled several times. The sound of the collapsing tree echoing in her ears, narrowly missing her face. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, but before she could savor her relief, a searing pain shot through her foot. The splintering remnants of the tree struck her as it fell. "Are you all right?" Xiaobai lifted his head from Sang Dai's embrace, his small face pale. "I'm fine, Xiaobai. You go ahead. I'll find Wang," she urged, suppressing her pain as she wrapped the hide around Xiaobai, covering his mouth and nose with a corner. In the midst of the raging inferno, locating Tung Tsong was futile. Their plan had been for him to wait at the edge of the forest. Once Xiaobai was safe, she would emerge from the other side to bring Tung Tsong back. Xiaobai grasped her hand, hesitation etched on his face. Just then, the ominous crack of another tree snapping echoed above them. A massive, burning trunk plummeted toward them. In a desperate final effort, Sang Dai pushed Xiaobai away, her consciousness racing against time as she searched for anything to ensure their survival. Pots and pans? Chickens and ducks? Nothing would suffice. Just as she prepared to accept her grim fate, a dark, robust serpent tail swept through the air, knocking the falling tree trunk aside. Tung Tsong? Despite the resemblance of most serpent beastmen, Sang Dai instantly recognized that the creature before her was indeed Tung Tsong. In the next moment, the serpent tail coiled around both her and Xiaobai, propelling them out of the flames. Wang, Sang Dai, outside the forest, upon witnessing the trio's escape, the beastmen paused their firefighting efforts. This fire had been orchestrated by Wang himself. Extinguishing it had never been the intention. Coughing, Sang Dai and Xiaobai were placed beneath a tree, Tung Tsong's tail enveloping her entirely, shielding her from the flames, but allowing a bit of smoke to infiltrate her lungs. She clutched her mouth, coughing violently, when suddenly Xiaobai's voice pierced through her haze. "Your leg is injured." Xiaobai stared at the evident burn on Sang Dai's foot, his innocent voice trembling with guilt. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. This will leave a scar." His head hung low, hands dangling helplessly by his sides. Sang Dai glanced at her foot, where a burn the size of an egg marred her skin, darkened but thankfully not reaching the bone. With some ointment, she would be fine. As for the scar, she felt fortunate to have escaped with her life. A blemish was a small price to pay for survival. She remained unfazed, yet Xiaobai appeared even more anxious. "It's nothing, just a little scar. For beastmen, scars are a symbol of honor, aren't they?" Sang Dai gently reassured him. "Honor?" Xiaobai lifted his head, confusion flickering in his dark eyes. "Indeed, look at those beastmen who go hunting and combat fierce beasts. How many scars do they bear? Which male in the tribe is without scars? Will they feel ashamed of them?" She countered, not waiting for an answer. Xiaobai fell silent, contemplating her words, though he hesitated. "But you're a female, and what of it? Do you belittle femininity?" Sang Dai playfully challenged. Xiaobai quickly shook his head. "No, I don't mean that." Realizing he had unintentionally worried her, he looked up to find Sang Dai smiling warmly, and he understood she was merely teasing him. "You were very brave today, Xiaobai, not afraid of the fire at all." Sang Dai teased, playfully pinching his cheek, a smile gracing her lips. Overcoming his fear and allowing Tung Tsang to permit the tribe's beastmen to use fire made her injuries worthwhile. Xiao Bai, slowly coming to terms with the situation, remained dazed, allowing Sang Dai to continue her playful antics. It dawned on him that he had indeed faced the flames with newfound courage. The fire, after all, was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Transforming back into human form, Tung Tsang donned a hide provided by the beastmen. Observing the harmonious interaction between Sang Dai and Xiao Bai, reminiscent of a mother and child. His icy gaze softened unconsciously as he approached them. Sang Dai, noticing his presence, quickly steadied herself against the tree. Wang, thank you for saving me. If not for Tung Tsang's timely arrival, I might have met a tragic end. After expressing her gratitude, she turned to Xiao Bai, realizing the two might have much to discuss. Since Xiao Bai is safe, I shall take my leave now. Next time, I'll take you to make masks. Xiao Bai, still shaken and nursing his injury, nodded obediently. Just as Sang Dai intended to depart, she was abruptly lifted off her feet by strong arms. What are you doing? She exclaimed, startled to see all the beastmen looking their way. She quickly questioned Tung Tsang. Why does the villain always resort to such actions? What if they misunderstand? First, we need to attend to your injury. I will take you back afterward. Tung Tsang replied sternly, carrying her toward the cave. Sang Dai wished to be set down, but Tung Tsang's strength was overwhelming, making escape impossible. Any struggle would only attract more attention, so she resigned herself to the situation, focusing on leaving the area swiftly. Xiao Bai blinked his deep, dark eyes, then suddenly broke into a grin, choosing not to follow. Daddy never treats females this well. Is he planning to make Sang Dai's mate? I mustn't interrupt. Perhaps soon he will have brothers or sisters. Tung Tsang brought Sang Dai back to his cave, laying her on his stone bed, devoid of any coverings. Before placing her down, he took care to lay down a hide for her comfort. Wait here, do not move. Sang Dai had intended to seize the moment to leave, but the hint of danger in Tung Tsang's voice compelled her to sit obediently. Chapter 82. If you desire him, so be it. Tung Tsang exited the cave and beckoned to a nearby beastman. King, what are your orders? Fetch a healer, preferably one skilled in treating burns. Yes. The orc received his orders and promptly prepared to seek out the veterinarian. Before he could turn away, Tung Tsang suddenly recalled something and called him back, saying, wait, not the Eagle Tribe's veterinarian. He had no desire to encounter that perpetually smiling Eagle Tribe doctor, especially when he directed such smiles towards the young female, as if courting her. The orc soon found a middle-aged veterinarian and hurried back with him. As Sandai surveyed her surroundings, she noted the stark emptiness of Tung Tsang's cave, devoid of any clutter, save for a few animal hides hanging in the corners and a bed made of hard stone. Was this truly a place meant for habitation? It was no wonder he was the villain. Even his cave exuded an icy demeanor. Suddenly, she spotted a wooden box behind the bed, filled with bamboo tubes. Wasn't he that what she had previously asked Shi Liang to give to Tung Tsang? Why hadn't he used them yet? Curious. Sandai moved closer to the bed and picked up a bamboo tube, only to discover it was empty. The liquor had been consumed. How peculiar that he would conceal an empty tube so meticulously, as if fearing theft. As she mumbled to herself, she suddenly heard footsteps outside and quickly returned the bamboo tube to its place, settling back onto the edge of the bed. Upon seeing Tung Tsang enter, she hastily exclaimed, My king, I assure you I am fine. This minor injury does not warrant a veterinarian's visit. It was merely a burn on her foot, not a crippling injury. She could disinfect it herself and let it heal naturally, applying some aloe vera gel later to minimize scarring. After all, who would be so idle as to fixate on her foot? She was not that self-absorbed. Sit still, Tung Tsang instructed, casting her a sidelong glance, dismissing her protests as he motioned for the veterinarian to examine her injury. The middle-aged veterinarian approached promptly, and Sandai reluctantly extended her foot for inspection. My king, she has a burn on her foot. I have some herbal ointment that should suffice, the doctor offered, accustomed to treating severe injuries rather than such a minor one. After a brief assessment, he arrived at his conclusion. Will it leave a scar? Tung Tsang inquired, furrowing his brow. It likely will, the veterinarian replied. Bring forth the herbal remedy, Tung Tsang commanded. The veterinarian exhaled in relief and hurried to fetch the necessary herbs. Soon, he returned with a stone bowl containing a paste of crushed green herbs. Tung Tsang accepted the bowl and approached Sandai. "Thank you, my king. I shall take my leave now," Sandai said, extending her hands, expecting him to pass her the ointment for self-application. However, before she could raise her hands, he unexpectedly knelt before her, grasping her injured right ankle and lifting her foot. The warmth radiating from his touch momentarily stunned her. "My king, I can manage this myself." "Do not move," Tung Tsang replied, not lifting his gaze as he skillfully applied the herbal paste to her wound with careful precision, ensuring he did not exert too much pressure. Sandai felt her breath grow shallow, her lips pressed together as she watched Tung Tsang tend to her injury. Was she dreaming? Even in daylight, such a dream seemed implausible. The villain was applying ointment to her foot. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, recalling that this was a beastly world where females held a higher status, and considering she had just rescued the little white creature, overcoming its fear of fire, perhaps Tung Tsang merely sought to express his gratitude. "You, a female, must avoid rushing into dangerous situations in the future," Tung Tsang admonished after finishing the application, rising and setting the bowl aside while gazing intently at her face. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. This little female was indeed bold. She had previously attracted a forest python and had almost been devoured, and now she dared to charge into a fire. "Yes, my king, you are correct. I shall be more cautious in the future," Sandai replied earnestly, nodding as if appeasing his superior. As she spoke, she stifled a gasp. The veterinarian's remedy stung more than anticipated. Noticing the redness in her eyes, Tung Tsang paused, wondering if his tone had been too harsh or if he had frightened her. Females were indeed delicate beings. "I am not chastising you." Tung Tsang softened his tone, reflecting on his words to avoid upsetting her further. Sandai nodded again, trying to suppress her sniffles. The pain compelled her to hold back tears. This was merely a bodily response, but she managed to prevent them from spilling, resulting in her nose running instead. It felt inappropriate to blow her nose in front of Tung Tsang, so she resorted to discreetly inhaling. Tung Tsang pondered how his attempts at reassurance seemed to only amplify her distress. For the first time, he felt somewhat at a loss. After a moment's thought, he stated solemnly, "You saved the little white creature today, and now it is no longer afraid of fire. If there is anything you desire, I shall grant it." Even if it were him, he would comply. Tung Tsang looked at Sandai, awaiting her response. Surely, the little female harbored feelings for him as well. He had made his intentions quite clear, and she should respond accordingly. Sandai's eyes sparkled. Was the villain truly prepared to fulfill his promise? With excitement, she spoke, "My king, you previously promised that if I helped the little white creature overcome its fears, the tribe's orcs will be allowed to use fire. Does that still hold true?" "Indeed, it does," Tung Tsang affirmed with a nod, continuing to observe her.